The main character, Vong Tran, is a young man who is at peace in his hometown, suddenly forced by his father to work as a bodyguard for some girl, with nothing else to do and not minding the money. He agreed while sitting at the train station. Vong Tran could not stop wondering whose daughter this girl could be to have such luck. Just then, a breaking news story flashed on the screen. Recently, there was a bank robbery in Jiangnan, Ningqi City. After several days, the suspect was finally caught. But the surprising thing is that when the police found the criminal, he was tied up and thrown right in front of the police station. The police are still searching for the mysterious person who did this silently and nobly. Leaving behind some memorable memories is not so bad. Right after hearing the news, Vong Tran smiled, thinking that the criminal was actually the work he had completed the night before. At that moment, the train had also arrived, and he joined the crowd to board. Struggling through the crowd, he reached his seat only to find a chubby guy occupying it, while flirting with a girl, who clearly was not interested. "Hey man. Move over. That is my seat," Vong Tran spoke up. The other guy, interrupted by him, showed a clear expression of annoyance. He looked up, not hiding his attitude at all, scoffing at Vong Tran as just a clueless country bumpkin. Vong Tran saw that the guy was big but acted like a child who did not understand anything. So he did not bother to argue, calmly repeating his request. "Hey man. That is my seat. Please move." Unexpectedly, the guy did not get it and was a rude jerk with a superiority complex. Hearing Vong Tran, he pulled out a bill, handed it to Vong Tran with an arrogant attitude, claiming he was buying the seat. His openly contemptuous attitude irritated the girl sitting next to him, but Vong Tran looked extremely excited, nearly drooling at the sight of the cash. "Is it really that much?" he asked. "If it is so much, why not just take it and get lost?" The guy dropped the bill on the ground and began fiddling with his phone. Vong Tran was like a naive kid, satisfied just to see a bill. Unexpectedly, Vong Tran suddenly snatched the phone from his hands, saying he preferred the phone to the cash, and then tossed it aside. The jerk immediately went crazy, standing up and angrily shouting at Vong Tran. Vong Tran was not bothered at all, just reminding him that if he did not go look for his phone, with so many people on the train, it would not be easy to find it later. Although the guy was furious, he had no choice but to get up and search for his phone. Vong Tran successfully took his seat, muttering, "You little brat. Country folks are not easy to mess with." The young man sitting across from him could not help but give him a thumbs up, while the pretty girl who was just harassed by the jerk was very grateful for his help. And she started talking to Vong Tran. She introduced herself as Ta Nan Nan, a second-year student at the Capital Medical University. "My name is Ving Tran." You reached out to take the beautiful girl's hand. Before either of you could say much, that jerk found his phone and turned back. Seeing Ving Tran settled in place, he screamed in anger, "This bumpkin without any class. Lucky to have the money. Why still?" His words were cut short when he met Vong Tran's fierce gaze. "If you dare to say another word here, I will throw you out of the train window. Just wait. When I get to the capital, you will see how I handle you." This jerk still would not back down. "No need to go to the capital. I can deal with you right now," Vong Tran said as he pulled off his sandal, pointing it directly at his opponent's face. "I will say it again. If you dare to say one more word, I will box you up right here." Vong Tran was not joking. But unfortunately, he ran into a thick-skinned shameless guy. At this point, he still acted like he was in the right, his voice growing louder. "I am just afraid you can do that. You do not look like a worker. So are you a farmer? Have you been working on some brick site? Or should I introduce you to a job?" Vong Tran did not respond. He was suddenly behind the guy, making him jump. Then Vong Tran whispered something in his ear, so quietly he could not even hear it clearly. "What did you just say?" "I did not hear you," the guy irritably replied. "It is nothing. I just think you should go change your pants." Vong Tran crossed his arms and looked down at the guy's pants. At that moment, the guy realized his pants were soaked. Reflexively, he shouted, then covered that area with his hands. The train car erupted in whispers, mocking and laughing at him. He was an adult who could not control his need to pee, truly lacking dignity. Some even pulled out their phones to record, causing the thug to feel embarrassed and run away. Vong Tran guessed he would not dare to come back and cause trouble, so he casually sat back down. He was really good. How did he make that guy wet his pants like that? Tu Non Non asked. "Do you really want to know?" Vong Tran replied, and she nodded eagerly. "It is nothing much. I just poked at his sensitive spot." Tu Non Non's eyes lit up when she heard that. "You understand traditional Chinese medicine. You know human meridians so well. It is impressive. I also study traditional Chinese medicine. When you have time, can we discuss it?" "Sure. I will look you up when I have time." All along the way, the two chatted happily. When they reached the final stop, and Tu Non took out her phone, wanting Ving Tran's contact information, but he declined, saying they were both in the capital, and if fate allowed, they would meet again. After bidding farewell to Taion Non, Ving Tran walked straight out. As soon as he reached the door, he encountered two tall men in black suits and sunglasses, looking like gangsters. "Excuse me. Are you Ving Tran? The boss sent us to pick you up." As they said this, both men silently assessed Wang Jiang from head to toe. They really doubted whether this was the high-level bodyguard their boss had paid a fortune to invite. Looking at his weak, scholarly appearance, they feared that the young lady would get angry when she saw him. Wang Jiang followed them into the luxury car, ready to start his job. Who would have thought that the rogue from the train would follow him all the way here? After seeing Wang Jiang get in the car, he took out his phone and called his uncle. "Hello, uncle. I ran into a formidable guy today. Can you help me?" The car that was waiting for Wang Jiang quickly brought him to the Taiping Shan villa. The villa in front of him was extremely luxurious, making him momentarily dazzled. The two men led him straight into the living room. There, a blonde girl was sitting on the sofa with her back to him. Wang Jiang looked at the girl's back and silently rated her a 75. "Miss, according to the master's instructions, we have brought Wang here. He will be your high-level bodyguard from now on." The two men began to report. After hearing this, the young lady got so angry that she threw the TV remote in her hand, then stood up abruptly. "You are enough already. Why does my dad want to monitor my life so much? I really can't take it anymore." As she spoke, she turned around. When she faced him, Wang Jiang was stunned for a few seconds. Seeing her up close, he felt she should score at least 90. While Wang Jiang was engrossed in admiring the young lady, she was also observing him closely. However, her first impression of Wang Jiang was that he was a young man with scruffy facial hair, like an uncle. His feet were dirty, and he was wearing flip-flops, a stark contrast to the young lady who had grown up in luxury. She immediately displayed a look of disgust. "Why is someone so messy like this in my house? The floor is all dirty because of him. Hurry up and kick him out," she yelled. The two men were extremely troubled, thinking that the young lady's cleanliness obsession had flared up again, and it seemed like she was about to explode. Wang Jiang noticed that she was complaining about him dirtying the floor, so he took off his sandals and threw them aside. But the moment the sandy sandals touched the floor, the girl became even more agitated. Young lady Zhang Dong shouted loudly, causing the man next to her to jump in surprise. "I do not care if this person was invited by my father or not, but I will not accept him. Hurry up and get him out of my house." The bodyguard named Zhang Dong was also in a difficult position, not understanding why his boss had hired such an untrustworthy person as a bodyguard for the young lady. But Wang Jiang, the one being kicked out, did not seem angry at all. Instead, he calmly asked Shang Guantai, "Your period has been irregular for a long time, has not it? That is why you are so easily angered. This situation is quite serious." Shang Guantai felt embarrassed and her face turned red. She trembled and pointed directly at Wang Jiang, calling him a rogue before running straight into the house. Seeing that, Zhang Dong gave a middle finger in admiration. "That is impressive. You could even leave the young lady speechless." Just average, Viving Tran replied, feeling quite pleased, thinking that if the Unji Quanthai wanted to compete with him, he was ready to make her cry in rhythm. Then Trang Ding casually threw an arm around him, whispering, "The Ing Quan is actually tough on the outside but soft inside. Just wait. Once she cools down, everything will be alright." Ving Tran glanced at him. Through the dark glasses, he could still see the deep eye bags, and said, "Big bro Tong, your eyes are so puffy. I bet your wife has been giving you a hard time at home." You could tell that, honestly. I really do not have much status at home. Do you have any way to fix that? Trajong Ding was surprised. From now on we are brothers, of course, D said. Traneng Dieng, who had some initial dislike, now found this young man very interesting and worthy of being called a brother. While the two were getting friendly, the Ying Quanthaitha turned back, this time bringing along a stunning beauty and a cute girl. On the left was Thun Fai, the design director of Lam Hazi Group. On the right was Hun Tun Di, the Ying Quanthaitha's best friend, also from a prestigious family. The three beauties standing together were truly a masterpiece. Viving Tran rated them all 90 points, and he was proud of his self-control. Anyone else in this situation would probably have a nosebleed. Hun and De rushed over to Trong Ding, arms crossed, asking irritably, Traneng Dieng, who is this filthy guy? Did he make Thithi cry? Traneng Deng looked awkward, as V Young Tran was personally invited by Thenquan's father yet was treated this way by the spoiled young ladies. However, Vung Tran seemed unbothered. Let me explain. After he explained everything clearly, Thun Fai, being the oldest among the three beauties, was also the most tactful. Knowing that Vigling Tran was a special bodyguard invited but dressed in shabby clothes with dirty hands and feet, she then asked Trudong Ding to take him to the guest room to shower and change first, before bringing him to the living room for a formal introduction. Trudong Ding nodded and led Vigling Tran away. Leaving the three of them in the living room, the Angie Quan Thithi insisted that Thun Phi help her get rid of Virung Tran. She was puzzled. Why do you want to get rid of him? Another person would only bring more joy. Who knows? He might even cure my illness. Unclear about what illness that Ng Quan Thatha had. But hearing Thun Phi say this, she pouted. Having so many doctors around has not cured me. What good would he do? Sister Thai. Who are you really defending? The Thai. If he was invited by Uncle the Engi Quan, he must be capable. Adding another bodyguard might prevent another kidnapping like last time. Than Phi earnestly advised the Ng Quan Thai Thi. But it seemed it was not enough to dispel her initial aversion to Vegong Tran. After a while, he finished showering and took her outside. The Ving Tran looked clean and tidy now, which left the other three stunned, and Tin Di was the first to react, no longer calling Ving Tran a filthy guy like before. Instead, she was now fawning over him. V Trong Tran. Your skin is so beautiful. You are really handsome. If I made a mask from your skin, it could look just as good. The Ving Tran half-jock, half-seriously teased back. Alright. Hun Tin Di was thrilled by his good looks and charm, clapping excitedly. Completely smitten, seeing her like this, Than Phi could not help but cough a few times to remind Hun Tin a day to get back on track, then turned to Ving Tran and said seriously, V Trong Tran. If you were personally invited by Master Thing Yu Quan, then you must have some remarkable qualities. Why not show us a bit so the Thi can feel reassured about you? Show you? Ving Tran thought for a moment. He honestly did not know what to demonstrate, so he suggested borrowing a jacket from Than Phi. Upon hearing this, the Ng Quan Thai Tha jumped up, rushing in front of Than Phi and shooting Ving Tran a fierce look. What do you want to do with Sis Than Phi, you pervert? In contrast to her fierce reaction, Than Phi remained very calm. She took off her outer jacket, soothing Theng Yi Quan Thi while handing it to Vung Tran. He took the jacket in hand, sniffed it for a moment, then said, have you been feeling dizzy and tired lately? Than Phi's eyes widened in surprise because everything Ving Tran just said was true. Seeing her bewildered, he explained that the perfume she sprayed on her jacket was not just a regular fragrance. It was a kind of drug that could cause nerve paralysis. However, its effects were subtle, making it hard to detect. But using it for a long time would weaken the nervous system, leading to a lack of self-control. Than Phi was even more panicked after hearing this. How could that be? I bought this perfume from an official store. Is someone trying to harm you? I am not sure about that, but you do not need to worry. Just stop using that perfume, and your symptoms will disappear. Vung Tran added that now that he was here, not only would he handle these unregulated sedatives, but even if someone intended to assassinate the beauties here, he would make them regret their foolish actions for life. Ving Tran's confident demeanor and steady tone completely convinced Than Phi. She stood up and excitedly suggested that Vung Tran go shopping with them this afternoon, to buy him some new clothes. Being a bodyguard for Than Quan Thai Thai also required a proper appearance, so that afternoon, Vung Tran obediently followed the three girls outside. Everywhere they went, they attracted a lot of attention. Guess who that man over there is? How could he take three stunning girls out for a walk at the same time? If he was not a rich kid, he would definitely be the pile of dog poop one of those girls stepped in. In short, neither of them are good people. Wang Zhang, eavesdropping, could not help but feel annoyed. Here I, working as a bodyguard, and I still get ambushed by bad guys. Such injustice. Just as he was thinking this, Wang Cheng suddenly heard Shangguan Taita loudly scolding him. Sister Cheng Fei told you to try on clothes. Why are you just standing there? Oh right, I'm coming. Wang Cheng replied absent-mindedly. While he went into the fitting room, Shangguan Ti outside kept grumbling and criticizing, talking about going out shopping. And you are acting so clueless. How does that look like someone who can protect them? Maybe he is just nervous because it is his first time out with beautiful girls. Cheng Fei defended him a bit. Just then, Wang Cheng finished changing. The moment he pulled back the curtain and stepped out, Shangguan Ti was left speechless. Wang Cheng looked different after his shower, but now dressed up, he was even more handsome, making the three beauties stare in awe without blinking. Cheng Fei immediately stood up, swiped her card, and packed all the clothes he had chosen. After that, since they were done shopping, they started discussing where to eat. Wang Cheng felt a bit fatigued. These women were really boring. If it is not shopping, it is eating. The only thing that lifted his spirits was that they took him to an incredibly fancy restaurant. I never expected I would have a chance to visit such a high-end restaurant. Wang Cheng was amazed as soon as he sat down. Shut up. Stop acting all country bumpkin and making me embarrassed. Shangguan Taiti yelled again. She was about to scold Wang Cheng some more when Han Ting-ya noticed that Zhang Mingchuan and a few of his subordinates just walked into the restaurant. This guy is the heir of the Lan Hai group, where Cheng Fi works, but the key point is that lately, he has been bothering her non-stop. So all three of them hated him deeply. The moment Shangguan Tita saw Zhang Mingchuan's face, she lost her appetite. Hello. Cheng Fi. We meet again here. What a coincidence. Zhang Mingchuan approached enthusiastically to greet her. But everyone knew he did not just happen to be following Cheng Fi here. Then, Zhang Mingchuan noticed a stranger at the table and suspiciously asked, "Who's this? Is he Cheng Fei's boyfriend?" Shangguan Ti replied nonchalantly. So straightforward that Wang Cheng nearly choked. Zhang Mingchuan immediately panicked and asked Cheng Fei if what Shangguan Taiti said was true. Unexpectedly, the usually serious girl was also cooperating with Shangguan Ti, using Wang Cheng as a shield.
Yep.
We're dating. Wang Cheng sighed. If I have to play the role of a shield like this, I should get extra pay for it. But oh well. You are a good person. Helping a beautiful girl won't cost you anything. Are you really Cheng Fei's boyfriend? Truong Mintone started firing questions. What is your name? Where do you live? What are your parents' names? Vong Tran was clearly unhappy to be suddenly interrogated by a stranger, so he replied, What is it to you? This attitude infuriated Truong Mintone. What did you just say? Country bumpkin. Cheng Fei. How could you be interested in such a crude person? Truong Mintone rudely pointed at Vong Tran's face while questioning Cheng Fei, who was sitting across from him. Who really is the crude one here? Cheng Fei was very angry and raised her voice. Truong Mintone. Watch your words. Vong Tran reached out to pat her hand, trying to reassure her. This small gesture was noticed by Truong Mintone, making him even more irritated. He initially mocked Vong Tran as a weak man who needed Cheng Fei to defend him, then began to provoke him. If you are so brave, try hitting me. You coward. As the prince of a large corporation, Truong Mintone was sure Vong Tran would not dare touch him. But he did not expect to meet someone reckless. Just as he finished speaking, Vong Tran lifted his leg and kicked him hard in the groin. Seeing this, both Cheng Fei and Shangguan Thai, along with Han Tinda, were shocked, while the guy named Truong fell to the floor in pain, looking very pathetic. Not intending to stop there, Vong Tran then stomped on his face. I did not plan to lay a hand on you. I am just fulfilling your wish. Who told you to provoke me first? After saying that, Vong Tran warned Truong Mintone's subordinates that if any of them dared to charge in, they would face the same consequences as their boss. The group saw Vong Tran as someone daring and decisive, so they did not dare to attack again, instead rushing to help him up. As they left, he continued to threaten Vong Tran through gritted teeth. You just wait. This is not over. Seeing him like that, Cheng Fei looked worried and apologized to Vong Tran because she knew Truong Mintone was the kind of person who would seek revenge. She feared that Vong Tran would get into big trouble later. Anyway, I am now a bodyguard for the Shangguan family, so you will be protected. Right, Vong Tran replied nonchalantly. Your words made Shangguan Thitha visibly upset. It is really unbelievable. What you said just ruined the image I had of you. I do not really care what kind of image I have in your mind. After all, I am not someone with an irregular cycle. Vong Tran kept his cool as he replied. Shangguan Thi was left speechless by his words, slamming her hand on the table as she stood up, but could not find anything to say. And Tinda watched this scene and silently laughed, seeing that her best friend had finally met her match. Then they all started to have a meal together, but not long after they started eating, a group of stern-faced police officers suddenly burst in, claiming they had received complaints about a fight breaking out here, and had come to resolve it. Behind them was Truong Mentone, being helped by two people. The people from Thadagu Kwanthai looked down on him even more upon seeing this scene. This guy is really being too dramatic. He just got hit in a sensitive spot, and is now putting on this shameful act to play the victim. Thun Fai recognized the leader of the group right away as Vyung Ho Ban, the deputy team leader of the criminal police in this area. Not someone to be messed with. Meanwhile, Ving Tran completely ignored the opposing team's rank. He bluntly criticized Trajang Mintone for not being manly, saying if he could not fight, he should call for backup. It was truly embarrassing. But someone as shameless as Trajang Mintone would not care about things like pride. He pointed at Viding Tran and then, like a child, began to tell on him to Vagho Bine. Uncle Vizung. It is this rude guy who hit me. Is there anyone who saw that? Vivung Tran shrugged and replied. So do you have any proof that I hit anyone? Vung Ho Bun placed a hand on his shoulder, speaking in a threatening tone. It is ridiculous. Now they need proof even when no one is being hit. Just with this one sentence, it was clear that Vyazung Ho Ban was not the type to separate personal feelings from duty. Before Vining Tran could respond, the young lady from Thanenquan jumped in, saying that the three of them could be witnesses. Clearly stating that Trajang Muntun was slandering them, she suggested they might be accomplices, making her words untrustworthy. The Ving Ho arrogantly said. He really has a talent for making the Engquan Nanitha furious. She questioned Ving Ho Bao on what basis he deemed the complaint from that scoundrel credible while dismissing her words. What else could it be, based on the fact that he has a good father? This time Viging Tran replied to Vyung Ho Bime in a very mocking tone. Trong Min too. Utterly shameless. Now acted very self-satisfied, thinking that no matter how hard he tried, he could never compete with someone like Vigong Tran. Vyung Tran slowly stood up. Clearly Vigo Ho Bam was blocking the guy. Yet somehow, just like when he dealt with that fat guy on the train, he suddenly appeared right in front of Trong Min Toon. Then, Vyung Tran swung his hand, slapping him so hard that it left 5 fingerprints on his face along with a warning. Next time I see you on the street, I will bury you. Starting today. Hun Tin Di was the first to react to this situation. She stood up, clapping her hands enthusiastically, praising Ving Tran for hitting really well. Little did she know that the recent incident had truly provoked that scoundrel, causing him to pull out a gun from his waistband. With things escalating this far, even Ng Ho Bin was panicking, not expecting this rich kid to dare carry prohibited items. Min Toon. What are you doing? He hurried to stop Tran Min Toon, but his anger had made him lose all reason, and his finger was already on the trigger. Unfortunately for Trajong Min Toon, just as he was about to pull the trigger, Vivdring Tran appeared behind him again at lightning speed. His large hand tightened around the opponent's neck, while his other hand snatched the gun away from him. Tradong Min Toon was completely on the defensive now. He said with difficulty. Looks like I have not been to the city for a while. Everything has changed. Well, since I have met such a shameless person, I do not need to be too polite. The Ving Tran tightened his grip, making Trandong Min struggle to breathe. The situation was clear, but Vijing Ho Bam deliberately avoided distinguishing right from wrong, forcing Ving Tran into a public disturbance charge. Behind him, 2 of his subordinates had drawn their guns, aiming straight at him. Ving Ho Bin threatened V Kung Tran to let go, or he would not hesitate to shoot. But the more he threatened, the harder Ving Tran squeezed Tragamin Toon. Honestly, even if you all teamed up, you would not stand a chance against me. I suggest you save your strength. I can share my principles with you. Viving Tran's tone was incredibly calm and relaxed. He stated that first, he knew how to protect his own interests, so no one should think about bullying him, especially women. Second, Ving Tran was also very vengeful. If anyone messed with him, he would repay them 100-fold. Third, he did not like to preach. He would only leave others alone if they did not provoke him first. But if they did, he would not hesitate to send their whole family off. Ving Ho, upon hearing this, felt his hair stand on end from the tension. Having been a police officer for so many years, he knew that Vitrung Tran's words were not mere threats, and the kid was no pushover. As for Trongong Min Toon, he was always a nuisance that he had to deal with. He had not said anything before, but this situation was incredibly awkward. If Vidring Ho Bi overreacted, he feared it might provoke Ozung Tran, and if he backed down, it would be like slapping himself in the face. Thinking this, Ving Ho Ban sought to resolve things smoothly with words. I am not favoring anyone here. A Trong Min Toon was using a gun illegally, and you were disputing with him, affecting public order. According to the law, I have to take both parties to the police station. Who wants to arrest my lady? Suddenly, another male voice interjected. This person had brought a group of others with him. A commanding presence entered the restaurant. Saying this, he walked straight to the 3 ladies. Thank you for the timely report, Miss Thanim. As soon as the elder heard that the lady was in danger, he immediately sent me to rescue her. Antini, seeing her allies arrive, breathed a sigh of relief and put on a pitiful demeanor, starting to complain. Alo Kin, you came at just the right time. Quickly help us teach them a lesson. We were having a great meal when suddenly these police officers rushed in like beasts, wanting to take us away without reason. And that Trunjong Min Toon, so despicable, not only had wicked intentions towards Miss Then Phi, but also wanted to harass me. Upon saying this, Hun Tin Di hesitated for a moment. Plus, he kept staring at my chest. I am just a young girl. How can I get married later after being harassed like this? As she spoke, Hun Tin Di sniffled a few times, sounding very pitiful. Lo Ken's expression darkened upon hearing this, and his anger flared up. Although Chong Min Ton was indeed a rogue, he clearly had been wronged by Hun Tin Di just now. How could he tolerate such baseless accusations? He shouted loudly, "You filthy woman! What nonsense are you talking about? Who wants to look at her? Uncle Vizong, why are not you taking care of them for me?" Seeing Vingo Hobam still standing there, he got even louder. "Uncle Vizong, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and catch them." Despite Troning Min Ton's constant urging, Ving Ho Bi still showed no reaction. Watching him scream like that, Hun Tin Di could not help but chuckle softly. He seems like he still does not grasp the situation. Facing such an idiot, She did not mind giving him a little insight into her family background. The Hun family is the top martial arts clan in the capital, with generations of family members serving as high-ranking military trainers. And she is the eldest daughter of this family. After hearing this, Trajang Mintone's face went pale. He had only focused on winning the contest. So he had never looked into the Quan Thai Thea and Hun Tin Dia. His family did have some clout in business. But having some money does not mean he can casually provoke a family with military influence like the Hun family. Trong Min Tone immediately withdrew his carefree attitude and desperately explained that he had not looked at Hun Tin Dia's chest and had no intention of harassing her. But Lo Qin clearly did not want to listen and did not believe his words, seeing him come over aggressively. Li Dongvia Tran cooperatively let go of the scoundrel in his hands and pushed him toward Lo Qin. As a result, Trotting Min Tun was punched by him and lost a front tooth. Hun Tin Dikri watched the scene, clapping her hands and praising Lo Qin for hitting well, and to keep going. The En Quan Thea did not show much expression, but she clearly enjoyed seeing that scoundrel being punished. Lo Qin kept hitting until Tranjong Min Tunun collapsed on the ground, looking utterly pathetic, trembling and reaching out to Vihung Ho Bin for help. But in the end, Ving Ho Bi was just a police captain. He did not dare offend the Hun family, a power even the police chief had to take seriously, so he was in a very awkward situation. Seeing Ho Bin like this, Vung Tran could not help but step forward, kindly reminding him, "Officer, I advise you not to get involved. After all, the father of Miss Han here is much stronger than the father of that Tranong guy." Vung Tran's words were not wrong, so Vigo Ho Bang could only watch as Lo Qin pounded Trotting Min Tone into the ground. He only stopped when Hun Tin Di calmed down. At the same time, Ving Tran secretly jabbed a tiny needle into Vigo Ho Ban's right shoulder, the purpose still unclear. Only after they had left did he dare to breathe a sigh of relief. Today's situation was indeed too dangerous. It seems that in the future, he must find out who the opponents are before getting into trouble. Dinner was over, and the four of them got into Thang Quan Thi's convertible supercar to head back. Along the way, Hun Tin Deeper kept exclaiming that today was the happiest day of her life. Especially when Vidong Tran kicked that guy like that. It was truly satisfying. While the three of them were happily chatting, Vidong Tran suddenly turned to Eng Quan Thai and asked how her driving skills were. "What does it have to do with you? You are my bodyguard. Who gave you the right to call me by my name? Just call me the young lady." Shangguan Thatha snapped back. Wang Zhang did not take her sulky attitude to heart and said, "Well, why do not you try to lose the car behind us? It has been tailing us for a long time." When Wang Zhang pointed it out, Shangguan Thatha checked the rearview mirror and indeed noticed a car was following her. Cheng Fei quickly picked up the phone to call old Master Shangguan, while Shangguan Thatha shifted gears and suddenly pressed the accelerator. Her car shot forward, temporarily increasing the distance from the pursuer, but both Cheng Fei's and Han Tingia's phones had no signal, making it impossible to contact anyone for the time being. This unusual situation started to make them worry. "If I had known, I would have had Li Jian take us home earlier." Shangguan Thatha continued driving, but that car was very persistent, closing the gap between them again. Continuing like this was not a solution. Shangguan Thi began to feel anxious, glancing over to see Wang Zhang calmly admiring the scenery by the roadside, which only frustrated her more. "Wang Zhang, are not you my bodyguard? Stop just admiring the scenery. Think of a way to get us out of this. Bodyguards are supposed to fight, not just give opinions." Wang Zhang replied nonchalantly. "Are you even a man?" Shangguan Thatha was so angry she rolled her eyes. "I am a... because I do not have irregular periods." Wang Zhang shrugged, using this tactic 3 times in one day. But it still effectively annoys Miss Shangguan. Driven by anger, she pressed the accelerator again, and the car sped away. Wang Zhang nodded. "Good. Just make a few more turns. Do not drive towards the Tiamping Mountain Villa. Try to steer towards less crowded areas." Shangguan Thi followed his advice, continuing to drive for another hour. That car was still tailing her like a leech, making her so anxious that she could not sit still. An hour had passed. Why could not she shake them off? Wang Zhang did not respond, instead silently admiring her skills. He had not noticed before, but after experiencing it, he realized this girl's driving was quite impressive. The gas in the tank would only last for another hour at most, so it was easy to see that Shangguan Thi was panicking. In contrast to her reaction, Wang Zhang seemed very calm, telling her to keep driving until they ran out of gas. Shangguan Thatha could not help but doubt. Does he really have a plan? Even though he was a bodyguard personally hired by her father, who advised her to treat him well, up until now. Shangguan Thi still could not believe that Wang Zhang was the man who could protect her. Meanwhile, the person in the car tailing them was almost achieving their goal, trying to force the target closer to the Dushi Bridge. They were ready to execute the next step on this bridge. Upon reaching the Dushi Bridge, Shangguan Thi became even more anxious. What will Wang Zhang do now? In front is the Yaifi Sasan Bridge of DB Maybe Mountain, and my gas will only last for another 15 minutes. Hun Tin deeply behind her panicked at the mention of Vaidif Sen Bridge. Known for its narrow and dense terrain filled with mist, experienced drivers slow down when they reach here. And with them going so fast, she fears they will be in danger. But the Anquan the Thai has no way to turn back, while the car behind continues to chase relentlessly. Ving Tran sits calmly in the passenger seat. Whistling leisurely, she decides to rely on herself, using this foggy place to shake off their pursuers. Without thinking, the Anquan Thai floors the accelerator, racing across the bridge while barely seeing the road ahead. She speeds on until a blinding light from the opposite direction shines directly at her, as if a car is coming head-on. Reflexively, the Anquantha lets go of the steering wheel and yells in panic. At that moment, Vaidrung Tran in the passenger seat lunges forward to grab the wheel. The car swerves back and forth before finally coming to a stop. The blinding light that shocked that Enyi Quan Thitha came from two large trucks, parked across the bridge. If Ving Tran had not braked in time, their convertible would have crashed straight into them. Now, they can't drive any further. The Inquanthitha's mind goes blank. She can't think of any solutions. Yet, Ving Tran remains calm and composed, which truly infuriates the young lady. Say something. Do you believe that when we get back, I will call my dad to fire you? Can you wait until we get back? Done. The agency is counting on you. In the back seat, Thanfai also starts to get anxious. V Trong Tran. This is not the time for jokes. Right now, we can only rely on you. Yep. V Trong Tran. You must protect us. Untin Dev adds in. The Enquanthai had been kidnapped before, so they are all very afraid this might happen again. Enough with the jokes. Ving Tran is not going to be an irresponsible bodyguard. He needs to earn his paycheck. He tells the three women to stay in the car, then opens the door and lights a cigarette. From the tailing car, a large tattooed man also steps out. As soon as he sees Vigling Tran, his eyebrows furrow tightly. What is with this guy? Didn't he? The documents only mention 3 women. He thinks to himself, but then he realizes it is not that important, as Vigling Tran does not look like he knows how to fight. Besides, even if he did, their side has 9 guns. More than enough to handle him. Ving Tran is surrounded by this group of unidentified people, but he does not seem panicked at all. He even politely extinguishes his cigarette and asks with a flattering demeanor, "Didn't he expect such a grand welcome? What business does this big brother have?" The opponent saw your hunched posture and thought that Wang Zhang was scared and trying to please him, so he praised him for being quite perceptive. Then he pulled out a pistol, tapped it on your face a few times, and said, "I am taking the young lady from the Shangguan family with me. Do you have any objections?" "No objections. No objections at all. Big brother can do whatever he wants." Wang Zhang waved his hands repeatedly. The tattooed guy had not said anything yet, but Shangguanthitha could not take it anymore. Opened the car door, poked her head out, and shouted, "Wang Zhang, are you even human? Why are you so cowardly? Did you see that the other side has 9 guns? Woman, moreover, they need you. Not me. What does your safety have to do with me?" Wang Zhang shouted back. Shangguanthitha was so angry she could not say a word. In the back seat, and Tingya also started to panic. Perhaps only Cheng Fei remained calm and reassured her that Wang Zhang was just trying to provoke Shangguanthitha. He would definitely protect them. Chu Quan. But the opponents were numerous and armed. In fact, Cheng Fei was also very worried, unsure if the 4 of them could safely escape this danger. Outside the car, Wang Zhang was still playing along with the kidnappers. He claimed to be a little tense, and asked the tense guy for permission to smoke a cigarette. Seeing Wang Zhang's attitude was not bad, he immediately agreed, then loosened his belt, promising that after Wang Zhang finished smoking, he would show him a good time. Inside the car were 3 beautiful girls, while outside, this rogue was unbuckling his belt. It was clear what he was planning to do. At this moment, Shangguanthitha was extremely tense, while Han Tingya was already scared to the point of tears. However, the high-level bodyguard, Wang Zhang, remained calm and smoked a cigarette. Though it was strange that in his hand was just an ordinary cigarette, yet it emitted a thick cloud of smoke. Moreover, the 3 people inside the car found the smoke to be very fragrant, while the rogues outside, after inhaling it, were knocked down by what seemed like harmless smoke, rolling on the ground in immense pain. Hentingya felt something was off and got out of the car to see for herself. "Wang Zhang, how can your fragrant cigarette make them choke like that? This kind of drug only works on men, making male hormones produce 100 times more than normal. So of course, it has no effect on the girls. For me, am I really stupid enough to let the drug affect myself? So what exactly is its effect? Looking at their actions now is truly shameless. It is about time," Wang Zhang replied. A few seconds later, the thugs stopped rolling and directly passed out. Seeing how effective the drug was, Hanting asked Wang Zhang for a pound, then you can easily deal with the lecherous guys who stare at you all day. Wang Zhang almost dropped the cigarette in his hand upon hearing that. A pound. A pound could take down those men in an instant. Plus, this drug is worth a fortune. It is not something I carry around all the time. Come on. Money is not the problem. Just give it to me. Hanting Dai is still pestering. Alright. Stop the noise. Vong Tran pushed Hanting Dai's hand aside and moved closer to the kidnappers. They clearly targeted Shangguan Thai. But the ability to disrupt the phone signals in such a large area shows their mastermind is no lightweight. Among the few tonight, it seems the tattooed guy is the leader. Vong Tran thought about bringing him back and getting some clear answers. After who knows how long, the tattooed guy groggily woke up. The first person he saw was Vong Tran, but now the situation had changed. He was the one in control. Speak up. Who sent you to kidnap the young lady from Shangguan? Vong Tran asked while pulling out a lighter to light a cigarette. The other side was very anxious, pleading for him not to light up. Even though he is a rogue, he is not an idiot, based on the earlier situation. He quickly guessed that Vong Tran used this drug to knock them out. He does not even know what that drug is or who Vong Tran really is, even with 9 guns. They could not stop him, but none of that mattered as much as keeping his life. At this moment, the tattooed guy thought this, and began to negotiate with Vong Tran. If I tell the truth, can you guarantee you won't kill me? However, Vong Tran is not someone easy to negotiate with. He would not allow the other side to set conditions, since his life was already in Vong Tran's hands. Fearing Vong Tran would act, the tattooed guy hurriedly explained everything, roughly. After the time it takes to burn a candle down, Vong Tran had gathered quite a bit of information. The mastermind behind this kidnapping is Lei Manhwa from the Thanlong gang, but Vong Tran found it a bit confusing since this Lei is the top boss in the capital. He does not need to do small exchanges like kidnapping a rich young lady. I do not know about that. I am just a small subordinate following orders. So I would not dare ask why. The guy said this, and seeing that he was cooperating, Vong Tran temporarily spared his life. The other side was incredibly grateful. Thank you for sparing my life. Them lying will definitely repay this kindness if my big brother needs help with anything. Them lying will dive into fire without hesitation. He blurted this out, originally just flattering words, but unexpectedly Vong Tran replied, You said that yourself. Them lying paused, letting out a loud ah. Realizing he might have just dug his own grave, Vong Tran sat down in front of him, wearing a dangerously charming smile, saying he actually did need his help. Internally, Them lying strongly opposed it, but on the surface, he did not dare to upset Vong Tran. Big brother, please go ahead, if I can do it. Them lying will definitely not refuse. While the other party was speaking, Vong Tran flicked out a pill from his hand. The pill shot into the Mlajide's mouth, and he could not help but swallow it immediately. The Memalin coughed a few times, his mood turning frantic as he wanted to reach in and pull out the pill, fearing it was poison. I do not mean to take your life, Vong Tran said. That is a poison I painstakingly created. Let us just say it lasts 3 months without killing you, just as its name suggests. This drug lasts for 3 months. Once you ingest it, you must come for the antidote within 3 months. Or your body will gradually rot from the inside out, eventually leading to death, with no way to save you. The antidote is something only you possess. Other types of medicine, on the contrary, would make the poison from the 3-month drug erupt immediately. Even if you have a fever or a cold, you should not take any medicine, or else even the gods would struggle to save you. Vong Tran did this to force the other party to cooperate obediently with him. He then asked them Lai to return to his base and explain A's events to Lamin, Heiko, emphasizing, remember, you must tell that foolish Lamako that I, Vong Tran, have returned. That evening, the Memalgong returned to headquarters and recounted everything he had just experienced to Liu Mane Hecho, bowing his head in apology for failing to complete the mission. The man named Alif fell into deep thought without responding. Meanwhile, some of his subordinates began to whisper and criticize the Emi Liang. They had boldly claimed that they would personally oversee the entire process, ensuring that nothing would go wrong, and now they returned in failure. Truly embarrassing. The Meloni is famous for being skilled in our gang, and now someone has managed to hurt him like this. We really have to thank that person. Otherwise, with the Meloni's steady rise in position, we would have no more opportunities to showcase our talents. Haha. The Meloni heard all of this, but could only grit his teeth in frustration in front of Lelo Minich Lo. Otherwise, he would have already stood up to fight. After a moment of silence, Lo Minheko stood up, extinguished the cigarette in his hand, and asked, Are you hiding any details? The Memeling stammered in response. That person also said one thing. What else did he say? Laminago urged. He said, when you return, you must tell him that Vong Tran has come back. Hearing this, Lo Minhego surprisingly did not get angry. Instead, he burst out laughing. If that is the case, you must be calling me that foolish La Minho. The Memo Lung was taken aback. He had tried to cut out sensitive words to avoid angering the boss. Yet Lo Minho could guess it, indicating that these two must have known each other for a long time. Lo Minho's attitude was unclear, whether he was angry or excited. He turned back and poured himself a glass of whiskey. If he really has returned and gotten involved in this, then we won't care about the upper management anymore. Lo Minho took a sip of his drink, then gazed far out through the window, muttering to himself, if he does not come to find me, I do not want to disturb him. After all, I have waited so long. I finally waited for you. V. Trong Tran. Meanwhile, at the Shung Gun mansion, Shung Gun Tati erupted in a rage after hearing that Viving Tran had let them Emily, Yu go. She can't forgive someone who dared to plan to kidnap her, wanting to torture him until her anger is satisfied. Letting out a long line will catch the big fish. It is such an easy principle to understand. How can she not get it? Wang Zhang replied, implying that letting Shen Liang go is the only way to catch the mastermind behind it all. But it seems that Shangguan Ti Tai already had a prejudice against him, so she thought Wang Zhang was just making excuses, while she still held on to her anger. Only Cheng Fei believed in his way of solving things. Shangguan Ti thought she was helping Wang Zhang, which made her even more uncomfortable. After returning home, Cheng Fei also called Shangguan Lojia to report the incident that just occurred, and requested to hire more bodyguards because Shangguan Ti almost got kidnapped again. But he refused, saying that having Wang Zhang was enough. This shows how credible he must be for Shangguan Lojia to trust him so much. Only Shangguan Ti was adamant about not accepting it. However, since her father was so resolute, she had no choice but to comply. Even if she was unwilling, she let out a sigh and then sat down on the sofa. Just then, a severe stomach pain hit, making Shangguan Ti's face turn pale. Wang Zhang noticed her expression and asked, "What is wrong?" Shangguan Ti did not answer, but Han Tingya quickly chimed in, saying that she had menstrual cramps, struggling like this every month for some reason. Shangguan Ti's menstrual cramps were much worse than others. Painkillers did not help, and many doctors could not cure it. So every month she had to endure this near-death pain. Seeing that Wang Zhang had some knowledge of traditional medicine, Cheng Fei suggested he try diagnosing Shangguan Ti's condition. Although they bickered all day, Wang Zhang could not bear to see her suffer like this, so he told the young lady to lie down a bit. He would help her with a massage to relieve the pain. Shangguan Ti obediently lay down, but her mouth still mumbled, "You can massage, but do not touch inappropriately, or I will take your life." "Don't worry. I am only interested in women of quality. And you are not that type," Wang Zhang replied, and then began to massage Shangguan Ti's lower abdomen. His words always had a way of irritating the young lady. Normally, Shangguan Ti would have flared up and argued with him as usual, but this time, she was unusually docile, realizing that the areas Wang Zhang had massaged actually did not hurt anymore. In fact, they felt a bit better. After a while, Wang Zhang stopped. As soon as he stopped, Shangguan Ti felt a bit anxious. "Aren't you going to massage anymore? Do it again tomorrow." Daily massages can reduce menstrual pain, and combined with acupuncture and the medicine I prescribe, your irregular menstruation can be cured. At this moment, Shangguan Ti felt strangely that Wang Zhang was reliable. Although they had been bickering all day, she shyly thanked him at this moment. But before she could even feel touched for 3 seconds, Vig Tran suddenly jumped up, saying he had to wash his hands immediately because he accidentally touched something dirty. Just that one sentence quickly dissolved all of Thien A. Quan Thith's gratitude, replacing it with her rising anger. "You jerk, Ving Tran. Get lost out of my sight." Although the two were like fire and water, Thun Fai could really see that Vong Tran was someone worth relying on. Once he left the living room, she looked for an opportunity to talk to him privately. "Thank you for both helping Thu Eng Quan Thi with the massage and dealing with the guys who tried to corner her last night. The Eng Quan's family is a leader in the Huexia business, and in just 10 years, they have risen to the top of the development wave, bringing the Thum Yu Quan family to new heights. And the Eng Quan the Thai is his only daughter. So many competitors have their eyes on her. Even those within the family wish for her to face trouble, putting Thing Ing Quan into a difficult position and forcing him to step down. By protecting Thing Yu Quan Thai, Ving Tran is also helping the Thai Ing Yu Quan family with a significant task. It is surprising that he appears quite weak normally, but in critical moments, he acts so chivalrously. No wonder Uncle The Ing Quan trusts him so much. It seems he has seen his formidable side before. Thun Fai spoke rapidly, but her little feelings were seen through by Vevindring Tran. He walked over and patted Thun Fai on the shoulder a few times. "All right. She did not need to beat around the bush to dig into my background. Just knowing I am very capable is enough." Feeling a bit embarrassed under his penetrating gaze, Thun Fai continued, "Then can I ask you for another favor? The Thi has lived away from her parents since she was little. Uncle Thi Quan is busy all day with work to make up for his guilt towards her, which is why he indulges her. That is why her personality can be a bit hot-tempered, but she is just a little snake with a kind heart. So could you please not take it to heart? Vivring Tran thought it was something serious, so he replied immediately. Don't worry. I am just teasing that girl for fun. I have no interest in holding a grudge against her. After saying that, Vivring Tran left. You must be feeling sleepy too. Thun Phi kept watching his back, wondering what a person trusted completely by Thang Yi Quan could really be like. The tall building sparkled under the sunlight. In the office, the Memelung was respectfully asking, Big brother, do you really have to give up the plan to kidnap Thang Quan the Thethe? Give up on cooperating with the American resistance. But we still need his influence. Lo Minho replied calmly. What is one American resistance to me? Next, Ung Dung placed the documents on the table. His M-Long group was not a match for the Thang Yi Quan family. By now, the Thang Quan family has announced their entry into the military industry. No one can take his territory. He had no way out left. Hoping to use the daughter to threaten the Thang Quan family directly. What kind of outcome could someone like that have? Min Aiko then interlocked his fingers and began to analyze. Moreover, now that Vivring Tran is back, I hope for his next move even more than that American rebel. The Memeling still seems hesitant. Big bro. But look, I am the one alone here. Minhyo interrupted him directly. If he tells you he will give you the antidote in 3 months, just shamelessly go after him. But his face suddenly darkened to the extreme. Your true lewdness has changed for me. If there is a next time, do not show up in front of me again. The Memeling felt a deep pang after hearing this. Yep. Big bro. I will change right away. He hurriedly ran off, glancing back at his subordinate. Thinking. Vivring Tran. You are back. So why have not you come to find me? Minho frowned tightly, his eyes filled with deep thoughts. Do I really have to go find you? The intersection is always bustling with people. The Inquanthaitha tiredly rubbed her temples. Feeling bored, the greedy Han Dai said he wanted to eat roast duck and already chose the spot. Suddenly, a shot echoed through the air. Robbery. Vivring Tran, sitting in the driver's seat, was shocked and looked out the window. In a miraculous way, a robbery unfolded right on the crosswalk. She, with a heart as vast as the Pacific, shouted, Quick, help! Turning to look and bumping into his indifferent face, she urged anxiously, Hey, come on, help! Vivring Tran executed a series of miraculous driving maneuvers. The Thai, sitting in the passenger seat, could only gasp. He just pulled off a crazy combo. The black car weaved through the crowd to stop right in front of the two thieves. The door suddenly swung open, and without hesitation, he leaped out to do the right thing, then unexpectedly kicked one of them in the face. The kick spun him in midair and sent him flying. Vivring Tran's shoe continued to check the other thief's chin. He was instantly sent soaring high and far. The unfortunate bag, with no one to hold it, fell freely to the ground. He caught it effortlessly with his hand. Playfully, Vu Ailin rushed over to express her gratitude. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. She handed him a business card with an introduction. I am the president of the Kangvu Power Beauty Center. Here's my business card. I will definitely repay you for what happened today. Vivring Tran obediently replied. I just helped a little. Madam, she immediately negated it. You are too polite in this. Someone with skills and passion like yours is too rare. Just then, a strange girl casually brushed past Thetha, asking her to move aside a bit. After a while, he found himself surrounded by women more than anyone else. Don T. Push. Do not. Please sign for me. I am going first. Vivring Tran helplessly signaled Sos. The Inquanthaitha. Come help me. She decisively turned her face away. Who told you to pretend to be handsome while catching a thief? Enjoy your own luck and do it yourself. You patiently flatter the ladies. Do not rush each one. But secretly you grumble. Aren't I just catching a thief? Do I really have to sign it so dramatically? Is it really that serious? Luckily, an extraordinary person has come to the rescue. Police, please move aside. Right now. Are being charged with causing bodily harm to others. We need to confirm some important details of this case. Please come to the police station to make a statement. Thetha is doing everything she can to defend her person. He is charged with causing bodily harm to others. This is a person who dares to do the right thing. Wang Zhang, awake, asked back. Is it the Pingjiang police station? He slightly dodged the confirming gaze. Yep. I am very busy. Please cooperate quickly. She directly ignored him and pulled his hand away. We are also very busy. We do not have time to go to the police station with you. Wang Zhang. Hantingya is waiting for us to eat. Bafan moved closer, gripping Wang Zhang's shoulder. His expression began to darken. You must come back to the station with me today. You feel that something is off and tilt your head with a forced smile. What the hell is going on? With just a simple arm wrestling move, Wang Zhang easily sent Bufan flying into the air. The crowd around, after witnessing the scene, began to chatter excitedly. Fight. Fight the police. Why are you still standing there? Hurry and call the police. Is not he lying on the ground a police officer? Just then, a lion was on the phone with the authorities, shouting a warning. He is not a police officer. He is an imposter. Bufan felt he could not hide for long and clicked his tongue in annoyance. Caught. A foot quietly kicked his abdomen to prevent his escape. Wang Zhang disdainfully exposed the opponent's false facade. Good. If you want to impersonate a police officer to pull your buddies, fine. But wanting to take revenge on me, you have guts? Too bad your acting skills are not enough, which made Bufan extremely irritated. A lion quickly arrived with real law enforcement officials. The thief is here, one of them solemnly assured. Madam, do not worry. We will definitely not let these thieves go. Then please help us with the chiefs. She did not care about petty matters. I know what to do. You all have worked hard today. A lion's true identity left Wang Zhang extremely surprised. The madam chief then turned to express her gratitude. Thank you so much today. Do you have a business card for us to repay you later? You awkwardly rubbed the back of your neck. Or I am just a small bodyguard without a business card. I do have a restroom key though. She cheerfully made a suggestion. Okay. Then you can add me on chat. The thigh. Standing beside. Impatiently urged. Wang Zhang. Hurry up, and Tingyai is urging us. You calmly exchanged words with a lion while responding quietly. Alright then. After finishing everything up, Vong Tran waved goodbye to the person one last time. She did not forget to leave a message. If you need help with anything, just let me know. No need to be polite. She was secretly thinking about matchmaking. Vong Tran. Right. Looks like he is not even 27. He would fit in well with my family. I need to call that girl quickly. Night fell over the tall buildings below, while the full moon cast a gentle silver light everywhere. In a traditional restaurant still open, the fragrant aromas combined with the lively chatter of diners created a warm and peaceful atmosphere. At this moment, Vong Tran was showcasing his top-notch slicing skills, his expression and gaze completely focused on the task. Before long, numerous beautifully arranged plates of food were set neatly on the table. Tingya was extremely impressed with his skilled craftsmanship. Vong Tran, you are really amazing. Can you teach me? If I learn this technique and open a roast duck shop, I am sure I could become the Western-style roast duck of Tone Hoha. He silently activated his judgment mode. This girl again. But on the outside, he still tried to appear polite. You girls better eat quickly, or I will finish it all. Thi and Tingya simultaneously held onto their portions as if afraid someone would snatch them away. Who said I am not eating? I want to keep eating too. At the same time, a hand suddenly pushed the plate of food forward gently. Only Thinfei had an excuse to refuse. Her appetite was not good today. She could not eat. So everyone help her out. Vong Tran did not pay much attention and focused on enjoying the food he made himself. Thank you. Suddenly, she directly raised a question that caught him off guard. But Vong Tran's manner of eating roast duck is just like my dad. Do you know him? His name is Thin Tai Siu. Vong Tran quickly took a sip of water and calmly explained. How could I know your dad? I am from the countryside. I do not know anyone in the capital. This made Tingya curious. Why did Thinfei suddenly ask this? Isn't dad then already deceased for several years? Tingya, sitting across from her, immediately gestured for silence with her finger. Do not say any more, Thinfei calmly explained in detail. I am sorry. I did not mean to spoil the mood. Actually, it is nothing. I just feel that Vong Tran eating rice looks a lot like my dad. He remained silent for a moment, not responding at all. Just then, someone's loud scolding voice unexpectedly came through. If there is no room, then chase a table of guests away. How dare you make Kong Dongfeng wait? Witnessing the poor waiter being bullied by a group of aggressive people, Ting Ya's delicate brows furrowed in discomfort. Do you think I will tell your boss to fry you up? In recent years, rich second-generation kids lack quality. Vong Tran also looked at them with a judging gaze. Do you really think having a few coins is impressive? After settling into his seat, Ying Fengfeng suddenly felt drawn to the lively chatter from his group's table. The attendee even playfully insisted on feeding a piece of duck meat to Vong Tran. His expression instantly revealed a lecherous excitement. Almost drooling, they are all beautiful girls. It seems coming here today was a good choice. However, due to his innate shyness around girls, he had to turn to plan with his friends. Enipit Min immediately leaned closer to Luxi Hum and whispered. The other party had no choice but to shyly agree. That is fine then. The next moment, he approached Vong Tran's table with his hands clasped together, looking very formal. Our restaurant is quite busy right now. 4 customers want to join you at your table. Is that alright? Tindi continuously waved her hands, indicating strong opposition. We paid for our meal. Why should we sit with those annoying people to pollute our view? Luck Hum persisted, hoping she would change her mind soon. Miss, maybe you should think it over. Those people are not to be underestimated. However, before that could happen, Xing Feng and his crew officially interrupted. Miss, there is no more space in the lobby. Can we join your table? Getting to know each other is also about making friends. At that moment, Tin Di finally looked up at those annoying young men. He proudly flaunted his status. I am Ling Feng, the CEO of Sipaozing Feng from B. Liam Entertainment. It is a blessing to meet beautiful girls. Next to him was none other than the hair from Mate Min of N Nguyen Group. She quickly shifted the responsibility onto Vidring Tran. I am lucky to. But you have to ask him. He is our brother-in-law. Do you want to join tables? He said it is fine. Poor guy. Looking confused. Had not had a bite yet, and was already burdened with the whole table. I was just minding my own business and got slammed with this. Ving Tran pouted in silent dissatisfaction. All right. The Enquantha. You have just given me more reasons to hate you. Whatever. I do not like this spoiled rich kid type anyway. Especially with someone backing them up. You can be even ruder. I will coldly refuse. Not wanting you to disturb our meal. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Feng slammed his hand down on the table with a bang. His arrogant temperament was deeply ingrained, making him say something that dug his own grave. If you do not want to drink new wine, you will have to drink the penalty wine. I guarantee you will have a hard time living in the capital. After saying that, he thought he was cool. Little did he know. He also added a self-imposed expulsion order from the planet. You better leave quickly, or I will make sure your parents suffer. Hearing this, Ving Tran could not take it anymore and softly reminded, ladies, if you are afraid of seeing blood, you might want to close your eyes. Then he stood up under the astonished gaze of the Thai and Tin Deer. Ving Tran marched straight over, grabbing Lang Feng's sleeve and pulling him along like a puppy. He seemed to offer no resistance, just standing there staring as Ving Tran picked up the duck meat cleaver from earlier. Before he could finish his sentence, the sharp blade glinted with metallic light. Then, a scene inappropriate for children and nursing mothers unfolded. Ing Feng let out a painful scream, horrified as he looked at the fresh wound tattooed on the back of his hand. But he was not a singer. The high note he just screamed made Vibrong Tran's head hurt so much he had to cover his ears. He coldly looked at the guy collapsed beside him, snatching away the script he was about to perform. Don't he talk about settling scores later? If you have a knife, I will take my revenge right here. Our protagonist seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, swiftly cutting off the actions of the thugs from across the room. And as for you all, if you dare to call for help or make a scene, you will end up just like him. Having eliminated the potential threat, Vibrong Tran turned back to the prey at the dining table. Don't he give me those longing looks. You insulted my parents. And not cutting out your tongue is already a mercy. This action made the blood within Tin Di surge. She excitedly clapped her hands in delight. Vibrong Tran. I am starting to really enjoy being around you. Luck Hum was thrown off by the unfolding situation and the other person's attitude, thinking she had mistakenly applied for a job at the wrong place. Here. Then he helplessly turned to seek help from the newcomer. Terrible director. Hakonun was blind, overlooking the mess over there, politely fulfilling his duties. Vibrong Tran. The Emperor's Hall has someone who wants to invite you over. Besides, the money for this table has already been charged to his bill. These 3 words left Tin Di stunned. The Emperor's Hall. Then she approached, holding his hand, and curiously asked, that is the private room used by the leaders of countries at the German summit. Even my dad can casually eat in the Emperor's Hall. You actually got invited. Do you know them? That calmly brushed her hair, sticking to her stance. He is just a fraud. Thumphi neither agreed nor disagreed, silently contemplating his own analysis. Only Tintin. Naive and innocent, urged Ving Tran without care. Oh, come on. Hurry up. Do not keep them waiting. I have never even been to the Emperor's Hall. You awkwardly reminded her. Dante pushed me. Not far along. She was stopped by Heiko 9. Sorry. That person only invited Mar. Vibrong Tran. Tin Di da. Feeling disappointed, immediately put on a pitiful cat face. Tears brimming. I want to see the Emperor's Hall too. Thunfi hurriedly stood up to remind his friend. Tud. Do not cause trouble. You can just walk into the Emperor's Hall. The Vung Tran did not want to carry this pink weight, gently smiling as he advised. It might be a bit inappropriate for you to go in. Just wait for me here. Seeing everyone trying to stop her, Tin Di stopped being stubborn. All right. Seeing that everything here was sorted out, Ho Nine then thought about the battlefield over there. He coldly glanced at the customer being pinned down at his table. Kong. The guest in the royal hall is asking you and your friend to leave the restaurant, or he can't guarantee the entertainment tonight. Is there going to be a problem? It is hard to tell if Dongfeng was scared of being exposed, or if he saw his co-star leave. But he calmly grabbed the knife and muttered to himself. Without hesitation, he yanked it from his palm. Under the shocked gaze of his underlings, he performed a heartfelt monologue. Vibrong Tran. I am waiting for you. Then he scurried away like a wet mouse, ordering his men to leave the restaurant. Viving Tran glanced after them, already preparing to deal with him. He was just a character that needed to be eliminated quickly. Soon, the two left the noise behind and approached the royal hall. Ho Nen paused outside, bowing respectfully. V Trong Tran. Please come inside. He did not ask anything further, just replied softly, okay. As the heavy wooden door opened, he saw a tall figure waiting there. Having waited for a long time. V Trong Tran. You have arrived. Minako's appearance did not faze Virong Tran much. I figured it was you. With the soldier's blood coursing through his veins, he immediately stood at attention. Captain D Along is reporting to you. Time suddenly seemed to freeze. He felt like he was turning to stone. But in an instant, he put on an indifferent expression. You and I are no longer soldiers, so no need for formalities. Have a seat. As soon as he settled in, Mineo expressed his hidden feelings. Captain, you finally came back. You do not know that every time I wanted to give up in the past 4 years, I would think of you guys. His gaze was filled with resentment. What kept me standing strong to get to this point was our bond, and the hatred towards them. Hearing this, Vung Tran could not help but recall old memories, the moments of urgency urging him on. Captain, do not worry about me. Just go. While Minako's steady voice echoed in his ears. If it were not for them, our Long Lun special forces, even sharp daggers could not have pushed us to this point. The more he mentioned it, the angrier he got. It was basically a trap to harm Long Lun. If it were not for Lao Than supporting us, we would not have made it. He sighed deeply with sadness. After that incident, I hid under the ground and sky of the capital. Kong has been out of touch, and he went abroad. A moment later, he brightened up while asking, oh right, after you left, an assassin named T. Vai Kao Phinang emerged in the global underworld. The image of Viding Tran immediately flashed in his mind. He heard that he completed a major mission on the underworld's bounty board in just 1 year by relying on his own strength. He jumped from being unknown to the top 10 assassins in the world. Everyone guessed he was Asian but had never seen his face, because everyone who saw him is dead now. Yet Manhwa was certain of one thing. I know that person is you. No one else has the ability to fight like that on their own. I always thought you put yourself in danger to escape. I did not expect you to come back. You won't let your opponent monologue anymore. Ving Tran quickly interjected. Actually, this time the old man let me return. Hearing this, he became suspicious. The old chief let you return. What does he mean by that? But you just innocently scratched your head. I do not know either. He first let me be a bodyguard for the daughter of the Thangyin Quan family. Nevertheless, the Vrung Tran knew that something was about to happen, but it was also time for him to act. The Long Lun troops, having been wronged for 4 years, would certainly not be willing to accept this. Minho unconsciously clenched his fists, his teeth grinding. If the old chief is about to strike, our chance for revenge will be more certain. But then you threw a cold splash of water on him. Min Ho, we must avenge the grievances of 4 years ago, but not now. Vrung Tran maintained his calm expression throughout. Right now, we are still no match for the opponent, and he does not dare to disobey. I understand what you mean. The two then switched to another topic. Talking about happier things, I found a relative of ours. A relative? Do we even have relatives? Si Pung has appeared. Could it be the daughter of the old man, Thun Phi? That is right. Who wants you to kidnap the Thien Quan's body? Soon. The moonlight illuminated the Thien Buyer's Sen villa. As soon as I entered, I heard Tin Di babbling in my ear. Despite threats and seductions, I could not get a word from him. V Trong Tran. Have not you worked in the intelligence agency before, with a mouth so tight? She did not give up when switching to a beauty strategy. Come on. Tell me. Who is it in the royal hall? Otherwise, I will definitely think about this tonight. Losing sleep all night, and my chest will sag. You won't enjoy the view anymore. Ving Tran grimaced in response. This girl should not be talking nonsense. You coldly pushed her hand away from you. She said she wanted to know the secret in the royal hall. How could such a benefit be exchanged? But then she put on a scary face to frighten me, saying once I was comfortable, I might consider telling her. But the Thi jumped in, scolding and wanting to take action. You quickly grabbed her arm. Where do you think you are going? I said I am going to shower to feel better. Tonight. If it were not for the scheming thoughts of some young lady, I might even have gotten physical with those rich boys. Stinking of sweat. Ving Tran's sharp words made her choke with anger. You coldly turned your back, not saying anything more. Heading to the shower, Tendia looked on in frustration, trying to avoid the topic, then could not help but ask. The Thai. You and Vivling Tran are in the same room. Do you really know nothing about his social relationships? But the Thi was also at a loss. After he arrived, it seemed like he was attached at the hip, and she had never seen him meet anyone. Not today. She could only think he had no friends at all. Just then, Thun Phi walked over and grabbed Tinbra's hand. Tud. It is getting late. We should head home. She hesitated to leave, but was soon lectured by a guy on morals. If we want to know the story, you should have asked Dr. Thong Quan. He only mentioned that there are a few unclear matters that might benefit from being unclear. She trusts Dr. Thong Quan's decision. Moreover, regarding the royal hall, we should not muddy the waters anymore. But it only made Thatha feel anxious inside. Sometimes being unclear has its benefits. What secret is Ving Tran hiding? Not long after, the door slowly creaked open, and determined to get to the bottom of it, the thief was ready to do something sneaky, taking advantage of the fact that this guy had not returned. She quickly discovered something suspicious. Darn it. This suitcase should not be pushed in so deeply. But unexpectedly, Ving Tran caught her red-handed. What are you doing? She immediately sat up. But her cheeks turned pink when she saw something. You are just wrapped in a towel, standing boldly in front of me, making Thithi freak out.
Bro.
The Thu was startled and yelled out loud. Pervert. Why are you not wearing any clothes? Ving Tran simply replied. This is my room. I can do whatever I want. You are the one who barged in. He stepped closer, lifting her chin and adding suggestively. Coming to my room at midnight, all bold like this. You want to treat this little guard nicely. It was at that moment she realized something fell off and panicked, pushing him away. I took the wrong way. Is that a problem? The rogue did not care about him. The Ving Tran wanted to argue that he was the one who was barged in on. She was the one being the rogue. Thithi angrily left, but not before warning him. Just wait. Tomorrow I will have my dad call you. Suddenly, a suitcase appeared from under the bed, catching his attention. So he stood there, stunned. Are you interested in me or something? Then Ving Tran crouched down and opened it to take a look. Inside were clothes, and a photo on top caught his eye. He picked it up and glanced at the faces captured in it. The scene shifted to some cafe. He was sitting leisurely drinking inside the shop. Unknowingly, he turned to observe the entrance of the shopping mall across the street. At that moment, Ving Tran recalled old memories. The perfume she wore was not ordinary. To be precise, it was a drug that could cause nerve paralysis. Not easy for others to detect, but after prolonged use, the nerves would become permanently weak, leaving one at the mercy of others. His words left Thun Fai in disbelief. Still, she found it hard to believe. How could that be? I bought this perfume myself from a specialty shop. Just as he was recalling that, the phone on the table suddenly rang. He snapped back to reality and picked it up to check the message. The content was the document of the intel he requested. But honestly, Nain's inventory records over the last 6 months had been quite ordinary. He might be disappointed. The Ving Tran kept calculating in his mind. The main store did not leave any trace, and the inventory records were so tight that not a drop could leak out. It seems the person behind Thun Fai is not ordinary. Suddenly, a woman approached and asked, Excuse me, may I sit here? You glanced over and quietly assessed the opponent. Not bad. I would give her an 85. On the surface, you appeared skeptical. She quickly sat down across from you and introduced herself. Hello. My name is Min K. Here's my business card. May I know your name? You replied. Tran. She then handed over a business card. You took it and looked it over. Turns out she is the eldest daughter of the Trojing family. She is not here to demand justice for her brother. Is she? Min K quickly denied it. Min Tun got into a fight on his own. I came to find you today to ask for your help with 2 matters. You felt very pleased with her attitude. It is rare to meet someone as beautiful and reasonable as her. Not bad. Go ahead. She did not hesitate to get straight to the point. Director Thun Fai is a rare talent for Lam Hai. I hope you can help persuade her not to leave because of Min Ton's rudeness. Then she presented a stack of documents in front of you. This is the contract to transfer 3% of Lam Hai's shares. As long as Thun Fai agrees to stay, all of this will be hers. I will also ensure Mun Tun won't dare offend her again. You simply retorted, believing she thought you were unaware. The Thun Fai recently won the top prize at an international fashion contest. With her status, why would she need this small share to stay in such a troublesome place? Besides, I am not fond of that guy Charchong Min Tun. Knowing it would not be easy to persuade you, Min K decided to offer a greater benefit, 10% of Lam Hai's shares. Thun Fai would become the largest shareholder of Lam Hai, receiving an annual dividend of about 300 million. What do you think? Upon hearing this, you could only spread your arms in defeat. 300 million. I am tempted, but I can't decide for Thun Fai. Ultimately, the reason she came to you still did not seem persuasive enough, and she placed a valuable item on the table. Interrupting you. This is the Platinum President card of the Thane Kung Kufi TJ. A nationwide elite membership. All expenses are waived. There are only 10 cards in the country, and I only have 2. Please do not mock me, and let us not continue to pursue my brother's mistakes. Ving Tran would be foolish not to accept this, and you smiled unusually. Miss Trong is indeed generous. She spoke very comfortably. What about the second matter? Min K did not hesitate to recount. The second matter concerns my brother's face. Min Ton's face is very swollen but does not hurt or itch. Pressing on it does not feel like anything. Our private doctor is stumped on this. I think Viving has such a special technique. You must have a treatment method. Along with that, she offered some advice. Min Tun has already faced consequences, so please treat him leniently. Hearing this, Ving Tran fell into deep thought for a moment. Right after that, You raised the yellow card and discussed whether you could suck more blood. There is no pointless hatred in this world. The antidote is with me. But I want to know how sincere M's Truong is about this. She did not mind being straightforward. Vung. Have you thought about how to take revenge after slapping Min Tone that day? It really is like that. Your cunning is quite terrifying. Ving Tran put down the exchanged item and said, think carefully. At this moment, Min K could only back down first. I will treat you to dinner. Location is up to you. Is this condition acceptable? You immediately got excited again. Truong is quite confident in herself. But I agree and will also discuss a location I choose. But I want to add one more condition. At the dinner party, you must meet one of my requests. Do not worry. It won't cross any lines. Finally, Ving Tran stood up to conclude this negotiation. After finishing the meal, my grudge with Trigain Tomen seemed to come to an end. After discussing everything, the two stepped out of the cafe across from Lam Hai Shopping Center. Min K bowed again to thank Vung Tran. About Min Tu. Thank you very much. Vung, it is rare to see someone so polite respond to anyone. I really like how Ms. Min K handles things and hope there will be more opportunities for cooperation in the future. Watching the other person leave, you could not help but chatter a bit. They share the same parents. But why are they so different? Are they really biological sisters? At this moment, Ving Trang could carefully examine the business card he just received. International Heavenly Palace. I need to find time to go there and broaden my horizons. It was not until the sky turned orange that Then Phi finally got off work and ran into an acquaintance right outside. V Trong Tran. What are you doing here? You politely put your phone away and smiled. Today, the Inquanthathus dad is here. I do not need to protect him. I just want to see the Lam Hai group that specializes in men's clothing and steal 2 suits. Thunder Phi did not respond to this bland comment and got into the car while directly asking about something he was confused about. Just now, Trong Hong Mink asked me to sign a new stock contract. I signed it. Does this have anything to do with you? Vig Tran did not say yes or no, only offering a vague comment. Well, that girl Trongong Min K is indeed a sharp one. Her attitude towards you is the clearest answer. Why do you have to help me? You were not lying, smiling as you offered a reason. Don't think too much. I just believe you are a valuable talent. Thun Phi benefited and did not ask anything further. Let me treat you to dinner. Consider it a thank you for your help this time. Ving Tran secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling extremely lucky. This girl is really smart. Next time I have to hold back a bit. Or else my relationship with the old-timer will be exposed. This expression was captured in her eyes. And soon the sun had set, giving way to the noisy and lively night. The surrounding drinkers were more focused on this table than on eating and drinking. How can someone like that attract beautiful women? Why am I still single? How can someone sit next to that beauty and eat like this? What kind of person is that? Let us see when he will get kicked out. Thin Phi is not some rock on the roadside that does not know its place, but she should politely remind him. You really should eat slower. It is not good for your stomach. Unfortunately, Vong Tran felt there was no issue. You need to eat well to work well. Just to remind myself that I am still alive. Suddenly, a loud shout cut through their conversation. Who is this girl calling a thug? I told you. As long as you drink that bottle of wine, I will order you 20 dishes. Waxokoi. She thinks her meal is as big as a cartwheel. This thought made Liu Hoyan scoff. I want to sell myself for a few dishes. The guys around her could not hold their tongues, stirring up trouble and making her angrier as she reached for the cup beside her. Being noticed by An Loy is a blessing. Other women would kill for that. As soon as she finished speaking, Liu Hoyan threw the cup of water straight into Dai Lia's face, dreaming of taking something from him. But what was in the cup seemed to be gasoline, igniting his rage. How dare you? How dare you? He reached out and slapped her. The noise shocked everyone. This girl just got hit. But someone rushed to stop it, daring to meddle in An Loy's business. Don't you fear getting stabbed? Just eat your meal. Nothing else. Thin Phi could not take it anymore. Stood up. But before he could do anything, Vong Tran grabbed his hand to stop him. You can count on me, he said. On the other side, Liu Huan gripped the beer bottle with all her strength and charged forward. But how can a girl's strength compete with someone who has been through the streets? With just one kick, she was sent flying backward, struggling on the ground, clutching her stomach in pain. Suddenly, a deep male voice asked a completely unrelated question. What is your name? Surprisingly, she replied, perhaps due to the overwhelming aura of the male lead, Liu Hoyan, a second-year student at Capital Pedagogical University. Who are you? It seemed Vong Tran was asking her. But he did not answer her question. Who? It does not matter. Are you scared right now? Liu Hoyan had no hesitation as the strange man helped her up and boldly answered his question. Of course not. Those 4 words sparked interest in Vong Tran. That is good then. He gently placed the empty beer bottle back in Liu Hoyan's hand, surprising her. This is... Then Vong Tran pointed directly at Di Li and ordered the girl beside him. Go beat him up. Vong Tran's action sparked lively discussions among everyone. Is he doesn't he know Mendeli's status? And Loi can gather hundreds of followers with just one phone call. Doesn't he realize he is pushing that beauty into danger? Beauty. Do not, however. Completely contrary to that worry. Liu Hoan looked at him. Moved. Thank you. After that, she gathered all her courage, tightly gripped the bottle of wine, and stepped forward, ignoring all the warnings around her. Don't get agitated. Are you all crazy? Iha Lai glanced at Liu Hoan, smirking derisively, oblivious to the danger. Suddenly, a sharp needle shot out from a hand. He jolted when he saw the small object fly towards him and pierce his body. What is going on? Xenolai stood frozen in place, unable to move. Just then, Liu Hoan smashed a glass bottle over his head. The henchman shouted in horror. You dared to hit Brother Alai. That guy must be up to no good. At that moment, Team Du rushed in with a weapon, saying, let me deal with them. Seeing the situation unfold, Ving Tran suddenly had an idea. Before he could understand what was happening, Di Halai panicked as he saw the boy rushing toward him. In an instant, Ving Tran grabbed the guy's pants. He effortlessly lifted Zihao, causing him to scream in panic. What do you want to do? Next, Ving Tran hurled Ziha Lai towards Tipeng Du, accidentally jabbing him in the stomach. By the time he realized what had just happened, he was trembling. When his brother was injured and collapsed, Tipeng Du screamed in shock. I did not mean it. The onlookers witnessing the scene were thrown into chaos. Someone's hurt. Quickly call the police. Hurry and get an ambulance. Taking advantage of the chaos, Ving Tran quickly pulled Liu Haiyan's hand. Follow me. Iha Lai growled as he saw them getting into the car. Quickly remember the license plate. I want that guy to face the consequences. Meanwhile, Thunfei sat at the driver's seat, waiting for the two to settle in before speaking seriously. In public, with bloodshed, this is no small matter. V. Trong Tran. At this moment, Liu Haiyan felt guilty. It is all my fault. You just poked a hornet's nest with that guy. I do not know how to thank you. Seeing her flustered expression, Viving Tran gently reassured her. It is. I have left a way out. In a few days that guy Mena Zilal I will come looking for me, but you probably won't be able to keep this side job anymore. It is best to just go back to school and study. At that moment, Thungla Fi glanced at the rear-view mirror, as if trying to see through the mood of the person sitting behind. Then she softly asked, what is wrong? Is it because your family situation is not good, so you go out to earn money or to experience life? Liu Hoan sighed and lowered her head, wanting to experience life and gain more social exposure. After hearing this, the Ving Tran fell silent, unsure of what to say. Just then, she leaned slightly forward to indicate the way. The turn ahead is Capital Pedagogical University. Just let me off there. After that, the car slowly stopped in front of the school gate. Liu Han got out of the car and waved goodbye to them. Thank you so much for today. When there were only 2 people left in the car, Thunfei teasingly remarked. Looks like your skills in charming girls are quite good. They are reluctant to leave, surrounding you asking for your number. Ving Tran crossed his arms, feigning helplessness. There is no other way. This attraction is unstoppable. As soon as she heard that, she burst into giggles. No way. Just as he was about to drive away, she spoke up to stop him. Wait a moment. Do not drive yet. Viving Tran quietly observed the situation, trying to figure out what was happening. Liu Hoan was being blocked by Chu Feng. This rich guy wanted a car and a house, offered his kindness to her, but she did not need his pity. Not stopping there, he also forced her to stay. If you do not need my pity, then I won't need it either. Come with me. You see the car now. What are you going to resist with? Liu Hoan quickly tightened her grip, stopping him. Chu Feng, do not think you can bully me just because you have a bit of money. Let go me. But then she was extremely surprised when Vijung Tran suddenly reappeared. Chu Feng angrily shouted as he was interrupted. Who is that? A decisive shot from Vijung Tran hit Chu Feng right in the face, causing him to choke continuously. What are you coughing at me for? Cough. His henchman immediately charged in, wanting to question him. What is going on? But Liu Han ignored those guys and ran towards a safer, wind-sheltered spot. Ving Tran raised that strange weapon straight up, making the henchman step back in fear. You guys keep going. Keep going. Once everything was settled, he spoke up. This is for you. A homemade pepper spray version from Vyung's brand. Anyone who bothers you just needs a little push, and its effect multiplies hundreds of times after a few seconds. Then Ving Tran gently reminded her. It is late now. Let us head back. Liu Hoan's cheeks turned pink. Yep. But surprisingly, a shy girl changed 180 degrees into a strong woman. She still wanted to teach that guy a lesson, and Chu Feng would suffer again. Cough. 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 Now, no matter how hard he tried to hold back, all he felt was the uncomfortable wind blowing in. Cough. 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 Liu Hoan ignored him and winked at her benefactor. Thanks so much today. See you next time, leaving Vivin Tran chuckling at how cute she was. Like a puppy that fell into the water. This girl really had the style of his younger days. In some luxurious villa under the romantic dark night, a woman was heartbroken for Chu Feng. First, it was the vice chairman position. Now a college girl dared to bully our little Feng. You can hold back any longer. Chu Ko, the chief secretary of the capital government office, was lost in thought. Surely no one at school was unaware of little Feng's family background. Who would dare to lay a hand on him? The vice chairman position was just taken away. And now little Feng encountered this. Could it be the scrutiny of that mysterious person? Then he no longer cared about his son, but decisively turned around to call for an ambulance. First taking little Feng to the hospital. This quick demeanor of his made Chu Feng feel so small. Dad. Cough cough. While Deep Hud was continuously comforting her. Don't be afraid. Your dad will definitely help you. And your mom will too. Even the killing intent radiated from her eyes. That woman. I won't let her live peacefully in the capital. The moment she finished speaking, she was determined to act immediately. Hello. Judge Tron. This is Deep Hud. I have something to ask of you. Here's the thing. The next morning, the warm sunlight bathed the entire area. Min K flashed his standard smile while introducing Ving Tran. This is my custom design. He will help you with professional designs. You also did not forget to throw a flirtatious glance, sweetly saying a few lines sweeter than honey. It is still the attentive Mems. Tran Hung Min, who even specially coordinated the party's theme for me. Clearly, she did not want to accept this but was feeling regret inside. Wasn't it because you were so casual? A phone call came in wanting to take me to a party. Without waiting for my agreement, he ran over to my company, completely not giving anyone else a chance to object. And then this conversation ended with her next words. I will leave this place to those two. I will go change clothes first. A little while later, Min K stepped out with a completely new look. Vung Tran struggled, and the staff immediately informed her. Young Master Vung was also interrupted by a piercing scream as if he had encountered someone too handsome. This also caught her attention. Ving Tran was already familiar with the gazes around and calmly said a line. I told you. Your reactions really do not need to be that big. After that, Min K had to come with a heartfelt sigh. I did not expect you could really surprise others. Of course. With a professional listener like him, he would never miss the chance to drop a few light remarks. Whether in the living room or the kitchen, I guarantee if you try my cooking, you will definitely fall for me. She did not hesitate to respond. Really? Then when you have time, you must let me taste and see if I will fall for you. With that, she urged with a smile that could overshadow the sunshine. Let us go to Banad Land. Today I think I will amaze them. Vdrung Tran's eyes were already glued to Min K, like they were stuck with super glue. She is truly a treasure of heaven and earth, the bane of men. At the Bainan Lambar, in the upscale banquet room, numerous elegantly dressed guests were mingling. In one corner, ladies were surrounding a gentleman and chatting animatedly. Young master, come drink with us. That person is Tu Thivanian, the young master of the Tu Corporation. I have already made plans with Min K, and I still have other matters. Suddenly, Sathu Nam, the CEO of the wealthy Sa Corporation, chuckled upon hearing this conversation. Being paired with Mies. Min K. Other girls naturally pale in comparison. Since ancient times, talented men have been paired with beautiful women. It is no wonder that in the eyes of young Master too, only Miss Min K stands out. Those words successfully irritated the girls behind, and he was very pleased. The young Master is overpraising. Suddenly, someone shouted, Miss Min K has arrived. The Nian quickly headed towards her true love. The cheerful expression on Min K's face gradually faded, replaced by a look of shock. The crowd was equally surprised as Min K and Ving Tran entered arm in arm. Tronghong Min K again brought an outsider here. He is not this making it awkward for the young master too in front of everyone? All the gossip reached her ears, making Min K a bit flustered. V Trong Tran. What exactly do you want to do? You did not explain much. Just reminded me to keep my arm linked with yours. Do not let go. This is the little request I mentioned earlier. The issue you are concerned about is different, but it does not mean I am with you. At this moment, Min K sighed inwardly in frustration. Sigh. Everyone knows Thilnin has feelings for me, and I have publicly rejected him for years. Also due to his power in the capital, but Vjong Tran's move clearly forces me to publicly reject Thilnin, and it is deadlocked. Right. Just as she was about to pull her hand away, the Ving Tran quickly stopped her. Don't move. Do not let go. This action elevated Min K's self-love to an unprecedented high. V Trong Tran. What is his true intention? Surely it is not just to satisfy his vanity by being the boyfriend of a beauty. Right. Suddenly, the Nin appeared, ready to put little three in his place. Anunam is getting acquainted with the newcomer. Min K. You are here. I do not know this friend. And she put on a standard polite smile to introduce. My friend. The young master Ving Tran of the Vung family. He seemed thoughtful. The Vishing family, The one from Hangzhou. However, Ving Tran quickly denied it and created a new lineage for his family. The Vishing family is in Philadelphia. Min K next to him was holding back laughter to the point of twisting her face. And you are still showcasing your Hollywood-level acting skills. I and Min K got to know each other when she went to study in the US. It has been years since we last met. She decided to stay silent and wait for the show. Well done. V Trong Tran. I did not expect you to be so smooth when chatting. I will temporarily go along with you and see what you are up to. At that moment, Vin Nian seemed to have believed him a little. So that is how it is. I wonder if Vim came to the capital for fun or if he has other business. While reaching for a glass of wine, the Ving Tran's chatter never stopped. The Vidring family bought 2 diamond mines in South Africa 20 years ago. They have never been exploited. I came to the capital this time just to check on the diamond mines and simply do some market analysis. You also did not forget to express your deep feelings according to the setup. Of course. The most important thing is to meet Mun K. After all, it has been many years. I really miss her. Min K suddenly realized something. The T family in Ho Chi is incredibly powerful with a diamond production business, although it is said that one hand can cover the sky. Outsiders generally would not understand that well. How does Vidring Tran know so many details? While Vidring Tran was discussing very professionally, the young master reassured. In a short time we won't enter the Huaxia market. Then she showcased her talent and made some stunning deductions. Could he be doing this on purpose? Since the party started, he seemed determined to approach Tu the Nian, but what is his true intention? Ultimately, the conversation ended with a toast. The Nian seemed very satisfied. I will be at the villa ready to welcome young Master Ving. Ving Tran was also very interested in this new partner. But young Master T, do not overwork yourself. It could lead to nervous breakdowns, insomnia, and nightmares. Even with his careful makeup, I could still see his slightly swollen dark circles. This made him freeze in shock. How did he notice that? The Nian's gaze quietly scanned the sly smiles around. Damn it. For years I have pretended to be composed to avoid giving anyone a chance. I never expected that today this guy would expose everything with just one sentence. He probably did not come just to investigate simply. After giving a very kind reminder, Ving Tran made a quick exit. It was my first time in Balan, and I still wanted to visit other places. So I will take my leave now. He smiled with delight as he watched the two of them walk away. The Vishing family is in Philadelphia. How interesting. It was already evening, and the moon was high in the sky. Ving Tran was sitting in the car. I said, Miss Tronjing, do you have any idea how lethal your gaze can be towards men? If you have something to say, just say it. Min K tilted his head to look beside him. Have you gotten my consent? You are using me to get close to Tuthe Thin Nian. This makes me unhappy. Do not you think you owe me an explanation? He said this without a hint of guilt, full of implication. Isn't this meal just both sides using each other? Don't you plan to use me to achieve some goals? Min K raised an eyebrow, observing Ving Tran with a puzzled expression. But I do not understand why you keep targeting Tu Thin Nian. You surely know how powerful he is in such a big capital. Plus he has a strong military background. He replied quickly without much thought. Because I see he is not a pleasant person. His hand clenched, a dark aura radiating from Vidong Tran. It is not just the T family that I dislike. This has been a story many years in the making. If I get the chance, I must uproot the Tu family. A moment later, his car stopped by the lakeside. Min K looked over and continued. Now you can tell me the reason. Before she could finish her sentence, he opened the car door and stepped out. She hurriedly ran after him, questioning as she walked. Why did you have to say those things to me? Are you not afraid I will betray you? Ving Tran placed a hand up. Lanka looked into the distance and explained. 2 reasons. First, you are very dedicated to your career. Your abilities go beyond just managing a lamb high. Second, it is because of your mother, Titimo. Upon hearing this, Min K was shocked and grasped his hand with suspicion. How do you know my mother? Are you implying my mother has a connection with the Tico family? You turned to investigate, wondering if Tranjang Higu T's father had told her that her mother died due to postpartum hemorrhage. Once again, she was shocked. How did he know this? Wait, what does this have to do with the Tu family? Why are we suddenly bringing it up? Ving Tran frowned as he recounted an old tale. She fell in love with a poor man and even had 2 children with him. Because of this, the elder of the Teek family felt his family's honor was insulted and used the lives of the 3 of them to threaten Tikotoho and to return home. For her children, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and accept. But if Tikhoven returns to the Tu family, she will undoubtedly become the first heir. Once she receives a large asset account, those who do not want her back can only create a few unexpected incidents. Min K imagined the calculating looks surrounding her. He said, my mother did not die from postpartum hemorrhage. She died because the T family plotted against her. She clenched her fists, looking down at the surface of the lake. Choked up. What do I have to trust you for? Then she turned around with a gloomy expression and asked directly, what do you mean by that? Vung Tran shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "Isn't it clear? Just ask your dad," without bothering to argue further. She immediately turned and walked away, but he added, "Join me. Let us go to the T family and reclaim everything that rightfully belongs to you." Min K said nothing, just shot a quick glance back before pedaling away on his bike, leaving him standing there, maintaining his calm demeanor. He pulled out his phone from his jacket. After a moment of fiddling, Ving Tran dialed the number 001215. The voice on the other end shouted, nearly bursting his eardrum. His benefactor finally showed up. He wondered if he had thought of a way to repay him. "Don't be polite. Even if I offered you all of Vegan's assets in Philadelphia with both hands, I would gladly agree," Ving Tran calmly suggested over the phone. "I know you bought 2 diamond mines in South Africa at a low price, but have not mined them yet. I want you to use Vidong's power to loudly jump into the Hu Avar market and crush Chu's diamond brand. Can you do that?" On the other end, Hu Sung replied, "Of course. No problem. You will definitely see results in 2 months. Then he lowered his head, pouring out another sweet suggestion. "Even to develop work in Huech, I can introduce you to someone very suitable. Her name is Tranung Munke." Time slipped through the cracks of the dark night, with the moon casting silver light on the quiet buildings. The next morning, Ving Trong Tran strolled leisurely with Min Heiko through the bustling streets. Min Ho, chatty beside him, opened up the device to interrogate. "Tranhong Min K agreed to cooperate with you." The Trong Huo did not respond. Ving Tran showed no expression, just slightly curled his lips. No one understood daughters better than their fathers. Tranung Higo knew he could not hide Tranong Min K, and even less so from seeking revenge, so giving her the money accumulated over the years was the best choice. He nodded as he walked. "So Tranong Hiot is still a smart person." Just then, Kun Nun brushed past them with a face full of disdain. Sensing danger, Minako glanced around and alerted, "Captain, there are 3 people 5 meters to the left. 2 more ahead on the right, 1 behind to the left, and 2 ambushing on the right corner. That is 9 in total." Ving Tran chuckled softly, realizing that after all these years, his instincts had not dulled at all. He glanced back and added, "But there is still 1 more person behind." Excited, he exclaimed, "Captain, you are still incredibly skilled. If not, we would have to team up again today." He did not discuss further, pretending to fix his hair, reminding him about a skilled ambusher 200 meters ahead on the 7th floor of the east wall. Minho eagerly slapped his shoulder, urging, "With us here. That ambusher can do much in this terrain. How about we compete to see who catches more prey?" Without hesitation, Vung Tran slipped his hand into his jacket. "Let us do it." Then he pulled out a thick stack of cash from his jacket, and suddenly tossed it up into the air, shouting to take action. As the red rum bills rained down, everyone eagerly rushed to grab them. "The money is mine." "Back off." The group of yelling, each at their corner, could not hide their shock at the scene before them. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, Minho took a leap. He flipped gracefully and flicked his fingers to throw a hidden weapon. Vy Long thought the opponent was just showboating and did not dodge, unfortunately getting hit with a dart straight to the heart. Minho's attacks were varied, striking from above and below, leaving the remaining guy no chance to escape, even if he hid in a corner. This situation made Khan Nun sure that their side was doomed, and he hurriedly contacted his comrades. Mission failed. Retreat quickly. Before he could finish, he suddenly felt a cold anesthetic needle in the back of his neck, causing him to turn in shock. After taking care of everything, Vivung Tran turned and instructed, "The rest are yours. Let your bodyguards handle the scene. I am going to catch that skilled ambusher and leave a few witnesses." Minihyo immediately accepted the order.
Yep.
In the next moment, he instantly vanished from the spot. He reappeared on a rooftop of a tall building where the target was hiding. Vlung still had no idea the devil was nearby, focusing on commanding his underlings to quickly move from their positions. "Hurry. The Vung Tran might have wiped out all of your people already." Seeing the person suddenly appear in front of him, he was shocked. Just a moment ago, they were 200 meters away on the main road, and now they had appeared here in the blink of an eye, prompting him to calm himself. "Whatever. This is not the time to solve puzzles," Vialong thought to himself as he charged forward, believing that the one who strikes first is the strong one. However, that attack was easily blocked by Vang Tran. Despite this, he felt no anger. Instead, he was excited, realizing he was indeed facing a worthy opponent. But as he revealed a sharp knife from his sleeve, his internal excitement skyrocketed. What about strength? The real trump card is still behind the curtain. As soon as he pulled out his secret weapon, he lunged forward, threatening, witnessing the opponent's resilience. Vung Tran merely opened his mouth slightly, then he blew out a strong breath, making Vu Lang Kuang even more suspicious. "What is that smell? I can tell if it is from the other person's breath, or something strange that suddenly enveloped me in darkness." After a long moment, he finally lifted his eyelids heavily. Opposite him, The thief could not hide her frustration. It was another assassin. Will the recent assassinations finally stop? Seeing Vu Lang awake, she immediately stepped forward to question him. Who sent you? However, all she received was an indifferent turn of the head. The thief was so angry she could not find words. She had no choice but to leave, reminding her bodyguard not to forget their duties. You handle the interrogation. Just do not kill him. Torture him however you want. The door slammed shut with force. In the quiet room, only 2 people remained. Wang Zhang finally spoke up. How could an elite special forces soldier end up in this situation? Vu Lang showed no hesitation, expressing annoyance in his rebuttal. Seeing his skills, he must also come from special forces. Is not he just another thug like Li Minao? He maintained an extremely arrogant expression, claiming that even if he were not in the capital, he would still be incensed at Golden Triangle. But such bragging only prompted Wang Zhang to mock him. The elite special forces from the Langhai unit at Golden Triangle could not hold their ground. Saying it aloud would surely make others laugh. Unexpectedly, the opponent was so easily tricked, confessing after just a few words. How could you know I am from Langna? Once the confirmation was made, the other party did not hesitate to explain. The existence of the Langna special forces in Huaxia is classified information. Ordinary people naturally would not know. Unlike me, he recounted the earlier technique he used. That move was created by me, and I only taught it to the Langna unit. So how could I not know? This information immediately turned Vu Lang into a fool. He could not believe it and raised his voice in questioning. You are from Longlin. Seeing the other party become increasingly shocked, Wang Zhang calmly threw another bombshell. Not just me, but Li Minao too. So you guys were really out of your league going after him. The words cut into Vu Lang's heart like a dagger, leaving him gloomy. Head bowed. The difference between Lang Na and Long Lin can be described by mere ranks. Falling into your hands. I admit defeat. Do as you will. Kill or beat me. Go ahead. However, you leisurely proposed. As long as you agree to my terms, I can let you go back. Curiosity made Vu Lang look over. Then he shook his head, determined to refuse. No need. As a special forces soldier, you know how strict our mouths are. If I can withstand your interrogation tactics, I would rather hypnotize myself and choose to let my brain die. This attitude was completely to Veng Tran's liking. But the approach was still a bit inexperienced. It was not bad. But he did not understand. Being a Long Lun, I have a way to make you unable to hypnotize yourself from 100 meters away. Do you believe it? The expression on the face opposite made Via Long extremely confused. What do you actually want to do? At this point, there was nothing left to hide. Ving Tran pulled out a large needle and coldly suggested, I want you to help me with something every 3 months. Mentioning this issue, Viving Tran appeared contemplative. As for what that is, I have not thought it through yet. That attitude made V feel uneasy. Is there a way to refuse? His tone carried a hint of seriousness, but as if seeing through the other person's thoughts. Vigtrong Tran jabbed the needle into him while reminding, you can't refuse. Those words made V Long lose his composure and shout, or just kill me. He leisurely examined the needle in his hand and introduced, this is a rare poison I found in ancient books, called the 100 Days of Death. After 100 days, the bones will dry and break one by one. With his keen intuition, V Long quickly understood the implication. Meaning, I have to come to you for the antidote every 3 months. If I fail the mission, won't I be unable to get the antidote? Vigtrong Tran stepped forward to untee him and straightforwardly declared, upon that as no use. What do I need to do? I told you. You do not have the right to choose. After freeing the other person, he immediately laid out a detailed plan. I have thought of it. The first thing is to go back to where you develop your arms. You do not need many skilled people. Develop it to 300 people for me in 3 months. This would be considered a strong force in Golden Triangle. His tone carried a hint of comfort. Even regarding the issue of money, you think of a way. If I am satisfied after 3 months, I will provide certain manpower and resources. V Long immediately agreed. After successfully collaborating with Thun Jiao, Viving Tran's gaze revealed killing intent, while he calmly reminded, out of respect for you, this time I will let Thun Kang M go. But do not let there be a next time. That statement shocked V Ying. How do you know my second uncle? You wore a cunning smile and continued, I told you, I have my own way. Alright. If I eliminate the American resistance next time, it would not be bad for you to inherit the Long Mei group with proper justification. He was so shocked he could not say a word. However, Wang Zhang, with a keen eye, reminded him, you can't hide it from me. Calmly continuing, he added, I see the desire, malice, and ambition in your eyes, all of which I need lately. Caught red-handed, Vulang could only obediently comply. I will do what you say. Wang Zhang was very pleased with this attitude and encouraged. Okay. I am looking forward to your good news. The next morning, Thitha's questioning echoed throughout the house. What? You let him go again? On the contrary, Wang Zhang seemed calm. Who gave me full authority to handle this? Her earlier words left her stuttering. Did I say that? But she quickly regained her composure, sat down, and continued to ask, whatever. I do not care how you handle it. Now tell me. Have you found out anything? Wang Zhang immediately replied. It is the American resistance of the Long Mei group. The information shocked The so much that she could not hide her expression. What? Is the American resistance of the Long Mei group sent to kill me? Or did Tunda jump out to tease? The Long Mei group. Does he really want to kidnap the? His taste is so peculiar. Faced with those words, she clenched her fists and gritted her teeth in annoyance. Hentin? That punch easily sent Tunda flying. The angrily shouted for him to get lost. After sending him off, her face suddenly filled with worry as she continued. The Shangguan family plans to expand into all sectors of the Long Mei group this year. And the American resistance won't be happy. So they want to kidnap me to threaten my dad. Then, she showed a look of resentment but was also very determined, thinking of such a despicable tactic. American resistance. I will make sure he dies completely in the business world. The scene made Wang Zhang silently admire her. She truly is the eldest daughter of the Shangguan family. Looking like a fool. But now it seems her EQ is on point in the business world. You curiously asked, what are you planning to do? The rested her chin in thought and began outlining her plan. There is no choice now. There is a party tomorrow night where many famous figures from the wealthiest list of Huaxia will attend. And there will be many notable sons and daughters. I will make him lose face then. And Tinda loves fun and cheered up after hearing this. Great. There is a party. I want to go with you. And we must call Sister Thanfei too. However, she received a harsh reply from the Thai. Sister Thanfei has to stay home to revise the design plans tomorrow night. I will just go with Vong. You do not need to follow. The other side quickly starts to whine. No way. With so many handsome guys at the party, I have to go. I absolutely must. Seeing that she could not convince the Thay, she playfully turned to grab Vong Tran's arm. Brother Vong. You are the best to me. The won't let me go. Can you take me with you? The girl's expression made him shy and blush as he hesitantly replied. This made him gradually waver inside. I am just an ordinary bodyguard. I can't make decisions. Besides, I already agreed. Are you still going to act like this? The Thay could only sigh in agreement. All right. All right. It is fine to take you. Just do not embarrass me too much tomorrow night. Successful in her tactics, Tinde cheered. The Thay finally agreed. So where are we going to the party tomorrow night? The Thamian man thought for a moment and replied. This upscale party I am organizing will be at the International Tiangong. Otherwise, no one would dare hold such a high-class party. Hearing this name, he could not hide his excitement and asked, International Tiangong. Ah. At the International Tiangong, the rich young masters were chatting excitedly. Why was Shangguan Thatha coming here? In the past, these kinds of parties always featured the Shangguan family. Perhaps the Shangguan clan is about to face some changes, right? Who is that person next to Shangguan Thatha? Do you guys know him? I do not recognize him. Over here. The Thay was politely chatting with Kangmai. Thank you. Uncle Than. I will pass Uncle Than's message to my dad. He was also enthusiastically praising. I did not expect Thai to have become such a generous girl by now. I wonder who the guy next to her is. Seeing the other party notice him, Vong Tran immediately raised his hand to greet. I am Vong Tran. Just returned from America. Hello. Senior. Kangmai did not bother to shake his hand and showed a cold demeanor. The Thay suddenly showed a dangerous expression on her face and spoke with double meanings. Uncle Than. The international Kurong is about to join the Bai Dian business. I hope you can prepare thoroughly. Do not let Kurong beat you too badly then. But that subtle reminder only made him smile wickedly. One must know that My Long has always been the leading dragon of Bai Dian business. This is not something outsiders can easily shake. Young people's words should not be said too loudly, or they will suffer for it. She immediately froze for a moment. Vong Tran quickly placed a hand on her shoulder as if to hold her back, speaking without hesitation. Seo Than. Young people are not afraid of losing. Sometimes it is an opportunity to make amends. But the older ones only have wrong ideas in their heads. Am I? Feeling insulted. Shouted. What do you mean? Vong Tran remained calm but also playfully reminded him. It is nothing. Just a reminder that the CEO should keep a low profile. Otherwise, that bruise on your hand will only get worse. This information made the old man glance at his hand with extreme confusion. When did the poison become his? Memories from not long ago resurfaced. And Kangmai could not help but doubt. Could it be that the pain in his hand started bothering him after that day? Vong Tran did not hesitate to directly threaten him. After all these years of fame, if the video from your office gets leaked online, you will become even more famous. This made the Thay, standing beside him, start to show admiration. Since when did he start taking action against Kangmai? Could it be that he had helped me all along? Kangmai could not keep his calm and shouted out another question. What exactly do you want to say? While receiving a drink from the waiter, he leisurely suggested, everything in this world has a price. You name it? And I can consider giving you the video or the antidote with no other options. The old man agreed to negotiate 10% of the My Long Group's shares. What do you think? Holding the glass of wine and gently shaking it, Vong Tran calmly sighed. With a 0% stake, you could secure tens of millions in annual returns. The CEO is asking for a big number here. Then he tightened his grip on the collar and stated, "But I feel this still can't compare to your life." This statement made Kang Mai anxious. And he gritted out, "So what do you want me to do?" "You take the opportunity to offer 10% of your video shares and another 10% to buy your life." The glass of wine was thrown straight to the floor as the old man stood there, furious and shouting continuously, "You are threatening me. Blackmailing me. I want to report this." Vong Tran showed no fear. Instead, he mocked and challenged him. "Then go ahead and report it. Do not worry. I will honestly tell the police, including about those videos." Kang Mai looked at the crowd that was endlessly discussing, and finally had to give in. 20% is acceptable. I agree with you. As soon as he achieved his goal, he rubbed his chin, expressing satisfaction. "But I want to add one thing. This 20% must belong to the international Kurong, meaning you keep it under Than Yi Quan Thai." That hit a sore spot, and Kang Mai angrily grabbed Vong Tran's collar and shouted, "Don't push too hard. With 20% of the shares, you will become the second largest shareholder of my long." Yet, Vong Tran remained very calm as he reminded him, "Of course, you can choose not to make this deal. After that, I can find someone to research the antidote. Just know that I have already set the procedure. If I disappear, the video will somehow circulate using some method, and I can't guarantee anything." Mentioning this made the hand gripping the old man's collar gradually loosen, revealing a face filled with resistance but ultimately having to submit. "I agree." The Thai, standing aside, also spoke, "Uncle Than, my niece also reminds you that honesty in business is stronger than anything else. Tomorrow night, I will go with my dad to the Emlong Corporation to sign the share transfer." "Thank you, Uncle Than." Seeing the opponent leave with an unwilling expression, she turned to him gratefully. "Thank you, Brother Ving Tran. The Thing En Quan family has done so much." Ving Tran adjusted his collar while awkwardly glancing around. No need to be polite. The suddenly raised a doubt. "But why are you doing so much to help me?" She blushed and asked softly. "It is not because you like me, is it?" Viving Tran was taken aback and retorted, "I like you. Based on what?" The Thai, standing right next to him, blushed and continued analyzing. "Because I am beautiful and very understanding of people's feelings." Hearing this, he responded without hesitation, "You are very understanding of people's feelings. If you understand people's feelings, you should know how to climb that tree." His words stabbed into Thatha's heart, leaving her stunned. Viving Tran calmly explained with his arms crossed, regardless of the anger building in those around them, "You know, when it comes to choosing a partner, my requirements are very simple. Just be gentle. So you are not qualified." The Thi was so frustrated that she gritted her teeth and shouted his name. Vung. At that moment of danger, Tin Di suddenly appeared, running towards them with a joyful expression. "V Trong Tran. You were so handsome just now. Easily defeating the strongest businessmen last year with a lesson." She wrapped her arms around him and excitedly boasted, "As your friend, I certainly won't embarrass you. Right now, I have added your family's chili sauce to his drink. Am I not impressive without a hint of your demeanor?" Vig Tran was extremely flustered, thinking that kids could teach him something. Upstairs, Tran Nam pondered as he assessed the scene below. "Young master, you have seen it all. This Viding Tran is not simple. We need to be cautious." Holding the wine glass in hand, the He finally shared the information she had gathered. "I have investigated the Vejing family in Philadelphia, and they truly have significant influence in America." He frowned, showing concern. "But the members of the Vidong family are all very mysterious and hard to expose. The subsidiaries are managed by different families." Chiu Nam expressed his fascination, saying, "Even young Master Tu cannot uncover the true identity of Vidong Tran, although it is possible this Wang Jiang is indeed from the royal family in Philadelphia. I do not understand why he is already clashing with young Master Tu upon his arrival." Chinian smiled knowingly and suggested, "Since it is so lively outside, why do not we go down and take a look?" Seeing this, Kuao Nam hurriedly advised, thinking that young Master Tu had likely arranged for someone else to investigate. "It is better for us to stay as spectators." He completely agreed with this idea. But then a look of surprise crossed his face. "It is her. Why did she suddenly show up?" Below in the grand hall, the young masters looked on with jealousy as Wang Zhang was surrounded by beautiful women. Who is that man? How could he be so close to the young lady of the Shangguan family? With 3 beauties by his side, this man is quite lucky. I also want to enjoy the feeling of being surrounded by beautiful women like him. At that moment, Hei Ting stepped out from the crowd with a disdainful attitude. "Is not that Miss Zhang? She is always luring young Master Tu. Why has she switched to a younger guy this time? What is going on?" Changing tastes. Tingya immediately grabbed Wang Zhang's hand and whispered, "She is the treasured granddaughter of Mer Song. Song Hai Ting has always liked to Qian Nian. You could pursue her and then dump her." He secretly wondered, Do I really look like such a scoundrel? Realizing the malice from the other side, Minqi calmly explained. Miss Song, Wang Zhang and I are just friends. Please do not assume otherwise. To young master too, I have always held deep respect and have no ulterior motives. However, Haiting continued her spiteful behavior. As some women prefer older men with younger women, this young man looks to be about 21 or 22. Miss Zhang really knows how to pick. Hearing those words left Wang Zhang dumbfounded. I just take care of myself a bit, have smoother skin, and fewer wrinkles. How did that turn into me looking in my 20s? Does this woman really need to get her eyes checked? Despite the slander she threw my way, Ming Kai still politely reminded her, Miss Song, please mind your words in public. And then without hesitation, directly exposed the other party. Everyone knows she is pursuing young master to here. Young master too is very indifferent to her. And this is something everyone knows. I really do not understand how someone can be so low in IQ to humiliate themselves at a time like this. Throwing out a reminder that only makes the other party visibly embarrassed. Which only adds to everyone's awareness. Not stopping there, Ming Qi continued to portray a dignified demeanor while poking fun. Furthermore, Miss Song's behavior would make people feel she lacks proper upbringing with the humiliation received. Fai Tin finally lost her composure and shouted, Shut up. What right do you have to talk about upbringing, when you have never had a mother's guidance? As soon as these words were spoken, the party fell silent, while Tin Di kept whispering to Viong Tran, bringing up someone else's deceased mother, saying, That is too much. You subtly raised your hand to your mouth, signaling to shush, and no one noticed. But Mun Kei's face gradually turned ugly, shaking with anger, as a hand rested on that small shoulder. Feeling the warmth, she turned in surprise. V Trong Tran. Ving Tran finally could not hold back and sneered. But some people who had been taught by their mothers for years still acted like uneducated children. You stepped forward, subtly asking Miss Tong if this was her issue or her mother's. This boldness made Hai Tine step back in fear, seeing the attitudes of those around her. She stuttered, then grabbed the wine glass from the tray, leaving the server astonished. Miss Tong. Hai Wai Tin hurled the wine glass at her while shouting loudly. Viving Tran swiftly dodged. Hai Wai Tin suddenly relaxed enough for the wine glass not to fall freely to the floor. Looking at what was before her, she was too scared to say anything. This is my. Tha's gown was stained with glaring wine spills, and Tin Diva hurried over to wipe it clean. Get me another piece of paper. Quick. When she saw the offender sneak away, she angrily pointed in that direction and yelled, Wait. Have not you apologized yet? This is too much. Ving Tran suddenly bent down, picked up a shard of glass from the floor, then slowly stood up, quickly using her skill to toss the shard away in the blink of an eye. Hai Tin's strap was cut. By the time she realized what had happened, she could only panic and cover up. Screaming, Tranjanam, observing everything from above, could not help but make a sarcastic remark. After such embarrassment, Tung Hai Tin would likely never dream of entering the T2 family again. Then Neen, standing beside her, lightly chimed in. It was already a dream come true. Chunam was filled with interest, not counting the loss of someone's self-respect, but also cutting off their retreat. Looking at your gloomy expression not far away, he silently concluded that Ving Tran was indeed ruthless. Over here, Tin Di Do was wiping the dirty wine off her friend's dress while comforting her. Others may not have seen it, but I did. It was Viong Tran who cut her dress strap to help you vent your anger. The thigh. Calm down. But Thathu was still so upset that her brows were tightly knitted. I still barely know someone like this girl with no qualities. Soon, I will walk this dress all the way to the Tung family, so she can obediently wash it for me to take back. After witnessing the recent events, Min Kei approached with a sense of guilt. Today's incident all started because of me. I am truly sorry. Miss the. To make amends, I am willing to accept responsibility. However, Thatha gently reassured her. Sister mine. Today's events were entirely Tungai Ting Tin's lack of manners, and have nothing to do with you. She sincerely admitted. If you call me sister, it shows you like me. I want to be friends with you. So do not blame yourself anymore. Those words left Mun Kei wide-eyed in surprise. And then she turned to Vang Tran with a fond smile. I thanked you today. But why did you deliberately avoid people so that the Yin Quan Thathi got wine splashed on her? He replied without hesitation. I did not intentionally avoid anyone. I was not hiding. So would not that wine splash on my face? That truth made Mun Kei reveal his admiration. Bringing me and Thagyu Kwanthai into the same camp was definitely something he had arranged. He always acted ruthlessly and cunningly, and I had been taken advantage of. I did not know whether to thank him or feel scared of making the person next to me uneasy. So Ving Tran quickly interrupted, still thanking me. He then carefully reminded her that she should understand the relationship with Ang Kwanthai Thai that I helped her connect with, and how to maintain it would depend on her. The Nian approached from a distance, asking, Min Kei, are you okay? Looking at the newcomer, she responded with a very polite attitude. Young master. Thanks to Vidung Tran. Seeing that, he put on a masculine demeanor and suggested, As long as you are okay. That is good. And Tung Hai Tin always talks like that. Do not take it to heart. I will handle it well. But that expression was immediately questioned by V Long Tran. Then why did not you handle it just now? The Nian suddenly looked stunned. What? He continued to taunt without hesitation. I mean, and Tung Hai Tin caused trouble just now. Why did not you step in and watch the commotion? Is this how you show you care about Mun K? Struck by the truth, he could not help but be shaken. As the atmosphere grew tense, Non suddenly appeared. V Trong Tran. Why are you here with my brother? The two men immediately turned to look at her in surprise. Seeing Vinung Tran's confused look, Non waved her hand to reintroduce herself. Don't you remember? I'm Non. He fell silent, looking at the person in front of him, his mind slowly rewinding to the day they first met. I'm Non, a second-year student at the medical university. Thinking of this, Viving Tran cheerfully exclaimed. Non from the train. She gently walked over and took Thin Niven's arm, then happily introduced him to her. This is Vidring Tran, whom I met on the train when coming back from Ning Nai Thun to the capital. I mentioned him before. Do you remember? He gave a faint, knowing smile in response. Right. The Nin could not help but feel suspicious. How could a legitimate descendant of the Ving family in Philadelphia dress poorly and take a train from New Gai Thun to the capital? Non moved closer, taking his hand and suggesting, by the way, V Trong Tran, I still have not properly thanked you for before. Now that we have finally met, let me treat you to a meal. Seeing his sister's excited demeanor, the Nian had to comply. He was sure Vigung Thigu knew how to handle this, since Viding Thiu had done a favor for Non. He should thank him carefully. In the face of those invitations, Ving Tran did not hesitate to refuse. Sorry. I have been quite busy lately. Let us set a time for another day. Goodbye. He turned around without any reluctance and left. That scene was constantly whispered about by the other rich kids. Oh my. Young Master Tiu actually invited him to the Lup Tiramem Villa. The Lup Tom Villa. The Ti family has never allowed outsiders into the Lup Tumim Villa. Wang Zhang must be scared out of his wits. A normal person would agree right away. No one knows that Wang Zhang is plotting something in his heart. Athenin. The Lup Tom Villa. I will get there sooner or later, but not now. One day, I will bring that villa to the ground. Back at the parking lot, Wang Zhang sat in the driver's seat, lost in thought. Luptonum Villa. After so many years. Why does hearing those 4 words make me so uneasy? How am I supposed to take revenge for my brothers? That day, you boldly declared that the old man of the two family clearly wanted Long Lun to use it for himself. We absolutely cannot let them succeed. In a critical situation. My teammates, without a hint of fear, advised. Captain, do not worry about me. Just go. Under the wreckage, I could only painfully ask myself, well, why can they betray the country for personal gain? Why did Long Lan end up in danger from his own people? A loud shout interrupted. Zhang Wangzhang. Thitha's voice rang out, pulling everything back to reality. Seeing us get in the car with no reaction, I had to call for a long time. Unlike you, what are you dazed about? You awkwardly denied. It is nothing. Let us go back to the Pham Sun Villa now. And Tin D suddenly suggested from the back seat. Why do not we go to Ba? I have never been there. The Thai, visibly worried, immediately advised. Little D.A., do you see how unwell he looks? Is now the time to go to Ba? However, Wang Zhang still enthusiastically drove there. It is. Let us go to Ba. They quickly left the parking lot, playing until midnight. At the entertainment city, the lively music blared. Tin D took a look around and thought. The entertainment city. That name sounds so familiar. Thitha sitting next to him immediately reminded. Did you forget? That is the same place where I had a conflict with you last time, at Quan Tiaik. This sparked old memories, she exclaimed in surprise. I remember now. Suddenly, 2 waiters appeared with 2 large buquets in front of them. Carefully introducing. Ladies, this is a gift from our young master to you. The cheesiness made Thitha sarcastically remark, the first time giving 2 buquets. Your young master's achievements are quite impressive. But before long, the young waiters were baffled when Wang Zhang snatched the flowers. He decisively threw them away. Thank your young master for me. The crowd was immediately drawn to this. In front of everyone, Ving Tran coldly declared to Sikao Kuing Feng. If you want to give flowers, come here yourself. He has no right to show off in front of me. Everything that happened made Zhang Feng, sitting not far away, grit his teeth in discomfort. It is that guy again. Suddenly, he winced in pain, looking at his severely injured wrist with a pale face. Remembering the scene of being stabbed in the back of his hand, he angrily shouted. A true gentleman does not hold a grudge without revenge. He hurriedly ordered his subordinate, telling Lumim Tai Quite to bring out his newly trained squad. The assets of the entertainment city should be shown off to everyone. At the nightclub, Tai Quite led a group of brothers armed and charged in fiercely. Who is Vidong Tran? The party suddenly got disrupted, and the crowd at the nightclub panicked at their appearance, causing someone to shout. Someone is out for revenge. We need to go now. Hearing this, many patrons rushed to escape the nightclub under the watch of the gangsters. At this moment, all three of them heard the commotion outside. Tinandita noticed there were quite a few of them and suggested, Vung Tran has many people looking for him. Should I call old Hun for help? He turned to look at the crowd, smirking as he replied, No need. We will take down as many as come. He casually sipped his drink while standing up and moving forward. Do you remember when I mentioned there are ways to vent without alcohol? After a brief pause, he calmly added, That means fighting. At the same time, the crowd from Likongfong was also making their way over after encountering each other. He ordered his underlings. Take him down for me. Taegai quite subtly raised his hand to signal the attack, and they moved. The henchmen immediately gripped their weapons and charged at Vung Tran. However, maintaining a calm demeanor, he turned to the two beautiful girls and instructed, You two stay back. With that, he threw his drink straight ahead. The cup hit the face of an approaching thug and shattered into pieces. He collapsed to the ground, blood pooling around him. Nevertheless, this sight did not deter his teammates. At this moment, Toi Quite was standing behind the gangsters attacking Vung Tran, clearly the mastermind behind this. After observing him, Vung Tran quietly concluded that fighting him would be more interesting. Then, he suddenly came up with an idea. Gripping the bottle of alcohol tightly, he aimed straight at the man's face and threw it with all his might. But with Phi Fum's skills, he easily dodged the attack with a swift move. Vung Tran was not to be underestimated either. He swiftly took down all the remaining gangsters. Soon enough, they were all defeated. Now, it was just him facing Tai Quite, and he arrogantly pointed. Your turn. The opponent quickly lunged forward, a smug smile on his face. He was very confident in his fighting abilities, aiming to kick Vung Tran right in the face. But unfortunately, his kick was intercepted. Vung Tran smirked, mocking his opponent. That is not very practical. Seeing his skills, Xing Feng was secretly horrified. This can't be happening. Tai Quite is a legend in the underground fighting world, able to take down a bunch of opponents with just one leg. How could he be so easily stopped by Vung Tran? He was also shocked to see his kick easily countered. What the hell? Suddenly, Vung Tran grabbed his leg, forcing Tai Quite to jump back into a defensive stance. He could see through his next move. Vung Tran skillfully dodged while throwing in some taunts. The path of BHC's Quine is clear. Although it somewhat merges with Thai Quine, it still throws too many moves. If I were in a brawl, I would never let both my feet leave the ground at the same time. That would be too dangerous. Vung Tran used both hands to block the attack from Tai Quite, shouting in frustration. How could you see that? You just scoffed and offered to sell your life to me. And I will tell you, accepting the formidable skills of the opponent, he took that as a challenge and charged forward. Fine. But you have to convince me. Vung Tran effortlessly blocked his punch with one hand and continued to offer benefits. I can triple your strength. You swiftly grabbed the opponent's arm in an instant. At this moment, Tai Quite was completely under your control. Do you yield? But he remained resolute. I won't yield. As if to mock the defeated, Vung Tran kicked him and taunted. Then let us continue. He immediately sprang up after the provocation. Alright, he quickly threw a wine-splitting punch straight at Vung Tran, shouting as if he wanted to fight to the end like a true warrior. Keep going. Vung Tran delivered a sharp kick to Tai Quite's side. No more needed. We can wrap this up. The kick was so powerful that he was knocked back against the wall in the distance. Tai Quite clutched his stomach, struggling to rise in pain, unable to clearly see your movements. Vung Tran looked at Kong Fong and Ninjuo Meng with a smirk. Powerful young master. Do you think today's fight was spectacular? Xing Feng was taken aback by your arrogant attitude. Vung Tran. And just then, the door behind him creaked open. Ifeng Feng turned around and saw several thugs entering the room, each with a fierce expression, some even armed. Xing Feng was startled, then hung bang. Why are they here at this hour? Even the senior members are here. Where are they holding up? They are Minchuo. He ordered to smash it. The gang shouted in unison. Yep. Big brother. They began to wreak havoc in the nightclub. At this point, Tai Quite and Vung Tran had ignited the situation, and he stepped out with the group, signaling, wait a moment. Then Tai Quite asked Vung Tran. You just said you could triple my strength. Is that true? He replied with a bright expression. Of course. Just follow my lead. What I say goes. And you can still continue with Si Tao Kuing Feng if you want. Hearing this, Tai Quite frowned. Si Peng Guang Feng and I are just in a hired relationship. As long as my strength increases like yours, I will do anything you ask. What if Vung Tran suggested to set fire? Tai Quite understood your intentions. As long as it is not too blatant. It is. After hearing that, Vung Tran patted him on the shoulder, saying, Great. I am giving you to someone who will enhance your martial skills. The next morning, at the mansion, Vung Tran received a call from Min K while he was lifting weights. Vung Tran. Do you remember Liu Haiyan? She is in trouble. Min K recounted the situation in the car. mentioning that some police officers went to Liu Haiyan's school. After I received her call, I immediately went to school and heard her friend say she had been taken by the police. After hearing the story, you calmly replied, "She really does not fear death. Leave it to me. Liu Hoan will be fine." Min K reminded him. "Yeah. You definitely have to save her." Vig Tran immediately dialed Minko. "Min Ho. Help me find out where Chu Feng's house is at Capital Normal University. The license plate number is was 546. He dropped the weight onto the table and waited for a response from Min Ho. A moment later, he successfully verified the information and sent it back to Vidong Tran via text. After reading the message from Min Ho, Ving Tran said with satisfaction, "No wonder he is a gangster. He found the info so quickly. Chu Feng, Chu Ko, daring to bully my people. Just wait. You won't have a peaceful day." Right away, he ordered Thaitha to take action. "What? Shung Govnathi, lend me your socks. Nobody will know what you are up to in that luxurious villa." Deepu opened the door to the room. She slammed the door shut and hugged her neck, gasping for breath. That brat from the Liu family finally got taken by the police, even got sprayed with pepper spray, leading to me being in the hospital for a stomach wash and an IV all afternoon, thinking I would not make her sell salt. But Deepu Hud saw a shocking scene before her, making her exclaim. It turns out who stripped Chu Feng naked, tied him up, and hung him upside down from the ceiling. "How did you end up like this?" Dip Hood hurriedly ran to her son, letting him down. Suddenly, she lost the ability to move her limbs and collapsed to the ground. She was stuck, unable to lift herself up. "My hands. My feet. I can't move anymore. What the hell is this?" At this moment, Vung Tran appeared. "Don't move anymore. This rubber is my own concoction. Even a car can get stuck with it." He put his socks over his face, causing Dip Hub to scream in horror. "Who are you?" Ving Tran knelt down and took out a piece of duct tape, disdainfully stating, "Don't worry. Although I like demure women, I have lost interest past the season." The duct tape was stuck tightly, making Dip Hoove extremely terrified. Then he turned to look at Chu Feng, who was hanging upside down, already holding a whip behind his back. "I came today to settle a matter." Saying that, he struck him hard, making the victim scream in pain. "After warming up, you can finally express your feelings. You will never understand that when you abuse your power to ruin someone else's life, they will feel utter despair." Ving Tran continued to whip Chu Feng hard, causing him to lose 2 teeth. "But luckily, you all met me." Gripping the whip tightly with both hands, he coldly threatened, "You all will finally get to feel this kind of despair. Of course, I am not a sadist. I just want you to know." He struck Chu Feng once to intimidate him while lecturing. "If you have done something bad, then waking up will bring retribution." Seeing DP Hub could only watch her son getting beaten and crying out, Ving Tran gleefully sneered, "Beating your son, now you know the pain. What about when your son, that beast, harmed someone else's daughter?" He tossed him around mercilessly. "Without me, you would have suffered a lot worse. Today I will help you teach your son a lessons so he remembers not to do bad things for the rest of his life." Finally, he dropped Chu Feng to the ground like a pig ready for slaughter, then approached Dipe Hud and cleared his throat, demanding, "This is just the beginning. Tell your husband to either retire or be ruined, if I find out he has committed heinous crimes." After finishing everything, Ving Tran turned to leave. "I won't bother spending more effort. Just let him die." Not long after, at the mansion, an online article was displayed on the computer screen. It turned out that Min K was reading the news. She suddenly had a question. Although he went to the Chu family that day, why did not he directly tell them to release Liu Haiyan? Besides, telling me to teach those students to protest is not that unnecessary given his capabilities. Hearing this, the Vingya Tran calmly explained that with the lesson from that day and a bit of public pressure, Liu Hon would definitely be fine. Who knows? They might even uncover some dirty tricks behind Tung Khe. He took a sip of water, very confident in her abilities, even able to see who was behind Tung Khe. Who was this person really a pawn for? Minky felt extremely curious. Why was he so interested in this? Ving Tran lightly placed the glass of water on the table, seemingly having some intentions in mind. These matters were related to her, but now was not the time to discuss it. After that, he stepped out of her office, leaving Mun K looking after him in confusion. Meanwhile, in another lavish mansion, K-Ho slammed his laptop down on the table in anger, causing his assistant to exclaim, "Chief Secretary." He had the audacity to ask if we needed to hold Zi Hexi Thuvi V accountable, which only infuriated him even more. Hold accountable? Who? Proposing something so foolish at this time, the assistant, now too scared, could only weakly exclaim. But he was dialing the phone while muttering about a group of useless people. As soon as the other end picked up, he immediately changed his tone and greeted warmly, "Hello, is that you? Old leader, it is K-Ho. It has been a long time since I last checked on you. But unexpectedly, the other party already knew everything. All right. No need to pretend anymore. I know what is going on. If I protect you this time, it means telling everyone that you are mine. With a fearful attitude, he tried to plead, please. Old leader. Help me out one more time, the leader said. I can protect you again. But afterward, you need to. At the mansion where V Dongtran was staying, Tatini hurriedly ran over, holding her phone screen up to everyone. Oh my, it is all gone. The thief frowned, displeased with her actions. Always so excited and not clearly stating anything, she immediately unleashed a barrage of words. A few days ago until this morning, it was still possible to find bad news about the Chu family. But just now, everything had been investigated. Min K suddenly felt intrigued and joined the conversation. Controlling all the media in all of Hua. How many people have this capability? Viving Tran sat back, calmly pondering, repeating her words. How many people have this capability made the 100 think of something. Could it be that he was joking while maintaining a flirtatious attitude with the beauty? She said it. I did not say anything. He thought to himself, do not take future steps. The next move should be to use the Pon Tungkang Ho to open up a loophole here at that police station. Ving Trung Tran was waiting at the door with a luxury 4-seater car. Li Yuhan walked out of the station looking exhausted, and upon seeing that familiar face, tears streamed down her cheeks, and she began to cry. 2 streams of tears rolled down her cheeks. Viving Tran watched in silence. She asked, why did not Sister Thun Fai come? He replied, she is not free. I'm the only one here to pick you up. Lu Hein wiped her tears and smiled. V Trong Tran. Thank you so much this time. It seems you really understand her sincerity. I want to thank you. But do not think about repaying me with your body. I won't agree to that. She playfully scolded Vidong Tran. You do not look serious at all. I need to thank not just you. To celebrate your safe return, I will treat you to a meal. The two continued their conversation in the car, and Chu Fong asked, what do you plan to do? Viving Tran calmly said, the only way to deal with that kind of person is to give him a good beating so he won't cause trouble again. While driving, Liu Howen continued to ask, you obviously have to hit him. Someone that ugly still wants a girl. It is really bothering me that he does not get plastic surgery. He stopped the car, and he and Liu Howen leaned into a roadside restaurant to eat. While eating, Liu Howen could not hide her disbelief at the torture Ving Tran had inflicted. He was really too cruel. Extremely cruel, yet he still maintained a calm demeanor, even looking a bit arrogant. How could he be cruel? Liu Howen glanced at him. Of course he was cruel. He hit the guy on the butt, and he could still sleep. He hit the guy all over and even splashed chilly water on him. What kind of position does he expect him to sleep in? Stand. Ving Tran slowly replied succinctly. Can't he stand? There are 2 whips under his feet too. After hearing that, she could not help but laugh. Huh. You really are something. Just then, he received an urgent call from his friend. My dad is sick. You must come back quickly. Upon receiving her command, he immediately stood up. I have to go. You head back on your own. Call me if you need anything. A moment later, he was driving back to the Thingy Quan mansion. Besides Ving Tran's 4-seater car, there was also a convertible sports car. He executed a skilled drift to overtake. It turned out the driver was Tine Long, who was fuming at Ving Tran's driving skills. Where did this reckless person come from? Looking back at Tine Long, he thought that the second young master of the Thi Eng Quan family was probably just wanting to grab some assets. At the Thingy Quan mansion, there were many people present. As soon as Liam V saw Vung Tran enter, she could not hide her displeasure. She spoke up, who are you? But he did not care at all. Continuing to walk calmly with his eyes closed, completely ignored, she snapped angrily. The Thieng Quan family's business does not need outsiders meddling. If you know what is good for you, get lost. Only then did he pay attention to Xiaomai's words. I'm a bodyguard. It seemed that other members of the Thieng Quan family were showing him a lot of disrespect. Laughing maniacally. But DMVS disgust for him had reached new heights. Just a bodyguard. Get out of here quickly. Thankfully, the Thi intervened just in time when his presence at the Thieng Quan house was not welcomed. V Trong Tran. You finally made it. Hurry up here. Seeing this, Tun Long quickly joined in with the siblings at home to pressure her. Stop right there. The Thai. Why are you letting a bodyguard follow you at this moment? Can he really cure Uncle Bai's illness? That is just ridiculous. ZMV crossed his arms and frowned with a superior look. The Thai. Let me advise you. At this moment, do not let outsiders take advantage and strike covertly. Our Thieng Quan family has accumulated wealth for many years. It cannot fall into the hands of someone with evil intentions. Hearing the hidden bitterness in every word, the Thi immediately retorted. My dad is just sick. Why are you starting to discuss inheritance? Are you cursing my dad? V Trong Tran. Come on. Jia Chun lay motionless on the bed in the room. Looking anxious, the Thi asked him. V. Trong Tran. What is going on? Earlier, I invited several famous Western medical experts. They took blood and ran tests but found nothing wrong with my dad. So I sent them away. He held the man's hand tightly to check his pulse. The pulse was normal. The heart was beating normally. But his eyes were tightly shut, seemingly without any sensation. What is going on here? Shortly after, Jia Lam entered the room, looking at Ving Tran as if he were a child. What does a young person know? He could identify Jia Chan's illness. The doctor agreed to pay him $1 billion. And if he could not figure it out, he should leave quickly. Hearing this, the Thi turned to him. What is the situation? Quickly tell me the result. And he answered bluntly. I think he might be poisoned. The Thi stared at Ving Tran in disbelief. Poisoned? How could that be? He shook his head, his tone calm. I do not know. I have never seen this condition before. But it is definitely not a common illness. I often use poison. I can specify which type. But there is an 80% chance your dad has been poisoned. As soon as he finished speaking, Jia Lam immediately rebutted. What are you basing your guess on? He replied shortly and took an acupuncture needle out of his intuition box. Then he used the needle to press points on Jia Chan's wrist. Jia Lam still did not trust his ability. What good is intuition? The Thai. You are being irresponsible towards your dad. Casually bringing in a quack to look at him. Do you want him to die sooner? The shook her head repeatedly, clearly not convinced. Uncle, at this point, you are still mocking. The one who wants something to happen to my dad is you. If my dad is around for a day, do not think about inheriting the family position. The tense conflict between the two was immediately interrupted by Jia T. Arguing loudly was inappropriate. He came with an important announcement. All international shareholders will meet tomorrow afternoon to decide who will temporarily take over the work, while Jia Chin is ill. The Thi will attend in place of her father. It turns out that all of this was just a power struggle among the members of the Thi Angquan family. And she had realized it clearly now. What do you mean by this? Uncle, my dad is lying in the hospital bed, uncertain if he will live or die. You all have started discussing the division of assets again. If he knew about this, it would surely break his heart. I thought my words would sway him. But he completely ignored it and even turned the blame back on me. How dare you speak to me like this? There is no need to talk about big or small matters. It is best not to mention the family affairs to him. He is too old to bear the burden. After that, the remaining members of the upper house left one by one. Only Thi and Ving Tran remained in the room. She broke down in tears from helplessness, while he calmly reassured her. Don't worry. Just give me some time. And I will definitely help your dad recover. A while later, at the city conference building, a line tried to convince the Thi to withdraw from the upcoming election of the upper house. Uncle said, even if it comes to voting, your uncle has the advantage. Why do you need to endure this suffering? At your age, you should be talking about love and finding a good man to marry. Jia Lam leisurely enjoyed his cigar while pouring more fuel on the fire, criticizing his own niece harshly. I thought she was hopeful about becoming the head of the family. But I did not expect her to be so greedy at such a young age. If this continues, how can she manage? But she is not one to back down easily. I can withdraw. Dad left everything behind. I have to take care of everything for Dad. I am waiting for the day he wakes up. Jia Lam does not even believe whether he will wake up or not. Don't waste any more time here. Just vote already. Uncle even scheduled a golf game. Just then, Ving Tran arrived. Looking tired of the long meeting, he forcefully opened the door and stepped in. As soon as he entered the room, his gaze immediately found Thi. She smiled, but her eyes were on the verge of tears. Ving Tran's presence made Jia Lam furious. Where did that dog come from? Get out of here fast. But he remained unfazed. I am not a rich second generation. Nor am I the son-in-law of the upper house. I am just a bodyguard of Thi Angquan. A bodyguard must not let his master suffer. And I do not want to get involved in business affairs. So if she sheds a tear, I will take action against you all. Even after saying all that, Jia Lam still would not listen. He shouted crazily, Security! Security! Get this person out of here. Immediately, Ving Tran pulled out a knife and slammed it down on the table. With a serious expression, he declared loudly, leaving everyone stunned. Don't doubt the truth of what I say. A moment later, the Thi stood up, her voice calm. That is how it will be. During my father's illness, I will take charge of all international affairs at Xidong, and I hope my colleagues can cooperate. If there is nothing more to say, today's shareholders meeting will end here. Jia Lam could only remain silent in dissatisfaction. He and the others left the conference room under Thi's watchful eyes. Then, with a bright expression, she turned to Ving Tran. Did I push them too hard? Anyway, they are my elders. But how can you trust such selfish people? You replied. Even if she does not push them, they won't spare her. The business world is like that. Sometimes even more ruthless than the battlefield. I would rather charge into battle than fight in the business arena. Hearing this, the Thi retorted. But I felt his heart was darker than anyone else's. V. Trong Tran. You have helped me so much. Yet I still treat you coldly and unkindly. You still did not miss the chance to joke around. Don't worry. How could I hold a grudge against a girl with irregular periods? After hearing this, she exploded in anger. You are dead today. Lithy sat deep and thought about her relative's schemes, wanting to control the C-Dung group in a short time. And there were also a few colleagues with treacherous hearts. It seemed like an incredibly difficult task. She turned to Ving Tran and said, Grandpa has been in seclusion for many years, and Dad fell ill at such a crucial time. V. Trong Tran. I need your help. You reflected back on her family's background. The Ngquanan chain dedicated 30 years to build C-Dung, and after declaring his third son as the heir, he suddenly went into seclusion. Time has proven that his judgment was very accurate. For over 20 years, the Thay Ngquan family has held the position of the head of the family. C-Dung International has indeed developed much more than before. How can the face this immense pressure? It seemed that even you felt overwhelmed by the many developments. You raised both hands to touch your head. The first time I met Then Phi, he was poisoned. This time, her father was poisoned again. There have been too many recent events. I need to find some clues. During this time, stay at C-Dung. I will call Troningdang to protect you, so I can rest a bit, acknowledging your effort. Fifi thought to herself that there might be some kind of agreement between Viding Tran and her father. If something happened to her dad, he definitely would need some time to investigate. And then it would be time for gratitude. All right. Thank you. Vivring Tran stood up and planned to leave the room. But Thi called him back. Ving Tran made you curious. She awkwardly said, if later you need the support of the Ngquan family, I will definitely use all the strength of C-Dung International to help you get it done. I believe you will surely cure my father. After hearing this, you confidently raised 3 fingers. Sister Ngquan, suddenly like this really makes me feel a bit uncomfortable. Also, on the third point, I will definitely do my best to help you with your irregular periods. The crossed her arms, feeling that this was really boring. Some time later at the airport, Ketty and Lai Tung arrived in Ho Chi under the guidance of David and Mar, and a teenager looked at them with disdain. There is no sign of coup reverse here pretending to be some imperial hacker. However, Ying Tung just had to glare, and the kid was scared out of his wits. Seeing this, and T had to reprimand him. Don't he always show off your talent like that? He scared the boy there. The kid looked up at the ceiling as if pondering over America. Then he arrogantly exclaimed, Ho Chi Depling Tang has finally returned. Outside the airport, Ketty's group walked past Dongfeng, who was waiting next to a shiny black luxury car. He spotted Dong Tung fiddling with a cigarette and immediately ran toward him, shouting, Brother. Seeing that interesting scene, Ketty remarked to him, This is your younger brother. I would not have guessed the difference is so huge. With a frivolous step, the once pale person seemed quite frightened of him. Dongfeng was very happy to see Dong Tung again. Brother, you are finally back. However, he still had a lot of bitter feelings towards Dongfeng, and did not need to pretend to smile like that. I know you are a bit unwilling about my return, especially after ruining our father's business. Yet you still showed up to see me. All he could do was scratch his head and laugh awkwardly. This is my mistake. I was supposed to follow you and learn something serious. It seemed Dong Tung had planned everything in advance. He crossed his arms and said, Dongfeng, I do not think that is necessary. I have already contacted a university in Europe for you. The flight tickets are booked. We leave tomorrow. Upon hearing this, he immediately fell into a state of shock at the sudden turn of events. Big bro, how can this be? This is what Dad decided. Do you really want to go against his wishes? Dong Tung remained steadfast in his plan. I do not think Dad will change his mind. Besides, my decision is final. No one can change that. At this point, Dongfeng could no longer endure it. He shouted in frustration, On what basis do you decide my life? I thought those hurtful words might shake Dong Tung, but it turned out they did not. I do not need to explain. You can enjoy good food and nice clothes outside. But if you do not go, do not even think about entering the Dong family door again. Witnessing the sad confrontation between the brothers, Kitty scolded him. Kong, how could you treat your younger brother like this? He really seems a bit pitiful. From now on he won't have a home to return to, he replied. Kitty, you do not need to meddle in my family matters. The principal wants you to help me. Do not ask about other things, such as my family. Kitty then turned to him and asked about their upcoming plans. Kong, when will you meet our allies in Hoa? He thought for a moment and replied, As for our allies, it seems to me that we are just stepping on a stone. Dong Tung believed the plan would succeed brilliantly, but Kitty was not so sure. You are too confident. Isn't there a saying in Hoa? Humility allows people to progress. I feel like I will never see your humble side in this lifetime. After that, he took a step forward. There will be many things to make you happy when we get to Hoa. Then he presented his plan. We will visit our old friend first. A matte black car stopped in front of the Bach Nien Truyen Kai nightclub. Dong Tung stepped out of the car confidently, declaring, I am back tonight, inside the bar. Young people were enjoying themselves to the booming music. He entered the hall with Kitty and 2 subordinates. Then issued a command. Just one word shattered the festive atmosphere. David and Mar immediately nodded in compliance. The nearby waiter, seeing this scene, was a bit surprised and shocked. Just a second later, he was lifted into the air by both hands, unable to do anything but scream. David said nothing and forcefully threw the waiter aside. He immediately crashed into the wine cabinet in front. The sound of shattering glass echoed throughout the nightclub. The waiter lay unconscious amidst the shattered wine bottles from the impact. The onlookers witnessing the scene quickly ran away in panic. The sound of their terrified screams filled the air. Just then, the nightclub director, Hong Ba, stepped out of the chaotic crowd, his eyes showing clear annoyance, then raised his fist toward David, shouting to rally his spirits. Kadi could not help but smirk in approval. Not bad. He showed some courage. He punched straight into David's stomach, but his opponent did not flinch at all. David stood there, staring at Hong Ba without any expression, then raised his hand to return the punch. In contrast to Hong Ba's ineffective strike, David sent him flying back several meters. He clutched his stomach in pain, weakly coughing up a mouthful of blood. Before he could collect himself, a foot suddenly stepped on his face. The one who made this brazen move was Zhang Teng. He kicked harder while coldly warning, "Tell Li Ming how I said this. The underground world of this capital is not something he can handle alone." A moment later, Miniko's silhouette gradually entered his turf. But now it was in disarray. He quickly approached Hong Ba, who was lying helpless on the floor, and upon seeing this, he could not help but feel angry. He asked, "Who did this?" Tears and snot streamed down his face as he took the blame. "Big bro. I have disappointed you." Hearing this, Minako immediately declared, "Get to the hospital. Blood debts must be paid in blood." The morning sunlight filtered through the hospital's glass windows. He sat beside Hoang Ba's hospital bed, asking, "Tell me, what happened?" Hong Bei dared not hide anything and quickly reported everything. 3 men, 1 woman, and 2 very strong white guys. I only took 4 hits. My ribs are broken. Big bro. That man told me to pass a message to you. The underground world of this capital is not something he can handle alone. Minako was a bit surprised by this and thought to himself, when did this foreign expert arrive here? Are they targeting me? Then he spoke to reassure him. Don't worry. Focus on your recovery. I promise you, what you lost, I will get back tenfold. Luo Mineko had never been able to fulfill such a promise before. On the other side of a tall building, Tendi held a dress in her hands, continuously asking her companion, "The Thai. Do you think this dress suits me? There is a party tonight. Do you want to go?" The Thai, unable to stand the noise, turned to her assistant. "Arrange for me a cage. Lock it up. It is so annoying." Just then, she received a phone call, and the voice on the other end was unpleasing, making her irritatedly retort, "What? You want the daughter to come home for a blind date?" And TA takes side. "What is dad thinking? What is wrong with you? Your daughter is still so young yet you are worried about marrying her off." TK takes. Hearing this, calmly gave orders, "Come back quickly, or I will tell your mom to come get you." Tun Dida, despite the threat, refused to back down. "Mom of old Tiger Han. Do you think no one knows dad is afraid of his wife? You act like a hero outside all day. But why do you turn into a good boy at home?" He was so angry that he stood up from his chair. "How dare you talk to dad like that? You must come home by noon tomorrow. No delays. If not, I will send someone to drag you back." She turned to her most trusted person for help. "What should I do? What should I do? Dad is angry now. What should Thai Thi do?" She calmly turned and made a mocking remark. "What is the rush? What if it is a perfect husband? Maybe you two will hit it off right away." Tindi felt extremely dissatisfied. "I do not like it. I want to play more. I do not want to get married so soon." The Thai, "You have to think of a way to help me." The Thi then reconsidered the situation. "I am already 20. Why is my dad so eager to marry me off?" Her mind was in a tangle. "Exactly. Dad has never let me suffer anything since I was little. I wonder what happened this time." Suddenly, Tindi had an idea, filled with hope. "It is just a blind date. Right. If I do not like the guy when the time comes, that is the end of it. Right." The morning sun shone down on the 2 modern houses. Ving Tran sat quietly reading, sighing in frustration. If only he could reach that person now. I really do not know where that old man is leisurely hanging out. He recalled the moment he stood straight to greet the man he was reasoning with initially. He told himself to be the bodyguard for Thi Thi. Could it really be related to the Long Lun incident years ago? He sat in the chair, advising him not to try to contact him. If there was a task, he would inform him. Back to reality. Vivung Tran closed the book, feeling frustrated and a bit worried. Where on earth is he now? Don't he die in front of me? Suddenly, the doorknob rattled as someone pushed into the room. A Tin D appeared from behind the door, sweetly calling out. He stopped her with a helpless expression. What was she trying to flatter him for? Sneaking around like that is annoying. Just say what you need. Tin D smiled gently but felt a blazing fire inside as she approached Ving Tran, placing her hand on his shoulder and buttering him up. Big bro, you are tired, are not you? Let me help you relax. Hearing this, Ving Tran played along. All right, then let us do it for half an hour. The Thi laughed loudly at the scene. And only then did Tun Da feel a bit annoyed and confess. Ving Tran, I am serious. I need your help. The morning sun shone through the yellow glass window, illuminating the lush green bushes. After hearing the story, the Ving Tran jumped back in shock. What, you want me to pretend to be your boyfriend? No way. I am really busy these days. Tin Di clasped her hands in front, her eyes filled with pleading despair. Ving Tran, I have no choice. My dad is forcing me to meet someone. I do not want to. And I definitely do not want to get married tomorrow. Just acting with you is enough. He glanced at Thai for help, calculating in his mind. Hearing about the ethereal beauty of Han's wife, he thought, entering there would be like walking into a tiger's den. It would not end well. At that moment, she could only shake her head helplessly, not receiving a reply. Atindiba lunged forward threateningly. If you do not go, I will say I am carrying your child. With my mom's temper, she would probably shoot you on the spot. Ving Tran had no choice but to agree. Miss Lien, I will agree this time. But if your parents pull a gun on me, you have to stop them. By the way, do I need to wear a bulletproof vest? The house painted in brown and white stood out against the bright sunlight from the sky. It was the Han family home. Thin Mun and Becky Song sat neatly on the sofa. He boldly spoke first. Today I came here with T Min to meet your daughter Tin Di. I see they are about the same age. So I took the liberty to come today. The ethereal beauty smiled brightly across from him, clearly pleased with her future son-in-law. I see Thin Mun has bright eyes. Not only is he talented, but he is also a remarkable young man. I feel very reassured that Tin Debi will marry someone like Tu Bu Min. He added honestly. I have always had a crush on her. It has been several years. But I still do not know if Tin Deller has feelings for me. Yin then reassured the other party. What could she think? Tin Di has always been very well behaved, and who could see her and not like her? It truly is destiny. Bi Sirung lifted his teacup, ready to enjoy it. His face could not hide the joy. If we could discuss their marriage, my dad would be thrilled. She broke into a radiant smile and asked, is this the idea of Mer? Inhan Than thought to herself. Is pleased? So this must be happening. We could become in-laws with a top political family in China. That is a win for us. Then she turned to chide. Why has not Tin Di returned yet? This girl is getting more and more clueless. Let me call her. Suddenly, the quiet atmosphere was interrupted by loud barking. He stood up to announce. Dad took the dog out for a walk. Be careful. This dog is very aggressive. It bites strangers. Below Quoth walked in holding the barking dog. He bent down to gently pet its head and said, Stop barking. It is all family here. Old buddy. Rest now. You are getting old but still so temperamental. Witnessing this moment, the Mun quickly approached Bo Quoth and said, Hello. Grandpa. Ain. The old man kindly praised him. Luo has a fine grandson. We are getting old now. The world now belongs to you youngsters. He glanced at the dog, his tone a bit flattering. This dog is very smart. It seems you have put a lot of effort into training it. Hitting the nail on the head, Beloquov quickly began sharing about the dog. It has been with me for 15 years. This blackback German Shepherd was a service dog I brought home after retiring from the military. I was 8 years old, and I liked it the moment I saw it. I raised it for over a year. This dog makes me feel lucky. It is alert but not just any typical dog. He then reached down to stroke its back. Continuing the story, its body is covered in scars, but they are all its glory. The Mun, having heard this, then asked, Grandpa Hun, what is this dog's name? The dog smiled brightly with his answer. His name is Long. Soon, the black mat car arrived in front of a large house. Yin Than, hearing the noise from inside, turned to the door and guessed, maybe Tin Di is back. Sure enough, she quickly opened the door and called out, Ving Tran, come out now. Do not hide there. Grandpa is here too. Hearing this, he could not help but be wide-eyed in shock. Speechless. Ving Tran, being escorted, felt his embarrassment lessen a bit. Tin Di turned serious and instructed. It seems the person for the blind date is Thin Min, Tu Nian's younger brother, and beside him is Bi Song, the Deputy Minister of Defense. You probably know him. Ving Tran, play your role well. And remember, you are not allowed to do anything to her. Seeing her daughter bring home a man, and Than quickly came over to ask Tin Di, what is going on here? She firmly asserted, this is your boyfriend. You introduced yourself. Hello everyone. I am Ving Tran. I am a bit rushed today and did not have time to prepare. I hope you understand. Suddenly, Long's little furry ears perked up, and he turned to see something that amazed him. He immediately jumped forward on his hind legs. Ulo Kuk was equally astonished at Long's appearance. He flew over to Vung Tran, happily jumping into his arms. Witnessing this joyful scene, Tindy's eyes widened in surprise. Then Mun silently observed everything. As the excited dog continuously licked Vung Tran's face, you excitedly called out to him. Memories slowly began to resurface. The two of you played on the steps. Pure joy was evident on your face. There were also moments when you seriously trained him to jump through hoops. But then tragedy struck unexpectedly. One day, you held a piece of paper in your hand, your face clearly showing sadness. The paper contained a list of fallen personnel. A glaring name stood out among the lines. Back in reality, Ving Tran caressed the dog he thought he would never see again, feeling secretly joyful. I have found another loved one. Below Quoth watched this reunion with deep emotion. It seemed he had finally found his true owner. Tindy looked at the man and dog entwined with affectionate eyes. Suddenly, Vin Mun approached to pay his respects, catching Ving Tran off guard. Then the two Dakon men quickly walked toward the door to leave. At that moment, he approached you to ask about the past. Which special forces team were you in? Ving Tran politely stood tall and humbly replied, I mainly specialized in dog training. Then you continue to inform everyone. Sirs. Tun Dida. I should be going now. As if understanding your words. Long raised his paw to try to hold you back. Ving Tran bent down to comfort him. You stay here. I will come back to visit you later. Deep down, he quickly thought, once I finish everything, I will take you with me. I hope you can hold on until that day. Then you turned to leave, leaving Tin Di behind. Moved to tears, she raised her hand to wipe away her tears, resolutely declaring, Dad, I want to enlist. The otherworldly being looked at his daughter in slight disbelief. Have you thought this through? You are not trying to run away. Are you? Tin Di ignored the mocking words and firmly replied, well, there is no reason to stop now. He gently patted his precious daughter's head and advised, if you have made up your mind, then go ahead. No one wants you to carry the Han family's burden. Do not put pressure on yourself. The otherworldly being quickly devised a suitable plan, his words containing a hint of intention. Go train at the Nine Cha military district for a while, then study at the National Defense University. I won't tell anyone you are a Han, but do not disgrace the Han family. Under the glaring sunlight, the building's glass reflected the clear, beautiful sky. The Thea sat on the sofa hugging a pillow. Every word she spoke was just thinking about that lovely girl. I really miss Tun. I only heard the girl went to the Nine Cho military area. I do not even know how she is doing now. The girl was spoiled since she was little, weak in body and hands. Can she endure hardship? She did not even say goodbye when she left. Ving Tran gazed far out the window towards the city, his expression very serious, as if contemplating an important issue. You guys work really fast. Ving Tran looked at the cityscape and suddenly asked, do you know Thun Yi Quan Vine Tu? The Th quickly turned her head, her tone skeptical. You mean the eldest son of the Th Quan family? Without waiting for a response, she analyzed each person one by one. His family belongs to the second generation. The In Quan Palong is reckless, while the In Quan Ven Tu is stable. The imagined Ven and Tu in her mind, continuing to admire. Land in the capital is so expensive. The In Quan Ven and Tu has a large piece of land, even built a small farm. After hearing this, he tilted his head slightly and smiled mockingly, truly living away from the world. Seeing this, she felt the need to warn him. It is better to act cautiously and not underestimate his calm demeanor. You never know what kind of person is behind him. They say Thegyu Quanqi Tan Long fears nothing in the world, but is afraid of his older brother. Ving Tran dusted off his hands without any restraint. I have heard the second young master is having a lavish party at his villa. Let us go join the fun. The Th became interested and directly tossed the pillow aside. A modern high-rise building appeared. It was the Enquan Tan Long's house. Inside, he was indulging with two girls when suddenly loud noises interrupted his pleasure. A Tin Long lost his temper and yelled, Who wants to die? He quickly went to the door. Long Gai looked in curiously. It turned out to be Th Quan Van Taiyu outside. Tan and Long, confused, opened the door for his brother. What brings you here? Van Tune cheerfully held up the white bag in his hand. The rabbit I raised. I killed 2 of them and brought 1 for you. You know I hired a chef from a 5-star restaurant. Right, since I am here. I also want to taste your chef's skills today. Hearing that, he felt a mix of regret and reproach. Brother, why go through so much trouble? What do you want to eat? I can just have someone bring it over. Why go around like this? Vinitiu was moving forward. Quickly turned his head back. His tone laced with questioning. Everyone has their preferences. His was in this aspect. And you? What were you doing before I came? Caught off guard, Tin Long shyly scratched his head. Brother. You know, that is my hobby. The lighter flicked on. The cigarette on his lips was ready to be lit. Tan Long had moved to the sofa, his attitude full of concern. Brother. This time uncle is sick. Do not you have any other thoughts? Let Dan sit there. I feel it is not worth it. Veen Tiu was also deeply thoughtful but tried to reassure him. We do not know when uncle will wake up. For now, let us not worry about these things. The past few years have not been easy for you, uncle. Without you, how could we share such profits every year? This time, it really feels like the heavens are jealous of the talented. He furrowed his brow, smoke curling with each word. If you could sit in that position, you would definitely do even better than uncle. Venantiu quickly declined and changed the subject. You know, I am not interested. Why not hurry and tell the chef to make some food? It is not good to let me go hungry. Hearing that, Atan Long was wise enough to not say more. I will have her call right away. Venantiu, calm as ever, requested more. Let my two beauties join in too. The more, the merrier. This must have left him speechless. The matte black car sped up to Tianlong's house. Ving Tran stood in front of the tall gate, speaking with admiration. Is this really the place? A big villa like this, and only one person lives here. The Engi Quantong really knows how to enjoy life. The Th crossed her arms, analyzing the owner of this place. If I am not mistaken, my brother is probably very busy. She shielded her eyes from the sunlight and continued to observe. A life like this really makes others envious. She glanced over and teased lightly. Do you want that too? Vung Tran felt a bit embarrassed and changed the subject. Of course. I think he definitely won't change his ways. Thitha walked to the side of the yellow convertible, emphasizing an old story. Last time you saw his car at the door, you scratched it. You borrowed from Chef Menfai. This can't be overlooked. Hitting the sore spot. She smirked mischievously and pulled out the hot topic. I have been holding back my desire for revenge for a long time. Do you know he cursed me very harshly? Suddenly, she seemed to see something. Wait a minute. The Th's expression suddenly turned serious. It seems that Yi Quan Van Tiu has arrived. And Ving Tran excitedly looked over. Well, today just got even better. She cheerfully lifted the knife and ran it lightly across the surface. Since we are here, we can leave empty-handed. Did you forget when your dad was in a deep coma? What did he and your cousins talk about in the living room? As soon as she finished speaking, she swung her hand, and the knife flew through the air, striking the back tire of that car. Ving Tran continued to wreak havoc by drawing lines on the car with the knife. The Thi did not bother to stop him and joined in the laughter. Ten Long came out from inside, seeing his beloved car being tortured and boiling with anger. What are you doing? He did not hold back and scolded them. The Inquan Thatha. Why do not you control your dog? Thitha would never let her friend be bullied. Clenching her fists, she shouted. Who are you calling a dog? The Vung Tran over here kept on destroying, ignoring everything around him. Tan Long immediately pointed behind, exposing that it was him. Her dog biting randomly. Clearly its owner is no better. Shangguan Thi, I warn you to get me a new pourer within 3 days, or you will regret it. Jiang raised her hands, her tone very indifferent. It is up to you. I am not paying for anything anyway. Wang Zhang smashed that car with a clear path. He suddenly pulled out a powerful hammer. That is exactly what I was waiting for. Wang Zhang swung the hammer down on the convertible, creating an ear-splitting noise. Tin Lang lost his composure, flailing his arms. Shangguan Thi. At that moment, Van Tiu stepped outside, friendly and inviting. The Thai. Come inside and talk. She was momentarily surprised upon seeing the other person and demanded them to stop. Brother Van Tu. Wang Zhang. Stop it. Tin Lang was still full of energy. Snitching, brother. Look at what Thai has done. She came to my house and broke my car. And now that Uncle Bai is sick, no one is watching her. This girl thinks she can do whatever she wants. Van Tiu maintained his previous attitude and pointed toward the house. All right, let us go inside and have a drink. I brought some food from the farm. Is noon. Let us eat together. Then he approached the two and extended his hand to greet. Hello. I am Shangguan Van Tiu. I have heard that Thai's bodyguard is quite formidable. Today I finally get to meet you. Wang Zhang tossed the hammer aside, walked over to shake hands. His words extremely polite. I have heard of the Shangguan family's young master. I have also heard about your farm. To be honest, I am very interested. I wonder if I could take a little tour. Van Tiu smiled, politely and enthusiastically agreeing. Of course, if you do not mind my humble and shabby place. After lunch, we can go over there. I brought some rare chrysanthemum seeds from abroad. They are about to bloom. Wang Zhang replied courteously on the surface. Then I apologize for the trouble, while secretly admiring. This guy has a fortune of nearly $1 billion but shows no interest. Either he really does not care about power and money, or he is secretly hiding his talents, making future relations complex. After that, all four of them entered. And just as they stood at the door, Wang Zhang immediately sensed a strong scent of female hormones. Definitely more than one or two. The Thu was extremely flustered. Snorting slightly, at this point, they all sat down at the dining table. Wang Zhang kept eating, prompting her to hand him a napkin as a reminder. Eat slowly, or you will choke. Taking the opportunity, Tin Lang scolded, wondering where this uncultured thing came from. Shangguan Thi, do you think your dog can sit at the dining table? You keep chewing loudly, refusing to back down. You are right. But I am the best hunting dog. You would better not catch my eye. Or even if you do not get bitten to death, you will be crippled for life. Van Tiu hurriedly stood up to intervene in this fight. Tun Lang, stop making noise. The Thai rarely comes here. The Thai. This rabbit is raised by me. You should taste how it is. Wang Zhang noticed the other person's food-picking hand. He was using his left hand. The Thai casually turned to explain. Van Tiu is indeed left-handed. He wrote with his left hand all through school. And after 2 years, it is still the same. Left-handed people are very smart, always ranking first in every exam at school. That year, Van Tiu had the highest score in the high school exam in the capital. You could not help but gasp in astonishment. He was truly impressive. But inside, you were secretly angry because you hated people with high IQs the most. She continued to ramble on about the previous story with a tone of regret. But unfortunately, Van Tiu went abroad for study and did not take the college entrance exam. Otherwise, he would definitely be the highest scorer in the capital. Vong Tran continued eating, casually chatting about the situation. Isn't the rural scenery abroad better than at home? A large farm of several thousand square meters would be fantastic. I once passed by there. The farming industry there is very developed. You rested your chin on your hand with a disdainful attitude. A dog can go abroad too. It can go east and west. Are they swimming dogs? Vong Tran was not angry at all and threw back a sarcastic remark. You are right again. I have done the swimming dog thing for going abroad. He simply ignored those words. Who would believe that? At this moment, Van Tiu turned to share his plans. Being a stranger in a foreign land is not a long-term plan. Speaking of farming, I always feel that the land in Huaxio is better. Abroad, I can find the feeling of home. You found that a bit funny and teased. Home is only referred to where you come from. Do you play with guns? Van Tiu, without the slightest hesitation, started recounting stories from the past. He used to love going to the shooting range. But later, he was busy taking care of plants and gradually lost interest. Vong Tran jokingly asked, half serious, noticing the calluses on his hands. He must do a lot of work normally. After hearing this, Tin Lang found it quite annoying and slammed the table to question him. What my brother does has nothing to do with you. No matter how chaotic my little brother is, you still act like nothing's wrong. The farm is very large. I am busy by myself, so I hired a few people to help. We should check out the farm. The rabbit bone had been completely gnawed down. The meat left on the table. You gave Van Tiu a thumbs up in praise. This rabbit meat is really delicious. I have to go to the farm to catch a few more later. He was also very generous. When we head back, I will have someone bring it to your car. The clear sky combined with the lush woods below created a beautiful scene. The white car was waiting for them to go to Van Tiu's vast farm. You stood outside, pointing with an air of authority. This is the vegetable field. Every year, it produces over 10,000 g of vegetables. This type of vegetable has even been tested by the aviation industry for space mutation. Hence its high yield. Witnessing this picturesque scene, Vong Tran quickly decided, when I get older, I will also grow vegetables and flowers. It will be really comfortable. Then the three of them continued moving to another area, where the dogs were kept, scratching the metal door and barking loudly. The thief looked at these animals and stepped back a little in fear. These dogs are really scary. At this point, you finally turned to ask about them. Do you like dog fighting? Van Tiu did not hide his preferences. I just keep them. I have never fought them. You see how aggressive these dogs are towards others. But they are friendly with you. It is quite enjoyable. After getting the answer, Viving Tran quietly assessed him. If he was truly gentle, why would he like aggressive dogs? These dogs immediately became docile upon seeing him. There is something off. Definitely something off. You quickly flipped through your memories from past operations. Long Lan's last battle was ambushed by a left-handed person, shooting quickly, accurately, and viciously, nearly extinguishing Long Lan's last hope. Then, looking at Van Tevu's pointing left arm, you silently speculated if the fundamental reason the T family wiped out Long Lan was that left-handed person. Then he was the direct cause, preventing Long Lan's special forces members from escaping the trap. Being an accomplice of the Ta family, it is best you do not reveal any ill intentions, or I won't hold back in eliminating you. Suddenly, there was a call from Thai's side, and the words from the other end made her immediately issue an urgent order. What? Immediately notify everyone below. In 1 hour. Everyone must attend the meeting. In 2 hours, there will be a press conference. Venon Tu, not knowing what was happening, turned to Han, worried, and asked, the Thai, what is going on? She recounted everything. The American DU water purifier from the company had a malfunction. Over 20 people were poisoned due to the filter breaking down from the plant plastic. They are currently in emergency care at the hospital. Hearing this sounded very unreasonable, so he seriously contemplated and advised her. Why is the plant plastic breaking down? How could it cause poisoning? The Thai, you should hurry back to handle it. There might be someone behind this. Uncle San still has not woken up, and you must investigate thoroughly. The outcome of handling this matter is crucial for Si Dung. The two quickly moved towards the Si-Dung Company building. The sat seriously, starting to review each item for investigation. The American DU water purifier had been on the market for nearly 20 years without any quality issues. The filter material is provided by the supplier and is a product that has passed national quality inspections. So the quality has been confirmed. So what exactly happened? Assistant Ningli Vinan though then spoke up to report the details of the incident. The American Rugu water purifier used by 20 households was purchased 6 months ago. And the plant plastic filter breaking down caused the poisoning. Mild symptoms include fever, abdominal pain, and diarrhea, while more severe cases can lead to deep comas. The most distressing information is that among those poisoned, there are 2 3-year-old children. Hearing this situation made her extremely anxious. What did the hospital say? Upon receiving the inquiry, he cautiously reported that the hospital's test results indicated heavy metal poisoning, and they are currently doing everything possible to provide emergency care. The poisoning in adults is milder, but for the 2 children, their cognitive development may be affected later. I have arranged for social relations to stabilize the situation, but the results are not promising. Realizing the severity of the issue, they gave orders to the council. We absolutely cannot underestimate this matter. I believe that the water filter will definitely not have any quality issues. It seems our competitor is attacking very quickly. We need to have faith. What will come, but the final outcome will surely be a victory for us. Van Thou has begun the investigation. Acting Chair, do you have any suspects in mind yet? It seems the chair is not mistaken about people. You are very principled in expressing your views. In my heart, I suspect that we need to gather appropriate evidence. Then she slammed her hands down on the table, creating a loud bang that echoed throughout the meeting room. The Thi decisively made additional requests to everyone. The Risk Management Department must provide me with a detailed risk assessment report within 3 hours. Include all relevant processes and scenarios in a forecast that covers the worst-case situation. She glanced to the left, continuing to calculate the counterplan. The media immediately issued a statement. During this moment of concern regarding the poisoning situation, there should be no statements that imply blame and responsibility. This must be emphasized. The cause of the incident is still under investigation. We urgently request everyone to calmly face it. Van Thou had some doubts about this aspect. Should we hire someone to post news on all forums or contact major websites for assistance? The Thai, in her role as chair, decided that it was not necessary for now. The incident has not yet been clearly investigated. Any explanation from Kudung would be in vain. If the situation goes in the wrong direction now, it could backfire. She then turned her gaze to him for assistance. Assistant Nugai, please attend the press conference in my place. The remaining departments should hold their positions. After that, Thitha sincerely bowed her head to the council, hoping everyone could feel the seriousness of this matter. The rise and fall of Kudung all depends on everyone. I kindly ask for your cooperation. After the guests and journalists settled in, a voice announced the start of today's event. Good afternoon. I am Thong Kwan Thitha, representing Kudung Corporation at this press conference because my father is abroad. The journalists heard that the Thai's father was missing, causing a commotion over there. The daughter of the Thong Kwan family is officially representing the press conference. He is missing. What does this mean, exactly? Who can believe the words of a kid? She ignored the gossip and affirmed. The American water filter has been on the market for almost 20 years. Over the years, it has continuously improved. I can modestly say that the American filter is the top choice for customers when purchasing water filters. Uncle Van saw that Thitha was just talking without any evidence and immediately asked, how do you explain what happened today? Are you trying to shift responsibility? She responded logically, worthy of being the only daughter of an official. Kudung International affirms it will not evade responsibility. The preliminary investigation suspects that the plastic filter core is toxic. However, this core is not chemically treated and does not contain heavy metals, so it cannot be the cause. But that was not convincing enough. He jumped up, reacting extremely sharply. She said someone was framing her, unrelated to Si-Dung, but whether there is poison or not is just her word. While the truth is clear before our eyes, should we trust her or our own eyes? The press and reporters spoke as if they had never spoken before. The thief stood her ground, rebutting without hesitation. Tonight, I will lead the technical team to investigate the filtration plant. The police are also involved, and I believe the matter will soon become clear. Uncle Van Zhou insisted on not letting this case go unnoticed. If the Ng Quan Thitha's father was poisoned, and her child was affected mentally, could she remain calm? Saying that is no different from shifting the responsibility. How could a conscientious business do such a thing? Viving Tran stood quietly in a corner. She was not afraid of the accusations from the opponent. Responding straightforwardly, on behalf of Si-Dung, I apologize to the 24 victims and their families. I take full responsibility, and we will invite experts to assess the situation. If there are brain injuries, the company will cover all expenses. He glared at her, pulling out money to solve the problem. Fuming, he shouted, what good is money? Can money bring health? His aggressive attitude made Vung Tran stay firm. As the press conference grew increasingly tense, The Thi decided to pause and think for a few seconds. I think I need to reconsider a bit. She raised 3 fingers to affirm her stance. First, Si-dung will take responsibility, never thinking of evading or shifting blame. Second, Si-dung will investigate the truth of the matter and clarify the results to everyone. Her voice became even more resolute. Third, if it turns out someone secretly framed Si-dung, I believe no one will be lenient. After battling with the reporters, the Thi looked at her watch. It was getting late, and she needed to go to the hospital to check on the poison victims. The press conference here is concluded. The expensive silver car sped quickly down the road. She sat inside, arms crossed, asking about the identity of that spiky-haired person. Which newspaper? Eventhal looked through the rearview mirror and answered her question. Tron Bebiaxivan from the north usually writes some provocative articles on weekends, often lacking factual basis. It is true that the young man is somewhat exceptional. After hearing this, the Thief's face felt like a spoiled rice pot. I really do not like this person. He continued to report the information he had gathered. Tronbeka Ven is a master of literature, owing tens of thousands of yuan in student aid, but has not paid it back since graduating. Vung Tran immediately recognized the problem. He must be earning illicit income. And there is a hole not mentioning his unpaid debts, likely related to his living situation. Vivin now uncovered quite a bit of useful information. Last year, Tron BXE Van wrote an article condemning the company responsible for the milk incident, but indirectly supported another company, increasing their quarterly revenue by 10%. She lacked any spirit and spoke in a gloomy tone. Yet another unprincipled journalist. Who knows who benefits this time? Perhaps the article is ready to go to print tomorrow. Vedrung Tran acted like a hero wanting to resolve everything on behalf of the beauty. Let me handle this. I am the best at dealing with people like him. The Thi remembered the time he single-handedly took on 3 or 4 guys. She giggled and reminded him. All right, it is up to you. But do not cause a murder. Vintho doubted if this was just a bodyguard who knew how to fight. This is something he can handle. It is his job. So he was not worried at all. Turning to reassure her. Don't worry. We are almost at the hospital. Think of a way to deal with the victim's family. The Thi took a sip of water to calm her nerves. She stared out the window, feeling overwhelmed. Being the president is tough. If only her dad could get better. The car stopped at the hospital gate, and the press had gathered in large numbers, obviously waiting there for a long time. A crowd stood in front of the reception, protesting with banners, continuously chanting the slogan. International contempt. Ruthless betrayal. Return my daughter. Return my health. When they saw 3 people enter the hospital, they surged like a swarm of disturbed bees, shouting about international contempt and demanding the return of their daughter and health. Vung Tran ignored them, mockingly complimenting the crowd with a taunting attitude. Very united, the Thi walked over to Dutch Fong, appearing elegant and polite. Excuse me, sir. Are you one of the people who bought the water purifier? As soon as she approached, he jumped up in surprise. That is right. That is why we came here to publicly denounce this irresponsible corporation. You can see this old man is twitchy. Without thinking, he confirmed that sign was done by you. How could Dutch Fong notice the problem? His voice was filled with innocence. Of course. We spent money to do it. Suddenly, he moved closer and grabbed the man's arm to pull him aside. Sir, come over here. He did not understand what was happening, his head full of question marks. Ving Tran slipped Dutch Fong some 100 yuan bills. He looked at the pink bills in his hand and fell silent, afraid someone would snatch them away. In his heart, he was almost certain of it. Don't be polite. You can keep this money. I am a reporter and I want to ask you a few questions about the situation. Just tell the truth. The money is yours. With his money-centered mindset, Dutch Fong nodded eagerly without suspicion. The bait was set. Vung Tran immediately started his investigation. Hearing his voice, he did not sound like someone from this area. He honestly replied, I am from Heath, currently at number 14 in the capital. The questioning began to inch closer. Is the house you live in the capital yours, or rented? Dutch Fong directly asked. It is my son's rented house. The initial investigation was done. He began to get to the main topic. Sir, did you use the Emru water purifier? Did you turn on the water switch first or the Emdru water purifier? He answered casually as if he had used it before, clearly stating he turned on the Emru purifier. Vagdrung Tran snatched the money back upon hearing his incorrect answer. While Dutch Fong stared at his empty hand in shock, he shouted loudly, leaning in to try and take it back. What do you want to do? Having achieved his goal, he pulled out his badge. I am a capital police officer, responsible for investigating this case. If you accept this money but are involved in the fraud related to the case, you will be detained for 15 days. He did not say a word and just ran away, no longer daring to think about those pretty girls. The Thi looked at him in surprise. How did you figure that out? Vung Tran briefly explained. Noticing the stains on her teeth meant she did not use a water filter, and her face tightened immediately. It seems someone is indeed sabotaging Si-dung. The golden sunlight streamed through the window. The Thi looked at Dr. Tu Kang and asked, how is the situation? He slightly rubbed his temples and explained that as long as they could quickly detoxify, all problems could be resolved. The abilities of the two children won't be affected at all. It is just that we currently do not have a way to detox quickly. Her face darkened upon hearing the grim news. They are really cruel. Not even sparing children. Vig Tran had an idea and volunteered. Let me give it a try. He pushed the door open and asked Tud Kang, Doctor, have you tried traditional medicine? Not understanding his intent, the doctor asked back. Traditional medicine? Please explain clearly. I once read a book from my master and found a detox remedy. But it requires two very rare herbs that I have never tried before. Given Sidung's economic capacity, it should not be hard to find them. The Thai, standing next to him, saw a way to save the kids and quickly responded, You tell me. I will send people across the country to search for the herbs right away. Dr. Tu Kang was a bit hesitant about the reliability of this remedy. You have never tried this remedy before. What if there are side effects? The consequences could be unpredictable. The Thai was infatuated, trusting him completely. Doctor, I have made up my mind. Let us give it a try. If something goes wrong, I will take responsibility. They returned to the hospital after a day of running around for the herbs. Vung Tran entered and saw large bags scattered around the room. Praising. No doubt about the Thadin Quan family. They found so many rare herbs so quickly. Van Tho wiped the sweat from his brow and explained. This time it really cost quite a bit. With some herbs being carefully stored by an old friend of the family. He gave a thumbs up, smiling. No doubt you are the #1 assistant. Your work ability is truly impressive. The Tha stepped forward, her heart racing, urging him. V Trong Tran. Hurry up and try it. We can't wait any longer. He quickly agreed. All right. Give me an empty room. I will go prepare the medicine now. In the pot, 7,749 types of herbs were boiling vigorously. Viveng Tran blew on them to disperse any bacteria. She stood beside him, praising him endlessly. V Trong Tran. How do you know so much? Not only are you talented, but you can also heal. He turned to her, trying to be humble but not quite succeeding. Donnie praised me too much. I can't handle it. Actually, when it comes to medicine, my master forced me to carry old books. I am definitely just a novice. Vitha leaned against the kitchen counter, constantly wondering, how did he become so capable? Isn't it common to hold a knife and then go on a survival training picnic? Wang Zhang stirred the medicine while feeling a bit resentful. Holding a knife would be fine. But that old man forced me to go unarmed. You remember the time spent with your master, plus having to complete the task of gathering herbs. If not completed, you face punishment. Not only double training but also carrying a few medical books on your back. She thought your storytelling was too captivating, pushing you to act recklessly. Your master is really cruel. I think if you wrote an autobiography, it would definitely be a hit. Wang Zhang's eyes widened at that. The title should be The Happy Life of a Bodyguard, showing how a bodyguard is bullied by the young lady all day. The Thai, teased by you, potted in embarrassment. If you do not want to write, fine. But you are not just any bodyguard. You are a senior bodyguard. A faint fragrance wafted up as you lifted the lid off the pot. The medicine is ready. She poked her head in and urged you to hurry and bring it to them. Wang Zhang, if you can cure them this time, I will start teasing you with a serious face. How would that be? To repay such a small favor with my body? I have to think carefully. That the shyly punched you lightly. I am just joking. Hurry and bring the medicine to the patients. This time the responsibility is all on you. After the kids finished taking the medicine, Tudenkang stepped up to open their eyes and squeezed their mouths. This is a miracle. Truly a miracle. She could not wait any longer. Turned to look at Assistant Venthau, and immediately called for a press conference to announce the current health status of the poisoned individuals. Seeing that this job still held up, he was delighted. Yep. The reporters are already in the hall. After assigning the task, Thitha walked over to Wang Zhang. The matters here were only partially resolved. I immediately went to the supplier. As long as there are clues, I will investigate. Seeing her so sure, you could not help but wonder how she was so confident that the supplier had an issue. Why not the seller or during the transportation process? She immediately rebuffed your statement. No way. Why is the Daewoo brand water purifier more expensive than other brands? Because there is a chip in the water purifier. You were surprised that the water purifier had that thing. That chip is really rare. She propped her chin and thought about your words. Without a fluctuating password, the filter core can't be replaced. Try to Lie is an almost monopoly enterprise for filter cores in China, protecting their products very timely. After hearing this, Wang Zhang's expression became vague. The Thai was delighted to have found a new direction. The products of Try to Lie's company are made by them, so unexpected issues should not happen. The main problem lies within Try to Lie. Seeing her figure it out, you could not help but praise her. It is even more impressive than solving a case. She could go join the criminal team as a female police officer. She turned around to organize the work for the two of you. Then we split into two teams. I and Wang Zhang will investigate the Try to Lie company. Ingli Van will stay in the capital to find out who is behind inciting the public to riot. Van Thao saw the young lady had matured, so he had no objections. Yep. Chairman. She nodded and said a word in agreement. The walked over and lightly patted his shoulder. This time, the task at Trongya-song was his responsibility. How about I be your secretary? The Ving Tran turned his head in exasperation. My young lady. You want to be my secretary? What game are you playing? She reminded him. I am just using a different identity to investigate. If I were the chairman, try to lie would just flatter me to the skies. What would be clear about that? Viving Tran questioned his role. So you are my secretary. What identity do I take on? The Thi could not wait and held up the prepared card. Senior Vice President of the Si-Dung International Group. She said. Look, I have my business cards already. He realized too late. Mouth agape. Finding out she had planned this ahead of time. Do all vice presidents of Si-Dung International get paid like bodyguards? She clapped her hands joyfully when someone fell into the trap. I just want to pull you down with me to find opportunities, during the internal meeting, to declare you as the top person at Si-Dung. Viving Tran smirked slyly. The top person here is you. The playfully repeated. That is right. I am above you. As soon as she said that, she remembered something and covered her mouth. Feeling shy, the two left as the sun rose high, sunlight enveloping everything. As soon as they got in the car, they swapped seats. I told the people at Try to Lie to greet you at the door. Deputy Director Ving. We are sure of this now. Right, you watch her having fun. Feeling helpless. My lady. This is the only time. I won't let you be my secretary again. After a while, the car arrived at the destination. Lulai stepped forward, respectfully extending his hand. Deputy Director Ving. I am Lul, the person in charge from Try to Lie. It is truly an honor to meet you. Regarding this matter, Viving Tran did not pay him any mind. There are still many issues to discuss inside the company. After reading the data report, he typed on the report and asked clearly. Do you have any leads on this matter yet? Under the leader's pointed gaze, sweat poured down his face as he quietly reported. There has not been any progress on that front yet, based on Try to Lie's past production experience. Noticing he was not getting to the point, he interrupted, saying there was no need to continue. Let me ask, besides the safety inspection and product protection departments, have the other departments never touched the filter core? Lulai was already trembling inside, trying to calm himself. The incoming materials were strictly inspected, and the production process was controlled by the system. Only 2 departments were involved. Tired of his rambling, Ving Tran got straight to the point. I need the list of employees who joined and left these 2 departments over the past year, as soon as possible. Lulai quickly stood up. I will get that right away. Before he could leave, he added the request to contact the police at Trojingjia Port. Conduct a lie detector test for all employees in these 2 departments. Of course, that includes you. The 50-question lie detector test will be set by me personally. Lulai was already in a daze. Staggering out. Okay. I will follow Deputy Director Vanga's orders. He concluded the meeting and issued instructions, while the branch office invited everyone back for a departmental meeting. If I have time, I will come over to take a look. Neun stood by, trembling, immediately complying without daring to voice an opinion. Yep. We at the branch office are waiting for you to stop by. Ving Trongtran recalled something and turned to ask, by the way, where is the branch office located? He tried to respond calmly. It is in the Kuo Thai building. But we are preparing to move next year, and have reported it to headquarters. He raised an eyebrow, leaning back in his chair, wondering where to. Nit Bunan straightened up and reported the location. After the Chuanam Square is completed, we will move there. Expanding the branch office is beneficial too. Upon hearing this name, he felt a bit familiar and thought to himself, the territory of the Chu-Nam department. He rubbed his chin, pondering the issue, deciding not to move for now. Even if it is the branch office of Si-Dung International, it still needs its own office. It will be built within a year. The Thai, standing beside him, smiled as she saw him acting like a boss. Niteb Bin did not dare make decisions about the funding. He was not in a hurry to provide a precise answer. After the proposal is submitted to headquarters, I will personally review it. But I definitely need your budget plan. So prepare yourself to do it well. He did not dare to ask much, obediently nodding to report. Yep. Vice Director Vong. I have sold the underperforming space at the Chu-Nam Plaza, and the capital has skyrocketed. I will report it to headquarters soon. Seeing that things seemed to be under control, Vong Tran dismissed everyone, saying, good. You can all go home. The Thi stood aside, observing, and when everyone left, she praised him without holding back. Not bad. Vice Director Vong. Vong Tran chuckled playfully. It is not easy to borrow someone else's authority once. But I have had my fill. You think I do not know? The branch in Zhangjia is too lucrative. I do not want to hand it over to So Chi Nam. After hearing this, she playfully pinched him. The Thi was not one to tease lightly. Aren't you afraid it might affect my relationship with So Chi Nam? I do not want to take off my mask with him just yet. Vong Tran realized she misunderstood him and explained. What are you thinking? It is just fair competition. The real estate side can just listen to So Chi Nam. Kurong has already entered the electric industry. If they want to venture into real estate, They have to choose wisely. She still could not get her head around it. But this did not align with Kurong's consistent asset policy. Moreover, even if we had ample capital, venturing into real estate might not yield returns. Vong Tran confidently asserted without hesitation. Our team won't let this juicy piece of meat slip away. The Shangguan family can afford it. And Kurong will lower their prices for the public to buy. Starting with Jiangzhou and Jining. She did not expect him to be so altruistic, only falling short of a lotus flower. Why do I feel like you are some kind of philanthropist? Why are you doing this? Don't he say it is for the sake of building a good image? Vong Tran explained to her that it was not out of kindness, but had ulterior motives. Those two places have high housing prices and great living pressure. You have never been in the lower class, so you would not understand. I also want to disrupt the economic order to make the officials in these two provinces uneasy, making it tough for them. Lethe was puzzled when she heard him mention the unfamiliar names, Hak Tu Nam Quok and Zhang Benhao. These are all key figures from the Su faction. Her face frowned, and she reminded him while trying to persuade him not to go too far. Vong Tran, I have said that I will help you with whatever you want. But if you provoke trouble, I will definitely step in. Seeing her overly worried, he reassured her. Don't worry. I won't drag Kurong into this. I just need a little help, and it will bring back a lot of benefits. After rummaging through the entire company, Loi hurried back, followed by an assistant carrying a file. Vice Director Vong. The list of employees from the Product Security Department and the Inspection Department for the past year is all here. Vong Tran casually pointed to a spot on the desk, then turned to ask about the company's situation. Leave it here. Thanks. Also, how many employees have left these two departments in the past year? And how many are currently employed? He placed the stack of documents down, wiping sweat from his brow as he replied. There are 26 people currently working, and only 3 have left, including one head of the security department and 2 lie detector operators ready. Please have Vice Director Vong submit the proposal. Where did you pull out a paper full of text from? You all work really fast. These are 50 lie detection test questions. And with senior management having authority, it must be completed in 2 hours. I feel like my chair is about to give out. It makes me look a decade older. All right. I will get to work right away. Vivring Tran flipped through the files quickly, then suddenly stopped as if he discovered something, and immediately gave an order. The secretary called Assistant Ningli to investigate these 3 people, especially the director of the Product Security Department. Lethe winked playfully. Yep. Deputy Director Ving. His secretary will get to work right away. He smiled and reassured her. I will take you for a walk around Trantongjia Port to check out suitable land. This is where Si Dung's real estate journey begins. The sky was clear with white clouds and golden sunlight, and the car was speeding down the road. Vong Tran looked in the rearview mirror and saw a red car tailing closely behind. He felt a sense of familiarity. This was the red car speeding after him. Just a glimpse was enough for him to recognize the rival, the daughter of Trondring Beonhu. Without hesitation, he stepped on the gas, and the car shot forward like it had a rocket attached to it. The two were like cats and mice, neither willing to back down. Vong Tran smirked as he successfully baited her. Looks like the fish has taken the bait. The person floored the accelerator, speeding ahead to block his car. A pair of red high-heeled shoes stepped out of the vehicle. Miyu walked over to him, speaking as she approached. Injia, I have not seen a rival in a while, and you are just the one. He opened the car door, stepped out, and immediately suggested they go grab a banana. You want to compete, you set the conditions, but I need a wager. She tilted her head, finding this man quite interesting. This also aligns with Law Thung. Our previous matches required a wager too. The Vong Tran reminded her with good intentions. My wager is quite significant. Miyu did not care. After all, her family was not poor. It is, as long as you convince me, I will meet your conditions. In Jia, there is little I can do. But if you are betting, I have to make a request too. Lethe noticed his impulsiveness and stepped forward to stop him. Trong Tran, do not get too excited. Miyu would not let herself be at a disadvantage, immediately laying out her conditions. If I win against you, I want a 15. As a young lady of Si Dung, she seemed a bit confused about that supercar. What is that? Vong Tran raised an eyebrow at her condition. A girl like you should not drive something so crude. Right, I can make it happen. Even though there are only 100 in the world. Miyu would not let him speak and shot back with her own question. Fine. Let us hear your conditions. Like a well-rehearsed script, he stated without hesitation. My conditions are much simpler. I want a piece of land at Trajanjia Port. Miyu asked for more details upon hearing that. How big of a piece? And where is it located? Vong Tran immediately replied. It is land next to Havibog at Trajanjia Port. Is that okay? I will provide the money. But the bet should be 8/10 of the land price. How about that? She readily agreed to the terms. I can guarantee you 1,000 acres. But 500 acres at 8/10 is no problem. Since you are not claiming Trajanjia Port, I will let you choose the time and place. Seeing her compliance, he smirked. Then let us take a trip on G1501. The time is tomorrow morning. What do you think? Miyamayo looked at your shabby car and gave her opinion. Okay. Do you need to change cars or drive this old one? Wang Zhang confidently touched his car, believing it would not lose to her. She saw that he was being unreasonable and left, saying they would meet tomorrow. Thitha watched her speed away and turned to question him. Why did you promise her? Don't tell me it is because of the bet that you are racing. Or did you think this through before meeting her? I can't believe this beauty in front of me can think straight. Wang Zhang gave her a playful tap. Why do you have so many questions? Do you have 100,000 whys? If you are in pain, do not make that face. I see you are really good at reading people, so spill it. Stop joking around. Explain everything clearly. That girl is straightforward, and it is basically impossible for her to hold back. She definitely has money and power at home. Plus her last name is Zhang. Wang Zhang crossed his arms confidently and told assistant new guy to investigate what the daughter of Zhang Pinghao is named. I bet it is Zhang Miaomayo. The thief saw the other person lose composure with every fan. You are really cunning. Wang Zhang humbly clasped his hands and said, as the senior vice president of a large international corporation, I naturally have 2 assistants. Wang Zhang acted like a billionaire CEO, telling the secretary to check the results of this racing test for him at the company tomorrow. The thief regretted being stuck at home. Honestly, I really want to go with you, but I need to handle this. Be careful. You quickly hit the like button to reassure her. Don't worry. Maimeo can't beat me, she potted teasingly. I am more worried you will eat her up. You are relying on the daughter of the provincial party secretary. Half of Jiangzhou must already belong to you. Wang Zhang chuckled and playfully tapped her on the head. Stop joking around. It is right in front of you. Who could be better than the heir of the Shangguan family? The car sped along, accompanied by Thitha's laughter echoing in the blue sky. You are the lazy one. We just got back to headquarters after a long drive. Van Thao was reporting on the identities of the 2 suspicious individuals. The other 2 were on leave because of La Zhuangkao. The director of the security department left without permission, taking the product documents, which made Lalai very angry. After hearing this, she immediately confirmed that it was that director. He nodded in agreement and elaborated on that person. His name is Luo Haivi, 40 years old, worked nearly 20 years at Tri Dalai, received praise from Lalai, and had a very good relationship with her. So there were no conflicts. Ven Tho continued to speak without pause. As a joint stock company, Luo Haivi held shares. If he left suddenly, those shares would be worthless. The Thai, somewhat bored, read the documents while offering opinions, clearly seeing he stood to gain a lot. He had investigated that person and uncovered plenty of information. I found out he has a daughter studying abroad in country Y and has not graduated yet. She immediately issued orders to send someone to country Y, hoping it would not be in vain. At the entrance of the G1501 highway, how long has Miyu Mayu been standing there? It was just getting dark when Viog Tran arrived at the meeting point. He stopped the car and lowered the window, his tone serious. The beauty is right on time. She noticed that Thaithi was not following and asked, why is not the beautiful girl beside you coming? He replied playfully, with a hint of seriousness. You are alone too. If I bring someone along and my car can handle it, what should I do? Miyu did not say much, signaling him to look ahead. In 5 minutes, the barrier in front would rise. Whoever left the highway first would win. Sound good? Vung Tran readily responded. All right. Both cars took their positions, just waiting for it to lift, so they could race off like a call from their ancestors. The 5 minutes were up, and the black and green cars began to rev up, before the barrier could fully raise. Miyumi sped past, while Vidong Tran's car moved slowly. The green car left only smoke for him to inhale. He could not help but admire the scene. In just 2 seconds, the car reached a speed of 100. Impressive, Trong Tran, of course, would not back down and quickly closed the gap. He slammed the gas pedal to chase after her. At the turn, he swerved sharply as if he had multiple lives. Ving Tran shifted gears to make the ride smooth for racing. Miyu smiled brightly as she saw him lag behind at the turn. The 2 cars zipped past others, speeding towards their destination. In the highway surveillance room, the screens showed the 2 cars playing a game of cat and mouse. The controller saw this and became flustered. These 2 were driving too skillfully but far too dangerously. What if something happened? Call the captain right away and tell them to stop the cars. Otherwise we will take responsibility. A moment later, Khan pushed the door open. The crowd stood up to salute the captain. His face looked like a monkey eating chili, announcing down below, these 2 cars are allowed to pass. Otherwise, deal with the consequences. Ving Timdim did not understand what was happening, bouncing up and down. Captain, why are not you stopping them? What if something happens? He shouted angrily. Stop it already. The provincial party secretary's daughter is racing. How can I stop her? On the highway, 2 racers, one black and one green, were continuously accelerating and chasing each other. The image of the car left behind was clearly reflected in the rearview mirror of the leading car. Miyu did not seem in a hurry at all. Still trying to catch up, giving him a glimmer of hope. She calculated silently in her heart, her lips curling up slightly, unable to hide her smugness. Next is the area with fewer cars. Let us see how I can win against you. Just as her thoughts finished, she quickly pressed the gas and shot ahead, leaving Vinh Tran far behind. Witnessing her sudden action, he was surprised and offered Miyu a compliment. The car and the skills were impressive, really opening my eyes. Not stopping there, the car sped down the empty road, easily overtaking others. She felt overly capable. Her arrogance similar to a peacock spreading its tail, showing off her real strength. But life is not a dream. Just looking out the window, she saw Vinh Tran closing the gap with her. Miyu panicked, her eyes almost popping out. How can he still be chasing me? She was infuriated, grinding her teeth and determined. Truly too arrogant. It seems I can't win against him without using this. For that dream car, I will take the risk. Without hesitation, she pressed the button to activate the special upgrade system. Miyu's car seemed to be fitted with rockets, breaking normal limits. The guy driving behind gaped in disbelief that she would dare to do that. Oh my. The ES system has this trick. Did she really dare to activate this system? Is the appeal of the Golf 15 that strong for her? But after a while, there was still no sign of her slowing down, and he felt a bit worried. It had been 2 seconds. Why was not she stopping? Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. Could she have gone above it? Contrary to Vinh Tran's surprise, Miyu inside the car was extremely confident. 3 seconds. 4 seconds. 1 more second. Just 1 more second. I can definitely leave that arrogant guy behind. But life does not let anyone be too pleased for long. The engine suddenly emitted a thin layer of smoke. Miyu then realized the problem. Was it at its limit? She panicked. Pressed the brake. Stop. Stop now. It was too late. The car could not slow down in time, veering off course and crashing straight into the lane. Vinh Tran slowly brought the car to a stop by the roadside. He sat still in the car, watching the accident that Miyu caused herself, and was left speechless. The provincial party secretary's daughter is so foolish. A few seconds later, Vinh Tran reluctantly opened the door, got out of the car, and walked inside to search for someone. He kept looking around, just wanting to get through this race to take the land in Churchan Jiaqing, making it easier to disrupt the real estate market in Jiangsu, so her father could not make any deals. Along the way, he kept complaining, not even knowing her purpose. It was reckless to risk everything for that car. He thought it was crazy, and that he did not even want to save her. Although he kept rambling on, he did not stop moving deeper inside. So far, he had not heard any explosions. Luckily, their race was being monitored by the control team from start to finish. Tikan suddenly lost his temper. Frustrated, he slammed his hand on the monitor hanging on the wall. His eyes were filled with rage. Do these rich kids think they do not need their lives anymore? The two behind him felt a bit anxious. What should we do? Captain. His face was still tense, but he seemed a bit calmer than before. What else can we do? Quickly notify the entire team to rescue her. We must save her no matter what. I will contact the traffic department. Everyone responded in unison, their voices echoing outside the headquarters. Understood. Time passed, and Vinh Tran was still wandering around without finding Miyu. Miyu, where are you? Not knowing where she was, he suddenly caught a strange smell. It was gas. He followed the scent, passing through a thicket, and finally found Mivu's car. The luxury green car now looked like a pile of scrap, smoke rising as if it was about to explode. As Vinh Tran got closer, something made his expression change instantly. Before him lay Miyu, motionless in her racing car, as if death could take her away at any moment. Her condition was far from stable. He rushed over and called her name. Miyu. Hearing someone call her name, Miyu barely opened her heavy eyelids, despite the dark red blood trickling from her temple, as if that could not stop her from snapping back. Are you calling my spirit? Vinh Tran, being older, did not bother with the young lady from the Tranjong family, and gently helped her out of the driver's seat. You are still alive. You scared me. Although she was weak, her spirit was still strong, refusing to give in. Before the accident, the cockpit was made of hollow materials, which could reduce most of the damage from the outside. After saying that, she quickly turned her head to avoid eye contact with him. Her cheeks suddenly flushed, but she still thanked him for rescuing her in time. He did not think much of her words, just replied curtly, not needing to be polite, ensuring she was still alive to return to her family. He turned to check the situation inside the car. Vinh Tran looked down and suddenly frowned. Her leg was stuck. Relax. I will get you out. Without waiting for Miyu to respond, he immediately opened the car door. A sudden wave of pain hit her, making it hard for her to hold back. Her throat was dry, and she suddenly let out a few sobs. Sniffing, Vinh Tran looked over, his voice softening a bit. Did I hurt you? Just hang in there a little longer. Tears flowed down her cheeks. It did not hurt. He kept going. He looked at her with confusion, not understanding what was going on. But he did not pay her any more mind and continued his rescue work. Miyu lay still, watching his every move, feeling a bit frantic. The light at the end of the tunnel truly made one want to cry with joy. Watching on TV before, it seemed so fake, but now she was experiencing it. She was just like everyone else, knowing what fear was. At the moment she regained her senses, she thought about whether she would stay here tonight, even considering dying from blood loss. While she was still drowning in a tide of despairing memories, Vig Tran suddenly exclaimed joyfully, "All right." Miyu looked at him, feeling a myriad of emotions that were hard to put into words. Not expecting that this man, whom she had only met a few times, would save her just in time and treat her so kindly. At this moment, was unaware that Miyu was still lost in her secret thoughts. Carefully lifting her leg out of the car. "First, do not move. Your thigh bone seems to be broken." Overwhelmed with emotion, she quickly raised her hand to cover the tears streaming down her face. But it seemed insignificant. Do not look at me. I have never cried in front of anyone before. It is so embarrassing." Tran, on the other hand, felt this was completely normal and decisively took out a pill. It is normal for a girl to cry out in pain. This is a special pain relief medication. Vung Tran held it out to Miyu, gently comforting the injured cat. "Take this. I will help stabilize your bone and then take you to the hospital. You will probably have to stay there for 2 months. At that moment, she obediently swallowed the pill he gave her like a puppy. After a moment, she was quite surprised by the immediate effect of the medicine. It seemed like the pain was gone. The wound felt a bit better. Miyu began to indulge in self-pity. Does he really know how to set bones? Or is he just taking this chance to take advantage of me? But the image of the darling character created by the author is very virtuous. Vung Tran immediately responded without thinking. "First, I do not know how to set bones. I am just stabilizing them. Second, I would not take advantage of a woman in danger. I am not that kind of person." Shortly after, he tore a strip from his shirt and began to tightly wrap it around her broken thigh. He sighed to himself, realizing that the skills he learned in the military were quite useful. After bandaging for a while, Ving Tran suddenly stopped, then realized that the fabric was not enough. Ultimately, he had no choice but to close his eyes and accept it, even though he did not want to. "This is the shirt I just bought." Miyu did not expect Vogue Tran would actually go this far. She was so shocked that she could only utter a single sentence. Her gaze fell on the exposed skin beneath the ripped fabric, instantly captivated by the scars all over his body. "Why do you have so many scars on you?" Tran, on the other hand, does not seem to care much. "I see these as proud achievements. They are all my medals." Not taking it seriously for long, Ving Tran continued to joke. "You like me now? Too bad I am not interested in you." Miyu blushed like a tomato at his words. "Just talking nonsense. I am just curious." But inside, she secretly rated this guy highly, unlike the previous men she met. Compared to those rich boys, he really makes me sick. Soon, he had fixed the broken thigh, and it was done. She still stared at him without taking her eyes off. This man is covered in scars. What story do they hide that makes others so curious? The Ving Tran gently wrapped his arm around her back to help her sit up. "All right, Miss Tranjing. Do not just sit there." Then he effortlessly lifted her up. The injury must have touched somewhere, and she reminded him, "Slow down. I am still hurt." When she spoke, she unconsciously leaned on him quite a bit, and at this moment, the distance between them was almost non-existent. While walking, he suddenly stopped, looking at Miyu with a bit of awkwardness. "Hold on a second. Miss Tranjing, I want to discuss something with you." Miyu looked at Vaizong Tran with an innocent and guilty expression, responding in confusion. "What is it?" "You can go ahead." Vig Tran still held her in his arms, his voice soft enough to hear. "Can we not stick together like this?" But he could not help teasing her a little. "Luckily, I'm staying. Otherwise, we could be in a disastrous situation right now." She jumped, quickly wrapping her arms around him, screaming as if someone had violated her. "You rogue." Seeing her interesting expression, he laughed heartily. Time flew by like a dog running in the field, and soon the sky bathed itself in the warm golden hue of sunset. Beside the car parked by the roadside, several other vehicles from the surveillance team appeared. The young man observed the situation around for a while and approached Khan to report. "Captain, the team sent out at noon has not reported back yet. From the cameras, we saw the owner of this car get out to rescue someone. We can act from here." He thought so too. "That is what I meant." As soon as he finished speaking, he gave the order. "Everyone, get down and search immediately. If you can find Miss Trong, do not come back." Without a word of greeting, the calm voice of the boy suddenly came from behind. "No need for that." All eyes turned to him. Ving Tran slowly walked over, carrying Miyu in his arms. "I have brought her back. Her leg might be broken. First, take her to the hospital for a checkup." As soon as he saw her, he rushed over in a panic. "My dear young lady, you scared me to death. What happened to you? What are we supposed to do?" But Miao does not really think he cares about his life. She bluntly replied with a sharp tone. "Worried about me like that? Why not act sooner instead of just talking here?" This directly left Tu Conlang thin speechless, but deep down, he secretly resented this Miss Zhang. You think it is easy for me to gather so many people to find you? Truly a mindset of the rich. Suddenly, Wang Zhang reached out, carefully touching the bleeding wound. His tone was incredibly gentle. Just the kind of guy women adore. All right. Just lie down here obediently. Your injury is less than a couple of months old. Do not think about getting out of bed. Just focus on healing. No driving for the next 6 months. It is rare for her to obediently follow Wang Zhang's request. Fine. I will reluctantly listen to you this once. But I want to make a condition. You must come visit me in the hospital to help me unwind. Wang Zhang took out a business card and handed it to her, trying to soothe her stubbornness. All right. When you get bored, just call me. She immediately took it, holding it up to admire. Her eyes sparkled like a child receiving candy, and she quickly agreed. Night began to fall, casting a dark cloak over some hospital. The stairwell lights shone on the director's office door. Dukchai held a scanned document in his hand, repeatedly praising it. This bone-setting method is perfect. Truly impressive. Such rare talent. Opposite him, Bunho seemed indifferent to the matter. He stood there, questioning the director. I asked about my daughter's condition, and he went on for ages. Dukchi spoke in a calm tone, explaining it to him. This bone connection is incredibly skillful. Very rare. Had it not been for this method, she would have been bedridden for 6 months. Now she can recover in just 1 month. Bunho's expression changed slightly, curious about this miraculous method. So you have this method too? However, the response was a shake of his head. I tried it before. But regrettably, the notes in the books were incomplete, so I gave up. I never expected that there are still people in this world who know how to use it. This person must be very skilled. It would be great to get to know them. With nothing more to say, he stood up, ready to leave. If what you say is true, I really want to meet this person to thank them. In the patient room, the pristine white door was closed to protect the privacy of the person inside. Maimi lay in bed, staring at the business card for a long time. It had not been half a day, and she was already bored. Maybe I should call him. While she was lost in her thoughts, suddenly someone snatched it from her hand. Bun Hao had entered without her noticing, carefully examining the business card. Is he? Wang Zhang. She was like a fish out of water. Though one leg was bandaged, she still struggled, denying it over and over. What do you mean by Veng Tran? I do not know him. Dad. Give me back my business card. Stop teasing your daughter. Give her the card back. Why are you acting so naive? It is all written on your face. Just say it. Which family does he belong to that can make my daughter miss him every second? But Miyu turned her face away, determined not to share any information about him. I truly do not know. Deep down, she felt a bit anxious. Why is Dad so impatient? I only found out his name this afternoon. Who knows which family he belongs to? Seeing her so resolute, Bonho did not push it. Fine. I will have someone investigate, and tell him not to think about trying to seduce my daughter. Only someone like Tu Thavanian deserves her. Miyu immediately jumped up from the hospital bed, her voice a mix of shock and questioning. Dad. What are you doing? The one Tu Then Nian likes is Tranjong Min K. Everyone in the capital knows that. Why is Dad still unclear? No matter how much she protested, the thought of his daughter cuddling a middle-aged man was something he just could not accept. Dad is not confused. How can someone named Vadi Ung Tran compare to the T brothers who are already in their 40s and hold vice president positions at AC Dung? She quickly dismissed the strange thought in her father's mind, who said he is in his 40s or 50s. The Vung Tran is only about 25 or 26. At that age, being a vice president, is not that considered young and talented? Van Hua looked a bit surprised. If that is the case, he really is impressive. Viving Tran is the one who saved me. Miyu's earlier bravado suddenly vanished, and she responded a bit shyly. Yep. That is right. He casually picked an apple from the fruit basket on the table, feeling somewhat favorable towards the guy named Viong Tran. He saved me. Our family owes him a favor. How can I repay him? Hearing this, Miyu quickly replied, Dad. Give him a piece of land by the Kehodong Lake in Trandring Jia Chang. Buno shot a sharp glance at Maimabu, inquiring, is that his request? Internally evaluating the young man. Such high demands. Ambitious indeed. However, she had already been swept away by her love for the puppy, hurriedly waving her hands to clarify. It is not that. I am just joking with him. The land is just a bet. She immediately avoided making eye contact with her dad. My skills are not as good as his, so I crashed. He could have just left me behind, but he stopped to save me. So Boon Huo seemed to understand the situation, handing her a freshly peeled tangerine. So that is how it is. All right. I can give him a piece of land, but he has to provide a plan and approved designs, and all related costs must be his responsibility. That is Dad's requirement. Miyu took it and immediately bit into it with satisfaction. That is great. At least Dad loves me the most, unlike Mom who is very strict with me. He turned to the fruit basket to grab another piece, but did not forget to remind her a bit, mentioning her mother. She heard that you were hospitalized, so she postponed the survey project and might be on a flight back right now. As Meow Meow was eating and heard this shocking news, her body felt like it was hit by Alice's ultimate move. Her face clearly worried. It is. This time Mom will definitely ground me. Before she could say anything more, suddenly the phone in her pocket rang. He took out the phone and turned to announce. All right, Dad has a board meeting to attend. You think of a way to deal with Mom. After saying that, he did not wait for her to respond and walked out, slamming the door behind him. You have left. And she continued to wait in a daze for her loved one to arrive. Either way, being grounded is being grounded. But when will he come to visit me? Why do I keep thinking about him? This must be love at first sight. Right. The sky brightened. The moon replaced the sun to watch over, and the golden sunlight shone down on that villa. Wang Zhangcheng lay on the bed listening to the phone. Yeah, I got. Just keep an eye on it. Do not disturb the grass while hitting the snake. I do not believe it. Liu Xiwei has not even met his daughter. Suddenly he remembered someone else. That reporter named Tran Bach Van. What about him? Van Thao on the other end immediately reported the results he had investigated. He had heard that he received 50,000 from someone to come here and cause trouble. Before he continued to make trouble, I had already bribed him. Not stopping there, he added more. However, the one who caused him to make trouble still does not know who it is. The underhanded methods are impossible to find. Wang Zhang's face did not change much. He just replied indifferently. Yeah, I got. Just keep monitoring. Just hung up. He sighed tiredly. Feeling troubled. This opponent really gives people headaches. Always probing, although it is not some trick. If New makes a mistake, it won't be a one-time deal. He is the kind of person to be wary of. Being a bodyguard for the Thai is really tiring. Today the sky is blue and the clouds are white. A car suddenly sped past on the deserted road. Wang Zhang focused on observing the road ahead, not forgetting to probe the situation through the Thi. Where's Thin Phi now? The Thai, sitting in the passenger seat, replied. She set off from the capital. At this speed she should arrive on the same day as us. But why are you going to Thin Phi's house with me? He did not want to answer her question. She talks too much. I am your bodyguard. However, in his heart, he felt a huge responsibility. They would have to meet eventually. The wife of Thin, who he cherishes very much. Remembering the time he had dinner with Tisu in the barracks, he had expressed a lot to him about that person. My wife wrote to me, saying she misses me a lot, and I miss her too. During one patrol around the ruins, he suddenly saw something. Standing next to him, he felt the love. This string is really beautiful. She will love it. I will buy it and send it to her when I get leave. However, life loves to tease. Just when TVCU was about to give up, he still remembered the wife waiting for him at home. It seems I can't go back now. I still have not sent this string to her. Back in reality, the Vu Long Tran held the steering wheel with one hand, and the small box with the necklace that his brother entrusted to him with the other. The car raced down the road, continuing the journey, each person carrying their own purpose towards Thin Phi's house. On the way to Tranlan province, Ving Tran's car sped ahead. He focused on the road ahead, but still announced evenly that it would take about an hour to reach Thin Phi's neighborhood. The Thi turned to look at him with a gaze full of suspicion. Why do I feel like you are really familiar with this place? It is clearly hard to find. Are you running this route often? Have you been to Thin Phi's hometown before? Ving Tran jumped as if caught red-handed, let out a dry cough, and then hurried to cover up. I came here a few years ago for work, but inside, he whispered, hearing Brother Thin mention it for so many years. I could walk this road with my eyes closed. She hesitated for a moment, her eyes still lingering with doubt. Is that? Thin Phi sighed as she placed her suitcase down. Finally arriving, the scenery before her left her stunned. I have not been home for 2 years. How has the house changed so much? Memories of the simple house flooded back, and she could not help but be astonished at the sight of the luxurious villa now. Mei Ho stepped out of the house. As soon as she saw Thin Phi, she joyfully called out, my dear child is back. Why do not you come in? Aren't you hot out here? She rushed over to hug her tightly. Sobbing, Mother was overwhelmed with emotions and started to cry. Boo-hoo, she quickly comforted her with a warm voice. Don't cry. Do not cry anymore, my dear child. You have finally come home. I missed you so much. Thin Phi held her hand, her eyes pleading. Come with me this time. Let us live in the city. I will take care of you. Mei Ho gently gestured toward the large house. Softly declining, you can't go. Look at how our house has been rebuilt into such a big place. Your grandparents have all moved in and are living happily. We can't bear to leave. She looked straight into her mother's eyes and immediately asked the question that had been on her mind. Where did the money for building the house come from? This cost a lot of money. Her mother smiled brightly, her voice full of pride. Over 600,000 were all from the money you sent home. My daughter is so talented. You sent home more than 20,000 each month. But do not split it into 2 transfers anymore. You have to go to the town to withdraw money. It is really troublesome. Her eyes showed clear confusion as she hesitantly replied. I just want you and Grandma to live well. But inside she felt a rising doubt. Over 20,000. My salary is not that much. If I send money home twice. Could there be someone else sending money home? Could it be a mistake? But how could there be a mistake for so many years? Mayho noticed she was standing still and gently called her. All right. Hurry inside. Do not stay out in the sun anymore. Sweetheart. The gentle breeze lifted her skirt slightly. And Thenfai's gaze lingered on the hem of her dress. She stared at it and thought to herself. Wait a minute. This dress design is from an international brand collection. She hesitated before speaking up. This dress. She turned around and smiled gently. This dress is very comfortable to wear. Last year, I sent it back. But you would not wear it. Now that I am back, you are wearing it. The answer left Thunfai even more confused. It was indeed me who sent it back. This dress, when it was released, cost at least over 1,000 taels of gold. Mayho grabbed her hand and pulled her inside, urging. All right. All right. Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and come in. Your grandparents are waiting for you. Entering the living room, as soon as she saw her grandparents, she bowed her head to greet them. Ungen pulled her down to sit and immediately brought up matchmaking. Thethan Phi, you are back. Did you know the old man at the end of the street has arranged several meetings? He wants you to meet his son. Phi He Lam. What do you think of him? Thun Phi recalled his childhood image and politely replied. I remember. He is the one with a runny nose. Hung En and Mei Ho exchanged amused glances. Don't he miss out? She is describing him like a high-quality investment package. It is good you remember. Thethan Phi. Right. Phi Lam is now working in the capital. I heard he is also a marketing director, making quite a bit of money a year. And he even has a house in the capital. Hung En continued excitedly, saying she thought they looked good together. You should meet him. We will find a time to discuss the two of you. Thun Phi's eyes widened and she exclaimed. What? Thun Phi quickly declined, her tone somewhat flustered but firm. Grandma, my career is on the rise now. I am not thinking about dating, let alone marriage. Hung En shook her head vigorously, clearly disapproving. That won't he do? You are not a kid anymore. Then she looked at her expression turning serious. That boy, Phi He Lam, is so good. You have not seen him in 2 years. And now he looks great. It is better to meet him at least once. You might like him. Thun Phi immediately waved her hand, refusing. No need. Grandma, I really have not thought about marrying yet. Mei Ho placed a hand on her shoulder, gently advising. Thethan Phi, since your relatives have said that, just meet him once. She felt awkward and hesitantly said softly. I really. Suddenly, there was a noise outside the door as Phi Lam walked in with 2 bags in his hands. He quickly greeted politely. Grandpa. Grandma. Spotting Thun Phi, he looked a bit surprised. Thethan Phi, you are back. Thundern Phi tilted her head and observed him for a few seconds before breaking into a mischievous smile. It has been so many years. The runny-nosed kid. Phi Alumdrum set the bags down on the floor and glanced at her from head to toe. Ha. You still remember. The runny-nosed kid is gone now. You have changed a lot. You have also become a great beauty. No one expected our village could have someone as talented as you. Thin Phi poured tea into a cup to invite his guest and brought it to him. It was truly flattering. Drink up. You can rely on your own efforts. Buying a house in the capital is impressive. Unlike me, I am still living at a friend's place. Phi Lam took the glass of water and unexpectedly suggested. House prices in the capital are very high now. Why do not you come stay at my place? It is a 2-room house. Renovated for 3 months now. You can move in right now. We can take care of each other. She was momentarily taken aback and quickly declined. That would not be convenient. Ongan immediately interjected, seriously asking. What is inconvenient about it? Seeing her clearly support the idea, he seized the opportunity to add. Exactly. What is inconvenient? We each have our own room. It won't affect each other at all. Thin Phi was bombarded with questions, only able to stutter about it. Inside, she silently cried for help, wondering how to decline, hoping someone would rescue her. Phi Lam noticed something and, without waiting for her response, quickly wrapped things up and sought a way to back off. Let us do this. Thin Phi. This time when you come back to the capital, I will help you move. Since you just got back, I won't bother you anymore. Your family can just talk. Just as he turned to leave, he was stopped by Thin The's voice from behind. Wait a minute. He smiled gently, his tone playful yet serious, not allowing for refusal. What is the hurry? Do you only want to talk to Thin Phi and not stay to chat with me and your grandparents? Come eat with us in a bit. Hearing this, Phi Lam turned back, immediately agreeing. If you invite me, I can refuse. He smiled bashfully, thinking to himself, Grandpa understands me. After he sat down, His grandfather could not help but curiously say, "Come here and tell me about your house." He stammered in reply. "There is nothing much to say, really." Thin Phi sighed while thinking, "Just a 2-room house." If Phi Lam knew that in a while, she would become a major shareholder of Lam Hai with billions in assets. Would he be embarrassed to want to sink into the ground? After a moment, Mei Ho's voice called from the dining room. "Come on, time to eat, Thin Thich." "Thin Hao, stop joking around and come eat." The dishes on the table were lavishly arranged. Once everyone was seated, Thin Phi politely served food to the adults. "Aunt, you have worked hard. Try my braised pork." The other party nodded in appreciation. "You are such a good kid. If only you were my daughter." And the wedding song rose every time the children came home. "Thin Phi, come on, you are of age. You should find a boyfriend." The daughter working outside felt helpless. Sighing inwardly, "Can we still talk about this? Aren't you tired of this topic?" She took out her phone to text back quickly. Her heart was burning, silently calling the names of the 2 people. "I wonder where the Thay and Vong Tran are. Hurry and come save me." Just then, the doorbell rang, and Thin Phi immediately stood up, whispering to Mei Ho, "It seems my friends have arrived. Let me go welcome them." Vong Tran is standing at the gate. You and Thaitha glance at the large house in front of you, admiring it in your heart. This house is beautifully built. Thin Phi rushes out from inside, hugs them, and joyfully exclaims, "The Thai. V Trong Tran. Finally, they have arrived." The Thai, slightly worried, asks, "Is something wrong?" Phi Lam steps out from the house, catches sight of this intimate scene, frowns immediately, feeling a mix of discomfort and curiosity about the boy's presence. Thin Phi leads them inside, casually draping an arm around Thathia's shoulders. They arrive just in time, and Thatha responds nonchalantly. "Oh really?" Upon entering, she points to the Thi and formally introduces. "This is my best friend, the Angquanthatha." She smiles charmingly and politely bows her head. "Hello, Auntie. I have heard so much about you from Thin Phi. I have been wanting to visit everyone." Mei Ho looks at her with a warm and appreciative gaze. "Auntie has heard about you from Thin Phi too. If it were not for your help, Thin Phi would not know how many more difficulties he would face. I must thank you for that." Without delay, Thin Phi pulls Vidong Tran over for another introduction. "This is Vidring Tran, also a good friend of mine." He nods slightly before speaking. "Hello, sister-in-law. I wanted to visit you but did not have the time." Thin Phi and the Thi are both stunned, repeating in their heads, "Sister-in-law, sister-in-law." The Thi grabs his arm and immediately questions, "V Trong Tran, what did you just say? Why call her sister-in-law?" Viving Tran feels nervous, sweating profusely, internally screaming, "Oh no, I just said that casually. I used to call her that in front of old Then. I just can't change it." He forces a smile, trying to cover it up. "Hello, Auntie. I called you that because you look younger than your age. Please do not mind." She crosses her arms, looking at him with a teasing smile. At this moment, Phi Lam approaches from behind, extends his hand, and speaks up. "Hello." He immediately introduces himself as if reading a job application. "My name is Phi Lam, a schoolmate of Thin Phi, working in the capital. Currently residing at Ho Vien Thenchu." Viving Tran shakes hands politely and replies, "I am Ving Tran. I just moved to the capital for work this year, and I do not have a place to stay yet. I am kind of crashing here. But I have never heard of Ho Vien Thenchi." He glances at him, secretly laughing at how ridiculous this guy is, who introduces themselves by mentioning where they live. It is just an apartment. But it feels like he wants others to see his achievements. Phi Lam tries to maintain a friendly demeanor, but his words betray an underlying desire to assert his status. "You just arrived this year. It is normal not to know half of the capital yet. If you are free, come visit me. It is not easy for people from elsewhere like us to work in the capital. So we should help each other." He curiously continues, as if probing into his opponent's background. "What do you do?" Ving Tran smiles and casually replies, "I work as a security guard and also a driver." Phi Lam withdraws his hand, his face showing clear satisfaction. "Is that usually being a security guard is pretty chill. I often work until 9 or 10. He thinks to himself with a smug smile. "Bai Woen. Ha. How could you compare to me?" Thitha silently observed and thought to herself, "Why do I feel like this person is trying to out-o Vivang Tran? Ha. This is interesting." Next, she lightly patted his shoulder while teasing, "Come on, do not be modest. You just spent over 10 million on that luxury car. And now you pretend to be just a security guard." Phi Lam felt like he was frozen, his mind spinning. What? Isn't he a security guard? Did he buy that luxury car outside? Who is telling the truth and who is lying here? Just then, Mei Ho came out of the kitchen with food. "All right, sit down and chat. Try the peanuts harvested this year, made using a family recipe." Ving Tran peeled the peanuts and ate them, chewing while giving a thumbs up in praise. "So delicious." Suddenly, She felt a flutter in her heart. This taste was just like the one from when she too sent to Anthen. Thitha glanced at him, wondering why he was so happy eating these peanuts. She quickly popped one into her mouth. As the flavor spread on her tongue, her eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, "So delicious." En sat down beside them, her eyes full of affection as she looked at the two of them. The Thi and V Zong Tran could tell right away that these two were good people, with friends like them. Thethan Phi, I feel really at ease. Phi Lum immediately rushed over to sit close, eager to charm her. Grandma, there is me too. From now on, I will take good care of her. When I have time, I will take you both to the capital. It seemed the plan to score points was effective. She immediately turned to Thun Phi. All right. Thethan Phi. Look, Phi Lum is sincere with you. And you two have known each other since childhood. I see you two are very compatible. She sat up straight, looking at her with a serious expression. Grandma, please do not rush me. I am being honest with you. I actually have a boyfriend. Both Hung An and Phi Lam looked petrified. Their stunned reaction left Thun Phi flustered, muttering to himself, "Wait, is that how it ends?" Phi Lam was jealous of Vang Tran. "I have not seen enough yet." So she boldly pointed at Vazung Tran and declared, "It is," while enjoying the food. Hearing his name called made Vung Tran sigh internally. Oh no. Not again. Can you stop doing that? Always becoming the target. He sat there like a wooden statue, silently weeping inside while everyone was watching. Even Thun Phi felt annoyed. Thun Phi looked at Thitha with a pleading glance. Can I borrow him? Thitha raised her hand in an O shape, perfectly coordinated as if they had practiced beforehand. Okay. Both of them turned to look at Vegang Tran with sparkling eyes as if begging him, please withdraw. He gently closed his eyes, sighed, and then suddenly grabbed Thun Phi's hand. Vung Tran smiled obediently, speaking clearly as if reading from a script. Dear Grandma and Aunt, I would like to say that Thun Phi and I have been together for over 6 months. She wants to wait a bit longer to introduce me to everyone. But unexpectedly, this time while on a work trip passing through here, she took the opportunity to greet everyone first. Thun Phi subtly wriggled her hand, frowning at him to let go. Vung Tran glanced at her, his eyes reminding, don't move. This looks more real. Inside, he felt glee. If he could not take from others, could he at least hold hands? He then turned to look at Hung An. Ethape's voice earnest. Grandma, I know you care for Thun Phi the most, always worried about her safety outside. Please rest assured, she is Thun Phi. She shot him a glare. Feeling annoyed. Was she getting back at him for those harsh words? Hung An smiled with squinty eyes, her tone cheerful yet meaningful. Such a good child. I like you even more. If Thun Phi is with you, I can rest easy. Phi Lum sat off to the side, his expression dark as he watched the situation change rapidly. What was going on? A bitter feeling surged up, so sore it was hard to swallow. Didn't Grandma stand by him? Why suddenly was it all Thun Phi's fault? Did she intentionally hide having a boyfriend just to embarrass him? He cast a glance at the two of them acting intimate, feeling simmering anger. After revealing their relationship, they kept exchanging glances, provoking him, and then suddenly stood up in frustration. Not wanting to stay another second, he said goodbye with a slight edge. Grandma, it is getting late. I will head home. His heart boiled with anger as he gritted his teeth, cursing silently. He had never been so embarrassed in front of so many people. It was infuriating. Just a moment ago, he was on Phi Lam's side, and now he turned around, waving goodbye. Phi Lam, do not be sad. I will introduce you to a good girl later. Phi Lam turned to leave, feeling frustrated and vowing not to let it go. Just wait. Whether you are a bodyguard or the owner of that luxury car, you will know my wrath when you get back to the capital. The clock now read 8:30 p.m. Meiho came out of the kitchen, gently reminding, it is getting late. You should rest for tomorrow, the company said. Hung An laughed lightly, her voice full of regret. Oh dear. Time flies too fast. I have not chatted enough with my son-in-law. Vung Tran swallowed hard, forced a smile inside. Sana. Has this form of address come so quickly? Just a while ago, he was still the captain of Thenthamta. Hung An tried to stay a little longer, suddenly asking a tricky question. Sana, let me ask you. Are you and Thun Phi living together? He thought about the house they all lived in and answered carefree, not realizing it would cause misunderstandings. Yep. We live together. She covered her mouth, smiling brightly, letting out an excited oh. Thundra Phi felt like she was doused with boiling water, jumping up to quickly explain. Grandma, do not listen to him. We are just living in Thethai's house, not in the same room. After a moment, seeing everyone still sitting there, Meiho smiled and urged again. Why are you still chatting here? Thethan Phi. V Trong Tran. You both should go rest. The bedroom is on the east side. The Thea is in the west room on the second floor. Everything is all set. The Thun Phi almost shouted, Furious. Why are you saying they are not staying with us tonight? She asked in surprise. Why is that? She hurriedly thought of a reason to excuse herself. There was some issue at the company. Ving Tran and Thitha rushed back, taking advantage of the time to come here. She frowned slightly, thinking to herself that she absolutely could not be in the same space as Vinong Tran. This kind of two-faced person. Meiho tilted her head to look at him, as if she just wanted to confirm. Is that? Ving Tran shook his head vigorously, deliberately rebutting Thun Fi's words. What? That is not true. I handled it fine. Su Hai thought to himself. Humph. This commander here has been taken advantage of by the ladies once. How could he not gain something in return? Wanna kick me out? Thun Fi quickly interjected, hastily pulling the Thi in as a shield. Do not listen to Vivung Tran's nonsense. They really have something going on. If you do not believe me, ask them. Thun Fi clasped his hands, looking very earnest as if to say, please help me out. The threatening message from Vichong Tran flashed in her mind, making her feel very awkward. After weighing the pros and cons, the Thi decided to betray her best friend to save herself. What? There is nothing going on. The company work has all been resolved. We are staying here tonight. Meiho immediately broke into a satisfied smile. Yeah. It was worth cleaning the room for you too. Auntie will take you to your room. When Vinung Tran entered Then Fi's room, the clock showed 9:30. His gaze swept over the family picture placed beside the bed. Thunper Fi propped herself up, looking at him sprawled on her bed, and spoke up irritably. How long are you planning to stay in my room? What would it take for you to agree to switch rooms with Thi? Vung Tran tilted his head, pretending to innocently ask back. Why should I switch rooms with the Thi? In the next moment, he provoked her by spreading his arms and legs to take over the bed. This room is really too good. The bed is big and soft, and there is a beauty next to it. If I want to switch rooms secretly, I have to wait for the elders to rest first. Too troublesome. Just as he finished speaking, a pillow flew straight at his face. Thun Fei sulkily plopped down on the bed, shooting him a sharp look. Stop boasting. When are you going to repay me? Vivrung Tran cheerfully pretended to raise his hand in surrender. Fine. For the sake of the beautiful Then Fai, I will compromise. But you have to let me benefit a bit, since I am pretending to be your boyfriend. If I get something out of this, I will leave right away. She immediately became alert, crossing her arms tightly. What benefits? Donnie, push your luck. He suddenly jumped up, moving closer to her. Thun Fai's face turned pale, her mouth stammering in panic. Well, what do you want to do? Vivung Tran laughed mischievously, presenting an unbelievable odd condition. Oh dear. What are you thinking? Your mind is not clear. I am really curious about what size underwear you wear. Tell me and I will switch rooms. Thun Fai, still in a defensive posture, widened her eyes and exclaimed. She quickly clutched the pillow in front of her, shyly asking back. Why do you want to know this? He casually leaned back on the bed and threw a casual remark. If you do not want to say it, forget it. I am free tonight. Ani, let us go to sleep. She frowned slightly, her voice somewhat yielding but still full of caution. Just tell me. Are you really going to change rooms? Vivtring Tran leaned back with his hands behind his head, closing his eyes and casually murmuring Thun Fi's cheeks flushed red, and after some stammering, she finally managed to say one word. She hugged her knees tightly and suddenly shouted. I can't say that. Seeing her awkwardness, Vivtring Tran covered his mouth, chuckling with delight. Ha! You jumped up, raising your brow in concession. All right. I won't push you anymore. Look at her face turning completely red. There it is. Thumperfy was so angry that she tightened her grip on the pillow and yelled. Vitrong Tran. You bastard. The pillow flew swiftly toward him, but Vitrong Tran leaned aside just in time to dodge it. It flew a bit too far, causing the picture on the bedside table to crash to the ground. He turned to look at her with a reproachful expression. I was just joking. And you still hit me. Then he bent down to pick up the fallen object, examining it for a moment before nodding and commenting. The quality is pretty good. It did not break. Vidring Tran gently brushed his fingers over the face of the man in the photo, his tone suddenly turning serious. Her dad was very handsome when he was young. Thun Fai lowered her eyes, her hands subconsciously clenching tightly. But he is gone now. The accident happened during the drill. A memory suddenly flashed in his mind, and he frowned, wondering. An accident. He turned to look at her, his gaze carrying a rare sincerity. Thun Fai. There is a time I want to take you to this place. She hesitated for a moment, her eyes flickering slightly before she nodded lightly. Okay, but Vizanung Tran. I want to talk to you about this. I have so many questions in my heart. I think only you can answer them. Without a second thought, Ving Tran immediately agreed. Go ahead. Tell me. Thunderfy tried to connect everything in her mind. Vitrong Tran. I know you are not just a simple bodyguard. You have many qualities yet to be shown. And you even make luxury brand clothes. He gaped, looking no different from a caught thief. You found me out. Yeah. My major is fashion design. This outfit was given to me by a friend. I am pretty casual about my clothing. Thunfoy suddenly leaned in, her gaze piercing straight at him as she questioned. The dress my mom wore was a gift from you. Right. V Dong Tran and Thun Fai stared at each other, as if trying to read each other's minds. After a brief silence, he nodded slightly in admission. Me. I did not expect you to be so perceptive. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes flashing with sharpness. It is not that I am perceptive. Who would send a designer dress to someone in the countryside? The 20,000 each month was also sent by you. Right. Well. He casually scratched his ear as if he had nothing more to hide, realizing it was all out in the open. Thun Fai raised her hand, each finger pointing as if listing undeniable evidence. You are so obvious. Do you think I am stupid? The way you carve duck meat is just like my dad's. Then you called my mom sis. And before she could finish, Ving Tran cut, raising both hands in surrender. All right. I admit, I know your dad. Thunli gently tugged at his sleeve, her gaze filled with an indescribable sadness. You are telling me that my dad really died in an accident. Viglong Tran lightly gripped the painting in his hand, initially wanting to wait for a chance to talk to her later. You look at the man in the painting, his expression drooping as old memories rush back. Actually, Thun and I were comrades. He was the elite special forces unit of China. He was the best in the team. You gently stroked the photo, your voice carrying waves of regret. How could someone like him die in an accident? He sacrificed himself on the battlefield to save me. Without him, I would not be here. Thunfi wiped away a tear that had just spilled over and asked immediately, are you saying you want to take me to that place? Vung Tran looked straight at her, his gaze resolute. The battlefield. The clock on the wall quietly showed 11:30 p.m. In the quiet hallway, Thitha pressed her ear against the door to listen. She tried to hold her breath as if afraid of making a sound. Murmuring, is late. Why won't they switch rooms with me? Could it be that they really slept together? Let us. Suddenly, a faint click sounded, and the door swung open, causing Thi to lose her balance and fall straight into Vidong Tran. Exclaiming, he froze for a few seconds, looking at her with confusion. The thigh. Why did you suddenly come here? Are you feeling lonely? Her face turned beet red, and she shouted loudly as if to hide her embarrassment. You are the lonely one. I see you have not moved on yet. Her voice suddenly cut off when her gaze accidentally flicked down to his hand in a sensitive position. A second later, she screamed, covering her chest with both hands, then turned and rushed into the room like a whirlwind. You pervert. Thethan Phi. Get him out of here. Thun Phi gently closed the door while politely saying, Good night. From outside, Vig Tran's calm voice echoed in. Good night. He examined his hand, unable to help but silently comment, though not as good as Hun Tun Di. It was not bad either. The next morning, a new day began peacefully. The gentle voice of Mei Ho rang out from the front yard. Here are the sweet potato peanuts. Do not hesitate to take more. The Thi hurriedly replied. Auntie, that is enough. That is enough. She watched the two of them prepare to get in the car, her expression reluctant, not wanting to say goodbye. You have only stayed for a day, and now you are leaving. Thun Phi frowned at her and explained. I told you they have urgent business. Once outside by the car, the Ving Tran turned around and waved. Goodbye. What? Thitha smiled brightly, waving her hands energetically. Auntie, we will come visit next time. The car made its way back to the city. Not long after it had left, Thitha's curiosity flared up. V Trong Tran. What happened between you and Thun last night? Tell me. This morning Thun's gaze at you was off. She grabbed V Tran's sleeve, pulling and shaking it like a child asking for candy. Come on. Tell me. Tell me. I am dying of curiosity here. You gripped the steering wheel tightly, your face tense like a tightly strung bow. Can you not make a fuss? I am driving. Suddenly, a stern voice came from the loudspeaker. The car in front stopped. Your car has not stopped yet. It keeps rushing forward. A deep male voice boomed from the loudspeaker again. This time, it was a clear command. I repeat. Slow down. Stop. Ving Tran frowned as he looked ahead. Puzzled. What is going on? Vung Tran and Thitha stepped out of the car. She looked forward, her eyes showing clear signs of confusion mixed with worry. Is something wrong? Hung K stomped powerfully on the pavement. His face was colder than ice, and he held something dangerous in his hand. Witnessing that scene, the Thi could not help but whisper in fear. Which god have we offended? Vung Tran remained calm, his expression unaffected by the intimidating atmosphere. Who knows? Maybe we accidentally poked a snake's head. Hung K stopped right in front of you, his icy gaze locked onto his target. You are Vidring Tran. You tilted your head slightly, a hint of indifference playing on your lips. So what? Suddenly, he slammed his gun against the car window, making a loud bang, and shouted, The one I am looking for is you. The Thi immediately yelled for Thak Than when she saw her beloved car getting damaged. My car window. The sound of the door slamming echoed sharply as she angrily shouted. Who are you? What do you want? Even if you are an officer, you can't just smash my car like that. Right. Hung K furrowed his brows, casting her a contemptuous glance. Who? A lieutenant colonel in the Provincial Defense Forces of Kung Tu. Trong Hung K. Brother of Troping Mayu Mayu. Ving Tran leisurely put his hands in his pockets, his tone casual. The brother of the provincial secretary. What do you want with me? He gritted his teeth, suddenly grabbing your collar. Don't pretend to be innocent. If you did not race with my sister. How did she break her leg? Today. I want you to taste the pain my sister has endured. The thief panicked, rushing over while protesting. What do you know? Clearly, Atronoa Miyu dragged Vig Tran into the race, and she lost. So now she is causing trouble. Vig Tran even saved her from danger. Her eyes glimmered with fear as she recalled the past. If it were not for Vig Tran, she could have. K unexpectedly shoved her before she could finish her sentence. Get away. Do not shout in my ear. She gasped in pain. The thief sat on the ground, glaring angrily. Trong K, do you believe that if you push me today, I can have your unit arrest you tomorrow? He tilted his chin at Ving Tran defiantly. In Keem territory. No one dares to touch me. The Ving Tran clenched the hand that was holding him, his gaze darkening. Trong K, you are getting too arrogant. The son of the provincial secretary is indeed powerful, but he can't just destroy someone else's property without clarifying the situation. How will you compensate for this broken window? K said nothing further, immediately raising his fist and charging forward, shouting loudly and arrogantly. Compensate. First, let us see if you can keep your life. Viving Tran dodged easily. Smirking coldly, the thug said a punch is a punch. In the next moment, he delivered a blow to the guy's stomach after a gentle reminder. Well, I am stepping in now. Ving Tran watched him clutching his stomach, surprised inside. Why does it hurt so much after just one hit from him? K charged again, clearly more alert this time, reminding himself that this guy is not simple. He can be underestimated. K slid forward with fierce momentum, fixated on one thought, to win quickly. Let you taste this move. The nearby underlings cheered excitedly, as if they were watching a boxing match. The captain is making a move. Watch closely. The major had not fought in a while, and with his nature, he would surely use all his strength to defeat the opponent. How can that be? Just a second later, everyone's eyes widened in shock. He dodged it. Vung Tran once again easily avoided the attack. He placed his hand lightly on the guy's shoulder, smirking mockingly. That is a deadly move. If I got hit by that, I would live a life worse than death. K's face was furious, staring at him and letting out a sharp hiss. Without hesitation, he turned and delivered a painful jab to the guy's chest in return. The powerful hit sent Ka flying like a kite with a broken string. The underlings shouted in panic. The major, seeing him lying still, they frantically rushed over, calling out, Major, Major, can you hear me? The major's breathing is getting weaker. How could he hit the major like that? Soon after, they all pulled out their guns in unison. The furious soldier yelled, How dare you do this to our major? You better not think about leaving here today. Viving Tran put his hands in his pockets, looking like a villain presenting a case. Are your eyes just for decoration? Which of you saw me hit him? Clearly, he hit me first. Di Fi Nien skillfully feigned an innocent act. So what? You are unhurt but our major is. The wretched state of K did not need further explanation. He turned to command the soldiers. 5 of you hurry and take the major to the nearest hospital. The rest stay here with me. With half of the remaining soldiers, he exuded confidence. Threatening. Let us see who can take a gun from me. Viving Tran sighed, revealing a secret. Maybe you do not know, I really hate people from the homeland aiming guns at me. Just as he finished speaking, the gun was pressed close to his chest. It is true that you hate what you can have. Di Fi Nien tightened his grip on the trigger, casually asking a thoughtless question. What has that got to do with me? You casually reached for the gun, then kindly adjusted it to point at your heart to challenge the opponent. If you are going to take responsibility, then go ahead and shoot. Moreover, Ving Tran added a few words suggesting to comply with the law. But I think, after Chandrung K wakes up, he won't help you with this. What will be the consequences of a soldier shooting at innocent people? 20 to 30 years in prison. He talks confidently. But when the police are mentioned, he hesitates a bit. You raise your finger to sharpen the blade while it is still hot, in my opinion. The soldiers of Hoh are all family. If it were not for the circumstances, I would not want to hit my own family. I will give you 5 seconds. Step aside. Not wanting to linger too long with these people, Viving Tran raised another finger. The counting echoed in his ears, making him rush to calculate in his head. He was right. If I should, with the captain's personality, he won't protect me and might even blame me. In the end, as the count reached 3, Di Fi Nien managed to put down his gun in time. He had the will but not the strength, so he quietly reassured himself that he could not gamble with his own life. Ving Tran was satisfied with this outcome, suddenly thumping his chest and reminding again, I used to be a loyal soldier. I am telling you. Remember this well. Never point a gun at your comrades. He did not care if the words got through to him. quickly turning away towards his car. The thigh. You can hesitate to shout. Just a few steps later, Hai-min suddenly lifted his gun. How could a captain like him easily let him go? Whether he shot or not, he could just pin a charge on him. Right. Defiant turned back immediately, then panikedly spread his arms to stop him. Tried Hai-min halted. Speaking was slow, but it happened fast. A gunshot rang out, startling the birds around to scatter. Fresh blood dripped beside the rifle lying abandoned on the ground. He grimaced, clutching his blood-stained arm, letting out a long, painful scream. The shot made Hai-min's hands tremble, while Ving Tran remained cold, maintaining his stance on the trigger. He acted decisively and immediately opened the door to get into the car, not forgetting to throw back a warning. "Don't provoke me." The black van quickly left the obstacles behind, continuing the journey that had just been interrupted. After traveling a short distance, admiration sparkled in his eyes. That shot earlier was really cool. It was far yet he aimed perfectly. Ving Tran focused his gaze on the road ahead, saying bluntly, "There is nothing to praise here. If he were not a soldier of Ho-H, my shot just now would have cost him his hand." After realizing this, she became worried again. "Then you have made an enemy of Trondheim Hung-K. What if he comes to the capital to cause trouble for you later?" Just as she finished speaking, a large hand reached out to Thai's head as if to reassure her. Until now, Ving Tran still felt quite confident in his abilities. "Don't worry. Trondheim Hung-K won't be getting out of bed for at least half a year, with broken ribs and severely injured lungs. He won't recover easily." The phone beside her suddenly vibrated vigorously, interrupting their conversation. It seemed to be some exciting news, causing her to smile brightly. "Yep. That is great. I got..." As soon as she hung up, the Thi could not help but scream loudly. "V Trong Tran. We have found Oguahai V. And now Engli Ven En is arranging to secretly bring him back from Italy." She did not wait for you to react and just poured more cold water on him. But he still would not speak. "Engli Ven has not provided any information yet, but he told us to deal with him. After all, the first half of the news is enough to satisfy Venung Tran. All right, let us hurry back. We can't delay for a moment." You did not hesitate to slam on the gas, and the car shot forward. The blinding sunlight reflected off the tall buildings. Ven Thao quickly stepped out with a bright smile upon seeing the two familiar figures. "Vice President Wang, you two are finally back." He reached out to the man sitting nearby and respectfully introduced. "Vice President Wang, this is Uldu." Avi looked directly at Vazung Tran with determined eyes, his voice unwavering. "Vice President Wang, no matter who you bring in, I have told you, I do not know anything." Vig Tran casually waved his hand, signaling the others to temporarily step aside. "Really stubborn." "The Thi and Vin Theo. You two go outside first." The door quickly slammed shut, leaving only the two of them in the room. You sat in the opposite chair and directly launched an attack. "Introducing yourself. I am Ving Tran, just appointed vice chairman of Si Dung International. Please excuse me for getting straight to the point. Why did you leave Try to Lie?" Avi frowned, clearly displeased. "Why should I tell you?" Ving Tran remained unflustered, calmly taking a sip of water. After putting the cup down, he shot a cold glance straight at the man across from him. "I really do not understand how collapsing Si Dung benefits you. The chip in Try to Lie was certainly placed by you. If not, then why did you suddenly quit your high-paying job?" "I went to Italy to take care of my daughter who is in college." He shrugged, responding in a flat tone. "There is no other reason." Ving Tran tapped his fingers on the table. "I see you are a person with a high IQ, but those with high IQ often have low EQ. Or to put it this way, this person, when faced with a choice, makes irrational decisions." AV, feeling his pride hurt, stood up with a fiery gaze. "I have always been clear-headed," you said with a sarcastic tone. "Oh really? Huh. Why would anyone give you a little benefit?" "You did not hesitate to betray the company that trained you." He took a deep breath, trying to suppress his emotions, then chuckled lightly as if to cover up his unease. "I can see you are just trying to set a trap for me to jump into. I won't fall for it." Vung Tran leaned forward, his sharp eyes seeming to see through every thought, suggesting that the reason for his betrayal was his daughter. As soon as he finished speaking, Hy-Vee's inner self was slightly shaken. He maintained a calm demeanor, his hands resting on the table, revealing nothing. "My previous job was in the special forces, very experienced in interrogation, and even better at reading faces." Vung Tran tilted his head, his voice sharp, cutting through the last layer of disguise. "Earlier, I asked you a total of 7 questions, and your expression did not change at all." A long sigh echoed like the end of the indictment. "Actually, there is no need to consider your answer. Your face is already an answer. Look, you are someone who can talk about everything with me, right?" Avi slightly bowed his head, feeling very hesitant. After struggling for a long time, he sighed and shook his head. "I have nothing to say." Vidring Tran pushed a photo towards him. "Look, This is your daughter studying at a university in Italy. Right. As soon as he saw the person in the photo, Avi immediately lost his composure and shouted, Tuzan. His face changed color, and his voice, filled with barely suppressed anger, held a hint of fear. You are following my daughter. Do not touch her. She is everything to me. Ving Tran did not respond but presented another piece of evidence. Initially, those people used your daughter to threaten you, forcing you to leave your hometown. Right, look at this. The photos of Tuvin being followed were laid out in front of Avi, making him anxious. Who are these people? He glanced at him briefly before answering his question. Of course. These people used your daughter to control you. Lozong Trendridi seeks. If you do not wash your hands of this, your daughter will lose her life. He was confused, pushing his hands against the table. Why are they doing this? Ving Tran picked up a photo and tore it in front of him. Don't be too pessimistic. Meeting me is your luck. I have already handled these hidden dangers for you. Avi looked at him with a still suspicious gaze. In a room with only the two of them, he did not hesitate to ask directly. Consider it a reward for me. Tell me, why did not they strike directly at you but used your daughter to threaten you? What secret do you really have? He lowered his head, looking at the table. I have technology related to filtration cores. I have a method to make a type of filtration core that does not consume materials and can be used indefinitely. This is what they want to obtain. Ving Tran put his hands in his pockets, showing a relaxed attitude. A product that does not consume materials. If the filtration core becomes a non-consumable product, Tri-Delai company will definitely close down, and C-Dung company will also be affected. It seems you understand the situation regarding the MDU water filter well. Avi suddenly fell silent, saying nothing more. Ving Tran snapped his fingers and made a suggestion, saying half then not wanting to continue, really leaving others feeling unsatisfied. Look at this. Then you can decide whether to continue talking or not. The door suddenly made a dry creak. He was stunned by this dramatic turn of events. How could this be? Avi saw his daughter standing before him, unable to contain his shock. Tuzan. Why are you here? Tuma looked at him with tear-filled eyes, choked up as she softly called out, Dad. Then she rushed to hug him tightly in her trembling arms. Avi was both moved and confused. Turning to look at Ving Tran. What do you want from us? He slowly walked towards them. Reassuring. You see it now. I can protect your daughter, so you do not have to worry anymore. Then you raised each finger in response to every request made. As for my condition, it is very simple. First, you work for C-Dung. I will protect your daughter. Second, tell me everything you know. I want to find out who is behind this. After a few seconds of thought, Ava nodded. Agreed. He then turned to look at his daughter, his gaze softening with love. As long as my daughter is safe, I will do anything. The corners of Ving Tran's mouth curled into a faint smile, but it was still full of meaning. Talking to someone with a Hayek really saves energy. Don't worry. C-Dung won't treat you badly. With that, he turned and walked outside, reminding assistant Ingvi to handle the rest. Vin Thao respectfully nodded in acknowledgement. Vice President Vidung, do not worry. Everything will go smoothly. Thitha smiled brightly and looked at him with grateful eyes. Needing to thank him once again, Ving Tran rubbed his nose, his expression a mix of pride and teasing. Don't be so formal. Who said I am the Vice President of C-Dung? Is your father feeling better now? The outcome of this situation is still uncertain. It could be a formidable opponent. Her expression fell, worry clearly visible in her eyes. Nothing yet. He is still relying on fluids to stay alive. I can only hope he never remains like this. He placed a hand on her head, gently rubbing it as if comforting a child. Everything will be fine. I will always be by your side. Let us get everything settled before your father wakes up and make a C-Dung even stronger. Thitha's face suddenly flushed with embarrassment, her voice barely a whisper as she said to herself. Ving Tran. Thank you. It is really nice to have you around. Ving Tran raised a hand to his ear, pretending not to hear. What? Did you say I am the most handsome guy in the world? She stepped on his foot hard, potting cutely, seriously holding back for more than 3 seconds, then turned to leave, only leaving behind a line. I'm going to work now. He watched her walk away, looking confused and muttering. I really do not understand women. His phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. He glanced at the screen, seeing the caller. It was Trajang Munke. A few hours later, at Tai Lam office, the waiter approached and placed the dishes on the table cheerfully. Your order, sirs. Ving Tran Nevin grimaced as if enduring torture, sighing and complaining. Perhaps since the moment I was born, I have never been part of the upper class. Wearing a suit while eating, having to pay attention to etiquette. It is too hard for me. This place can't compare to Bafiog Mountain, where I could eat freely. Min K paused while eating, looking up at him, her eyes slightly squinting before breaking into a soft smile. Everyone has their own aspirations. And maybe later when you get used to it, you might even get tired of street food. Just look at how many people in this restaurant have eaten on the streets. She then continued to enjoy her meal, while Ving Tran kept grumbling non-stop. Then they are really hypocritical. Unlike me, who is persistent and straightforward. If it were not for the beauty inviting me here, I definitely would not step into places like this. Min K's face briefly showed confusion before quickly steering the conversation. Do not say that. I came to find you to report on the illusionary diamonds. Vig Tran was momentarily stunned, just nodding rapidly. Aha, she sat up straight, presenting smoothly, proving she had prepared thoroughly. In the capital, I found 14 stores in prime locations. After discussing the rent, they moved on to decoration. And as for boosting advertisement in newspapers and magazines, they must lower prices to compete with the two families' diamond brand. She kept talking, each sentence reflecting her insight and understanding. Although the consumption of diamonds at the Tigo family was stable, this was a competitive market situation. Even Tu Thiven could not last long. Viving Tran rested his chin on his hand, watching the scene, feeling a bit overwhelmed, truly deserving to be the chairman of the Lam Havre group. When it came to business, he seemed like a different person, completely unaware of the burning gaze fixed on them from behind. Then Nihian felt a wave of discomfort rising in her throat, thinking how unexpected it was to see Min K here. Was she dating Vitung Tran? Laughing and chatting. It was just ridiculous. At that moment, a Tai Tin joyfully approached from outside, smiling brightly as she called out to him. Then Neen. Seeing he did not respond and stood up abruptly, she worriedly asked, "What are you looking at?" He walked silently to Vitung Tran's table, and she hurriedly followed, continuously calling out, "Then Neen. Where are you going?" Then Neen slammed his hand down on the table. He glanced at Vitung Tran, the corner of his mouth curling into a half-smile full of provocation. "What a coincidence. Vitung Tran. To run into you here." Viving Tran leaned back in his chair, his gaze briefly showing interest. "What a coincidence. Min K and I are here for a meal, and I did not expect to see you." Without waiting for an invitation, Lianheim pulled a chair to sit next to Min K first. Since it was such a coincidence, why not have all four of us dine together? He glanced subtly at Hai Zai Tin, his hand casually pointing. "I agree to sit at the same table with you. But I do not like this woman." She looked at him with a clear expression of annoyance, thinking, "Do you think I like you? Last time you ruined my belt. I have not forgotten about that." Even so, she silently thanked him, as that embarrassing incident helped her gain Mer Tiku's favor. She recalled the compliments from Fas Ho. Ai Tin was very understanding, bravely standing up for Then Nine at crucial moments. "Very good. He really likes you." Ving Tran crossed his arms, looking at her with a confused expression, secretly mocking her. I have said so much, and she can still smile. This woman truly makes me dislike her more the longer I look at her. Just then, Dien Nian raised his glass and softly called out, "Vung." He smiled lightly and spoke up to defend Hai Tin. "What happened last time was due to Hai Tin being overly excited. This drink is my apology to you. Since it is your first time in the capital, let us not pretend we do not know each other, and let us make another friend." He immediately raised his hand to stop and straightforwardly refused the gesture of goodwill. "I do not understand. The illusionary diamonds on my side are competitors to yours. We need to divide the market. Why should we become friends?" Nature still offered a drink in front of him, patiently continuing, "Business is business. Friends are friends. And things are separate." He clearly showed his determination to stand his ground. "Then I have to apologize. I can't pretend." His expression darkened, lips curling in dissatisfaction. Young Master Wang was straightforward. Truly an interesting person. With that, he stood up, adjusted his jacket, and made an excuse to withdraw. Suddenly, I remembered I had some things to take care of, so I would not bother the two of them anymore. He pulled out a card and placed it on the table as if recalling something important. "That is right." His gaze turned to Min K, his voice sincere with a hint of expectation. "The 21st of next month is my grandfather's birthday. Min K, you must come." With that, Nature immediately turned and left, causing Hai Tin to hurriedly run after him. "Nature. Slow down. Wait for me." Min K held the card in her hand, her eyes reflecting hesitation. "The birthday party of Mir Tu Vung Tran. Do you think I should go?" Over here, DM bumped into Vina Suffing but did not bother to apologize, instead shouting loudly, "You burned me. You idiot." The guests around started to look at them and whisper, "What is going on?" It seems the waiter accidentally spilled a drink on him. But that is no reason to act like that. That guy is really cruel. V Nasi Sipu, scared, and knelt at his feet. I did not mean to." Ving Tran stepped forward, standing next to him, holding a teapot, unable to contain his anger as he spoke up, urging others to bow and kneel, saying respect could not be forced. Instead, a man should know how to be strong when it counts. Then he turned to him, softly saying, "Come here. Let me show you how to do it." In the next moment, he raised his hand and poured tea over Jam's head. He wiped his face while angrily asking, "Do you want to die? What are you doing?" The Ving Tran set the teapot down on a nearby table, appearing calm, obviously teaching others how to behave. This was the territory of the Chinese, and he would not allow someone to be so rude. Today, I will compensate for all damages here and apologize to the waiter. DM raised his fist and charged at him, smirking, finding it amusing that one monkey wanted to step in for another. Wondering if he had the right to do so, he leaned to the side to dodge his attack. Looking at that punch, he thought to himself that this guy's punch was not only strong but also incredibly fast. A significant difference compared to Churchang Hung Hung K. He seized the moment and struck directly at his opponent's chest, quietly speculating that each of his attacks carried lethal intent. If it were just pure training, he could not have reached this level of damage. He must have blood through hard experience. Divim attacked again, and he raised his hand to block the blow. Still doubting why such a foreign master had come to China, he began to counterattack, unleashing a flurry of moves that forced him to fall back into defense. Thinking that there were not many in the group who could fight against him. Yet here he encountered a formidable opponent. China truly deserves its reputation as the cradle of martial arts. A hidden dragon. He narrowed his eyes, focusing on him before landing a precise kick to his body. DM was thrown back, grimacing in pain, clutching his stomach and asking, with speed and agility like that, "You must be from the Shadow Army." The sound of cold footsteps echoed on the chilly tiles. Ving Tran strode over, standing close, his aura sharp and icy like a knife. "Didn't the Shadow Army make it clear you won't set foot in the East? Right? Are you really going against the Dark Western Pact? The Western world has 3 major dark organizations, and the Shadow Army is one of them, as these 3 groups cannot independently seize the East. Therefore, there is an unwritten rule in the West. No stepping into the East." Jay's face turned pale as a sheet, his mind racing with unanswered questions. Is he? A normal person would never encounter a world devoid of light, let alone deduce from movements that he was from the military academy. Not daring to hesitate, he turned and fled, telling himself that this person was no ordinary threat. Escaping was the best option. Vung Tran immediately threw a projectile, the shout slicing through the air like a whip. "Where do you think you are going?" Dizem charged straight into the glass door, his body crashing hard and shattering the glass. By the time he arrived, the man had completely vanished. Right after, he leaned out the window, looking down to search. Min K had just arrived, stopping next to him, still in shock. This was the 7th floor, and if he jumped down, he would not be seen. Did he fly away? The Ving Tran shook his head decisively, making his guess without hesitation. "He got hit by my tranquilizer. In half a minute, he will definitely be paralyzed, if we do not see him now. Someone must have helped him." She turned to look at him, worry evident in her eyes. "What you said makes me a bit scared." "What now? Do we need to chase him?" He replied nonchalantly as if nothing happened, purposely teasing. "No need. We definitely won catch up. Plus I have to escort the beautiful lady home." Min K scolded him lovingly for saying too much. At that moment, a white car sped down the road. Inside, Xing Tong shot a reproachful glance at Dim. "Divim told you not to get excited. China is full of hidden dangers. And acting recklessly like that could ruin the principal's plans." Dim was panning from the earlier escape, his face still showing signs of panic. "See Peng, I think we are in trouble. I just got into a fight over there. That guy is skilled, and his projectiles are impressive. Most importantly, he figured out I was from the military academy just for my moves." And Tung continued to focus on driving, but his eyes narrowed slightly. How could this be? Could there really be people from all 3 organizations in China? Jayin was drenched in sweat, his voice lowered as if admitting a mistake. "I can't make any judgments for now. Today was my recklessness." He frowned slightly, looking uncomfortable. "The principal sent you to help me. Do not act alone from now on. The East is not like the West. If you cause trouble again, you will face the consequences on your own." DM's voice rang out under the harsh sun. "I know. Back this way." The 2 of them were strolling leisurely. Min K suddenly glanced at Vung Tran and asked, "Aren't you going to take me home?" He stretched lazily, adopting a philosophical tone. "Well, that is it. Walking you home. How does that saying go? After eating, if you walk 100 steps, you can live to 99. Suddenly, the voice of Kim Than's underling rang out mockingly. "You still think about living to 99? He stopped and looked at him, then scoffed. Vivrung Tran glanced at the group blocking their way, his voice like, "Who are you? What do you want?" Kim Thun looked at him and smirked. "You do not need to ask too much. Just know that someone wants us to deal with you." One of the underlings quickly interjected, asking, "Hey Kim, they only said to handle the guy. What about that girl?" He raised the stick in his hand and ordered to deal with the guy. "The girl. We share." Min K immediately trembled, gripping his sleeves tightly and softly called out, "V Trong Tran." Taking the opportunity, Ving Tran teased, his hand rubbing against hers with a sly grin. "My woman, do not be nervous," she shyly yelled. "Who is your woman?" At that moment, the underlings charged like a pack of hungry wolves. She panicked and turned to ask frantically, "What do we do? They are coming at us." However, Vig Tran remained unfazed. a satisfied smile on his lips, thinking that if you want to catch the bandits, you must first catch their leader. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved his feet, moving like a flash, breezing past the underlings. In an instant, his hand had grabbed Kim Thun by the collar. With just one move, he was lifted off the ground. He panicked and shouted, unaware that his underlings were sprawled on the ground. You let me. Where are my guys? Come save me. Vung Tran held him up like a sack of rice, chuckling with disdain. Do you see anyone who can save you? Kim Thun was momentarily shocked but still struggled. What is wrong with them? What are you doing? He looked up, his gaze as cold as steel piercing through him. Voice firm. You do not need to know much. Just tell me who sent you. Kim Thun felt his life was in peril and hastily surrendered, raising his hands. I will tell you. I will tell you. Please spare my life. Min K witnessed the entire unfolding of events, also taken aback by his overwhelming change in attitude. Ving Tran thought for a long time, carefully reminding him, there is a name. Remember not to stir the hornet's nest. At this moment, the cave was ablaze with light in the night. The dazzling lights mingling with the lively sounds made it feel like a hub of emotional rhythm. Haiyu Min appeared respectful. Uncle, to be honest, you have always been the one I respect and admire the most. This time, thanks to you, I raise my glass to you. Trapping Min proudly embraced the beauty beside him. Boasting, you get that? Haiyu Min, don't be so formal. If anything happens in the future, just tell me directly. Uncle will take care of it for you. In Bianjiang district of this capital. Who are you afraid of? Then he turned to promise. But Uncle Hai has been a bit busy lately. Let me suffer on the train. In a few months he will sort it out for me. Uncle Hai punished himself with a drink. He quickly waved his hands in denial. Uncle Hai, you are busy every day with 100 things. It is not easy to help me track down that guy. Let alone punish yourself. I should toast you instead. He burst out laughing, pleased as he patted the person next to him. Ha! You really understand. Looking at the time, that Wang Jiang is probably asleep already. Go ahead. If there is anything else, just say it. Uncle Hai will take care of it for you. He hesitantly shared his troubles. Uncle Hai. Actually, I like a girl. Her name is Tavian Vian. She is a sophomore at Capital Medical University, but she does not think much of me. Without hesitation, Trapping Min decided to disregard me. This girl really does not know her place. All right, Uncle Hai remembers. After Uncle Hai sends someone to inquire, he will bring her to see me. Haiyu Min revealed a cunning smile upon achieving his wish. Uncle Hai treats me better than my dad does. So I will wait for your news. Uncle. The sky outside gradually darkened, the faint moonlight barely flickering before being swallowed by towering skyscrapers. Avinacho began to show his seductive side. Dear customer. He cheerfully tried to persuade. I have some good stuff here. Want to order? Wang Jiang noticed the item in the other person's hand, and was slightly startled. You definitely grabbed it and questioned. Do you know you are committing a crime with this? He panicked, reaching out to reclaim it. Give it back to me. Before he could reach it, he was held back by Wang Jiang, who smiled and asked, you want me to give it back? Fine. Tell me where Feng Trapamin is. V Nasi Sipu. Enraged, immediately wanted to threaten with violence. You want to get hit? Quickly give it back. He did not bother with him, skillfully dodging each blow while asking around. No server mentioned knowing where Feng Trapang Min was. It seemed there was no disturbance. Feng Trong Min would not show up. And he finally delivered a sharp kick to the person in front of him. Go away. He was sent flying several meters, successfully attracting all eyes. Wang Jiang remained calm as if nothing had happened. Considering it a public service to deal with him, several bodyguards noticed the unusual commotion and quickly moved in to handle it. Step aside. Step aside. You dare cause trouble here. Don't you want to live anymore? He enjoyed stretching his muscles. It seemed like he would have to fight again today. Without saying much, he rushed in to deal with the group in front of him. The Chie Deng Hai ran to report. It is not good. Someone's causing trouble. Trapping Min frowned annoyed, disturbed by the interruption. What is the panic about? How many people? He hurriedly recounted, his hands clutching his head from dizziness. There is only one person. Highly skilled. He took down dozens of bodyguards. He got furious, stood up, and shouted, one person takes on dozens. What am I paying you for, useless fools? Do you know why he came here to cause trouble? Suddenly, a calm voice broke the tense atmosphere. What other reason could there be? Wang Jiang coldly snapped the artery in his neck. He darkened his face and directly got to the point. You are the brain-dead Feng Jiangming. Right. Xiangming fearfully recoiled a few steps. I did not know who you were. Without a second thought, Wang Jiang decisively punched the face of the person in front of him. Finally found him. You are the one who wants to deal with me. Right. He painfully held his face in disbelief. Deal with you. What? You are Wang Jiang. Damn it. You dared to hit me, and this is what happens. My brothers work at the police station. They are on their way. You are dead for sure. You laughed and approached him to ask, "Ha. Do you think you can wait until then? Tell me why you want to harm me." Suddenly, Hu Min rushed out to stop him. Vong Tran halted. "Do not touch my uncle." Trung Mun was a bit startled. "Hu Min," he openly admitted. "You angered me on the train before. That is why I asked my uncle for help. This has nothing to do with him. If you want to hit someone, then hit me," he said, worriedly thinking to himself. "When will the police arrive? I can't hold out much longer." Vong Tran angrily kicked the opponent without needing to explain. "Seeing you, I understand the reason. Just a little grudge and you want to cause trouble. I see you are so bored that you have gone crazy looking for trouble." Seeing his nephew fall to the floor, Trung Min could not hide his panic. "Hu Min." You sighed and sat down. "I really dislike you guys. What do you think I should do? How about this? I will let you choose. Pick one of two." He was so scared that his face turned pale. The police are about to arrive. Yet he does not seem scared at all. He cheerfully listed the options. "First, I will disable one of your legs. And you will cut off a finger. Second, you can't touch your nephew. You have to become my subordinate and help me with a few things. Of course. This place is still yours. I won't interfere." He heard the news and felt like he had fallen into a trap. "Are you joking? One loses dignity. The other suffers bodily harm. What do I rely on to be led by him?" Just then, a loud voice rang out. "Who is causing a ruckus here? Bring them all to me." Truong Min was delighted to recognize the familiar voice. Finally, they have arrived. Ho Ben and his team entered the room with serious expressions. Their oppressive aura successfully attracting everyone's attention. He scanned the room, feeling annoyed. "They even found me in such a small place. I wonder if he has anything more important to do." Truong Min hurriedly ran over to ask for backup. "Captain Vong, you are here." He showed a confused expression. "And Fong, what exactly happened here? Why has Inga Vo become like this? You look pretty disheveled too." Truong Min began to gossip. "Captain Vong, you have to bring justice for Engin Ta. I am in such a miserable state here all because of him." Ho Ben Demiu thought carefully. Protecting Inganeta. Each year could share a commission of over 100,000. Such a golden goose was ruined by this kid. Finally, he decided to demand. "Someone made Nentu end up like this. Hey, you stand up for me?" Vong Tran calmly inquired. "What if I stand up? Can you arrest me?" He felt disrespected and angrily ordered. "Arrest him? Of course. I have to arrest him. Where are the men? Hurry and catch this guy for me." He slowly turned his head. Speaking seriously, Vong Hobin, "Are you sure?" The moment he saw Dung Nahan in front of him, he froze, his whole body stiff as if frozen. Was him? The guy who shared meals with the esteemed military commander. All he had to do was make a phone call to summon the entire military district's guard. Why do I keep running into him everywhere? Quickly make an excuse to slip away. "Hello. What? A murder case happened at the Bean Jiang school area. Alright. I am on my way." Ho Bin tried to calm himself. He could not anger him, or he would not be able to escape. Ving Tran gently placed a hand on his shoulder. "Captain V. Jiang, I see you are getting a bit hot-headed. I have a cure for this condition. If you want to recover, bring 2 million to the headquarters of C. Dung tomorrow to find me." He was taken aback by this. He had long wanted to cure this ailment. And the moment he looked at him, he knew his problem. Could it really be cured? After thinking for a long while, he left, not forgetting to leave a message. "I understand. I will come find you." Trapping Mun was utterly shocked when the savior turned and walked away. "Captain V. Jiang, you are really not going to remind me? Have you seen anything yet? Even V. Gong Ho Ban would not dare to touch me. Are you still not seriously considering what choice to make?" Calmly leaving after handling everything. "I am not in a hurry. I will give you time to think. Next time I come, you must give me an answer." He shouted helplessly. "Why choose me?" "Because the Enderta is a money-making place." He casually explained the reason. "It has nothing to do with the Enderta. It is just that you have something I need. But it is not convenient to tell you now." Vig Tran slowly left the room, each step echoing confidently, asserting his calm and unyielding authority. He stretched lazily, gently turning to relieve his muscles after a long night of exertion, reminiscing about earlier events with a sigh. "It has been a while since I have been this active. It feels so refreshing and comfortable. Next, I need to contact that person." He calmly dialed a familiar number, feeling an indescribable excitement rise within him. Ainham cautiously spoke from the other end. "Hello. Who's this?" Vung Tran laughed mockingly. "The Dark Army's people have arrived. Are all the people you kept around incompetent?" He recognized the familiar voice and could not contain his emotions. "You. V. Trong Tran. When did you come back?" He resolutely responded with biting words. "A special forces captain like you does not know when I returned. This time I am back. You better cooperate obediently. If not, no matter how far you run, I will find you," he asserted firmly. "Don't worry. Since you informed me, then you must trust me. I need to be worthy of your trust." Saying that, he helplessly reminded him. But you should at least call me brother or something. Alright, you do not know how to speak properly. He did not care about his words at all. Hurry up and deal with the Dark Military Academy issue. Don't leave me bored enough to wipe your asses. It is not surprising that Hanam got interrupted. He is still the same as before. He cried tears of joy, unable to stop them from flowing. I am really back. It is so good. A new day begins. The morning sunlight filters through the towering skyscrapers, bringing a gentle warmth that awakens the city. At the vice president's office, the sound of the thief can be heard. Liu Wei has already confessed everything. The person secretly threatening him is named Liu Venfu. She carefully reports the information. Liu Venfu is the owner of a medical equipment company. Huakao. I have sent someone to investigate. This company is a foreign invested enterprise, located in Gongtu province. Wang Zhang is a bit surprised to hear that. Gongtu province again. What a coincidence. Have you sent someone to investigate this company yet? She quickly responds that the company in Gongtu province is also a foreign invested enterprise. But our legal person, Lu Vung, had a heart attack 2 days ago and died before reaching the hospital. You are deep in thought analyzing the situation. The crucial knot has been cut. There is definitely someone behind this. It seems he was just a discarded pawn. Finally, you issue the order. This opponent is not simple. The Thai. Please investigate the company's investments. There might be some clues. The Thai immediately accepts the task. Okay. I will have assistant guy go do it right away. Just then, the phone rings incessantly, interrupting their conversation. You quickly pick up the phone. Hello. Got it. Tell him to come up here. She curiously asks. Who's it? Wang Zhang calmly replies. Someone is coming to give me money. After saying goodbye to the Thai, you prepare to welcome the guest. You cheerfully start the conversation. I thought Captain Wang would linger for a few days. I did not expect you to understand so quickly. Without beating around the bush, Ho Bin directly gets to the point. I am giving you 2 million. Can you cure my illness? I have been to many places for this illness. They all say it is a psychological issue. You show confidence. How could those doctors understand my expertise? Captain Wang, do you remember when we first met? I said, if you do not touch me, I won't touch you. For this illness, I just need to give you a small exercise. He thinks for a moment, deciding to take a risk and entrust everything to you. Here's 2 million. The code is from 1 to 6. I can't take it anymore. Urgently handing over the credit to the person in front of you. Please help me cure this. It is seriously affecting my life. Wang Zhang smiles reassuringly. Don't panic. You carefully take out the acupuncture needles that you have used for years. You enthusiastically present your viewpoint. Once the money is given, the illness must be cured. That has always been my philosophy. Let us start the treatment. Ho Bin yells out, half believing. Here. After a long session of acupuncture, he struggles to crawl back to the car, even saying that others are inferior. Luckily, he has not killed me. And suddenly I feel no pain. The pain is gone, and my body feels much lighter. Wang Zhangbing calmly watches his figure fade down the sunlit path. The thief could not hide his confusion, just letting it go with him. He stared at the person downstairs and smirked slyly. How can it be so easy? Just reaping a little benefit. That is all. The thief helplessly sighed. That cunning person is really unlucky to fall into my hands for life. Good thing I am not your opponent, or else you would be in trouble. Wang Zhang sulked, now teasing as usual. What would happen if you did? Don't worry. I have already said. You are not my type. She was startled by a splash of cold water and yelled. Wang Zhang laughed, grabbing the other person's hand to stop them. Wait a minute. I have a phone call. You quickly picked up the phone. Hello. Aha. Got it. I understand. She curiously asked. What is going on? He happily recounted the story. Liu Xuanbao found a job and wants to take me out to eat. The thief heard this and crossed his arms, speaking sternly. Look, Vice President Wang. Do you want me to implement the policy of the chairman, taking leave without permission? What if I do not allow it? Wang Zhang hurriedly explained. Don't worry, miss. I am not skipping work to go out to eat. It is absolutely about company matters. As far as I know, our new product still needs a spokesperson. Right. He straightforwardly expressed his opinion. I think Liu Xuan's image fits very well. Plus those who are married now are already the 90s generation, perfectly symbolizing newlywed couples. What do you think? Her eyes lit up as if she had just discovered a new horizon. Great idea. I will arrange a plan for her to see how effective it is. He happily agreed. Of course. Wang Zhang immediately headed to Grandma Kaiao's restaurant as promised with Liu Xuan. The two raised their glasses to toast after a long time apart. He casually extended an invitation. There is something I need to tell you. You are treating me to dinner, and I am giving you a chance to make money. Do you want to be a representative for the big brand? Liu Xuan hesitated for a long time. Cautiously speaking, being a representative, I heard it is a bit complicated. I should just obediently be an intern teacher, being a star. Honestly, I have never thought about it before. You seem a bit surprised by the opponent's attitude, pondering for a moment, and finally decide to take another risk. Actually, can you help me with something? Can you try to get a good grade? She was so anxious that she finished the whole cup of water, struggling to regain her composure, and bravely placed the cup down on the table facing the challenge. All right, if you say so, then I will give it a try. Wang Zhang could not help but feel delighted that he had not scared off the talent. Okay, I will take you to get a good grade tomorrow. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through their conversation. Wang Zhang immediately turned to look for the voice's owner, which was Phi Lam. He cheerfully suggested sitting down to eat together, not expecting to run into him here. Suddenly, Phi Lam erupted in anger. Wang Zhang, were not you dating Then Phi? You are a scumbag for dating this beautiful girl behind her back. He laughed and explained. I was just helping Then Phi deal with Lam Kalak, and I could not help but laugh. Ha. These are the legendary people who can't get it, but still want to ruin it for others. Ignoring his words, he continued to scold Wang Zhang for dealing with Lam Kalak. Ha. And you are the two-timer. Being fickle, don't you feel guilty about what you did to Then Phi? He insisted on restoring fairness for his beloved. Is it easy for Then Phi, a girl living alone in the capital? Do you still feel guilty towards her like this? The crowd around them, enjoying their food, could not help but gossip. Sigh. This kid is really something nowadays. This is the first time I have met someone like this in my life. Don't judge a book by its cover. He looks decent, but I did not expect him to be like this. Phi Lam, receiving support, mistakenly believed he was in the right. Look, everyone is on my side. He did not hesitate to raise his voice and challenge. You two are openly in a relationship. Are not you ashamed? Suddenly, a spray of chilly mist shot out, aimed directly at the eyes of the person who had just been so arrogant. He painfully covered his eyes and screamed. My eyes. My eyes. Liu Xuan was satisfied, releasing her pent-up anger, saying, Who are you calling a couple? Wang Zhang kindly reminded him. I advise you to go to the hospital, or you might damage your eyes. Phi Lam hurriedly ran away, leaving the diners stunned by what had just happened. Liu Xuan felt annoyed that such a nice meal was ruined by him. Wang Zhang gently comforted her. How can I let that guy affect your mood? Just treat him like trash and forget about it. Saying that, he proactively cheered her up. Come on. I will take you back to school. Wang Zhang's car sped through the crowded streets. Finally coming to a slow stop in front of the university gate, Liu Xuan gently stepped out of the car, not forgetting to say goodbye. Thank you for bringing me home. You should go rest. Recharge for tomorrow's casting call. He cheerfully reminded. Okay. I will pick you up tomorrow. Wait for my call. Suddenly he spotted a familiar figure stepping out of the school. She anxiously asked, Are you okay? Quickly turning to check the situation, he came face to face with an old acquaintance. And she was a bit startled. It was Chufeng. Chufeng looked displeased. Li Yuhaoan, returning to school for the first time, ran into her. What a bummer. And she felt a rush of familiar words welling up inside. That damn bitch. If it were not for you, I would not have been beaten and left with these ugly scars on my face. He clenched his fist, suppressing the burning hatred. This humiliation. This grudge. I will always remember. Chufeng. Liu Haoan did not spare her a glance, quickly ignoring her. Chufeng thought bitterly. The one who harmed me brings me trouble. But one day I will get you back, he firmly asserted. I will definitely get you back. Li Yuha and Kaho sensed something was off with the boy and immediately intervened. Chufeng, do not do anything you will regret later. Dad is looking for someone to handle the paperwork, and in a month, he will take you to Australia. He resolutely opposed. I am not going. What I lost. I have to get back. He exploded in anger. This child. You are her mother. Why are not you advising her? Deep Huv angrily shouted. My son and I have been bullied like this. And you still want to hide like a turtle. Chuko. Are you even a man? He tried to swallow his anger and warned. DP Hu. Let me tell you. Absolutely do not let Chufeng ruin my plans. Successful women are few, but failures are many. The car gradually disappeared at the end of the road, leaving Vivrung Tran with a pensive gaze at the crossroads of tangled thoughts. The first light of day just peeked out. Everyone at the headquarters was ready for a whirlwind of productive work. Teyumabu thoughtfully introduced. Bung Thun. Look at this. This is the outfit and script for the advertisement of Si Dung. Bung Thun immediately made her stance clear, her hair down. Director Tranjong. I do not like this makeup style. It does not fit my image, he patiently suggested. Bung Thun. Our work can't always go the way you want it to. Can you explore the image of a family woman? She raised her voice defiantly. Explore the image. Do I really need to explore an image like mine on the silver screen? Undeterred, he continued to persuade. Bung Thun. Trust me. If you explore a completely new image in this script, it will definitely win the audience's affection. She stubbornly ignored his words. No need to say more. Director Tranjong. I really do not like this script. Saying that, she straightforwardly expressed her stance. And the issue also lies in the price. I won't lower it. 70 million is 70 million. Tuembu was taken aback to hear that. Didn't you say before it was 60 million? Vaerung Tran could not help but snicker at the entire conversation he just witnessed. Yeah, you hate to criticize. But this top actress is so arrogant. Really outrageous. The Thi calmly explained. In China, humble celebrities are extremely rare. And Bong Thun is definitely not one of them. Plus she is a top actress. You chuckled sarcastically. Why should we care about her rank? Want to flaunt at Si Dung? No way. She can't even get 70 million from her fee. Not a single dime. She quickly resolved the issue. I was worried that Li Yuhan would not agree. So I made a backup plan with Bong Thun. If Li Yuhan has agreed, then I will cancel the contract with Bong Thun. Vung Tran was completely satisfied with her working style. Nodding slightly, you slowly approached to chat with Tuembu. Director Tranjong. Ready to share your worries with the person opposite. What is the hot topic? Feel free to talk to me. Tuembu quickly regained his spirit. Realizing it was Vice Chairman Vyung. Please have a seat. Thitha wisely stepped away, leaving space for the two of them. You and Director Trujong talk. The wardrobe team is helping Liu Haiyan change. I will go check. Vung Tran smiled and nodded. Okay, he said and turned to ask about the situation. What just happened? Bong Thun left before filming. Titiumu helplessly recounted the incident. Vice Chairman Vig. Here's the thing. Bong Thun had some concerns about the script and costumes. I am using these images to convince her. You appeared intrigued. Is that how it is, Director Tranjong? Do you think if Bong Thun becomes the representative, will the photo shoot and post-production meet expectations? He carefully reviewed the documents. Although Bong Thun's style does not match the advertising requirements, she is a top actress, so she might achieve a good post-production effect. You gently took the papers from his hands, candidly expressing your viewpoint. Director Tranjong. To be honest, Si Dung Tun Quan is entering the household goods production industry. And initially, they do not plan to invest too much in promotion. They just want to see how it goes. He quickly understood the underlying intention in your words. Do you already have a suitable candidate? If not, let her come and shoot a bit. Vidring Tran could not help but admire Director Traning's quick wit. You slowly shifted your gaze to the character just mentioned. Here she comes. Not hesitating to suggest the other party follow Liu Haiyan's figure. Take a look first. She appeared in a dynamic sports outfit that made you feel confident, wondering if she would be satisfactory. Tuemu looked like he found the love of his life, his eyes clearly expressing joy. Satisfactory. Very satisfactory. Although I do not know how effective it will be. For now, I am very satisfied. She looks very charismatic. Liu Han was so nervous that her hands kept trembling. Hello. Director Tranjong. My name is Liu Haiyan. I am a student at Thuyi University. This time, Ving Tran asked me to help him shoot an advertisement. I really did not expect you to be the one filming it. I've seen you on TV before. He happily shook hands to introduce himself to the person across from him. Noticing her anxious mood, he chuckled to reassure her. Don't be tense. Just relax. When it is time for the audition, just follow my instructions. Ving Tran kindly reminded her. This should not be delayed. Everyone, let us get going. Director Trang hopes you will take care of Liu Haiyan, and I won't disturb you two any longer. He smiled, signaling to V, which gradually improved her mood. After they left, Thitha slowly sat down with a cup of tea. She recalled the moments that just happened and let out a sigh of relief. You know, just now I went to check on her, and she almost scared me. She did her own makeup like this. Hearing her description, you could somewhat imagine that adorable look. Looking over at the table across from them. It also meant she was really focused on the audition, just not quite sure of her place yet. Vung Tran praised the person he suggested. Her attitude is great, and she is very self-motivated. From what I see, she could totally become a famous actress. You should ask. What do you think? Tuemu was so excited that he clapped his hands. I think she fits perfectly. After a period of hard work, you gratefully extended the invitation. Come here. Let us shoot for 3 hours. It has been tough. He kept praising her. You are being too polite. Liu Haiyan is very energetic, smart, and quick-witted. She is in the lead role. It will definitely be quite effective. Liu Haiyan felt a bit shy. You are too generous. Ving Tran got straight to the point. If that is the case, can we decide on the lead role for this ad? Tuembu cautiously asked. Vung. Although Liu Haiyan is excellent, your company already invited Bing Thum before. If we cancel the contract like this, will it be okay? The Thay responded without hesitation. What is the problem? I think Liu Haiyan is just as good as Bong Thun. She calmly set her tablet down on the table. Bu Thun is asking for too high a price. In the end, I conclude. Let us choose Liu Haiyan. He hesitated, thinking about the influence of that person. But on Bong Thun's side, Ving Tran confidently stated, you just focus on the ad for Liu Haiyan. I will handle Bong Thun. The gentle morning sunlight spread softly, warming the space and turning the vast sky golden. Tiu Maiyu gently instructed. Li Yu Haiyan. Move a little to the right.
Yep.
That is it. She quickly complied without hesitation, exhibiting professionalism with every gesture in front of the camera. Ah Long nodded slightly. Good. Hold that pose. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed loudly. The sharp sound reflective of the angry mood of the person approaching. Lelov angrily threw a stack of documents on the table and questioned. Director Tranjong. What is going on? She snapped, shouting. Isn't the leading actress Bang Thuan here yet? Have you all started filming? Xiaomu calmly pointed at Liak Xuan. What do you mean the leading actress is not here? Isn't she the leading actress? Hearing this, she flew into a rage. What? How can you change the actress without permission? You are violating the contract. Who gave you the guts to do this? Wang Zhang calmly responded. Me. You emphasized cheerfully, as if intentionally provoking the opponent. I said to change it. Lily shouted angrily. Who are you? What gives you the right to call for a change? What qualifications do you have? You slowly blocked the hand that was about to reach out. What gives you that right? Based on your unreasonable pricing. This small ad from Q Rong does not dare to bother the top actress. She was so shocked that all she could manage was to say you before falling silent. Wang Zhang casually sat down, not forgetting to kick the table. Aren't you leaving or do you want to stay as a senior? Giving advice to our new actors. Bang Thuan saw the assistant gradually losing ground and immediately stepped up to respond. No matter who you are, is my ad. You think you can just change it? Do you know who I am? You directly stated the personal information of the opponent. Of course I do. You are Thai Bang Thuan from Song's media company. I have a very good relationship with the granddaughter of Song's chairman, Song Haight. I even know your real name is the Hong Quian. Miss. She was immediately infuriated by the accurate hit to her weak spot. You guys are all teaming up to mess with me. Right. When I get back, I will hold a press conference to let the public know about your despicable tricks and the truth. You coldly retorted back. Truth. What truth? Then you pointed directly at her face and told the public that she had undergone plastic surgery. But that is not all. You did not hesitate to expose all the deep secrets, including that she had enhanced her breasts. Lu Hoyan, witnessing that straightforward attitude, could not help but laugh out loud. Bang Thuan's whole body seemed frozen, with thousands of question marks flooding her mind. How did he know about Mun's surgery? Which very few people knew. She snorted in humiliation and turned to leave, yet she still had the energy to curse Lily harshly. How did he find out how she did business? She was scared and could only lower her head. I miss they. Wang Zhang clapped happily after handling a bunch of troubles. Done. Done. Let us continue filming. Bang Thuan angrily returned to Song's media company. She was so furious that she threw her usually well-kept handbag, feeling wronged for being treated coldly for the first time. This absolutely could not be overlooked. What right does he have to swap people? She constantly reminds herself that she is a top actress. Yet he not only lets a newcomer take her place, but also speaks to her without any respect, even unconsciously revealing his true feelings. It is infuriating. Lily standing beside her just adds fuel to the fire. Right. This can't be overlooked. They need to know that if she becomes the representative, it would bring countless benefits to Si Dung. They are so foolish. Bung Thun bites her nails in irritation. But how can she get back at them? She quickly encourages. Come on. Do not we have Chairman Tung on our side? So what if he knows Tung Hai Tin? You are the queen of the company. The golden goose for everyone. The chairman will definitely help you. She seriously considers the issue. She still has Tung Min San to rely on. Finally, Bong Thon decides to retaliate. That guy is as good as dead. At Tung the media, home to outstanding faces with a booming reputation in the entertainment industry today. Inside the office, the chairman speaks softly to comfort. All right. All right. Stop crying. Min San tries to reassure the beauty. Do not worry. Thon. I will take care of this. Just wait and see the show. He immediately orders his assistant to send a message to Viu Tran at Si Dung International, scheduling to meet tonight at the International Tin Kong Club. You will carry out the request right away.
Yep.
Chairman, I will prepare it now. Suddenly he remembers something important and pulls him back. Wait, besides Vidrung Tran, also invite my friend Trajing Mindtun and Sachi Yu Nam. Don't he forget to invite and my niece Tung Hai Tun too. Let her experience the world tonight. He confidently asserts that Vikung Tran won T escape unscathed tonight. On Vidong Tran's side, he unexpectedly receives an invitation via message. Curious, he picks up the paper to check the details. Surprised by the content sent to him, Tung Ming Zan wants to invite me to dinner. It seems he has had to step in because of his people. The Thi anxiously asks, should I go with you tonight? They should at least consider my feelings. He happily pats her head. No need. It won't be convenient if you are there. Only when you are not around will Tung Kong Min San dare to really go after me. She shyly swats his hand away. Stop patting my head. She finally decides to find another way to show up. Then you go ahead. I will finish my work for the company. And I will also head to Tien Kung tonight to buy soy sauce. Ving Tran reluctantly agrees. All right. I will take care of everything before you arrive. As darkness gradually blankets the sky, the shy moon appears, gracefully dancing among the fluffy clouds like a dream. The Teen Kung Club, as night falls, seems to reclaim its rhythm, vaguely concealing a mysterious ambience hard to name. Inside the closed room, suggestive sounds resonate. Thon thon. Do not move at all. Bong thon gasp. Chairman Tung. Suddenly, there is a persistent knocking at the door that interrupts their mood. Ming Zan quickly reminds the person beside him. You tidy up. I will go see who is here. He opened the door with suspicion. Who is there? Suddenly recalling someone. You are Wang Jiang. He smiled and introduced himself. I'm Wang Jia. But now you can call me Chairman Wang. He slowly invited him into the room. All right. Chairman Wang. I heard you replaced our company's purebird with someone new. I wonder if you could explain this today. Wang Jiang calmly sat down and probbed. It seems Song is not happy. Did I come too early and interfere with your good times? Bang Thuan jumped up. Hit right in the heart. Wang Jiang. Do not change the subject. Min Dan calmly raised his hand to stop her words. He seemed displeased. Wang. What do you mean? You are starting to play games. Not saying anything. Just wanting to advise him to tone it down before he is drained after 50. He was taken aback, instinctively holding his stomach. Wang. We are of the same class. Is it too much to beat around the bush to insult me? You directly listed the symptoms he is experiencing. Song. Right now you feel exhausted and have pain in your lower abdomen. Do not. Moreover, your immunity is weakened. If you catch a cold, it takes a month to recover. Right. Min Dan thought in shock. How did he know this? Finally, not denying it, he asked. It seems Wang knows a lot. Where did you work as a doctor? Bang Thuan disdainfully criticized. Looking at his level, not knowing how many people he harmed, Wang Jiang straightforwardly exposed her true colors. Actually, there is something I dare not say. Bang Thuan. Did you have surgery last month? Bang Thuan was so shocked she tightened the cup of water in her hand. Am I really seeing ghosts? How could he know I had surgery last month? The expression on Min San's face was not much better. Last month, Thuan indeed had surgery. And it was because of him. But he did not ask how he could have found out. He tried to calm himself. No matter how he knew this must not be revealed, or he would be affected too. Wang Jiang is a hidden danger. Wang Jiang laughed mockingly, looking at Song's not so good complexion. Are you thinking of some sinister plot? He was poked in the heart and challenged. Indeed. There are always talented people in every era. Even if I play tricks, I am afraid I can't get past your eyes. He shyly waved his hand. Song is too modest. Ming Zan was so shocked he could not speak. He never expected the opponent to be so confident. Just then, a clattering sound came from outside as the door slowly opened. Chu Nam cheerfully asked, Uncle Minsha. I just returned from Gongtu province after receiving your call. I came here. Not knowing what you need help with. I will do my best. He quickly regained his composure. Chu Nam. I said it softly, explaining the reason. It is nothing special. Just that everyone has not met in a long time. And today we are gathering to introduce my niece to new friends. Bong Thon took the initiative to greet Uncle Sef. Chivo Nam carefully sat down, not forgetting to compliment. This is our beautiful Bong Thun from China. She is even more stunning in person than on TV. Suddenly, he noticed another person in the room. He was surprised and exclaimed. Su Vizhong. I did not expect to see you here. So Uncle Tung wanted to introduce us to each other. Vung Tran added smoothly. That is right. Thanks to Chairman Tung's arrangement, we get to see each other again. Min San thought to himself. Surprised, do these two know each other? Trong Nam suspiciously asked. Uncle Min San. How did you come to know So Su Vang from the Viding family in Philadelphia? He carefully calculated that if he could connect Vijung Tran and Tung Min San, he might have to change the subject to Bang Thun. He was a bit startled. The Vishing family in Philadelphia, suspected to be a super financial group that could rival any wealthy family in the country. Why would they send someone from their clan to China? Finally, Ken quite affirmed. Not thinking anymore, so what if he is from the Vijung family in Philadelphia? This is China. He would not let this troublemaker off easily. While lost in thought, a familiar voice called out. Uncle Ting. Hi. Ming Zan joyfully smiled. The assistant has arrived. Min Tone greeted warmly. Su Sus is here too, and the stunning Bang Thun as well. Ving Tran smiled and waved. He was startled upon seeing Su, instinctively recalling some not-so-good memories. Why are you here? Su questioned back. Why can't I be here? Scared. Could only bow his head. Is that okay? Of course you can be here. Inside, he felt a wave of indescribable anxiety. As long as he does not let me take a beating from him again, he can sit on my head for all I care. He directly approached and threw an arm around the person next to him. What is wrong? Why are you so scared to see me? Aren't you with your sister? Min Tone replied hesitantly. My sister is busy working overtime. He regretted his decision. Turns out tonight's Hong Man was for Vidong Tran. If I had known it was him, I would not have come at all. Both Men Xan and Bung Thon chimed in. Do you two know each other? The Ving Tran calmly emphasized. Not only do they not know each other, but they are also quite close. Min Tun immediately corrected him. Well, he is close with my sister. I felt it was enough joking around, so I decided to let him off. Actually, I met Manhwa while studying abroad, and we have been close friends for years. He casually waved his hand, saying, "Come on. Sit down." Min Zan watched the scene unfold, wiping sweat from his brow. Sachiu Nam actively performed well. Trodhung Min Tun was frightened and cowered. Ving Tran is as tough as steel. He seriously considers that Vikung Tran is quite formidable, and I should not cause trouble, but gathering all his courage to push the glass of wine across the table. Ving Tran is confused, not knowing what he intends to do. Min Zan straightforwardly states, "Vung, regarding your replacement of Thon Thon with an unknown student, I still need an explanation." Viving Tran coldly responds, "Chairman Tung, are you suggesting that I apologize to Mems? Bung Thon here." Min Zan is taken aback, quickly waving his hands. "I just want you to hold a press conference to clarify this matter. Otherwise, her reputation will suffer. You are probing the other party. What you mean is that I should publicly apologize to her in front of everyone." He nods in satisfaction. You really are an understanding person. Min Tone feels the atmosphere becoming tense, so he finds an excuse to slip away. "I have a terrible stomachache. I need to take care of this. You all continue your conversation." Chiu Nam immediately realizes his intention, knowing it is the perfect moment. Going to the bathroom now, he proactively chooses his words to help Ving Tran. Min San. Is not it common to change the lead actor? Perhaps Ving Tran has his own difficulties. We should resolve this ourselves. Min San carefully took the glass of water from the person opposite him, feeling a nameless sensation rise in his heart. If he truly gave up and did not help Thuan Thuan, would any new star be willing to sign a contract with the company in the future? He tried to propose a solution. After all, this was not a big deal. I am talking about you, Vong Tran. Follow me. Wouldn't it be more beneficial for everyone to work together? Saying that, he bent down to pour the wine. The diamond shining beside you collaborating with a series of stars from Tong Shai's media company is absolutely beneficial for both sides. Vong Tran quickly blocked him with his hand, laughing as he stated his opinion. If all the stars from Tong Shi's media company are like Miss Bang Thuan here, I can handle it. Bang Thuan angrily stood up, shouting, Vong Tran, what do you want? Do you believe I can have someone beat you up right now? He calmly challenged. It does not matter. Go ahead and try. If you dare to touch a single hair on me tonight, you want to see the sun tomorrow. He threw the gold card onto the table in front of many watching eyes. Ming San stammered in doubt. This is the Heavenly Palace, he shouted in panic. This was the platinum member card of the International Heavenly Palace Council, his mind racing. It is rumored that the Heavenly Palace is founded by the chairman of the board, and all the board members are cunning figures. Vong Tran is one of them. Bang Thuan crossed her arms. Who knows if this card is real or fake? He thought he could just take it out. Am I afraid of you now? Vong Tran calmly stood up and stretched. Fake. Let me tell you. Before coming here, I used this card to prove my identity. So they installed cameras in this room. Do you believe it? Both she and Min Zan turned pale as if they were guilty. Cameras. Zhuang Nam sighed in exasperation. Two people battling against Vong Tran and still losing so miserably like this. Min Zan cautiously asked, Tell me, what are your conditions to give us the footage? Vong Tran straightforwardly offered. Let all the stars from your company represent diamonds with us. Of course, I will reduce the agency fees on your side. What do you think? He skeptically asked back. If we go with your plan, the footage won to leak. Right. Bang Thuan felt as if struck by lightning, seemingly not trusting her ears. Chairman Tong, you are so certain. Of course. I guarantee it with my honor. He made a request. Give me a day to consider. Is that okay? He happily agreed. Of course. That is fine. Bang Thuan quickly chased after Meng San. Chairman Tong, wait for me. Jiu Nam is a bit suspicious. Vung, does this room really have a camera? Ving Tran slowly sits down. You think so? He smiles, raising his glass to Num Hai. I do not see any. Ha. Vung, to be honest, Min San's skills are not much, but he is particularly cautious. So you should be careful. As expected, Min San urgently calls for help. Please do not come. There has been a little incident tonight, and I want someone to disappear from this world forever. Do you think that is okay? Try bring Min on the other end struggles to explain. Tung, this is a criminal matter. The rumors are intense. And what you are suggesting is a bit difficult. Min Dan tries to persuade him. Brother Fong, we have a close relationship. Can't you help this brother out? He sighs heavily. Feeling helpless, finally deciding to help, he introduces a junior he knows. His name is Lao Ho Sung. As long as there is money, he will do anything. He will be right up your alley. Ming Sam can't help but feel delighted to resolve his worries. Thank you, brother. Brother Feng immediately invites him for a drink. In the bustling heart of the city, the Thin Kung Club stands majestically like a symbol of mysterious beauty. Chiwu Nam gets in the car to leave, not forgetting to say goodbye. Vung, let us drink together another time. The Ving Tran goes along with it. Okay. Drive safely. He watches the car disappear into the night mist, thinking to himself that even though the guy hides it well, he can still sense that Sof Chivu Nam is very wary of him. He chuckles in admiration. This guy knows how to seize opportunities and pick a side well. The service staff cheerfully extends a hand. Chairman V. Gong, here are your car keys, he politely replies. Thank you. V. Drung Tran's car speeds down the avenue like an arrow piercing through the night, leaving only glimmering lights and the echo of the engine. Suddenly, he notices movement behind him. A series of question marks flood his mind. When did these guys start tailing me? He carefully observes the mysterious car's movements through the rearview mirror. It seems to be getting closer. Unexpectedly, the black car accelerates past, making a significant noise. Nguyen-ki slowly rolls down the window. Smiling provocatively, he casually scatters the sharp, shiny objects he had prepared earlier, looking forward to some good drama. The sharp nails lie hidden on the road, waiting silently like the Grim Reaper's scythe lurking in the darkness. As expected, a thunderous explosion rings out, shaking the entire space. Within seconds, the cars behind start swerving as their tires burst, causing even more chaos. The crowd begins to roar angrily. Wait. What is happening up front? There are nails on the road. Who the hell did this? Everyone quickly gets out of their cars to check the situation. Damn it. A blow it. Just then, Nguyen-ki steps out of the car, loading his weapon decisively, ready for action. He immediately ordered Hong Lam. Behind him was Viding Tran's car. Amidst the chaos, we attack left and right. Clean it up. He swiftly accepted the mission. Okay. Suddenly, Ving Tran popped his head out. It sounds good in theory, but I think that is a terrible idea. He was so panicked that his face turned pale. Ving Tran and Hong Lam could not maintain their composure either. When did you come here? You immediately pulled out a sharp little needle to threaten. Speak up. Without hesitation, you directly interrogated. Who sent you? Meanwhile, Min Zan was happily raising a glass to toast. He was extremely grateful. Thanks to you. Otherwise I would not have been this cruel. That guy Ving Tran really bullies people too much. A sense of unease crept in. But why has not there been any news for so long? What if something happened? Lo Sungtring calmly reassured. What could possibly happen? He bragged confidently. To be honest with you, both of the people I sent were criminals. Bank robbers. Kidnappers. Now going to deal with one person. No need to say more. Hearing this, he felt a bit more at ease. That is impressive. Impressive? Before he could finish his beer, he choked as the door was violently kicked in. Vung Tran slowly stepped into the room, the sound of his shoes echoing authoritatively on the floor. He coldly questioned. I did not expect you, Tung, to be so humorless. Just a joke. And you want to take my life? Min Zam panicked and vehemently denied it. It must be a misunderstanding. Al Hosaining, sitting next to him, quickly stood up due to the overwhelming presence of the newcomer. He seemed to sense his life was in danger. The person Ting Ming San mentioned is V Gong Tran. It is not good. I have to get out of here quickly. Before he could run far, he was decisively kicked in the back by Vi Vong Tran. He slowly ground out each word. Understand, Nudie M. You want to kill me so badly. I just did not expect that among you were two fools. He asked coldly. Tell me, how do you plan to handle this? They sat stiffly, not daring to move, trying to gather information from him. And calling the police was out of the question. Don't get me started on my capabilities at the police station. You are the ones hiring people to kill me. Calling the police won't benefit you. Vivung Tran stated while calmly wiping the sharp weapon in his hand. V Trong Tran. Repay my debt. If you want me dead, I also do not want to let you live. He casually glanced, hinting at an escape plan. But if you can offer a bargain that spares your lives, I might reconsider. Min Dan immediately seized the opportunity. Chairman V Gong. How about this? The condition he proposed earlier. I promise you. Plus free promotion. No fees at all. He laughed and waved his hand. Ha. Do you think the profit from representing Si Dung is enough to buy your life? Then he bluntly stated. Even if you give me all of Tingtha, it would barely count as half a condition. He cautiously asked. Is Tongshi only half done? But what I can take out is just this much, Wang Zheng asserted confidently. You have something else you can do. If you can do it, I will let you go, he said, probing with fear. What for? You directly gave the order to replace Tong Ming Wei as the heir of the Tong family. Min San sighed helplessly. You want me to replace my older brother, become the master of the Tong family, and then hand it over to you? Right. He cheerfully thumbed up. At least you understand. But I am not in a hurry to take over the Tong family. First, Help me be the spokesperson for the Tong family. How about that? He thought for a long while. What will you be the spokesperson for? More like a puppet. But if Wang Zhang can really help him take control of the Tong family, then it is settled. Thoughts whirled in his head. After all, to outsiders, he was still the master of the Tong family, and he finally decided to agree. If you can help me overthrow my brother as the master of the Tong family, I am willing to let the Tong family serve you. He stood there, arms crossed, calmly giving orders. Okay. Then prove your sincerity now. He swallowed hard, clenching his fists, ready to act. Li Gang saw the other person stand up, curious about the sincerity. How would he prove it? Ming San suddenly knelt down, leaving the guy speechless. Gasping, Wang Zhang reminded sternly, "Are you ashamed? You want to kill me? But I am also planning to let you live on borrowed time, from now on. What you want me to help you achieve, you must manage the Tong family well for me. Is that clear?" He gritted his teeth and humbly answered. Understood. Satisfied, he pulled the person in front of him up, smiling as he entrusted the task. Working hard to get Tong Haiting married to Thea Nian. This is the first task I am assigning you. He continued encouraging. Go on. Use your cunning to take what is rightfully yours. I will be watching you. He left in a daze as if his soul had been snatched away. Wang Zhang smiled slyly, turning to give him a choice as well. Speak up. How do you want to die? Li Gang was so scared that he instinctively knelt down. He clung to his legs, crying out in desperation. I do not want to die. Brother Wang, please spare me. He impatiently grabbed the other person's shirt, pulling him up. Annoyed, scolding, and crying loudly. At this rate, it is better to just die. He trembled, stammering. Spare me. Suddenly, the phone rang, repeatedly breaking the tense atmosphere. Wang Zhang had already figured out who the suspicious person was. It must be that Chu Feng causing trouble. He hoped that guy would not be blinded by hatred. He ignored Li Gang clinging to him like a bear. Calmly picked up the phone to reassure the person on the other end. I will handle this. Everyone, call the police first. Then wait at home for the results. The guy looked up, curious. What happened? Is there something you need from me? He put the phone down, mumbling unconsciously. Please remind me. You still have a use after all. Then Viling Tran grinned wickedly and issued the order. Now you lead the people to beat the city secretary Chu Kai-ho. The more you hold on, the better. As soon as he finished speaking, Lo Sunheng eagerly agreed. All right. I will get right to it. But deep down, he was anxious. What does it matter if he can just survive beating Chu Kai-ho? With great optimism, it does not change much. You did not forget to add a cryptic remark. Go on. Do not talk too much. Being ungrateful is the fault of the parents. The debt of his son should also be shared by him. He became fierce once more. Yep. I am going to find someone to take him down now. After saying that, Lo Sung hurriedly ran off as if afraid of missing out. Once he was out of sight, Vung Tran called to discuss. I have a friend who was kidnapped. Use the number I just sent to track her location. Aishinam on the other end teased playfully. A friend. A female friend. He frowned, knowing he was being provoked. Cut it out. Where is she? He changed his tone to provide information. The target is moving south outside the city, due to afternoon traffic. They had to take a detour, so they have not been out of Banjiang for long. A relieved smile appeared on V Kung Tran's face. Great. His facial muscles relaxed a bit, and he quickly made a new request. Send me 2 helicopters. One to pick me up, the other to get close to the target. Somewhere among the desolate hills, a car sped along the winding road. Lu Hone was tied up and unconscious in the back seat, unaware she was being badmouthed. I tell you, brother, we went through trouble to catch this girl. You are not enjoying yourself. Just taking her to the hospital outside the city. That disgrace made Adiza lean back in disgust. It is really perverted. At another modern headquarters, night still stretched over every corner of the building. Kei-ho and a group of others were sitting around, drinking merrily. The project this time could be completed smoothly, all thanks to the guidance of the leaders. Before he could finish his second sentence, someone suddenly kicked the door open, shattering the cheerful atmosphere. Lolostrung carefully examined his photo on his phone, then shouted loudly inside. Chuko. Who is Chuko-ho? He quickly confirmed the target and ordered his 500 brothers that it was him. You have 3 minutes. Take care of him for me. Kei-ho still looked bewildered and exclaimed. Who are you people? As soon as he finished his last word, he was punched hard in the stomach. Losing added a slap while explaining. Someone wants me to teach you a lesson. Says you have not disciplined your son properly, and wants a father like you to share some benefits. Kei-ho was knocked to the floor, his face pale as a ghost. Benefits? What benefits? Cough cough. Moments later, the gang began to rush in and take turns beating him. All he could do was helplessly plead. Please spare me. I will definitely teach my son well. All he received in return was a smirk from Lal Hushang. No need to teach your son well. I still have to thank you. He ruthlessly swung a chair straight at K-Ho. If it were not for you, I would not have a chance to escape that demon this time. Like Hong accurately estimated VG transactions over time. That guy is about to catch his son. He leaned out of the helicopter, eagerly asking, how much farther to the designated location? The pilot immediately responded. 2 kilometers. Vung Tran returned with an imposing demeanor, issuing orders, announcing that their team was about to land, while the helicopter hovered above to scout for a surprise attack. If anyone tried to escape, the men would take them out immediately. Meanwhile, in the kidnapper's vehicle with Liu Haoen, Tada was happily sharing information. The organization specializes in sending women to Africa. Chu Feng laughed enthusiastically. Chiming in, he cast a sinister glance at the back seat. I've done my homework before sending this girl over there. This woman deserves to die, but I want her to live in suffering. And yet, he boldly voiced his audacious speculation. Look at your mood. Is love turning to hatred? Just then, Liu Haoen stirred awake with a soft gasp. She groggily sat up and instinctively exclaimed, Why am I here? My head hurts so much. Chu Feng, seeing this, took the opportunity to threaten her. You are awake now. Don't be scared. I want to take you to a place where you can enjoy life. At the southern outskirts of the organization, Than Liam cheerfully greeted the honored guest. Take your time. Next time you have good merchandise, just contact. However, Chu Feng coldly dismissed him. There won't be a next time. I do not want to meet this kind of woman again. DP who was standing behind, reminded him, all right. This is not a good place to stay long. He then scolded him. I told you I could handle it myself. You just want to tag along. She smiled gently, explaining, I am just worried about you. But not long after, a bullet whizzed by, hitting Chu Feng straight in the thigh. Blood splattering everywhere. The maternal instinct flared up. She hurriedly ran to Kwa Sing, not realizing that she and her son were in the crosshairs of the enemy. Vung Tran stood from above, grinning from ear to ear. Bingo. NT Nun in Yen, using binoculars to assess the situation, could not help but exclaim in shock. Oh my. You hit. The target is nearly 1,000 meters away. How did you do that? He shook his head proudly. Just going by instinct. I am not used to this new gun. Otherwise, I would have blown his head off. Inform the other team they can move in now. The helicopter carrying V Kung Tran entered the human trafficking headquarters. When it landed, he quickly climbed down the ladder. After touching down, he became the first to engage. The 2 others stayed in the helicopter, ensuring no one escaped this place alive. He did not forget to instruct those following. NN Dech found a hidden spot outside to observe the situation, responsible for ambushing when needed. He immediately acknowledged the order. Yep. A moment later, Viveng Tran stopped, directing his teammates. The others followed me in. His mind was filled with fighting spirit. Liu Haoen. The sound of gunfire and footsteps echoed throughout the building. They moved forward while reminding each other. They have heavy weapons. Stay hidden. A soldier ran up to report the situation. The guy on the 2nd floor has not spotted the target either. Hearing this, Ving Tran decided to move to the 3rd floor. He fell into deep thought, his expression gradually hardening. This place is not big. They have enough people and weapons. Luckily, with HF Nam's help this time. Otherwise, it would have been tough. Suddenly, someone fired a warning shot. Everyone froze. It was Than Liam holding Liu Haoen hostage. You came to find her, did not you? The guy seized the opportunity to make demands, telling them to prepare a car for him to leave. Otherwise, he would kill the girl. She was so terrified that tears streamed down her face, helplessly calling for Ving Tran. Ving Tran raised his hand to signal for calm, saying not to provoke him, that he would prepare a car or whatever he needed. Absolutely do not provoke him. But in reality, he had already devised a plan. How? You have walked right into my trap, saving me the trouble of looking for you. Than Liam swaggered down the stairs, still spouting threats. You would better not try anything, or the girl is dead for sure. He talked so much that he did not notice he was in the enemy's sights. Suddenly, a shot rang out, hitting him square in the head. The shot was so accurate that even Wei Kong Tran had to praise it. No wonder this marksman was sent by H. Nam. Their aim was spot on. Then Liam lost all strength and fell down the stairs, accidentally dragging Liu Han with him. Both of them fell together, and she panicked, screaming. But moments later, Ving Tran caught her just in time. Ving Tran reassured her. Don't be afraid. It is okay now. I will take you home. Ving Tran heroically carried her away, leaving the work to the others. There might still be other girls upstairs, so you all need to sort things out. He did not forget to reaffirm the mission, insisting it must be resolved quickly. This poisonous swamp absolutely cannot be held. They immediately all acknowledged the order. Yep. The news quickly spread to other places. A man, hearing this, slammed his hand on the table. What? The southern outskirts have been cleared by H&M's people. He muttered in a rage. Fine. I do not want to mess with you, But if you want to play with me, then I will play along. Before long, the next morning, at the Thin Bim Sun Villa, Vingdrung Tran walked into the living room and was immediately asked by Thathai, "Here comes our great hero. How is the beauty you saved?" He smiled and replied, "She is fine." After being tense for so long, once he calmed down and got into bed. Why were not the two of them asleep yet? She angrily yelled. "Sleep, didn't you say Liu Han was kidnapped by Chu Feng? I am thinking whether I should send someone to catch him or not. Let us do it once and for all." Trofen Fai, a bit calmer, offered his advice. Doing that is not really a good idea. After all, it is someone's life. It is better to call the police. Especially since the other person's father is the city party secretary. At that moment, Viveng Tran also came over to reassure. Looking unfazed, "You are even meaner than I am. Don't he worry. He won't dare to come back for a while." His gaze suddenly turned sharp, and his words were somewhat vague. He might never return for the rest of his life. After hearing that, Thatha relaxed a bit. "That is good. Let Liu Haven rest a bit tomorrow. In the afternoon, the company will start filming. And next month we will begin promoting the product nationwide. We have to film it in time." Viveng Tran gently patted her head. "Okay. You handle the arrangements. You have worked hard today. I will go to sleep first. You two should also rest early." Moments later, he was in the bathroom, the sound of the shower running softly. At the same time, his phone screen lit up with a message notification. He walked over, feeling confused, to check the message. Who would send a message at this hour? A smile suddenly appeared on Vtong Tran's lips. An 15 has arrived. Meanwhile, in a different place at Kim Lung Hospital 301, Miyu lay on the hospital bed with vacant eyes. "What do you think? Should I call?" Anxiety glanced at her with exasperation. "Stop overthinking. If that Viveng Tran guy was interested in you, he would have come to find you already. It has been over half a month. And not even a phone call. Don't he think about him anymore?" Who would have thought she would still stubbornly defend her dream guy? After all, he is a senior vice president at Sidung. He must be too busy to even remember. He hardly paid attention to her excuses. His attitude clearly one of helplessness. "Your man probably has a wife already. I really do not understand how girls think. Wait until Bai Bazai gets back. Then you can tell her." Just as she finished speaking, Blaya Bai appeared immediately, yelling non-stop. Miyu. She excitedly rushed to announce. C15K15. That is it. Miyu's eyes brightened at that. Jumping up without thinking. He is coming. Right. Viveng Tran is him. Is not. Yet the only response was Bai Bai's innocent expression. "I do not know Viveng Tran. I saw Kai 15. Viveng Tran suddenly walked into the room, carrying a bouquet of flowers. "Do not move around. Your leg is not fully healed. Where do you think you are going?" She took the chance to act coy. "I just want to move around a bit." This time he came to prepare for the land development at Tranjia Ching. The playful act made Kai to judge her silently. "Typical girl. You should act friendly and greet him. I am just here to check on your recovery and conveniently give you a gift." As he finished speaking, the car key appeared, dangling from Viveng Tran's hand. Outsiders like Bai Bai watched in awe. Just as Miyu said, "Handsome and rich. Only Kaede is sulking." "Yeah." Viveng Tran tossed the key lightly in front of her, saying, "Take it. It is your... Looks like you are recovering quickly." He did not forget to give her a friendly reminder to be cautious and not race before fully healed. Miyu eagerly nodded, joy radiating from her face. "Yep. Do not worry. I absolutely won't race. You came to the city and did not even tell me. How long are you staying?" He smiled back, signaling with his hand. "About 3 days. Sidung has some matters to attend to." While chatting happily, Ving Tran noticed someone behind him. Bun Ho narrowed his eyes at him, his cold tone startling the other person. Vtrong Tran. "So you are Viveng Tran." Viveng Tran greeted him in confusion. "I am Ving Tran. Who are you?" Doubts arose in his heart. "A Trong Buvo, a general of the Su faction. How unexpected to meet him here." But he changed to an appreciative tone, smiling. "You really have a commanding presence. No wonder my daughter thinks about you all the time." "Vung, thanks to you, my daughter is safe." Miyu felt her heart being hit and hurriedly intervened. Vung Tran's father humbly bowed his head. "Uncle Tranjang, that is too much. If I had not raced with Miyu, nothing would have happened. Regarding this matter, I share some of the responsibility." Vung Tran's polite attitude made Bako even more pleased. "Ha! You are quite something. Let us go drink tonight. You saved my daughter. Consider it my thanks to you." He smiled back in response. "Then I will thank you in advance." At Tan Hoi Nan's place, Ving Tran gathered with Mayu's family for a meal, and he cheerfully raised his glass. "Vung, since you called me uncle, you must drink with me tonight." He politely raised his glass in agreement, hiding a big secret in his heart given his attitude. He probably does not know that his son was beaten by me. I worried this dinner might turn into a Hongmen banquet. But I overthought it. Miyu, sitting beside him, Kindly reminded. V Trong Tran. Do not drink too much. Eat first. Even Lho, meeting him for the first time, felt a connection. Vung, with his kind-heartedness and humility, was clearly well raised. What do your parents do? Viving Tran asked, furrowing his brow in confusion. Before I could say anything, Miyu chimed in. Oh my god. You are asking too many questions. Who asks about someone's parents right after meeting? But she did not seem to mind, as if it was convenient. Ving Tran calmly deflected, his expression slightly sad. It is. I just grew up without my parents and have never met them, although later raised by the master. During that time, I still had to eat at 100 homes and wear clothes from 100 people. Leiho's tone noticeably dropped after hearing this. Uncle. I did not understand the situation clearly, causing me to remember painful memories. Yet, you still showed kindness and forgave me. It is, Uncle. Since I was little, I have never met my parents. So what is there to be sad about? The special circumstances of Wang Zhang also touched Miao Miao. How did this man manage to get through those days of eating at 100 homes and wearing clothes from 100 people? Bun Hao, who already had a good impression, now felt even more respect, grinning from ear to ear, saying that a sword becomes sharp thanks to grinding, and the plum blossom is fragrant due to the cold. Young Master Wang, you are so young yet already the vice president of Zhurong. You must have gone through a lot of hardships. Now, let me toast you, Uncle. The two of them drank their cups in one go, taking the opportunity. Leiho asked about Uncle Wang's situation and heard Miao Miao say that he wanted to go to Zhangjiagang after staying here for 2 days. Uncle took this chance to add. Yep. I want to survey the real estate market in Zhangjiagang. The lady took this opportunity to ask a series of questions. Why would a big company like Zhurong Chenjun choose to invest in a county-level city? Wouldn't it be better to fight the first big battle in the capital? Wang Zhang shook his head in rebuttal, sharing all his knowledge. The policy changes in the past 2 years have made it risky for Zhurong Chenjun to enter the real estate market. Choosing Zhangjiagang also considers its environment and advantages in every aspect. Leiho nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. However, in this real estate field, the government's macroeconomic control and regulation process has become deeper and wider, making it not easy to make money as imagined. Uncle naturally mentioned the company's policies. It is still doable. If not, we will partner with the government to develop it. After all, I only thought about acquiring a few plots of land at a good price to build affordable apartments and do some community service. This decision from Wang Zhang made Bin Hao a bit skeptical. With the rising housing prices, why would he want to sell at a low price? Unable to hold back his curiosity, he asked, do you know that your decision could lead Zhurong to not make a profit, or even incur losses? Why do you want to do this? Wang Zhang explained. I eat at 100 homes and wear clothes from 100 people, receiving kindness from everyone. So I naturally think about doing something beneficial for the community. His expression hardened, and his tone became serious. I want to see everyone smiling, not worrying about selling their homes. That determination made Leiho laugh, though it was a bit idealistic. It showed great ambition. Meanwhile, Bunho poured another cup of wine and turned to propose to Uncle. Uncle Wang, I have been waiting for you to say this. Miao Miao lost a bet to him, saying, I will help you solve it, even though I am this age. I want to go crazy with you young folks one more time. Wang Zhang stood up without hesitation, showing respect. Then I will trouble you a bit. No one knew that he had secretly calculated. The provincial party secretary of Jiangsu province, Bun Hao, and the provincial secretary Jiang Ning, together formed the two strongest pillars of the Jiang faction. You raise your glass and drink it all down. Already plotting your plan, starting from Tiu's estate back home. The two main pillars of the T faction are now only half standing. Just wait. Maln, I want to dismantle your power. Akian Huai Ren's building. Wang Zhang is pushing Miao Miao's wheelchair in front of a luxury car. Bing Hao sitting inside asks with an eager expression. You really do not want to go back with your parents? She waves her hand in refusal. Come on. I have already said it. It is not easy to get out just once. I want to stroll a bit longer. You guys go ahead. Wang Zhang is here to protect me. Do not worry. He could not persuade his daughter, so he turned to ask for help. Wang, please take care of my Miao. He immediately reassures her. Yep. Do not worry. The sound of Miao Miao's wheelchair rolling on the road continuously rustles. She takes the opportunity to ask Wang Zhang, are you really only staying in Jinlang for 3 days while pushing the wheelchair? He replies, I am going back tomorrow afternoon. This time I mainly came to give you the car. I still need to go back to handle things in the capital. After hearing this, Miao Miao's expression dropped, her tone showing clear regret. Why the rush? Suddenly, a loud noise attracted Wang Zhang's attention. In front of them, dozens of soldiers pointed their guns at them. Instead of being shocked, he remained oddly calm. There are too many of you. What do you want? Yang Dai announced sternly. Wang Zhang, we received orders from above to arrest you. Wang Zhang still showed no signs of panic. Are you mistaken? I am just an ordinary citizen, looking at their gear and stances. They must be from Zhang Hongqi. He thought that after injuring him, he would settle down. But it seems he was still eager for revenge. Mai Mai also yelled in defense. What crime did he commit? You need to bring Wu Jing into this. Today I want to see who dares to touch him. But they were being surrounded and threatened. Miss, if you want to obstruct us from carrying out our duties, do not blame us for being rude. Suddenly someone swung their hand, and Wang Zhang slapped Yang Dai hard, adding a warning. I do not like it when others point guns at my head. Nor do I like it when they point guns at my friends. He started getting furious, not hesitating to shout directly in Wang Zhang's face. Don't he be too arrogant. I am telling you because you shot at Wu Jing before. When we arrest you, the strict rules can be relaxed a bit. Do you understand what I mean? Wang Zhang stepped closer, gripping the trigger tightly in challenge. I understand you have the right to point a gun at me. After this incident, the name will go against the arrest order. But are you sure shooting will actually hit us? Yang De looked at his colleagues behind him, warning them, there are 15 of us here, within 2 meters of each other. Any one of us can shoot you at any time. But Wang Zhang still kept his defiant attitude. I do not think so. I feel like you all are now exhausted, lacking strength. And even Sung Tu Livin can't keep his head up, especially wanting to lie down and sleep. That confident attitude made him a bit hesitant. His weak tone asked, how would you know? The soldiers were starting to feel weak in their limbs. Vidring Tran seemed to be just waiting for the moment to rush over and snatch the gun from Digring Dech. What are we waiting for? Let us all lie down and sleep for a while. He seemed to be hypnotized and immediately collapsed onto the ground. The others followed suit and fell. Miyu could not help but sigh as she witnessed that scene. The trick was quite miraculous. You returned to your friend and acted casually. Don't you have anything you want to ask me? She chuckled in response. Sure, but I think it is better if you say it yourself. Vung Tran knew he could not hide it anymore, so he confessed everything. Trong Hung K is your brother. Right. Last time I left Kim Long, he led a group of guards to block my way. Maybe he heard that you had an accident racing with me, so he came looking for me. Yet, Miyu still asked nonchalantly, were you hurt? That guy Tong Hung K, I told you not to worry. But you still decided on your own. A hint of confusion appeared on his face. I am not injured. But I did get your brother hurt. Right now he is probably lying in the hospital. She calmly reassured him, showing no signs of worry. That is okay. He is very strong and resilient. If you are fine, that is good. Her carefree attitude surprised Vyung Tran. It was the first time he heard someone evaluate his brother like that. The other party could only smile in response. Turning back towards the villa of Tranjong Bon Hu, who was listening to a phone call with a frown. I got Lo Ho noticed and gently approached to ask, what is going on? His daughter, who was wholeheartedly focused on the outsider, asked him what was happening. Bon Ho replied in a low voice. Looking troubled, Miyu said. Trong Hung K was hurt by someone. Love Ho immediately pressed for details. What? Did Ving do it? Is Hung K seriously injured? Bean Hu's face was quite tense as he recounted. It is my... Just earlier Hung K sent a group of armed guards to the hospital to block V Tran and Miyu. I heard that the guards did not know Miyu and even pointed guns at her head. She was shocked to the core. Her eyes filled with fury toward the enemy. What? They dared to point guns at Mayu's head. If Miyu suffers injustice, I won't let them get away with it. He switched to a gentle tone, holding his wife's hand. Then he softly comforted her to ease her worries. Miyu was not the one suffering injustice. Rather, it was Hung K, who had been stubborn and aggressive since childhood. Sooner or later, he would face consequences. Meidrong Tran making him lose his spirit is actually a good thing. Better to be slightly injured now than to lose his life later. Yet, La Ho still was not completely reassured. She planned to go check on Hung K. I need to see how Hung Kai is doing. But Bin Hao quickly stood up to stop him, saying he could not go. She felt helpless and could only sigh wearily. He suddenly picked up the phone from the table. His calm tone commanded the other end, scheduling a meeting with the political commissar and the captain of the Namjiang security team, saying he invited them for a meal. On the other side, a car sped down the road. Suddenly, the phone screen notified him of an incoming call from someone named Truong Min Kai. Vong Tran answered the phone, surprised to receive an invitation to the virtual diamond press conference hosted by Line in 2 days. He immediately agreed without hesitation. Sure, I will. Do not worry. Then he hung up right away. Suddenly, while driving, Vong Tran's eyes closed tightly as he fell into deep thought. Next, he pressed the gas pedal to the floor, and the car sped off like the sisters hunting for game. Little did he know that every road he passed was being monitored by Dong Tung elsewhere through the screen. He clapped his hands non-stop, laughing to himself. Quite good. Quite good. Dong Tung glanced in another direction, a deep smile on his face as he asked about it. What did everyone think of the situation with Truong Hong Kai and Vong Tran? With a cold expression, he assessed and felt that Vong Tran was very cunning. He could not be underestimated. For me, he is a dangerous guy. It seemed he was just waiting for the chance to utter harsh words. So just deal with him. No one could stop the revival of the powerful family. Ketty, who was sitting in the corner, spoke up. As long as you fulfill the principal's mission assigned to you, the military school will definitely help you achieve this ideal. Her oath made Dong Tung somewhat doubtful. David then reported the situation. According to the description of M, the Chinese master looked very much like this young man. If it is really him, then our military school's China plan might have been exposed already. He spoke with a firm tone. Therefore, killing this person would definitely be a disaster. Ketty smiled flirtatiously, her words vague and suggestive. This Vong Tran is a bit interesting. I have some curiosity about him. Dong Tung calmly advised Kitty. It is best to be a little careful. Chinese men will surprise you. Somehow it inadvertently sparked a memory in her mind, mentioning that among the Chinese men, she really admired one. But until now she did not know what he looked like, having only shaken hands a few times. All three spoke in unison. Ketty answered slowly. Her nickname had her face taut, emphasizing each word. The Asian King. The name, once uttered, caught the attention of David and Messi. Even Dong Tung had to pay attention after hearing it. He stroked his chin, pondering seriously. He truly is a character. But Ketty did not care and just walked away. I am going to find out more about that Vong Tran guy. Goodbye. At the capital of Gyao Seafood City, Vong Tran stood in front of the tall building, judging in his heart. This must be where Lai Minhwa mentioned over the phone. What surprises could there be here? Minhwa waved from the door, calling out. Come on. The surprise for you is all ready. It has been a while since you have seen old friends. Might as well throw in a few compliments. Whether surprised or not, later you will mention that your business is really thriving. He led Vong Tran inside and pressed the elevator button. Minhwa then spoke up to explain. Fortunately, thanks to government connections, all the meals and parties are at my place. And the profits can reach over 1.1 million a day. He took the opportunity to ask. How many hotels like this do you have in total? He revealed a massive fortune, saying there are 5 districts in the capital, each with 2 or 3 hotels. The hotels in Namjiang and Jiangnan provinces will be finished soon, and then we will have bases in those wealthy provinces. Vong Tran listened and could not help but admire. How did he not notice it before? You have a real business mind. Yet, Minhwa humbly declined. I am not sure the CO I invited is someone with a degree from US News, top 3 universities. You nodded in understanding, mumbling your evaluation. Quite impressive. Quite impressive. Suddenly, Vong Tran had a thought and hastily suggested something. By the way, where did you say that? Minhwa then remembered something important, smacking his head in regret, having only talked about hotels. He almost forgot and clapped his hands as if signaling someone. He glanced behind him and ordered. Come in. As soon as he finished speaking, the door suddenly opened, and Tai Quite with a cold face stepped into the room. Vong Tran was delighted to see him and cheered. Tai Quite, unable to contain his curiosity, Vong Tran quickly asked. What have you been doing with him this month? He looks so different. Minhwa, while grabbing a chair, replied. I dumped him on an island. That island is a secret base specifically for manufacturing chemical weapons. You were shocked to hear this. You left him alone on Xian Trung Island. He leisurely clarified. Well, I did not give him any weapons. His achievements will definitely surprise you. After saying a few words, Vong Tran's eyes lit up like stars. Tell me. Minhwa glanced at Tai Quite and slowly recounted the journey. Xian Trung Island is a total of 47 square kilometers. Tai Quite stayed there for 24 days, eliminating 459 enemies and almost destroying half the base. He then opened his mouth to speak, looking at Vong Tran. Thank you. Using this method has enhanced my strength. He patted you on the shoulder, his voice sweet and comforting. Don't be so polite. We are family now. But that was not all. Minhwa pulled out a small mysterious wooden box, revealing a surprising find. He opened the box, and inside was a blue spherical test tube. Vong Tran picked up the strange object to examine it. It is something found in the base. Minhwa switched to a serious tone, explaining that only the military commander could keep this test tube, a person with the authority to open it. I suspect it is a treasure from Xian Trung Island. Tai Quite got it back. When we have time, we will hand it over to the relevant chemistry departments. You looked at Tai Quite and teasingly asked, know how to handle guns? He stepped up to rescue the situation. The conversation returned to a light-hearted atmosphere. I have already taught him. He is very talented. Vong Tran raised his glass to toast, welcoming him to our team. Both of them kept drinking until it was all gone. At midnight in the grand building, Vong Tran stared at the clock, waiting anxiously. It is this late already. They must have finished work by now. Suddenly, Minhwa ran out of nowhere, tears and snot all over Hafeng. She sprinted towards her lover. Minhwa cried out Hafeng's name, but all she received was a sad shake of his head. Minhwa, we have really come to an end. Don't he come looking for me again. This has hurt us both. Vong Tran, who had been eavesdropping, realized her name was Minhwa. She covered her face, sobbing. her voice breaking.
Well.
Does it have to be this way from the very beginning? We have known each other for so many years. Why has it come to this in less than a year in the capital? Hefere Fiong. Feeling sad. Advised. Forget me. Ninha. Go home. Back to your hometown. Nina still would not give up. Gamen demanded to know why. What is wrong with you? He clenched his fists. Emotions spilling out. Ninha. Do you really understand? We can never have good days in the capital, even if we buy a 40-ma house. It costs 1 million yuan. And even buying a house on installment requires 300,000 yuan. He shouted as if he wanted the whole world to hear about 300,000 yuan. Even if I save 1,000 yuan each month, it would take 300 months, which is exactly 25 years. Then he switched to a tone of helplessness. Complaining, Ninha. You are too naive. The feelings you value so much are just a burden and a heavy responsibility for me. Nenha did not know what else to say except to blame him. Hefere Fiong. You have changed. You are not the same person I used to know. Hefere Fong could not bear to look her in the eye, just lowering his head to avoid her gaze. Ninha. Do not blame me. If you must blame someone, blame this damn society. He then got in his car and drove away, leaving her alone on the empty street. Ninha's pain deepened, tears streaming down her face. Me. At the Diamond Illusion Face Award. The models in extravagant outfits made the reporters gasp in awe. This fun award really invited a lot of stars. The necklaces and diamonds they wore were stunning. Min Kei stood confidently in the middle of the red carpet, speaking. Thank you to all the distinguished guests for attending the Diamond Illusion Fashion Award. Meanwhile, to the Nian's house. The sound of paper tearing echoed. The Nian scowled, cursing, letting them gloat for now. I want to see how far she can go in this capital. Then she switched to a sinister smile. It has been a while since I have met such a rival, proving I am not just mild-mannered. Behind the stage of the fashion awards, Min Kei was sleeping soundly on a chair when someone came over and patted her head. Vong Tran gently comforted her, knowing she would not hear, saying she should rest when tired. He then carefully draped a jacket over Min Kei and turned to leave. Not long after, at the restaurant where Thaili Lan was, Vong Tran sat across from her, raising a glass to celebrate her success. Clinking glasses. They clinked glasses intimately. Min Kei mischievously asked. What else? Trivia longed. Aim for the unreachable. And today we finally reached this step. Thank you, madam. She took the opportunity to demand. Thank me. What do you have to thank me with? Vong Tran changed his tone. Feeling regretful. I know that for my own benefit. I almost ruined her life. Yet, Min Kei Dung replied. Actually, even if you had not told me, I would have found out sooner or later. I truly do not blame you. She smiled brightly, showing her gratitude. V. Trong Tran. I must thank you for helping me find myself. Viving Tran felt somewhat relieved too. I understand her pain. What I am going through now, I have experienced before. No matter what, I should be the one saying thank you. Min Kei expressed her feelings. V. Trong Tran. Even though our first meeting was not pleasant, I still feel very lucky to have met you. At the train station in Akauti Van Nam, people began to flock here, creating a bustling atmosphere. Thunderfy stepped out from the crowd and said, You are Thithi's bodyguard. Is everything alright since you have not been in the capital these days? Ving Tran raised his hand to signal not to worry. You do not need to worry about that. It is not easy for Trajung Min Kei to give her a 10-day break. Eager to get to that battlefield, he thought to himself. With Lundrum Tai quite here, Thitha will definitely be safe. Thunfai's gaze slightly wavered, as if holding back unspoken feelings. Yep. Because that is where my father used to pass through. Suddenly, Keen Hon Du and his gang approached her with ill intentions. The filthy hand of the guy crudely reached out, aiming straight for Thunfai's chest. Luckily, he noticed in time, quickly grabbing the guy's hand and pulling hard, causing Qin and Du to stumble. Furious at being thwarted, he screamed angrily, What do you want? Are you tired of living? This fool has no idea of his limits and charged at Vong Tran. Get your filthy hands off me. Akin Du's wrist was tightly gripped by Vong Tran. Pain surged through him. Helpless, he collapsed to the ground, crying out like a pig being slaughtered. At that moment, his aggressive teammates rushed in to help, quickly telling him to let go. Bystanders watching this scene sighed, seeing another fight break out. Let us go quickly before we get affected. In an instant, a hand suddenly grabbed one of the goons. The force from V. Gai Long's hand was so strong that the guy stumbled and fell. He pinned him down to the ground to capture him. One of the reckless goons questioned, Who are you guys? Want to meddle in our business? Without waiting for anyone to respond, the group aggressively charged forward, ready to fight the strangers. V. Long decisively kneed the guy hard in the stomach, making the loudmouth spit blood. He quickly knocked out another one with a precise throw. Ving Tran watched this embarrassing scene with disdain, unable to take just one hit. After the situation was resolved, V. Long approached him and said, After you contacted me, I kept waiting over here. Hearing that, Ving Tran gently reminded. You got here pretty fast. Set these aside. Do not let it affect the tourists in the venue. While he is here, take the chance to make your request. Let us go show us what you have achieved in these 3 months. V Lung pointed at his rugged vehicle. His voice brimmed with pride. Okay. My car over here won't disappoint you. As soon as he finished speaking, he handed him a glass vial containing something mysterious. The words flowing from Vejung Tran's mouth were all enigmatic, making anyone who heard them pause. Saying to dip it in clothes, ensuring no issues for half a year. Hearing that, Vi Long tightly held the treasure in his hand and respectfully invited him into the car. The two bulky vehicles finally started rolling after a long wait like a Korean drama. While everyone was busy on the road, T quietly observed all the developments. It was unclear what she was calculating in her mind, but her expression showed a proud arrogance. A few hours later, the vehicle continued to speed along the deserted road. Thun Fai sat inside, constantly admiring the scenery around. The scenery is so beautiful. After hearing this, Ving Tran glanced outside, suppressing the joy that just sparked in her. It really is beautiful, but behind this beauty lies deadly dangers. Thun Fai frowned, genuinely uncomfortable, and immediately questioned. Why do you say that? He glanced out the window and quickly explained. This is the Bermuda Triangle, where there is both beauty and the dirtiest activities. A place of great danger. Realizing where they were headed, her face uncontrollably burst into worry. Is this really the Bermuda Triangle? Ving Tran was not surprised by her expression. He just smiled reassuringly. No need to be scared. With that, he pointed into the distance. Over there is the medicinal plant area. Entering the training zone, they encountered groups diligently training for potential dangers ahead. Standing on the observation deck, V Long turned to ask, her voice betraying her pride. How does it feel? Ving Tran leaned against the railing and casually replied. It is normal. Is this the training plan you developed? He nodded immediately, confirming without hesitation. Yeah. But I feel like the intensity of this training is already very high. After all, they are not special forces who are chosen selectively. V Tran, leaning against the railing, gently shook his head to express his viewpoint. You and I are also newcomers. Gradually training. This is the Bermuda Triangle. Only the strong can survive. Looking at these newcomers, we need to double the training intensity. He casually pointed down at the group practicing diligently and said, Tell me about your 5th squad. Upon hearing this, V Lung could not hide her pride. I can't say much about that. The 5th combat squad is really strong, and they are very united. Hearing these words, Ving Tran fell into confusion. Why do you say that? He pointed directly at the group and continued speaking. Except for the people who came to my place. Over 200 others mostly came from a village in Myanmar. Later, their village was massacred by the Sa Khan army. Let me explain a bit. Sa Khan is the biggest drug lord in the Golden Triangle, with over 200 subordinates, nicknamed the Emperor of Opium. At this moment, V Lung spoke with great determination. They harbored a grudge and were willing to do anything for revenge. Hearing that, he was also very curious about his plans for the future. What are you planning to do next? He seriously analyzed the common psychological state of everyone, emphasizing that anger must be expressed, or it would definitely lead to chaos. After saying that, Vi Long stepped down the stairs and casually mentioned the plan that had been outlined. Train for a few more days. Then take over a few small tribes to get some practice. It was then that Vajing Tran saw everyone in the courtyard and took the opportunity to express his doubts about the massacre of their village, which was partly due to Sakine. He immediately responded that it was a team led by a Thai man named Lo Lenums, who had once managed to escape from a difficult situation and later submitted to Sakine. With about 1,000 subordinates and well-equipped weapons, seeing his brothers in trouble, Vung Tran expressed his desire to help. A team of about 1,000 is not small. If I called my buddies in Longano, how many do you think could wipe them out? Although he was offered support, V Long did not want to create more trouble for him. Just give me 10 men, and I can wipe them all out. Receiving a satisfying answer, he nodded in approval. Not bad. But in Longlon, one person is enough to deal with them. At that moment, Thethan Phi, who was walking behind, could not believe her ears. Is my dad that strong? Vung Tran remained calm in response to her feelings, looking up at the sky. If the battlefield were an art form, then her father would definitely be a renowned artist. At this moment, Via Long was extremely shocked by the identity of the person in front of her. Is this girl a descendant of the dragon and the phoenix? He suddenly realized something and said, Right, give me a car. I need to go somewhere for a day or two. He immediately complied. Okay, I will have someone prepare it. Ving Tran turned to Themphan Phi and instructed, We leave tomorrow, so you should rest today. She agreed right away. Okay, time quietly passed, and on the morning of the second day, she silently stood by the curtain, observing all the activities of everyone through the transparent window. Vung Tran was deeply impressed by Via Vi Lung's attention to detail. You are so thoughtful. Even prepared mosquito repellent. Receiving praise from him made her feel a bit proud. Is that because you brought a girl along? If you were going alone, I would have even prepared a sleeping bag for you. Avering Tran sat in the driver's seat and could not help but probe the person next to him. Are you scared? We are almost there. Thunfei honestly expressed her feelings. I am a little worried. At this moment, as the vehicle was bumping along the rugged road, he could not help but sigh. I have never seen roads like this before. Vingtrong Tran seemed to realize that this journey would be extremely difficult. But he still did not forget to tease her. It is just the beginning. Right. Thin's daughter won't be scared by these things. At this moment, Vong Tran seemed to be reminiscing about the past. Back then, I always let him drive when we went out. I sat in the passenger seat while he focused intently. I talked, but he did not react at all. Later, he said he could not be careless about his responsibilities to his comrades. Later, he let me drive. He sat in the passenger seat, driving while mentioning her. He shared everything. The more he talked, the more emotions surged. Looking back, I felt like I was witnessing her grow up. Hearing those words, Thin Fee's eyes were filled with love. So my dad often mentioned me like that? Vong Tran was worried she might be tired. So she reminded her, do I need to say more? You should sleep for a bit. We are still far from the battlefield. After 10 long hours, the car finally stopped. At the same time, Thin Fee woke up. Are we there yet? Is it that small mountain over there? Vong Tran got out of the car and calmly answered her question. Yep. It is the mountain right in front of you. Use this place as the center, within a radius of 10 square kilometers. This is the final battlefield of Long Lan. Come on. I will lead you up the mountain. As they walked, he instructed Thine Phi to stay close from now on. There are minefields ahead, so be extra careful. When they reached a tree, Vong Tran excitedly pointed at it like a child showing off a trophy. Look at this tree. I once shot through the heads of 3 people while up there, but those emotions quickly faded, replaced by a sense of loss. Although each soldier in our team was strong, in the end, we are still flesh and blood. Once, when the enemy used firepower, half of the team was lost. Suddenly, Vong Tran pointed in another direction. Thin Phi, look over there. When I came here with Thine, there were enemies hiding there, mentioning her loved ones. She could not contain the emotions welling up inside her. My dad. He sacrificed himself here. In that moment, you felt just like Thin Phi, deeply saddened by his passing. Yep. I was exhausted at that time. By the time I realized the danger, it was already too late. I was supposed to be the one shot. But unexpectedly, Thin pulled me back. He took the hit instead. Since both of them were at the place where Thin Phi's father fell, Vong Tran took the chance to suggest, I will take you to Thine's grave. The pain from losing a comrade had turned into a lingering sorrow within him. After I killed the enemy, I carried Thine's body for a few days. But the situation would not allow me to bring him back, so I found a place to bury him. Vong Tran looked up at the sky, trying to hold back the tears that were about to fall. It is still much farther than this. We drove past it. At this moment, Thin Phi could no longer hold back her emotions. She hugged Vong Tran tightly and cried like a child. Being someone who had experienced similar feelings, he somewhat understood her state of mind and gently comforted her. Just let it out. After a long time, Vong Tran stopped in front of a tall old tree marked from before. This is the spot. I even carved ins on it to mark the place. Thuthan Fee's emotional defenses completely crumbled. She covered her mouth with her hand to hold back the tears welling up in her eyes. At that moment, he spoke solemnly. Brother Then, I brought Thin Phi to visit you. The Thin Phi you used to mention has grown into a young woman now. Aren't you happy to see this? With that, Vtrung Tran set his backpack down on the ground and reached for 2 prepared bottles of wine. I remember you liked to drink. Although your tolerance was not great, you always got caught by the captain after sneaking 2 shots. He then downed a bottle of wine in one go to pour out his feelings. Next, Vtrung Tran used another bottle to pour on the ground as a tribute to his late friend. But now it is okay. I brought you 2 bottles of specialty Nam Jiang wine. Enough for a good feast. After completing the ritual, he turned to place a hand on Thin Phi's shoulder, reminding her not to drown in her sorrow. Don't just cry. Say something to your dad. Hearing those words, she tried to hold back her feelings, adjusted her breath, and said, Dad, you were a good comrade, a skilled soldier, but not a good father. But I do not blame you. Comrade Then, you were a man of ideals. He stood beside her, witnessing the entire scene, and was also affected by her mood. At that moment, from a distance, a gun barrel was aimed directly at Vrong Tran's head. Having observed every move of the two, Kitty could not help but sigh. A man with such a story is someone I would not want to kill. With that, she continued to look through the scope, unaware that Viding Tran had spotted her. Seeing this, Kitty was extremely surprised by his sharpness. Could he have noticed me? In a hurry, she turned to pack up everything, wanting to leave the scene quickly. Without hesitation, she took off running deep into the woods. After their reunion, both got into the car to move on to the next stage. Inside the car, Ving Tran could not concentrate on driving. his mind drifting to what had just happened. If they wanted to assassinate me, why are they just trailing me instead of making a move? On Vialong's side, as soon as he saw Ving Tran arrive, he spoke up. I have news. Our team is 50 kilometers away from their base, having just raided a patch of medicinal plants. And we are on our way back with a bountiful harvest. He was very pleased with the news he just received. Then good. Lead your people. Tonight we will take advantage of the wind to strike. The man beside him immediately agreed. I will go motivate everyone and prepare a few things. Hearing the conversation between the two, Thun Fai hesitated, wanting to ask about her role. What about me? I want to go too. Vung Tran seemed to predict that this battle could be more dangerous than it appeared. So he expressed his opinion. No need. Just stay here. There is a basement under your bed. You can hide there. After a while, a small team was assembled. Everyone stood in a straight line, waiting for orders, having prior experience. He equipped himself very thoroughly. Meanwhile, Vialong was intimidated by the weapons he carried. Did he really need all this gear for a smaller ambush? He shook his head, showing his dissatisfaction with his behavior. Don't underestimate it. I will say it again. We do not need to wait until night to act. We just need to set up an ambush on the road they will definitely pass through. Suddenly, a convoy appears. Maneuvering through the treacherous mountain terrain, Vung Tran lies on the cliff, waiting for the prey to wander into the trap. Seeing the target move in, he immediately signals with his hand. After receiving the signal, Vialong turns to instruct his teammates. Once the gunfire starts and they see the vehicle explode, everyone must throw all the grenades they have. Realizing the time has come, Vig Tran opens fire, attacking the enemies. A few unfortunate vehicles catch a grenade and burst into flames violently. The recent shock helps Thun V quickly grasp the current situation. He frantically screams into the radio. The enemy is ambushing us. Their numbers are low. Quickly organize a defense. And have the vehicles behind turn around for me. Meanwhile, Vlung does not hesitate to shout orders. Following Vlung's voice, a rain of grenades is unleashed from his team above. Each vehicle in the convoy is blown up in a series of explosions from the falling grenades. Vdrung Tran seizes the opportunity and dives straight down from the cliff to reach the scene before anyone else. In a hidden corner, someone is aiming directly at him like a sniper. Kai Tai uses the professional scope of his rifle to closely monitor his every move. With such professional running, it is hard to get a clean shot. Just by looking, you can tell he is a master. This trip to Ho Hdar is getting more and more interesting. At the same time, the clash ends swiftly due to the continuous surrender of the criminals before Vi Long's elite troops. Sensing a change, Tho Vi quietly opens the door to escape. He barely lifts his foot before being shot down, ending up on the ground without a chance to react. Thun Vf collapses like a warning shot to the cowardly ones kneeling on the ground. Vlung exhales sharply and roars in vengeance for his family, wanting to kill them all. And so, the bloody retaliation ends in the brilliant sunset. After finishing everything, Vung Tran instructs him on the next steps. He orders some people to clean up the battlefield, then takes away important items from the base, leaving nothing behind. Without waiting for Vi Long's reply, he quickly turns around as if in a hurry. You go back now. Keep an eye on Thefan Phi. I have some things to take care of. He nods in agreement, saying to be careful. As soon as he finishes the task, Vung Tran rushes into the forest like he is one with the trees. Finding a sufficiently large tree to stop, he climbs up, breathing heavily to himself. I need to see who is following me. As night falls, the atmosphere in the forest becomes suspiciously quiet. Suddenly, someone raises a scope, identifying the opponent through the thick, dark foliage. The silence gunfires quietly, but the faint sound echoes in the forest's eerie silence. The mysterious opponent then launches a series of darts without hesitation. Ving Tran pulls his eyes away from the scope, silently praising the skill. The shot missed. This person's agility is no ordinary feat. With absolute precision, you fired 3 bullets, disabling the darts while they were still in mid-air. The urge to clarify everything compelled Vjung Tran to leave his position immediately, in pursuit of the mysterious figure, determined to find them. Not making Ving Tran wait long, Ketty emerged from her hiding spot in front of him. He was very curious about her identity. Who are you? You have been following me for days. And she does not seem to care. Who I am is not important. I just want to know who you are. As Kitty spoke, she removed her gloves to act more freely. A master who can fend off the Shadow Black Military Academy must not be an unknown figure abroad. Vdong Tran seemed to realize the intent of the person in front of him, and he threw the gun he was holding to the ground. Think whatever you want. Your gloves are special. I have seen old ma'am use them. She was extremely surprised to hear him mention that name. Are you talking about the principal? You fought the principal? He explained. Min Atg is the founder of the Shadow Black Military Academy, self-proclaimed principal, known in Englishism, which means God of War in Hellseas. Viving Tran calmly admitted one thing. Well, I can't beat him. Although he is old, he is very fast. Ketty shook her head in disbelief at what he had just revealed. But from what I know, among all those who could fight the principal, only 2 survived besides Antonio Genitali, the father of Lo Fengqua Fi, and the other is Eric Law from the Atlantic Alliance. In contrast to her seriousness, he spoke in a teasing tone. I just said I could not beat him. I could still run. Seizing the opportunity, Kitty suggested they have a match. If I have found someone with skills like yours today, I definitely have to fight you properly. With that, she took a jump, leaping high with her leg. Immediately after, Kitty rushed towards Ving Tran. He struggled to fend off her sudden attack. Ving Tran's face showed his surprise. Is this girl really that strong? Kitty delivered a tricky kick. But fortunately, he managed to dodge in time. He quickly used both hands to push against Kitty's shoulder to reduce the force. She was pushed back but still did not forget to speak arrogantly. How's that? Doesn't feel bad. Right. Ving Tran nodded to brush it off. It really does not feel bad. Would you like me to feel it again? It seemed his taunting words were effective. She quickly regained momentum and charged forward. Then go ahead and try. Ving Tran looked at Kitty, who was splitting before him. Feeling amazed, indeed. This girl is a true disciple of the old demon. Her speed is impressive. She did not hold back, immediately delivering a flurry of punches, realizing that if this continued, he would soon be worn out. Ving Tran decisively unleashed a move that took Kitty completely by surprise, quickly regaining her composure. She used her thick heel to break, then took several steps back to dodge Ving Tran's attack. Ving Tran gently rubbed his arm and humbly spoke, "Eating may just allow me to grasp your legal powers trajectory. She does not want to confront you. So she gives a warning. I am from the Dark Military Academy. So please do not interfere with our school's matters in Ho-H." Upon hearing this, you immediately stiffen, losing the earlier calm demeanor. Then I will make sure to keep an eye on things. I hope you won't do anything harmful to Ho-H, or I will definitely intervene. Not only does Kitty not see you as a threat, but she also casually tosses her hair, looking quite expectant. If that day really comes, it will definitely be when you and I give it our all. Honestly, I really can't imagine a scenario where you die and I live. Wang Zhang finds this action incredibly annoying, so he points directly at your face to remind you, I think you all should hold back, especially in Ho-H. Meanwhile, she raises her hands, pretending to be helpless. And what about Ho-H? You can't stop what the principal decides on your own. Seeing Kitty casually sharing inside information, Wang Zhang is extremely curious. She is telling me these things. Aren't you afraid I will leak this news to the National Ideal and the Atlantic Alliance? She laughs at your naivety. If I could tell you. Of course. I would not fear you spilling it. Wang Zhang does not care and bends down to pick up the gun he threw earlier. I know you have not shown your full strength today. I hope next time we can have a real match. After his words, Kitty suddenly poses for a kiss and leaves a farewell. Try again next time. In the next moment, she quickly jumps into the trees to escape. Meanwhile, your heart is in turmoil. How can the dark military leader be such a troublesome headache? The next morning at the Vialong base, as soon as Wang Zhang steps, he speaks first. Is there someone in the Kim Tamgyak forest who can threaten you like this? You stop right at the edge of the table, put down your gun, and calmly say, there are many masters in this world. You will encounter them in the future. What is up with Thun Fai? Seeing that, he does not ask anything further. She is fine, waiting for you in the room. At this moment, Wang Zhang is focused on organizing his belongings when he suddenly speaks up. Are you waiting for me to change? Call Thun Fai. We will head back tomorrow. V Long looks confused, not understanding why things are so urgent. You smile and calmly explain. Well, there are still many things to handle in the capital. After I leave, make sure to manage the current resources well. Be careful not to waste them. You say that, but you mean something else inside. The T family is having a birthday celebration for Old Man too. Hearing that, he does not ask further and agrees. Okay, I will prepare a vehicle for you tomorrow. Hearing movement from the living room, Thun Han Fai steps out to check and is very worried to see you still in military uniform. Why are you dressed like this? Are you in danger? Afraid she might think too much. Wang Zhang approaches and pats her head to reassure her. It is. I fought a battle without getting hurt. There is no one in this world who can hurt me. In Ho-H's capital, at this moment, you are constantly praising that character. No wonder the provincial secretary Truong Bin Hao has resolved the 1,000 square meters land in Truongyiakan. And moreover, it is in Bac Nahon. The Thai also agreed with Vig Tran's perspective and continued. Furthermore, he only needs us to pay 80% of the original price. If Si Dung can help Truongyiakan bring in 2 universities, then he is willing to gift us the land as a thank you. You seem a bit surprised by the amount of information she mentioned about bringing in the university. Does he really think there is a shortage of talent retention in Truongyiakan? The Thea directly confirmed that it was indeed true. Noticing that Ving Tran still had many concerns about this issue, she analyzed further. You see, Truongyiakan is considered one of the top 3 districts nationwide, with a huge demand for talent. Yet there is not a single school for technical fields. You seem quite pleased with that plan. That is a good approach. Are not there many universities collaborating with Si Dung? She could send someone to discuss with them. The Thea praised Vig Tran's ability to recognize opportunities, Well, Liu Haiman's advertising shoot also brought in a significant amount for C. Dung's home appliances sector. Your eye for talent is impressive. You stretch warily but still keep your voice full of confidence. Do we need to discuss this further? Just keep resolving these matters. Have things to do. Returning, he cleared his throat at the luxurious Tenanguide Hotel. The caption reads that Kasvasa Ho is a founding father of the Republic of Ho-H, and the 85th birthday celebration for Tilunga is being held at Tenanguide. At this moment, the Grand Hall had gathered many influential figures in society. The Ving Tran walked in alongside Min K, both looking sharp. Let us go inside. Shall we? Meanwhile, he stood at the reception area, smiling warmly to welcome the guests. Min K. V. Trong Tran. Welcome. Welcome. Today is the birthday celebration for my grandfather. We have many guests, and the atmosphere is lively. Min K smiled politely, greeting the host. I have wanted to visit Mir, for a while, but I have been tied up with so much lately. He also responded courteously. My grandfather often mentions you. Please come in. Then Thin Nian looked over at the person beside her, and was a bit surprised. Why is it him, at that moment? He could not help but associate the image of Viong Tran with being pampered. Is it? You naturally extend your hand forward to show goodwill. Why can't it be me? This is our first official meeting. My name is Viting Tran. Thien Nian quickly regained her composure and shook his hand to express her agreement. I am Ethan Mun. Please come inside. Inside. Tiku Feis Ho had already dressed neatly and was sitting ready to host the banquet. At that moment, a group of people approached him and respectfully bowed. Hello, Chief. We have come to celebrate your birthday. Seeing their manners, Feis Ho did not want to make it difficult. You guys have not visited me in a long time. Now that you are here, you must drink a few glasses with me. Suddenly, No Known exclaimed as if recognizing an acquaintance. Ignoring the formalities, she ran to Ving Tran and introduced him. Grandpa, this is my friend, V. Trong Tran, whom I often mention to you, is the one who helped me deal with that thug on the train. He slightly bowed his head and spoke formally. Hello. I wish you happiness as vast as the East Sea and a lifespan longer than the South Mountain. Fasei Ho was very pleased with this blessing. Good. Good. Truly a promising young generation. But where no one was paying attention, his expression turned filled with resentment. Long Lun was destroyed, and many brothers were injured or killed. My exile abroad is all related to that damned old man. The distance between him and me is only 3 meters. I could easily shoot him dead. Seeing Viting Tran's mood darken, Min K gently reached out to reassure him. He noticed it too but could not control the chaotic thoughts in his heart. If I take action, Thethan Phi, Tranhoing Min, the Inquan Thatha, they will definitely be implicated. Besides, rebuilding Long Lun, I can't let hatred cloud my judgment. The next moment, Min K shyly asked Faisa Ho, I am Mai. Do you remember me? Hearing this, he smiled and summarized his praise. Min K. I remember. I heard Thin Neven mention you. You have blinked and become such a beautiful girl. Vedring Zetuk standing beside him looked a bit curious at his demeanor. V. Trong Tran. With your style. You have been a soldier before. Right. He did not deny it. Yeah. I was a soldier 4 years ago. Then I got discharged. He kept flattering him. Very good. The Hum army does not differentiate ranks. Anyone who has been a soldier is a good person. Suddenly, Hun Bro Cook stepped out of the crowd with a kind smile. That is right. I like this young man too. Seeing his brothers had arrived, Fasi Ho immediately stood up to greet Bro Koof. Brother Hun, why did you arrive so late? He smiled sincerely. For the birthday celebration of my comrade, I had to come. But this time I also have an unexpected joy. His expression turned surprised and very curious. What unexpected joy is that? Without making Fas Ho wait long, Budokov turned to point at Vung Tran and said, It is this young man. I have been looking for him for a while. I really like him. He is young but more mature and stable than some of the young people nowadays. At this moment, Bixi Jing approached to assist him. Uncle Hun. Stop chatting. There is not much time left. Let us hurry and go to the banquet. After that, both Faisa Ho and Bao Kuf entered together, seizing the opportunity. He suggested, Brother Hun, let us sit together at one table, so the kids can sit on the side. We can reminisce. It has been a while since we met, and we must drink a few glasses today. He feels he has lost his touch, so he cleverly declines. My old body can't handle it anymore. How about I find someone to drink in my place? Fok Ho pretends to be surprised. What kind of game are you playing? Bok teased. Me. Look at you. We have been friends for years. What can I wash up? Suddenly, someone at the table interrupted. Han Ban. We are all old comrades here. Is it appropriate to call a junior over? The other person did not think so. It is. Let us add some youthful enthusiasm. Besides, I want to see who has his eye on. Hearing this, Fok Ho happily agreed. All right then, let us do as Han says. Then Ba Kwok gently waved at the person in front. Thean Nian immediately stood up to greet the approaching guest. Uncle Han. Why did you come over? Wanna have a drink? Thoat Tu pointed toward the table, where Fuck Ho was sitting, saying, Your elder asked you to bring Vong Tran to his table. Vong Tran was taken aback by this. He asked me to go over there. He wondered what right he had to sit at that table. Vong Tran could not help but glance at the expressions of Chiu Nam and Tu Day. Is this the real context? At this moment, the atmosphere began to grow noisy, with lively chatter filling the air. Who is this guy? I have never seen him before. Sitting with Thean Nian must mean he is not just anyone. Maybe he is a young master from some family. Even if he is not ordinary, he would not sit at the other table. What kind of identity would be worthy? Thoat Tu could only mumble to get through the matter. Do not ask any more. Let us go over there with uncle. After that, Vong Tran confidently stepped toward Fuck Ho. Seeing someone approaching, Ba Kwok was all smiles. Vong Tran sat next to him. When he spoke, everyone at the table turned their attention to him. Under the scrutinizing gazes, Vong Tran felt a sense of dissatisfaction. A bunch of old geezers. Why are they staring at me like that? He waited for the other party to settle in, then immediately introduced. I have not arranged anything. Vong Tran is not a junior I am mentoring. Just see us as peers. This made him a bit surprised, leaving him puzzled inside. What scheme is this old man up to? I have only met him once. We barely talked. Hearing Bao Kwok's introduction, the person beside quickly added, Peer. Heng can be a peer of yours, but it is probably like cattle and horses mixing. Fuck Ho, who was just observing, did not make it difficult. I mean, no offense, but with your regard for Vong, it is clear he has some merits. Why do not you introduce him to everyone? He just waited for this moment to boast to everyone. Vong Tran is a good soldier. It is a pity he is not in my team. If he were in the capital, he would at least be a team leader by now, not wasting talent. In contrast to others, Tu Hai spoke with a tone of disdain. He is only in his 20s. Even if he is skilled, he could only be a team leader under you. I heard your dog is raised by this guy. You must value him just because he takes care of your dog. These words made Ba Kwok go silent. Each word was gentle, but the implication was very clear. Brother Tu, do not be too harsh on others, or you might regret it later. Fuck Ho sensed the tense atmosphere and quickly intervened. Today is my birthday party. Please show me some respect. As soon as he finished speaking, hurried footsteps echoed. A group of armed individuals decisively entered, and the leader shouted, Who is Wang Zhang? Hearing his name called, he stepped forward without hesitation. Once the group confirmed their target, they prepared to act and apprehend him. This decisiveness made Thoat Tu unable to hold back, and he angrily slammed the table. I am the commander of the capital military district, Han Thuk. Who gave you the right to act so recklessly? The authority of the person in front did not make the group back down, and their tone was very rude. The commander of the capital military district can't even manage the affairs of the Jiang, Nan area. These two matters are unrelated. Even Han Thoat Tu has no right to stop me from arresting someone here. When did Fong Hak unexpectedly speak up from behind? If he does not have the right, then who does? Fong Hak scrutinized the person in front of him from head to toe. His words carried no threat but were still very powerful. You are the lieutenant colonel from the Jiangnan police. Right. This made Min Hong startle. Stammering involuntarily. Report. Chief.
Yep, sir.
He is on the move. Each word was delivered slowly but still carried an underlying meaning. Lieutenant Colonel. If I want to protect the person you want to arrest, do you think that is possible? He was put in a difficult position, and could not immediately meet the demand. Chief. Wang Zhang is the person our commander personally issued the arrest order for, so I can't follow your orders. The unexpected answer made him slightly unhappy, and in a moment he issued an order. Wang Zhang. Call Kuao Vo and tell him to come to the capital to meet me in 3 hours, or I will remove him from his position. Min Hong was frightened by this statement, and could not help but swallow hard. Who is this old man? On the other side, Wang Zhang wasted no time executing the order, quickly bringing the phone to his ear. Kuao Vo wants to speak with you.
Sir.
He quickly took it and immediately updated the situation. Reporting to the commander, I am apprehending a suspect, but I am facing some difficulties at the scene. And a very anxious voice came from the phone. Difficulties? Get back here now. Hurry up. As soon as the phone hung up, he hurriedly ordered the troops to disperse. Min Hong turned away, feeling wronged by the unreasonable scolding. The arrest order was issued personally by him. I am just following orders. If I encounter someone of a higher rank than him, no matter what happens, I will be the scapegoat. Noticing the situation had calmed down, Wang Zhang turned to Feng Hak. Why have not you died yet? This somewhat naive remark not only did not anger him but made him more considerate. If I were dead, why would I tell you to come back? Fais Ho beside him looked at the man in front of him, utterly astonished. V Fengis, what wind brought you here? Hearing this, he politely greeted. Brother Tu, it has been a long time. No matter what, You have to drink a few glasses with me today. He was delighted to have a distinguished guest visit. Of course. If he knew you were back, even without a birthday party, he would still invite you to a meal. The servers who witnessed the earlier scene had begun to gossip. V. Fingis. That name sounds familiar, does not it? I feel like I have heard it somewhere before. The person next to him could not hide their curiosity either. V. Fingis. Could it be Viding Fyonghex? The one considered the father of the special forces in the People's Republic of China. Fiang Heftek on the other side began to be impolite, patting Faisa Ho on the shoulder. Brother too. It has been years since we met, so let us forget the past. But now that we have met, when are you going to repay what you owe me? This remark made to Kai beside him jump up in anger. V. Fingis. What do you want? First, you bring the soldiers to disrupt the birthday party, and then speak so rudely. Have you not learned about the world after being away for so many years? The Ving Tran had already been displeased. Auntie Kai's words were like a spark to his anger. I am warning you. Do not talk to the old man like that. Your action of grabbing his collar made the bodyguards around become alert. The guns were all raised. You looked at the small fry around you with disdain. I am faster than their guns. If you do not believe me, you can try. He was frightened by this scene, struggling to break free. What do you want to do? Let go. Ving Tran was determined not to relent. Apologize. Apologize to the old man. As he spoke, he lifted Kai into the air. I hate it most when someone tries to act superior because of their age. I call you old man because you are older than me. But in these years, you have only aged without gaining any wisdom. Right. Did a dog eat your brain? Fa Ho saw the situation spiraling out of control and intervened. Young man, do not provoke him. But you still had no intention of stopping. Why do you want to apologize for him? Where did Thin Mine come from? Pointing straight at Vikong Tran in challenge. Do you dare to let he go and fight me for a round? Only then did Fong Hek speak up to ease the situation. All right, let's go. After all, I have known him for 10 years. It is a bit rude of you to act like this. At this point, you finally released him, tossing Kai onto the ground. You are lucky today. If there is a next time, I will tape your mouth shut, but you do not have to apologize. I have to go collect some profits now. As soon as he finished speaking, he was struck backward, landing perfectly on Thin Mine. The Ving Tran stood tall, his gaze looking down at the two miserable figures. Right now, you are no match for me. Too weak. This scene made the bodyguard behind even more alert. Don't move, or we will open fire. Fais Ho no longer kept a polite attitude. V. Fingis, you ruined my birthday celebration today. Leave this young man here, and I will let you go. Fong Hech was not in a hurry to decide, remaining very calm. Loki, do you remember? When we established the Special Forces unit, Hoeb set up an emergency protocol. He immediately replied. I remember. Of course I do. Fyong Hefty's voice continued steadily. You must remember because Lo Hun did not know about this mechanism. In an emergency, the high-ranking Special Forces of Ho H could take full command, but he still did not understand. But there were no high-ranking Special Forces here, although it looked calm on the outside. Fing Ho T's heart had long been unsettled. Back then, there really were high-ranking Special Forces established, but they had vanished into thin air. What scheme is this old man plotting? Fing Heftef now called for someone to bring out a military uniform, ready to play his cards openly. Who says there are not any? Lieutenant Ving Tran. Hurry and put on your uniform. Vien Mun looked at the military uniform that had just been brought out. Astonished with his mouth agape, the Long Lun uniform is legendary. Faisaho showed no expression, but inside he was starting to feel tangled up. He originally thought to use this powerful title of Hoa Hafe to eliminate the weeds. But unexpectedly, the fish that slipped through the net appeared right before him. It seems this Viding Tran is not simple. Vung Tran stepped toward the military uniform, feeling a touch of nostalgia. Unexpectedly, although Long Lan had been destroyed, the old men kept their uniforms. His hand instinctively reached for the outfit in front of him. Then suddenly, as if remembering something, he quickly pulled back. Ving Tran turned sharply towards him, looking very determined. Activating the emergency protocol, the elite special forces of Ho H took command of all the soldiers at the scene. B. Rokus, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. Loki, do not deny it. I see the situation completely meets the emergency protocol. Faisa Ho realized the situation was unfavorable and accepted defeat. Putting down his gun, Fiang Hefi did not want to stay any longer and left boldly. He quickly grabbed Mun Kei's hand to follow. In the glaring sunlight, their group quietly moved towards the cars waiting outside. As Ving Togo got into the car, he could not hide his excitement towards him. I have heard the commander say you are the youngest lieutenant in the Republic of Hoa for a long time. It is truly my luck to meet you today. The commander said, you take this military uniform, and after 6 months, wait for the report. Vung Tran was surprised by this statement and asked back, 6 months for the report. Fing Etre could not hide the smile in his eyes, speaking with great concern. Good. You have done well these past few years. I am giving you 6 months to train hard outside, and in 6 months, I will give you a branch of the military. He clenched his fist beside him, shedding the grievances he had endured before. Old man. I know these years have been tougher for you than for me. We have lost so much. We have to get it back. Right. Old man. I need your help to save someone. He has been researching for a long time, understanding the worries of those around him. Is it the Shangguan family? He is awake now. And once again you are surprised. Did you manage to cure him? He quickly opened the laptop. The Shangguan family was poisoned. His eyes glued to the screen, talking non-stop. This poison is a new toxin combined from various neurotoxins. I had to try many times to be able to neutralize it, but I do not know if it will leave any aftereffects. At the hospital, sunlight shone through the closely set small windows. Thithi rubbed her eyes as if she could not believe what she was seeing. Her voice filled with emotion. Dad. You finally woke up. Ji Zeng looked at his daughter in front of him, heartbroken as he reached out to pat her head. Thithi. You have really had a hard time these past days. She did not want her father to blame himself and quickly replied. As long as you are awake, nothing else matters. Suddenly, from the door, she heard Taija stopping someone from entering. Was noisy? And she quickly opened the door to step out. Seeing that it was Van Tiu, she greeted him warmly. Big brother. You are here. Come in quickly. Brother Lam. This is my big brother Shangguan Van Tiu. He is not an outsider. He added quickly. That is right. I heard from you that Uncle San woke up, so I rushed right here. Seeing someone visiting Jiajing, he politely greeted. Come on. Van Tiu. Sit down. He gently sat beside the bed, kindly opening the food container in his hand, looking very attentive. Uncle San. It is great that you woke up. Today I had someone cook a chicken to make soup. It has been too long since we had any from the farm. Uncle San. Drink this. It will help nourish your body. He handed over the steaming bowl of soup, unable to hold back his admiration. It smells so good. I have not had a proper meal in ages. My stomach is starting to complain. Van Tiu did not forget the reason for his visit, turning to his sister to ask. Has Thithi found out anything about this? She was helpless about it. Not yet. The opponent is very cunning, leaving no traces at all. Hearing this, he did not know what to do except to encourage her. Don't worry. We will definitely get to the bottom of it. Ji Zeng took this opportunity to trust and ask for help. Van Tiu. You should take some time to recuperate. Do you want to go help the Thai at Jurong? He hesitated and looked for a reason to decline. Uncle San. You know my interests. I work on the farm every day. I do not have the heart to do business in the market. Just then, the door handle turned, and Thithi saw Vong Tran walking in, unable to hide her joy. Vong Tran. You are back. She saw a good opportunity and quickly introduced him to Jijing. Dad. This is Vong Tran, the bodyguard you hired for me. But you have never met him before. He did not rush to show off, turning to Taiju who was standing outside the door earlier. He has completed his mission. You have had a tough time lately. You should take a break first. He obediently complied.
Yep, sir.
Jia Zeng looked at the newcomer before offering compliments. You are doing well, and you are not hiding anything. It is a candid expression of your thoughts. My intuition tells me we have definitely met somewhere before. Your gaze feels very familiar. He was not surprised by this remark and seemed eager to talk privately. The Thai. Go outside for a bit. Dad and Wang Zhang have something to discuss. She was very understanding and stepped out to give them some space. With just the two of them left in the room, he no longer held back as before. Have a seat. Dongfang to Wang. The name from Jia Zeng's mouth startled Wang Zhang. How do you know Dongfang to Wang? The expression of the person in front seemed to be anticipated by Jia Zeng. So there was no need to look at me like that. The four words Dongfang to Wang are not a secret. I am a businessman, involved to some extent in both the black and white worlds. He got straight to the point, skipping the pleasantries. Where exactly have you met me before? After hearing the situation, he looked gently ahead. Indeed, my master does not misjudge people. To be serious, I consider myself half a senior brother to you. The tasks you have completed have been closely monitored by both my master and me, so your intuition is not wrong. Wang Zhang was surprised and asked back. What? You are my senior brother. My mind was filled with questions. Shangguan Jia Zeng is the disciple of the old man, but the old man only has one disciple. I had never heard him mention any other senior brother. Seeing your confusion, Jia Zeng kindly explained. My master is my master, but I can only be considered half his disciple, since he has never formally recognized me as one. His voice continued steadily, reflecting the scale he has achieved today. My master had to invest a lot of effort. Before you became Dongfang to Wang and took on tasks in Europe and America, we created many opportunities for you. So you can recall that. Upon hearing this, he could not help but laugh out loud. This expression puzzled Jiajing. What are you laughing at? Wang Zhang could not hide his joy in his words. How could he not laugh? I was just a lonely person in the capital, but now I have such a huge backing. From now on, I can confidently face the world. He boldly asked, so for all these years, have all my actions been in your hands? He did not hold back and openly explained everything. After you arrived in the capital, everything you did was under our observation. Your actions exceeded our expectations and even surpassed what we anticipated. As he spoke, he gently set the glass of water on the table. Right now, the undercurrents in the capital are surging fiercely, and besides us, many others want a piece of the pie. This time I got poisoned because of that. He heard this and fell into deep thought. Even the old man had to expend so much effort to bring you back. The current situation is truly not in our favor. After a while of thinking, he boldly voiced his suspicion. So tell me, is there anyone who knows that you and I are actually from the same bloodline? I always felt something was a bit off. Hearing this, Njia quickly reassured him, no way. I communicate with the master very secretly, so no one should know that I will also intervene in the military system. Moreover, this word is completely secure. No one can break in. You do not need to worry. Wang Zhang did not want to say more, eagerly waiting and not thinking too much about it. So what is my next mission? He did not hold back anymore, helping me to Manhwa for a trip. On the street, the houses lined up showcased advertisements for Liu Xuan. Inside the little Xuanan restaurant, she had probably been waiting for a long time and looked a bit sulky when she saw Wang Zhang arrive. 15 minutes late. Is General Wang busy these days? He looked at the menu in hand and casually replied, of course. After all, I am a senior vice president. I turned down several invitations just to have this meal with you. The price of the dishes reaching hundreds made him exclaim. These dishes are not cheap at all. This made her opposite feel helpless. Just forget it. You are just a security guard. Stop pretending to be the president. Besides, you gave me the opportunity to earn 2 million yuan as a representative. Is not it only right for me to treat you to a meal? Remembering something, Lu Xuan leaned toward Wang Zhang. Probing, oh right. Zhou Guangguang asked me to go film for him. What do you think? I want to hear your opinion. This name was somewhat familiar to him. But wanting to be sure, he asked again. Zhou Guangguang is that quite famous director? Right. Receiving her nod, he only expressed indifference. I have no opinion. You decide. At this moment, Lun Boy appeared next to her out of nowhere, politely inquiring. Excuse me. Are you Miss Liu Xuan? Liu Xuan did not hesitate to respond. Yep. May I ask what this is about? He was just waiting for this and quickly expressed his intention. My name is Lun Boy. I am the secretary of the president of Yangguang Media. Our boss is also dining with a client in this restaurant. I did not expect Miss Liu Xuan to be here as well. Therefore, our boss would like to invite Miss Liu Xuan to sit with him for a bit to get acquainted. Yangguang Media is no stranger. Being one of the top 3 media companies in Huaxia, Boss Qin Weiwu is also very famous in this industry. Although she received an invitation from someone significant, she felt no interest. Thank you for the invitation, but I am sorry. We are preparing to leave. He did not give up, trying to use the company's fame to make Liu Xuan change her mind. Liu Haiyan. Dihongguang Media is undoubtedly a leading company in the entertainment industry. For her, this opportunity is very beneficial for her future development in the industry. I suggest you think it over a bit more. The Ving Tran spoke up now, his tone laced with sarcasm. Are you the biggest media company in the Ho He entertainment scene? How do you compare to the Tang Group? Lun Bai did not answer directly, only focused on wanting her to change her mind. Each company has its own business scope. They are not very similar. For a newcomer like Liu Haiyan, signing a contract with us at Duvin is the best option. Our professional team will surely polish her into a shining star. The conditions are attractive. But Liu Haiyan firmly refused. Sorry, I am not going. At that moment, Duciro sat in a distant room, quietly observing the situation. He had a lustful gaze fixed on Liu Haiyan, continuously exclaiming, this girl is so hot. I have to get her to drink with me today. Liu Yev next to him played the sycophant. Yep. Exactly. Duciro. I have sent someone to take care of it, so do not worry. Stay calm. Although he appeared friendly, he was cursing inwardly, thinking if it were not for my company wanting to develop in the Japanese market, how could someone as beautiful as her end up with you? Lun Baiya, seeing that sweet talk was not working, turned threatening, as she stubbornly refuses to go. Quan Wan to be polite to someone who does not show him respect. Just then, Viving Tran suddenly interrupted. Hold on. After a moment of consideration, he coldly continued, go with him. I will make a call. As soon as the call was connected, he immediately issued an order. Hello. Is this Tong Min San? I am at Tiuxai Nam. Get here in 15 minutes. After saying this, Vung Tran calmly approached. Secretary Elsu. The name just mentioned made Lun Bai hesitate. And Ting Ming, the president of Tong Group Media. Wait a moment while I report this to Mer. Lai V, listening to the secretary recount the situation, looked down on him. Don't he listen to his nonsense? Go invite him again. Just say, Sakata, the head of the Japanese media company is here too. Unexpectedly, This made Ving Tran intrigued. The Japanese came to wipe them out, leaving Liu Haiban behind. Confused, both quickly entered, and Lu Vivai greeted the arriving person. Ving Tran suddenly leaped up from behind, grabbing the man's hand. Having admired Mit Qian's reputation for a long time, I am Ving Tran. I hope to have your guidance. The man rubbed his sore hand, cursing inwardly. This kid has no sense of proportion. Louis Dev did not have time to pay much attention. Turning to introduce to her, hello. Liu Haiyan. Let me introduce you. Sakata from the Japanese entertainment world. At this moment, Ving Tran was no longer polite and went straight to the point. I do not care what kind of fish he is. I wonder why Sakata and President Tan invited my girlfriend and me here. The word girlfriend made Liu Haiyan blush beside him. The two others were equally stunned by the mention of girlfriend. Still, this only excited Saro even more. How about this? Tell your girlfriend to drink with me. Each glass costs 10,000 yuan. He continued to shamelessly make his offer. 20,000 yuan per glass. That is the price of a top female star worldwide. At this point, Ving Tran could not hold back anymore, grabbing the bottle on the table and cursing. You bastard. I will give you 20,000 yuan. But will you bark like a dog? Ying Ai silently observed this scene through the screen, involuntarily exclaiming that if Ving Tran did not show up, the capital would be as calm as a still sea, absolutely boring. Just then, someone behind suddenly spoke up. Young master, you do not need to lower yourself, because you are already in your own territory. A group of bodyguards surrounded Ving Tran, intending to take advantage of the situation. Luki V behind kept flattering. Sakata, do not get agitated. This up brat is really too unreasonable. You do not need to get your hands dirty over him. On the outside, they appeared obedient, but on the inside, they started cursing. This brat does not know his place. If you ruin my plans, I want to let you off easily. Suddenly, the door behind Liu Haiyan creaked open, and a voice echoed in. Who is being so unreasonable? Min Dan suddenly walked in, scanning the situation. What is going on here? Upon seeing the newcomer, he quickly switched to flattering him, rushing over to greet. What wind blew my tongue here? Min Xan seemed equally confused about what was happening. President Tian is here too. What is going on today? He finally spoke up. You are 3 minutes late. Hearing this, he felt a bit embarrassed. Min softened. Vung. I rushed here right after the call and even ran several red lights. So please do not be mad. Saro was still calmly picking food, glancing over lightly, surprised that Mit Tung was also here. He did not let him continue, cutting in directly. This bastard wants Liu Haiyan to drink with him for 20,000 yuan a glass. Do you think I can just sit here calmly? Min Sam became pensive upon hearing this, calculating the pros and cons in his heart. Clearly, this was a ploy to probe and utilize him. If he did not perform well today, future days would not be easy. After thinking, he immediately bowed his head, leaving Joshiro perplexed. Sakata, I apologize for my rudeness. Saying that, he wasted no time slapping Yuziro and the bass on the table. The burning pain on his face made him writhe on the floor. The bodyguards nearby saw their master being offended and immediately sprang into action. Damn it. Ming Zan was cornered and frightened, searching for a lifeline. Vung. Save me. Before he could finish his second sentence, Ving Tran quickly pulled the two bodyguards back. They did not have time to react, and with one strike from him, both were sent flying several meters away. The man behind, who just escaped danger, could only sigh and secretly admire how terrifying he was. After a powerful display, the Ving Tran turned to the remaining crowd and commanded, if you two do not want to end up like them, then cripple Yuziro Sakata for me. The two bodyguards were stunned by this order, not knowing how to respond for a moment. After a long pause, one of them, overestimating himself, decided to charge forward. With his agile movements, he easily dodged just by a slight shift. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a fatal blow directly to the enemy's spine, causing him to cry out in pain. After taking down one of them, Vung Tran looked at Junichi, waiting for a response. What will you choose? Perhaps frightened by the previous display, he honestly admitted, I am no match for you. If you want me to, I will cripple that old man for you. Hearing this, he did not hesitate to turn around, kicking the man and sending him sprawling on the ground. This surprised him a bit, and he silently praised. That kick had some power. It seems he is not simple at all. Ving Tran was very satisfied. Good. What is your name? He immediately replied, Mitsui Junich. He looked at the pathetic figure on the ground, his words laced with curiosity. I do not understand. Why would a master of the Japanese cult become his bodyguard? He was caught off guard and slightly startled. This expression did not go unnoticed by Ving Tran, who thought there was no need to be so surprised. I have fought with Yamaki Sunsuke a few times before. Even though he did not exert himself, I could still tell. To elaborate, Yamaki Sunsuke is a typical representative of the cult. By hierarchy, he's Mitsui Junich's senior disciple. The name caught him off guard. A flash of astonishment in his heart. Not expecting he could fight with Yamaki Sunsuk without losing, Vung Tran did not pay attention to this, and went straight to the point. Your past. You can tell me about it later. Right now, I want to ask you 2 questions. First, have you ever bullied anyone from Huaxia? Seeing Junichi shake his head repeatedly, he continued with satisfaction. Second, will you choose to follow me or die right here? Upon hearing this, he put on a tortured expression. I will follow you. Do I have any other choice? Yet, he was quite pleased with this. Good. Just then, T. Dieter walked in through the door, followed by 2 tall bodyguards. It was unexpected that both Uncle and Vikung were here. You almost destroyed my restaurant. She glared at Ducero, who was sprawled on the floor, and shouted. Aren't you going to take the guest to the hospital? Seeing Didi arrive, Vig Tran changed his attitude. So it is Miss Tung. Now I guess I do not have to pay for the meal. She replied politely. It is nothing. Next time we will definitely treat you properly. Just call me Didia. This made him leave satisfied. No problem. I still have things to do, so I will go ahead. It was only when he got outside that Liu Haiban dared to ask. I am always a bit surprised that Tong Zia listens to you. It does not really make sense. You seem pleased to hear that. So what is there to be afraid of, with soldiers arriving and water rising? How could it be any worse, when the person coming is a stunningly beautiful girl? Her words only made her jealous in that lecherous way of yours. So do not mess this up. Perhaps too excited, Liu Huan stumbled and fell straight into Wang Zhang's arms. He caught her with one hand, but stayed alert to every movement of the person behind them. The force from this Junichi guy is so strong. It seems his strength is far beyond what I imagined. He did not dwell on it for too long, and immediately bent down to check the injury, asking if her foot hurt. Liu Hun moved her ankle slightly. It hurt a bit, but she could probably still walk. Wang Zhang did not say much and swiftly picked her up, scolding her the whole time. How does Tong Zia arrange the parking lot like this? It is such a mess. She should definitely pay for this. Meanwhile, over there, Zia was gazing into the distance. Uncle, you really know how to foresee things. Making connections with this person early on, Ming San put on a pained expression and explained that it was just a misunderstanding. Initially, he wanted to correct him, but it ended up being a heavy loss. He said that outwardly, but inwardly, he had his own plans. After all, Wang Zhang promised me that he would help replace the eldest brother, Tong Mingwei, to become the head of the Tong family. She beside him could not help but warn, but uncle, flattering Wang Zhang like that is openly going against the family. On the other side, 2 men silently stared at an old-looking building, and one suddenly spoke up. Young master, how should we handle this? Chinean silently turned away, not even bothering to look back, saying to demolish it all, by tomorrow morning. I do not want to see this building still standing here. As soon as he finished speaking, the cranes began their demolition work. Just then, Wang Zhang drove by, and upon seeing this scene, he felt a sense of unease. This Yuanzuo is the largest asset in Feng Changming's hands. Can it really just be demolished? Chenian had already settled into the car, quickly updating the situation. Suhu, what is the situation? The man ahead reported without delay. Young master, our search team has entered, and is currently checking the 3rd floor. Nothing unusual has been found. Everyone was held back for facial recognition, and the whereabouts of the boss, Feng Changming of Yuanzhou, remained unknown. Upon hearing this, he gradually lost patience, gripping the cup tightly in his hand, daring to kidnap Nuan Nuan. He would dig 3 feet into the ground to find him. Nuan Nuan looked gratefully at the person beside her. Brother. Thank you. Chinean took this opportunity to express. Nuan Nuan. Whoever dares to bully you, I will make them regret ever coming into this world. At the same time, on the rooftop of that building, Chang Ming was so angry that he slapped hard, cursing while striking. You bastard. Uncle helped you like this. And this is how you repay him. Min was ready to slap back, only able to cover his face and argue. I did not even know Tuna Unknown was Tithin Ninian's little sister. Besides, you were the one who initially supported me kidnapping Tuna Unknown. While they were still arguing, a group of armed men charged in, intimidating with their weapons. He was so scared by this scene that he fell to the ground pleading. Didn't I already let Tuna Unknown go? Please do not make it hard for me anymore. The group on the other side said nothing, starting to prepare to forcefully subdue him, with tranquilizer guns ready to fire. Cornered, he had no choice but to give up. Just go ahead and shoot. Just then, 2 figures suddenly lunged in from behind. There is no way I am just handing them over to you. In an instant, they had hoisted Trafeng Mine and Min onto their shoulders, mockingly waving goodbye. With that, they vanished from sight. The prey slipped away right from under him, and Tua could only watch helplessly. A failed mission that meant punishment upon return. Not long after, he stood before his master to report. Young master, the mission has failed. 2 people snatched them from the guards. Then Neen. however, showed no signs of anger, calmly calculating their next move. This actually proves my hypothesis. Let us head back for now. We will wait for news from Tothenbein. The name just mentioned left him puzzled. T-Bean, Tyr's young master. Have you sent him out already? He did not rush to answer. Have that clubhouse continue their work for me. Meanwhile, in a narrow alley, two agile figures dashed past. Carrying two more people on their shoulders, Junichi noticed someone chasing from behind and immediately reported. There is someone following us. Vung Tran also caught this in his sight. I know. And they are skilled. Continuously assessing the situation in his mind. This person had been chasing for a while. Their speed not only steady but even slightly increasing. He quickly devised a plan. At the end of the alley, there is a black car. Once we toss them in, we will split up. He breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that Lo Minute Ho had come to assist. Otherwise, carrying Feng Trajanung Mine while shaking off the pursuer would have been impossible. They busily shoved the people into the car. As soon as the car door closed, they quickly dispersed in opposite directions as planned. Just a few steps away, the hungry leopard felt its prey charging right behind. To catch Ving Tran, the old man jumped closer with all his might, with arms wide like an eagle. Jiang cursed the brat inside. Die already. Seeing the situation tense up, Ving Tran decided to use his trump card now that he was close, with powerful legs, but the needles posed no threat to a skilled opponent. One swipe of the hand neutralized the barrage of needles. This left him utterly shocked. None of the silver needles he threw hit their target. Benon also praised the young man in front of him. That needle could block all attacks and evasive maneuvers. This kid is no ordinary person. He stopped running away and stood to challenge. Vundra vo chen vidi bine. I did not expect the T family to send you here. Now that you are here, do not think about going back. Of course. The old man would not back down easily. He spoke arrogantly. It seems you still do not understand the gap between us. Taking your head will be as easy as chopping wood. Wang Cheng angrily charged into attack. Old dog. Let us see what you can do. Even when the opponent launched a surprise attack, the old man still managed to raise his left hand to counter Chun Chu. The next punch aimed straight for Bin and S face. But he tilted his head and dodged it smoothly like surfing on TikTok. Then came an immediate counterattack that left Wang Cheng unable to react. This old man is too strong. He slowly advanced step by step, arrogantly implying a lesson. If you can kill me, then you have to follow me back. But since you spoke so unpleasantly earlier, I will have to cripple one of your arms. Wang Cheng roared like thunder. You are so arrogant. No matter how strong you are just a dog of the T family. Too bad you exposed a weakness. Binnen seized the opportunity to land a super low blow. The speed was quite fast, but still lacked a bit of sharpness. The battle between the two was at a climax. The old man gathered momentum to push the opponent back, although he did not want to admit it. Bunnan still had to acknowledge the talent of the young man in front of him. Among today's youth, he is quite impressive. The old man sighed internally. His last attack used 80% of his force. Yet the kid only stepped back a few paces. If I do not eliminate him today, it will lead to trouble later. Wang Cheng crossed his arms, coldly retorting, Don't celebrate too early. We do not know who will die at whose hands yet. Those arrogant words truly turned the old man into a raging fire. Even at death's door, you still talk tough. Before he could even touch Wang Cheng, something suddenly rushed in to attack Bunnan. Fortunately, Junichi arrived just in time to assist the old man in a 2-on-1. Let us see if you can still be arrogant. He immediately attacked from the left. Wang Cheng quickly threw a dart from the right. Their coordination was incredibly seamless. Junichi swung his sword wildly at the opponent, but the old man skillfully dodged every strike without a scratch. Seeing it was ineffective, he switched to a horizontal slash. Of course, Benin easily escaped with a remarkable leap. This left him utterly stunned. What? This old man has such incredible agility. Just as he thought this, the old man suddenly kicked towards Junichi, who froze, unable to react in time. This is bad. If I block directly, I will definitely get hurt badly. Although he raised his sword to parry, he still took the full brunt of the blow. The sword slipped from his hand, and Junichi was sent flying 500,000 meters away. His shoulder bone was injured. Wang Cheng seized the opportunity to ambush from behind. Let us see if you will die this time. Yet, the one who suffered was actually him. Ouch. That hurts. At this moment, Bunnan slowly pulled out his hidden card from under his shirt. He was quite impressive. The old man smirked challengingly. If I did not have this, you would have kicked my back in by now. You were so furious that you had to swear. Damn old man. Are you playing dirty? Then the two of them continued their 2-on-1 fight, not giving an inch. First, Bunnan aimed for Junichi because he knew this guy had not heard the performance yet. The next target was Vung Tran. He fought while secretly lamenting. After fighting for so long, does not this old man ever get tired? Just as they were going at it, a gunshot suddenly rang out. By the time the old man realized, his arm was soaked in fresh blood, and from afar, Minako smirked with satisfaction after that precise shot, still repeating the old saying. No matter how skilled you are, You can't outmatch a bullet. Knowing he could not compete with the enemy due to his injured arm, Benon quickly withdrew. Later, while sitting in the car, Mineko bandaged Vejing Tran's wound while grumbling. Captain, I really do not get you at all after being beaten up like this. Why won't you just drop the 20-kilogram weight? He intentionally dodged the question, just wanting to show a pained expression to make him lower his guard. That way it would be easier to create an opportunity to strike. After that, he grabbed a bottle of homemade medicine and gulped it down. Even after stating it clearly, the guy still did not believe him, just staring at Vejing Tran, forcing him to be honest. All right. I admit I have had this on for so long that I forgot to take it off. He turned around and saw Junichi sleeping soundly, feeling pleased. This time, the harvest was not small. Not only taking down Tabine but also discovering this guy. He pointed at the plastic bag containing the old man's body part and ordered, "Oh right. Send this to the mansion. I want to throw it in their faces." Minho happily admired his own results. Okay, in the afternoon at the two-family villa, a spacious house with a bright red-tiled roof surrounded by lush greenery. While Benon was performing surgery, Vice Ho sat in a chair, struggling to keep calm as Thin Nai explained to him. He leaned forward politely to present what had happened. Today, Vian Vian was kidnapped. Hearing this, he stood up angrily. What? Vian Vian has been kidnapped? Didn't she have 4 bodyguards following her? Why did not they immediately intervene to stop the perpetrator? Thin Hai maintained a respectful attitude and gently explained that the enemy acted too quickly. The guards did not react in time, but there was no need for him to worry. Vin Vin is fine now. We found the mastermind, but he was rescued by someone else, which is why Tia La chased after him. Unexpectedly, the other side had a plan in advance. Vice Ho had to leave it to him to handle. You deal with the following matters. Do not let others think the T family is easy to bully. He obediently listened like a puppy. Don't worry. I have remembered everything. Suddenly he remembered something he needed to remind his grandson. No matter the time or circumstance, he must never gamble with the safety of his family. After discussing, he left feeling very unsatisfied, as expected of the old master. The next morning at the house of Shangguanthai, she was both worried and scolding lovingly. We are about to leave for Ningxia. Why are you still running out to fight with others? Wang Zhang smiled reassuringly. It is. This little injury is nothing. Why are not you coming with me to Ningxia? Litha leaned her head against the chair, sighing as she talked about her life's troubles. I have to stay to take care of Dad. Plus there is a lot of work at the company to handle. I have not seen Han Tingya for a long time. I really miss her. She stood up, pointing at the 2 huge suitcases and instructed. Here are 2 bags, all packed for Xiaoya, including clothes, shoes, and some of her favorite snacks. Looking at the heavy luggage, Wang Zhang quickly waved his hand, shaking his head in refusal. Miss, do you think I can carry such big bags? Besides, Hantingya has to wear military uniforms for the whole year. She can't wear any more of this stuff. Hearing that, she felt it was quite reasonable. Then I want to send clothes. Just some food will do. He sighed in relief to have escaped that ordeal. Oh my, hurry and take all the clothes out. A moment later, at the T family villa, the warm sunlight was shining down on the roof. Inside the living room, Wang Hake announced to the owner with a serious tone. Chief, there is a parcel. The guard opened it to check. The result made Fu Ho frown in displeasure, showing signs of impatience. Stop being vague. Take it out and show me. He hesitated for a moment before daring to open it. Inside the box was a severed arm. He frowned, saying nothing, lost in thought. After a while of contemplation, he ordered to bring this to Qi Nian for her to see. He bowed respectfully and quickly followed the order. Yep. Upon entering Tu Chinayan's room, he became deeply concerned. Have you asked the doctor yet? Can it be reattached to old T? Wang H honestly reported the situation. I asked. The doctor said it can be done, because the bone joint is severely shattered. Moreover, old Teva does not want to have steel pins in him. I really feel powerless. You go to your work. I will visit old T later. Right after he left, Qi Nian took out her phone to call her subordinates to push for important tasks. With 3 points. First, mobilize all forces to find the whereabouts of Feng Chaming for me. Second, keep a close watch on Wang Zhang. Do not miss any of his actions. The people who were buried before are now ready to be put to use. Third, using the old family's name, arrange a meeting with Minister Tran, saying that I want to discuss matters related to the military rank. After hanging up, he revealed a scheming, twisted face. Long Lin has been wiped out for so long. How can I let them resurrect? Outside in the hallway, Wang H quietly sent a message to some mysterious figure. On the phone screen is a message indicating that he has arrived. Perhaps he is signaling something top secret. On the other end, Chiu Nam received the message. He casually took his phone out from the desk drawer. That action proves this is just part of the plan, followed by a subtle, triumphant smile. Arriving at the car waiting area, the atmosphere here is normal. V. Trong Tran. wearing sunglasses, strolls confidently with his bodyguards. But in reality, he is feeling helpless. I told her to bring only a little stuff, yet the result is still 2 fully packed suitcases. While waiting, he accidentally spots a familiar figure. "NTA." She sits down in the opposite row and cheerfully starts a conversation. "What a coincidence. Young Master Ving. What brings you here?" Ving Tran politely responds. "It really is a coincidence. I wonder where Miss Tung is dressed up to go." Seeing him speak so politely, she suggests changing the way they address each other to something more intimate. "Young Master Ving, do not call me Miss Tung anymore. Just call me Didia, and I will call you Ving Tran." "Okay." He agrees happily to her request. "Okay, as long as you are fine with it." "What a coincidence. I'm also heading to NXine." "What brings you to NXine?" Didia shares about her upcoming trip. "Just consider it a vacation. I want to experience the scenery and the people in the Southwest a bit. My grandfather and father have a few old comrades in the Southwest. I am also going on this trip to visit those veterans." Hearing this, he suddenly recalls, if I remember correctly, General Ladip Ban, who is praised as a king in the Southwest, is also a comrade of Mir Tung. Right. She excitedly brings up old memories. "That is right. My grandfather Lo served in the same battalion and have a deep friendship. I want to visit Lo a bit this time." Ving Tran then expresses his desire to join her, asking if he could tag along to visit Mir. She smiles and agrees. "Of course. We can travel together to 9/8 then." A few hours later, Bimun Thinthi approaches and asks to sit with them. "Beautiful girl. May I ask if this seat is taken?" He intentionally looks for an excuse to refuse. "Sorry. This seat is already taken." He does not care and sits down next to T-Day. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lo Thinthij, born and raised in Ingranexine. We are almost at Ninganexine. How about I treat you two to a meal?" Immediately, she seems to recognize something. "Lo Thimen. That name sounds so familiar." Ving Tran crosses his arms, his tone somewhat cautious. "We do not know each other. Why should we have a meal with you?" Thinthav puts her hands in her pockets and calmly explains. "My grandfather is Lipi Ban. Perhaps his reputation is a bit well known." At this moment, TDR is sure of the identity of the person in front of her. "So it turns out to be the young Master Lao. I often read news related to you. You can say you are the most famous young master in the Southwest. Hearing about you is not as good as seeing you. Indeed, young and talented." He falls into deep thought. Lo Thimen. Why is he appearing at this moment? This time I ran into Tong Zia and even met Li and Shu. This can't just be a coincidence. He smiled playfully. "Miss Tong knows me. I was actually going to pretend we did not know each other to start fresh." Zaya was very surprised. "You know me?" He continued to joke around but mixed in some sincerity. "You probably do not know that our families were promised to each other since we were kids. But my father strongly denied it. Now that I see you, I really regret it." Wang Zhang, feeling intrigued, tilted his head and asked, "Young Master Li, since you know Miss Tong, do you know me as well?" Tainshu brightly turned to respond. "Of course I know you. Wang Zhang is currently the vice president of a major international company." "Grandpa, I met you at Tu's birthday party, and I praised you non-stop on the way back. I have wanted to be friends with you for a long time." He politely shook hands with the other like two real men. "If you already know me, then why did you pretend not to know before?" He chuckled lightly, comfortably admitting, "Just like I said earlier, I intended to create a chance encounter. But at that moment, a judging glance swept by, and this guy spoke so bluntly, not caring about others at all." After he finished speaking, the atmosphere fell back into an awkward silence. Wang Zhang sat there quietly, casually scrolling on his phone, actually researching information about Qianshu. After a while, he took the initiative to probe. "So did you come here on purpose to create this chance meeting?" He scratched his head, a bit flustered, then quickly changed the topic. "My grandpa praised you as a resourceful person and warned me to be careful when I meet you. It seems he was right. I wonder if young Master Wang would like to come to my house and hang out for a bit. If my grandpa meets you, he would be very happy." He clasped his hands in front of his chest, politely declining, "Please accept my grandpa's regards, but I have to visit the military district in Ningxia to see someone first. Then I will come to greet your grandpa afterward." Hearing the hesitant answer earlier, he quickly raised his guard. This trip to Ningxia has already been monitored by someone else. That old man Lai deliberately sent Li Chanshu to meet me, definitely wanting to achieve some goal. He keenly recognized the person Wang Zhang mentioned. If I am not mistaken, it must be the granddaughter of General Han Tingsha. Right. He truly admired how sharp the other person was in the southwest region. Nothing seems to escape the eyes of the Li family. At the headquarters of the Ningxia military district, in some dormitory of Xin Pingshan Ying, someone suddenly reminisced. "Brother Cheng, that girl looks quite nice. If you want, we can help you out." Of course. With his noble status, he did not need any cheap help. In the Yinchuan area, capturing a girl should not be that hard. Right. Knowing he was out of his depth, Chan Ying took the opportunity to flatter. "We are all assigned to various squads. but Brother Cheng will definitely stay at the headquarters. Brother Cheng, if you succeed in the future, do not forget to look out for old comrades like us. He patted my shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, we are brothers. I will always be here for you. Once your career takes off, I will never forget you guys. The group around quickly understood and joined in. Then I will rely on you. A trine. He stood up to discuss the plan. That girl, Antini, is really beautiful, just my type. Brothers, let us take a day off today and go out tonight for some fun and singing. You guys help me woo that girl and leave the rest to me. Then Eng obediently agreed like a little puppy. Don't worry. A trine. Just say the word and we will carry her to your bed if we have to. In the girls' dorm, Data was folding blankets and trying to persuade Tundita, our new recruit, is done for. There is a party tonight. And she refused right away. What kind of party is it? I am not interested. You all go have fun. I will stay in the dorm. She did not seem to care about their words and still tried to lure her. All of us are going. What is fun about you staying alone in the dorm? Even saying that, Tin D still did not react. So she switched to a softer tone. If you do not go, how can we enjoy ourselves? Just think of it as joining the fun. Okay, but in her heart, she had her own plans. Plus, I already promised Tran I would bring her along if I can bring her. How can I win Tran's favor? Dignity was insistent, and she reluctantly agreed. Fine then. Once the bait was set, she became very excited. Tundita. You agreed. That is great. Her lips curled slightly at the thought of success. Even though she did not know how well the plan would go, if I catch Tran's eye, won't I climb the ranks quickly? After dreaming of grandeur, she reminded her squad. From today, we have 3 days off. Let us change clothes and go for a stroll. Then we can go eat and sing tonight. Okay. Sisters, everyone cheered in excitement. Yep. Soon, the group headed out together. Dingy to quietly scan Tin Dum, examining her every detail. Besides being a bit pretty and having a bigger chest. What else did she have that could compare to me? Seeing the girls approach, she took the initiative to greet. Tundita. We are having a party tonight. I heard you sing really well. You have to sing a few songs for us. She politely declined the offer. I am really shy. You guys can sing. Of course. He continued to persuade. It was not easy to let go of his prey. Then tonight. Tundita. Have a few drinks with us. Once we are assigned to different teams, it will be hard to see each other again. She crossed her arms, frowning at him with suspicion. Why do I feel like you are trying to get me drunk? Immediately, she became more vigilant. Do you really think I can see that you are trying to set me up? Just then, a luxurious red car suddenly stopped in front of the gate. Vung Tran and Thintha stepped out calmly, quietly observing the situation. He was impatient and was about to step in to teach those kids a lesson. They were indeed rude. You hurriedly pulled the opponent's shoulder to stop him, saying he should not get involved for now. Although unwilling, Ethan had no choice but to comply. This guy is really cunning. Trying to lure the snake out of its hole first, then using the Low family name to eradicate the threats to Hun Tin D. He suddenly remembered his grandfather's advice. Thien Thi, do not act impulsively. Everything should go according to Vang Tran's plan. Disrupting things could ruin everything. The fuel supply is extremely important, and we can't pull any strings now. Tran Thi, feeling embarrassed, tried to flirt but did not even notice their presence. Antini, I sincerely invite you. I hope you can give me a little consideration. She refused to back down and retorted. Each person's dignity is built by themselves, not granted by others. Fortunately, she realized that her savior had arrived just in time. As Ving Tran finished speaking, Atindyar rushed over and hugged him tightly, seeing the two of them so close. Thinthe was stunned and rooted to the spot. Didn't the rumors say that Vikong Tran and Trandong Min K had something going on? Why is he so close to the eldest daughter of the Hen family now? Tundita, looking innocent and spoiled, was only with him. Vung Tran understood and played along. Yep. The Eng Quan Thi has to take care of her father. Thun Phi is also on a business trip, so it is just him here this time. As soon as he finished speaking, Vihung Tran's expression shifted 180 degrees to a cold, domineering CEO glare at the rowdy group. Little DA, tell me if someone is bullying you here. With authority, Tin D boldly revealed all the wrongdoings of those scoundrels. Yep. Someone has ill intentions towards me. You have to help me deal with him. His sharp gaze and faint smile exuded a cool and overwhelming presence. All right. Then let me take care of this trouble for you. Tran Thi Hang Hatch stepped forward to probe, asking if he was Hun Tun Di's boyfriend. Before Ving Tran could answer, she quickly wrapped her arm around him and admitted, he is my boyfriend, and we are engaged. Thinthe was shocked, thinking, where are we? Whom? What are these two doing? Is the eldest daughter of the Hun family usually this straightforward? The people around them were also stiff and shocked. Engaged. With her mischievous nature, Tin D was determined to play the role to the end. Of course, Dear husband, what do you think? He could only helplessly stare at her. Why does this line from this girl sound so cheesy? In this awkward atmosphere, Ding Tae quickly broke the tension. Everyone who comes is a guest. Tonight we have a celebration. Tun Dida. Bring your boyfriend along. Vig Tran politely accepted the invitation. I am fine with that. Everyone is 10 days comrades. So we should get acquainted. He pointed out his companion. Wondering if his friend could join as well, she smiled warmly, casually agreeing as if it were a trivial matter. Of course. It was fun. And when the time comes, they would not leave without seeing each other. Though she willingly accepted, Chatrantha had to pretend to be generous. Adding one more person would not hurt. After all, they could not stir up any trouble in her territory. He turned away in dissatisfaction to make a phone call. Hello. Please book a private room for 3 tables at 9 Vin.
Yep.
After practice. Remember to call me back tonight. I want to invite some friends for dinner. You should come along too. Later. At the 9 Vin International Hotel. It was nearing noon. The Inla slowly got out of the car, pretending to be polite and apologetic. Clearly, Tranthagu was the one hosting. Yet he made Tragantha wait for so long. Ving Tran followed closely behind. Sorry, we arrived late. Is Tran Quint upset with us? Tran Thi. Although dissatisfied, still forced a calm smile. It is. If everyone is here, let us head inside. Seeing Tin D clinging close to him made him grimace in discomfort. This couple. Let us see if you can still laugh later. I guess I will just swallow my anger and pretend to be friendly to lure the prey into the den. Tonight, we must drink to celebrate your arrival. He glanced over and signaled to Chu Si Po. This time, you guys are definitely in trouble. Once everyone was seated at the banquet table, the atmosphere in the room gradually became lively. 3 large round tables were fully set with a variety of beautiful dishes. At the dining table, Atrantha proactively raised his glass to invite Vung Tran. Come on. Let me toast you first. He did not bother to be polite and bluntly refused. Why should I drink with you? You are not worthy. He was so angry he stood up as if ready to fight. You won't drink the toast. Want a penalty drink instead? He immediately grabbed Vajin Tran's collar and pulled him close. That recklessness truly tested his patience. And his face darkened. Touching anyone was fine. But touching his own was not. He decisively broke Trantha's finger. The guy screamed in pain like a pig being slaughtered. The people around hurriedly rushed over to intervene. Trinbren Thieu. Young Master Tran. Although Thinthet had been informed that he acted decisively, he never expected him to be so bold. Breaking someone's finger upon meeting. Ving Tran was too cruel. Ding To worriedly sat down, asking with concern. Trinbren Thieu. Are you okay? Feeling too embarrassed, he quickly stood up, barking threats like a mad dog. If you get caught, let us see who can protect you. Tonight, I am definitely going to have Hun Tin Dava. Suddenly, a loud announcement came from outside the door. I heard someone here is drunk and causing trouble. He led a group of police officers with him. She shamelessly pointed at Vung Tran to accuse him. Was him not willing to back down. Immediately retorted. I was just defending myself. He was already someone who had been bought off. So of course, he would not care about your right or wrong. Cut the chatter. Come with us to the station. Trimthy is cursing like crazy, not drinking the good stuff. Wanting to drink to punish. You are as good as dead today. Seeing the situation deteriorating, Thiantha quickly spoke up to save his newly acquainted friend. Officer. I witnessed everything. This guy was acting in self-defense. If you want to investigate, should not you take him to the station too? Lavlong subtly nodded to Tramatha. As if everything had been arranged beforehand. He was loud and arrogant, not caring about right or wrong at all. Do you still dare to obstruct a public servant here? Tie them all up and take them to the station. Tramathi proudly praised his loyal dog. Deputy Captain Wang is really responsible. When I get back, I will mention this to my dad. And after 5 years, I will remove the deputy from your title. Hearing those words, he happily thought about his wish for Echo Hein. This is the son of a city council member. As long as he says nice things in front of the secretary, his future will be very bright. The dream of advancement pushed Ovlong to quickly handcuff him tighter than ever. Rest assured, I will definitely complete the mission well. Despite that, Thiantha maintained her calm demeanor. Let me tell you, now that you have cuffed me, it will be hard to take them off later. Trimathy sat arrogantly on the sofa, ignoring his words. Where did this country bumpkin come from? You are in Ingenik sign and still dare to say these things. To deal with this brat, Thinthi just needed to make a simple phone call. As soon as the other end picked up, he immediately reported the situation. I have been handcuffed by the police. I am at the 9 Vin Hotel. The Trantha remained haughty and defiant, not knowing that a storm was about to hit. Let me see what kind of waves you can create. In Ingyen, I am the one with privileges. Just as he finished speaking, Lovelong's phone unexpectedly rang. Just as Thintha had threatened, he bowed his head and politely greeted the caller. Director Nini Yim. Do you have any instructions? Hearing his voice, he was immediately scolded. Are you at the Nine Vin Hotel? He was too naive to realize which way the situation was leaning, so he answered honestly.
Yep.
I am dealing with a case of drunken brawl here. As he spoke, he was met with another round of scolding. You fool. You have caused a big mess. Then he hung up quickly, leaving Lovlong looking completely dejected and lost. Sigh. If I had known it would end this way, why fight for it? Soon after, Bakyu stormed into the room, looking tense, while Chu Sepeng foolishly did not realize he was poking a hornet's nest.
Hey.
Director Nini M. What brings you here today? He did not pay attention to the pesky flies and hurriedly moved to ask then Thedi. Young Master Lai, today my subordinate was too rude. I will deal with it when I get back. Hurry and unlock it, knowing I was ignored in this situation. Of course, I have to endure. The chief is quite imposing, is not, even as chief. He can just release someone on a whim. Look at my injured hand. I was beaten up by them. And I can even call the police to haul them in. Now you notice his existence. Why should we care about someone like him? So young Master Trying is here too, but this is a police matter. It is not for young Master Trying to interfere. He protests fiercely, then goes on about his background. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you know my father is Trine Nu Long? Bun Qiu obviously knows the Trine family. Have not you heard of the Trine family? If Secretary Trine were here, he would never allow you to be so disrespectful. Unlock young Master Lai's handcuffs for me. After watching the play, Thiantha leisurely spoke up. That one he do. Bun Qiu must personally come here to apologize. Otherwise, you want to be able to get these handcuffs off me. The last straw. Triantha was furious to the extreme. Unable to hold back, he grabbed a bottle of wine from the table, ready to smash it over the person in front of him. Who do you think you are? How dare you say my father will personally come to take off my handcuffs? My father is the city secretary. You know. At the height of tension, Bun Qiu quickly grabbed his wrist, stopping his reckless action with a powerful shout. Stop it. Without saying a word, Vong Tran suddenly slammed the wine bottle down on Trine's head, stunning him, leaving him unable to react. After that crushing blow, he collapsed to the floor, unconscious. Even so, you still did not bother to care. Finally, it was quiet. Chu Kong hurriedly ran over to support him, anxiously checking his breath. Young Master Trine. Young Master Trine. Are you okay? Out of anger, he turned to curse at you fiercely. How dare you hit the son of the city secretary? You are dead for sure. Saying that, he quickly took out his phone to call for help. Hello. Secretary Trine. Trinethy is being beaten at the Ninevian Hotel. Uncle, hurry over here and take a look. Just hung up. Vong Tran immediately rushed over to deliver a powerful kick along with some loving words. Finished making the call. If so, then shut up and be quiet for me. At this moment, Thien calmly recounted the whole story. Young Master Vong is my esteemed guest, visiting his girlfriend from the capital to Nenha. Unexpectedly that brat targeted young Master Vong's girlfriend. Nu Long must clearly explain this matter to us. 15 minutes later, Trinetha's bald, pot-bellied father appeared. Seeing his son lying motionless on the ground, he was furious, turning into a raging inferno. Who did this? Hurry and take him to the hospital. Of course. Vong Tran would not let this slide easily. You have entered through this door. If you do not give me a satisfactory explanation, do not expect to leave here. With an angry face full of resentment, he shouted. Who are you? You caused all this. Then casually pointed and ordered Bug Qiu as if he were above everyone else. Old Nini M. You are here just in time. Quickly catch that guy for me. He immediately countered the arrogant words that assumed superiority. Catch who? Secretary Tron. Do you know who this person is? Finally, the impressive background was revealed. This person is the grandson of General Lodp Bun, the young Master Law Thientha. Before long, the provincial police chief arrived. He decisively pushed the door open and rushed in to interrogate Nai Long. Secretary Tron. What is going on? Explain it clearly to me. Seeing someone with high authority defending him, he began to feel a sense of validation. What kind of trouble did that brat cause? Thientha slowly turned his eyes to Nen Long, shaking his head in disappointment. I heard Trantha, your son, has been ruling over Enganexine for a long time. And finally, today I get to see it for myself. If you do not satisfy my friend, young Master Ving today, I want he take this handcuff off. Now that someone is backing Vung Tran, he certainly is not afraid of anyone. Then I want he hold back. He looked straight into the man's eyes, his tone extremely resolute. A Tranthy bullied my friend at the military base. If I am not here tonight, then Trantha's plot would have succeeded. With such despicable matters, I want to hear Secretary Tron's opinion. Knowing he was at a disadvantage, he had no choice but to bow his head. On behalf of Trantha, I apologize. I raised my son poorly, which offended young Master V Dung and young Master Lo here. Vung Tran did not beat around the bush and landed a hard slap on his face. Secretary Tron, do you think my friend and I are fools? He continued to curse. giving the other side a chance to speak. Do you know how many times your son has broken the law in recent years? Do you know how many lives your son has ruined? The more he mentioned Tron's filthy personal life, the more frustrated he became. I really hate the kind of privileged kids who bully others. It feels like those officials only see their own children as treasures, while everyone else's family is just trash. Ko-K stared at the young man in front of him, as he never thought he would be so bold, facing a city secretary who was so arrogant. It was truly intense. Bun Kyu beside him also felt that he really made others speechless. V Trong Tran, with the aura of someone who steps over On Long's precious son, decisively ordered. Listen carefully. Take Trummer the India. Without my permission, he can never return. He coldly leaned down to threaten, his gaze sharp as a dagger piercing through the man's pained expression. If I do not see Tron's plane ticket to India the day after tomorrow, you know the consequences. Nelong still spoke defiantly. You dare? He slightly smirked, sneering. Guess if I dare. If you plan to do anything else, do not blame me for digging up all your dirty work from the past few years. Once everything is settled, Sukui Tende ran over cheerfully to compliment. That was really exciting, V Trong Tran. Why do not you just stay in 9A from now on? Every time I see you, I get so excited. Even though I know you are just teasing me, I still enjoy pampering you. My dear cousin, I am just afraid someone here might bully you. Later on, Lothinthu will secretly protect you. Hearing that, she was quite surprised and gradually started to feel fond of him. This young master lore really knows how to handle relationships. I should visit the Law family sometime. Putting aside all the bad luck that has happened, Vidrung Tran took the initiative to suggest a way to lighten the mood. I will stay here to hang out with you for the next couple of days. Otherwise, once I am assigned to the team, I won't have time to stroll around anymore. Mentioning fun activities, Tindi was as excited as a child. Okay, let us go shopping and eating. The next morning, while Vijing Tran was sitting in a room discussing with partners. What is going on? Do you gentlemen want to collaborate with me? Viho cautiously spoke up first. What qualifications do you have to demand collaboration with us? You called us here under the name of the former leader. Because of this, the three people sitting here are Fio Viho, Chu Wiem, and the Emlyn Man, subordinates of Hambo Quff, all high-ranking members of the central organization. Seeing the confusion on their faces, he questioned Fio Viho. You are an intelligent man. As the deputy of the central organization, what do you think I want? Don't tell me you still do not know. He calmly admitted, I do not know. V Trong Tran, annoyed, slammed 3 mysterious information documents onto the table. Surprisingly, today's negotiation atmosphere was not very comfortable. Take a look at these. Who knows? You might change your mind later. All 3 picked up the documents, and after reading, they were all stunned. Vniem shouted, You are blatantly framing me. Saying that, he forcefully threw what he was holding on the ground, revealing an image of him in a scandalous situation with 2 young women. Ving Tran could not help but smirk. Why are you getting so worked up? Doesn't he that just expose your fear? V Ho, realizing he was caught off guard, immediately compromised. What do you want? Do you want us to cooperate with you? Seeing that his goal was achieved, he got straight to the point. First, the Emmeline men. I want you to transfer all the sales revenue from this year of all the eastern provinces into one account. Having held the central organization's finances for many years, I know you have the capability to do this. He continued to lay out his next demands. Second, Vo, you are the deputy of Trung Zi Gai R Kiang and a close aide of the Teak family. I need you to draft a share transfer agreement for me and coordinate with them N-line men to execute the wire transfer. He shook his head in helplessness upon hearing that. I can't do that. Tukulopi is the CEO. He has all the power over these matters. Moreover, his company seal is managed by him, so I have no chance to get involved. Viving Tran pretended to blow on his hands, casually adding, No worries. I will personally handle the issue with 2 Lutta P. Then he laid out his final condition for them. Third, Judium. You are responsible for transferring to me all the shares you have secretly acquired or absorbed over the past few years. I will buy them at 10% above the market price. I want to hit Tigia straight in the face. A day later, the news quickly spread on the big screen. Yesterday morning, Deputy Chief 2 Lup He of the Central Natural Gas suddenly faced a setback. Deputy General V Ho temporarily took over the management. That afternoon, the company's extraction well unexpectedly exploded, with no casualties. The cause is under investigation. Currently, the company's stocks have plummeted, losing 80% of their value. Hearing that hot news, someone at the company immediately made a call. I can confidently say that all of this is due to Viong Tran. Currently, Tigia's shares in the Central are only partially in my hands, but I can't destroy the Central. People in the southeast still need it. On the other end of the line, In Eng stared at the TV, shaking with anger. If the young master is not the one to destroy the Central, then many powerful forces will surely oppose Tujia. Atheanine, do not think you can avoid everyone. Maybe others can see through your disguise. But he frowned at the taunting words and glared at the screen, but remained calm in his response. You do not need to provoke me. I won't destroy the central gas. I will take it back in the best way possible. Inai smirked mockingly at the young master's certainty. If I do not push him a little. How can this game continue? Over here. Thimtha came with a contract to discuss the share transfer. V. Trong Tran. I thank you on behalf of the Law family. He flipped through the documents, not forgetting to express his surprise. I did not expect you to give us 50% of central shares, while you only keep 40% for yourself. Seeing his satisfied attitude, the Ving Tran smiled back. You are too polite. If it were not for your help in the Northwest this time, I certainly would not have had it this easy. Turns out you had it all planned. And now the fish is caught as intended. After all, this money belongs to the Shang-gun family. I borrowed flowers to offer to Buddha. And I even gained the goodwill of the Lelo family. It is better not to be too greedy. Divantha bowed, expressing gratitude for this Buddha-like generosity. No matter what, I will always remember your kindness. Suddenly, his phone rang, interrupting the conversation. He picked it up and listened, confused, to the voice on the other end. And what about the Canada Spectre? The phone is his, but Vijung Tran is the one who needs to find him. He pressed the phone to his ear and asked who it was. The guy immediately spoke up. I know you are Vijung Tran, but you do not need to know who I am. Let us play a game. He remained indifferent. I am not interested. The guy did not give up, pushing the dirty trick. You will find it interesting soon enough, because I have placed a bomb in the gas storage warehouse of the Central. The guy laughed mockingly. It is currently 12 of the clock sharp. You still have 3 hours. If you refuse, a huge smoke mushroom will sprout from the gas storage warehouse of the Central, and it will look quite beautiful. The Ving Tran was stunned and shouted. This bastard. After he hung up, he quickly informed Thivan Thai that someone had planted a bomb in the gas storage warehouse of Trung Lien. With 3 hours left until the explosion, he immediately sent people to notify all the employees in the center and evacuate the nearby residential areas. He heard the urgent news and acted quickly. Okay. I will send someone to notify them right away. Turns out that the one earlier was Nugai Edavung Quan Hai. Standing behind, wondered. Young master. Why not just blow up the center right away instead of giving V Nung Tran 3 hours? He swirled the red wine in his glass, looking sleazy as he spoke. See you Nung. Do you think I am wasting my time? Blowing up the center immediately would lead to a tragedy. Then Ho Ahi would definitely mobilize all national forces to find me. I do not want the country's weapons aimed at me. He hesitated, but upon seeing this, he interrupted. I will blow up the Trung Z company, but I won't let many people die. I only need Ving Tran. If you are not 100% sure you can kill him, I won't send you. Turning to the hottest spot right now, the gas storage warehouse of Trungai, where evacuees had gathered, waiting for rescue helicopters. V. Trong Tran, in protective gear, looked down, assessing the situation and carefully analyzing. 3 hours. Can we evacuate all 10,000 people in this area? He went back inside to prepare his equipment. And Thinanth, sitting beside him, reported the received information. The Special Forces team, Black Tiger, discovered 3 suspicious individuals. You need to be careful. I will have them coordinate with you to take action. He adjusted his boots and replied thoughtfully, aha. Then he rappelled outside, and through the intercom, received coordinates that had been scanned, finding no unusual electronic responses. Perhaps the bomb was not activated by remote control. Below, the Black Tiger Special Operations team was ambushed from a distance. Thienna saw his men getting taken down, cursing angrily. Those bastards. Immediately searching every building within 2,000 meters. Not a single room should be left out. I must ensure those bastards come here but do not go back. Fight, hiding and observing, was very startled but tried to remain hidden so as not to be discovered. Ella Lojing. What are you doing? The robbers just told us to kill Vidong Tran. If you also kill the Special Forces members of Ho definitely won T let us go. Ella Lojing, also confused, immediately retorted. Damn it, I did not fire. There must still be other forces here. Someone is trying to trap us. Phi Ake observed of Ving Tran's position through the sniper scope. Then, through the intercom, he sent a report that the person who just got off the plane was Virong Tran, standing on top of the central tank. Your shooting position is better. Once you deal with it, we immediately withdraw. Loam grasped the information and immediately responded. Okay. Then he adjusted his aim to the reported position. Vivung Tran was already waiting for him there. He was stunned and could not react in time, only able to utter, I am done. As soon as he finished speaking, the bullet flew straight toward him. He was shot, blood sprayed out, and he fell down. Fie heard the noise and shouted, what is going on? Respond quickly. But he did not give him time to react. He could only exclaim, it is. He was shot in the forehead and died on the spot. On the other side, after dealing with the 2 snipers, Ving Tran immediately reported over the radio. I have taken out both of them. H and Hom. Have not you pinpointed the bomb's location yet? The voice on the other end quickly replied. Hold on. The gas chamber is too vast. I need a bit more time. Ainham saw him moving and warned that FDJ had killed 3 terrorists. But the positions of the others were still unclear. He remained cautious, listening intently as he stealthily moved inside. Time was running out. He needed to lure them out. He had just made some progress when he spotted a group of enemies. Then, Viving Tran reacted swiftly, and Tiu Linbei eliminated the terrorists. After resolving that area, he immediately moved to another sector to get deeper inside. Meanwhile, who was searching for him received information and anxiously gave orders. Phi has been killed. This guy is Vung Tran. Stay close. Shoot anyone who gets near the bomb. In the radar room, the observer noticed something unusual and reported that at the front, 45 degrees to the left, 15 meters away, thermal waves were detected. Just as he finished speaking, a bullet struck him in the head on the helicopter. The Anthe saw a person lying in a pool of blood and realized things were not going well, so he called to inform them to retreat, leaving everything else to Vang Tran. In a corner, after eliminating the observer, Eric was feeling smug, unaware of a shadow approaching from behind. The special forces of Ho-H are just this good. By the time he realized, he could only turn and shout, "Who are you?" Junichi charged in like lightning, immediately using his katana to end his life. You just sealed your fate. In another corner, the remaining sniper, after a while of silence, grew anxious. Eric, how many have you killed? Why have not I heard any reports? Just as he finished speaking, a voice echoed from afar. How many have you killed? Were you planning to run away? He jumped in surprise and turned towards the source of the voice. Before he could see anyone, Tae Quite had gripped his neck tightly. He could only struggle weakly. Who are you? Seeing this, he tightened his grip and growled. Who I am does not matter. You are about to die here. Turning towards the corpse, he finally found Vikling Tran's hiding spot. He smirked, aimed his gun, and said, "Finally caught you. Die by my gun." Meanwhile, he was running and noticed the commotion, likely from a gunshot without a suppressor. He quickly stopped running, leaned back to dodge, and then immediately bent to return fire at a 45-degree angle. The bullet with tracking was heading straight to where Stuffy was hiding, revealing the situation so clearly that he had to exclaim. The reaction speed was terrifying. Realizing he needed to step back, Vivlung Tran leisurely ordered through the intercom towards 3 of the clock on the 5th floor. I want to capture him alive. The guy was so scared by the threat that he ran away, leaving behind even his expensive weapon. He hid behind the door, panting heavily and fearfully exclaimed, "An opponent like that is truly terrifying." He turned to face the direction just in time to be surprised by Tai Kuelot and Junichi bringing a rural fruit to play, leaving him stunned. How did they find me so quickly? Before he could think more, the two quickly knocked him out cold. Turning back to Ving Tran, he was climbing the ladder to guard the outside of the building, facing a bomb that was already set. I found the bomb. Now I will start disarming it. Looking at the time left on the countdown clock, which was pitifully short, he cursed. Damn it. I can waste any time. And quickly opened the metal casing to inspect. This is just a simple circuit. Disarming one wire should take care of everything. But the wiring inside this bomb is too complicated. Vung Tran stared at the tangled mess of multicolored wires, confused about what to do. Which wire should I cut? Ving Tran hurriedly called for help over the radio. There are only 5 minutes left. There is not enough time for me to check the circuit inside. Is there any way to help me disarm this bomb faster? The bomb expert on the other end immediately gave instructions. Try touching those 3 wires to see if there are any other connected wires. After fumbling around for a bit, he found what the expert just mentioned. I found a connecting copper wire. Hold on. And of course, life can be that easy. He pulled out another bundle of wires, all tangled up. There were also other wires connecting to these 3 wires. Looking at the tangled mess in front of him made Vyung Tran dizzy, beads of sweat forming as he grimaced. With so many wires and so little time, it was basically impossible to disarm this bomb. Who set this bomb anyway? The tense scene through the binoculars looked like a spider clinging to the wall. Bun Kiyu in the safety room observed everything, feeling anxious. Only 1 minute left. Will we make it in time? The Antha stood next to him, also peering through the binoculars, trying to reassure him. We must believe in him. Just when tension was at its peak, Vung Tran's phone in his pocket rang. In that heated moment, he was startled as he pulled out his phone to answer. It seemed like an unknown number was just a nuisance. This call was like a lifeline guiding him. Cut the red wire first, then cut the copper wire behind the red wire, and finally cut the yellow wire. The countdown clock showed only 15 seconds left, creating a sense of urgency. Ving Tran wasted no time and began disarming the bomb, following the mysterious caller's instructions. Just in time. With only 6 seconds left, he successfully disarmed the bomb. He wiped the sweat off his forehead, breathing a sigh of relief. It seems luck was not too bad this time. Boan Kiyu observed that everything had calmed down and the tension eased. Breaking into a smile, he succeeded. We are still alive. in the capital. In evening Thong Dong waited, and Kwon Hai received the news and reported. Young master. The bomb did not explode, and Vieng Tran is still alive. After hearing that, he downed the remaining wine in his glass in one go, then scoffed and sighed. No wonder he is an opponent I respect. If it were that easy to die, where's the fun in that? However, he still wondered why the bomb did not explode. Kwon Hai could only helplessly reply, I do not know, sir. Ni Ung waved for him to leave, mocking him with a tone like a CEO meeting his female lead. Vieng Tran is indeed an interesting opponent. Back in the gas station area, after handling the matter, Vieng Tran changed clothes and shook hands with Thin Thich. I am really lucky to have met you this time. It is truly an honor for me. He smiled and patted his shoulder, saying he was also honored to know him. Then he expressed his gratitude, saying, my grandfather said that the Lelo family owes you a great debt. Vieng Tran quickly waved his hand. You do not need to say that. The old man was overly polite, but he was very pleased inside. Receiving gratitude from the L family this time would make it easier to deal with the T2 family later. Thien Thay shook his head and explained. Usually, my grandfather is a bit eccentric, but he is actually clear-cut about relationships. He even considers you the king of warriors in Ho H. He then pointed to the car next to him, handing it over to him. V Trong Tran. I am giving you this car. I wish you a smooth journey. Suddenly, Tdfei Thinlin appeared out of nowhere, startling him. So can I hitch a ride in this convenient car? Vieng Tran faced her, speaking emotionlessly. What do you think? Do you want to go back to the capital with me? Hearing this, her attitude became even colder as she scoffed and replied. Exactly. I have achieved everything I wanted in 9H. It is time to go back. The two opened the door and got into the car, while Thin Tha chimed in to say goodbye. Wishing you both a safe journey. The white car sped away at high speed on the main road. Td Every had asked to hitch a ride but was restless. She turned to him mockingly. V Trong Tran. With all the Zhongding S shares falling into your hands, you must be quite happy. Right. Vieng Tran was not surprised as he had anticipated her question. He replied casually. I knew it would be useless to deny. But those shares have nothing to do with me. She was getting greedy, clinging to the car door. Can you drive a little slower? I can handle this speed. He did not care at all and quickly turned the steering wheel to make the car more exciting. The car lost control, veering off the road and nearly crashing into the abyss. After doing this crazy thing, Vieng Tran turned to question her. What role does she play in this series of events? TDW continued to play dumb. I do not understand what you are talking about. He could not stay calm anymore, leaning towards her, his voice tense. At the gas station, when I was defusing the bomb, someone called to save me. Was it you? She did not panic but raised her chin defiantly. So what if it was? Is that how you thank your savior? Vieng Tran slightly tilted his head towards TDA, his voice slowly rising. That is two different matters. Since the train in the capital, you have been plotting against me. I can let my guard down. He caught the hint of suspicion in her tone. TDA replied straightforwardly. But I did save you. This is a conspiracy aimed at you. I do not know much, and you won't get the answers you need no matter how you ask. A name suddenly flashed in V Tran's mind, causing him to frown slightly, his voice a bit surprised. Some of it. I never expected to be connected to him. You saved me and told me so much. Are not you afraid your father will blame you? The embarrassment was evident in her eyes. Tudi had a hard time speaking to you. I am not afraid he will blame me. But you have to agree with me, no matter how much you and my father fight, because of the T2 family in the future. You must not harm my father. Wang Zhang quickly grasped the meaning and subtly agreed. Are you using this information to trade your father's life? Truly a devoted daughter. I agree with you. From somewhere, two containers roared toward them, blocking all escape routes of the car, leaving the young couple inside stunned. You scanned everything in a few seconds before immediately speaking to 2DI. It seems these two vehicles are coming for us. Hold on tight. Despite her fear, she still could not help but wonder, why are not we getting out of the car? The question seemed to rattle Wang Zhang, who snapped back. We can't get out. There is a sniper on the mountain, in a deadlock. You decisively pulled out your gun and fired to carve a bloody path for escape. The front of the car took a barrage of bullets, shattering in several places. But strangely, there were no screams amidst the chaos. Realizing the dire situation, Wang Zhang bit his lip and turned the car around. Damn it. I can't fight against the sniper in such a tight space. Just as the car moved a few inches, the tire bravely sacrificed itself to a bullet that struck it directly. One shot was not enough. He coldly fired again, not caring about being exposed. The bullet whizzed straight into the rear tire, severing Wang Zhang's last escape route. Shen Wu, the little villain, gleefully revealed himself from his hiding spot. After a hard-fought encounter, he would not let him escape alive. The container truck that had been silent until now quickly crashed into Wang Zhang's car, sending it tumbling down the cliff. The driver got out, took out his phone, and reported the mission. It is. The voice on the other end replied coldly. You did well on your mission. The sudden bullet pierced his chest, causing him to gasp out just one word before collapsing in his own pool of blood, after taking out his accomplice. Shenwu smiled with disdain from the depths of his heart. This way, the gods would not know, and the devils would not hear. At the cliff's edge, the door of the car was kicked open by Wang Zhang, allowing Lady Def, who was holding onto him tightly, to escape outside, holding the beauty with one hand. You tightened your grip on the rope with the other and leaped upwards. The rope shot up, securely hooking onto a branch without missing a beat. Wang Zhang held her close as he climbed, thinking hard, this is too dangerous. But he carelessly let a secret slip. Who else was involved in this assassination? Has the incident in Trungai just ended? And they are already making a move again. As night fell, Dai stood on the precarious cliff with Wang Zhang, her face flushed with embarrassment. Do we have to hold each other like this all night? Your eyes sparkled as you spoke half-jokingly. If you want to hold on like this, I have no objections. But in this cold weather, it will drain a lot of energy if we keep it up. Upon hearing that, Dai immediately asked, so how do we get down? Mu Nai's anxiety was clearly easing as the situation grew increasingly dire. He looked around and reassured her. Let us slowly head down to find a sheltered spot. We can stay here for the night. The chilly air made Vikazan Tran feel even more tender towards the beauty, and he patiently talked with her. It was very dark, but we could not turn on the lights. There was also a sniper lurking above, in a lavish room. A wall clock struck 2:03 a.m. Thien even gazed out at the night scenery beyond the window and spoke calmly. What is the situation now? Dun Via on the other end quickly delivered the news he most wanted to hear. He did. The car plunged into the ravine and exploded. No one else knows about this. The joy was unmistakable on Then Nian's face as she smiled smugly. Well, that is good. You have worked hard. Whenever you arrive in the capital, let us meet up for a bit. Then Via did not refuse. Okay. It has been years since we last met, so it is about time we catch up. After the conversation, he turned to his subordinates, ordering them to closely monitor everyone arriving in the capital by road, rail, and air. If Vidung Tran appears, report to me immediately. The subordinate mentally noted everything and received the command. Yep. Meanwhile, Detter and Vaijing Tran were embracing each other among the rubble at the foot of the mountain. She gently inquired about her benefactor. Are you cold? He replied, though unsure if he was being sincere or just trying to impress her. Not cold. Tadie stared intently as if scanning his emotions. Why did you take this mountain path? It is even more dangerous than the highway. Seeing her suspicious gaze, Vivung Tran calmly responded with a serious expression. First, I want to talk to you properly. Secondly, I feel this situation can't simply end like this. TDR's mind raced to keep up with this cerebral conversation. So you intentionally got knocked down into the ravine, faking your death. He leaned against a rock, having a serious conversation with her. Exactly. Because sometimes being dead can be safer than being alive. With that, Vivung Tran stood up, quietly gathering leaves and dry grass, laying them out for 2 simple sleeping spots. To ensure your safe return to the capital, I must be a bit cautious. Even though it was her first time sleeping rough, Tdiva tried to maintain an experienced demeanor. Is it really only 7 or 8 days? If you can endure, then I can too. He did not deny her steel spirit, only casually threw out a remark like a sweet potato fart. If this drags on, you might not be able to handle it. Luckily it is winter. In summer, the humid jungle would be full of biting insects. Just 2 days of illness and you are done for. Before his words could fade in the wind, Vidung Tran had already laid down on the makeshift grass mattress and ended the conversation. Close your eyes and sleep for a bit. We need to conserve our strength. The bright sunlight shone down on the garden, signaling another day of hiding. Noticing his companion waking up from the light, Vivung Tran asked, You are finally awake. Tdian did not sit up right away. She responded from the straw bed. Good morning. You kindly brought food and drinks. This is the dry rations and water I prepared myself. Have a bite. Then we can hit the road. She bit into the food with the strength of a 1,000-year-old fossil before commenting. This dry ration is too hard, but the taste is not bad. How could I miss the chance to impress a beautiful girl? You immediately boasted. Of course. I made it myself. Indeed. She reacted just as expected. You can actually do this. Hearing that, the other party continued to chatter on. What else could it be? Moreover, I added many types of herbs to the dry rations to boost energy and blood circulation. They are quite precious. The meal passed quickly, and as Wang Zhang stood up to put on his jacket, he did not forget to urge, We have to go now. As he finished speaking, he skillfully spun the short knife in his palm, then carefully tucked it into his belt and gallantly made a suggestion. The slope here is a bit slippery. I will carry you down. He persistently stepped firmly on the rocky cliff, even while carrying the load on his shoulders. After 5 exhausting hours of travel, Wang Zhang gently woke up the still soundly sleeping person. Wake up. We have arrived. From the side, Z's eyes darted around, observing the surroundings with curiosity. Where are we now? In response to that question, he switched to tour guide mode, explaining in the simplest terms. We traveled 40 kilometers and finally crossed into the warm tropical side with the principle of living by lady first. He offered the better item to his companion. You drink from this bottle. There is water in the vines too. I will just drink that. However, the more they walked, the more confused she became by the familiar scenery. Surely we are not lost. Right. Why does everything look the same to me? Noticing the unease from the other person, Wang Zhang reassured. Don't worry. We are not lost. I am a living map. Just go straight for another 10 kilometers and you will see a river under the glow of the male lead. His words felt more trustworthy than fate. Even if they went the wrong way, the author would redraw it correctly. Looks like our luck is not bad. We can grill tonight. I will start a fire and cook. Just relax. As an action-oriented person, he jumped right into it. Seeing the other person busy, Ziya could not sit still. So she hurried over to offer. Let me give you a hand. Everything was perfectly arranged. And they began to feast. So delicious. It is really good. Receiving the compliment, Wang Zhang was not only unhumble but also generously promised. If you like it, I will grill for you every day from now on. Hearing that, she secretly wished, if only it could stay like this forever. She thought aloud. She expressed her deepest feelings with eyes filled with longing. In fact, being beside the person you like, away from the hustle and bustle, is a very good thing. But before she could finish, words of concern reached her ears. Get some rest. We still need to stay in the forest for a few more days. This made Ziya even more reluctant as she looked up at his beloved figure. But I really want to continue living like this with you. After 5 days in the dangerous wilderness, they finally found a way to the city. She could not contain the joy swelling in her heart. They were finally out. Vung Tran pointed towards the distant skyscrapers. Come on, let us find a place to stay first. They stopped in front of a hotel with a bright red sign, catching the eye of Devi Thung standing beside. While you are talking to the receptionist, I want to book a room with a big bed. Thank you. She was overjoyed. Rushing inside. I want to take a shower. Otherwise, I will feel all gross. Just waiting for that, he did not hesitate to suggest. His tone was so flirtatious that words could not describe it. I also want a shower. Or should we shower together to live out a dream? Divine Thingthin declined with a very convincing reason. You go buy new clothes right away. I can't wear these torn ones again. The other person pushed him out to the door. Refusing. How can you be so thick-skinned? I can only accept the order begrudgingly. Okay. I'm going right now. Wei Rung Tran went shopping for a while and happily returned with colorful bags in hand. I bought clothes already. You can change after you finish showering. After washing off the dust, he stepped out of the bathroom. What needed to happen was about to happen. She shyly nestled against his strong body. Vivung Tran was like a spark that ignites dry grass. The two of them indulged until the next morning. After a hearty meal, he finally brought up the snack. Get up. Let us go eat something. At the Hafsai Lam Corporation, Min K could not be so relaxed. What? The storage room filled with all sorts of junk got robbed. Have you called the police? The voice on the other end immediately responded. We have reported it to the police, and they are investigating now. Upon receiving this news, she regained her composure and quickly issued an order. Calm down. I will be there right away. Faced with uncertainty, she thought of the figure she always longed for. When would Vidong Tran return? At the capital train station, Ving Tran stood out among the bustling crowd. Noticing him slowly approaching the exit, one of the two strangers asked for advice. He is. Should we call the others? But before he could finish, they were startled by his sudden appearances like a ninja. You two have been waiting for me a long time, have not you? Go tell to Dekrian Nai that I am not dead and I am back. They rushed at Viving Tran without hesitation, weapons in hand, ready to die. For the Arteps, he just needed to bend his back slightly to dodge their attacks. You fools. He retaliated by smashing their heads together. The two weakest opponents flew back with just one punch, and he shot them a disdainful look with a sharp warning. Go tell your master that I will reclaim everything done to me in the northwest. Suddenly, a malicious voice rang out. Don't move. Vivring Tran turned to look in the direction of the voice, and saw two uniformed men, aiming guns threateningly. We suspect you are involved in the murder case. Please cooperate with us and come to the station for investigation. Then Bayan, not receiving any cooperation, instructed his accomplices. Hurry and request support from headquarters. It seems you have connected all the clues. Secretly mocking the mastermind. Atheanine, your gift for our meeting is quite extravagant, is not? This follows from being watched to meeting the police. Just missing being treated like an emperor. I do not understand why. Holding a weapon tightly. The breath coming from my opponent makes me sweat with fear. Don't even think about running away, or I will blow this place up. Vig Tran still looked relaxed as usual. Am I really afraid of you blowing this place up? Hafi Fengyi did not want to prolong it any longer. Decisively moving forward with the cold iron ring, extending his hand. The precinct at the capital train station has sent reinforcements. You won't escape, even if life does not give money for a cut. These people want to perform, so you will oblige. All right. I will cooperate with the investigation. The walls can easily catch you. Unexpectedly, the opponent swiftly slipped their hand out of the handcuffs, leaving him stunned. What? In a heartbeat, Vong Tran snatched the weapon and stopped the surprise attack. Cooperating with you is impossible. After that, they collided due to a fierce kick from him. Then, the group rushed in, and he quickly fired a shot into the sky to escape. In a luxurious private room at the Nerlin restaurant, Min Kei sat beside her partner at a lavish dining table. How could the charming woman across from him not make his heart race? Temin Kwang was no exception. I have wanted to meet Miss Min Kei for a long time, but there has always been no opportunity. I originally planned to hold a shareholders meeting today, but as soon as I heard Miss Min Kei invited me, I immediately postponed the meeting. His flattering words made her pretend to be surprised. Who would have thought such a thing would happen? Atron. You are too kind to me. Min Kei. Now, try the restaurant's most famous sweet and sour fish dish. Although his vision was clouded by beauty, his rationality remained intact. This time, Tron called me here. It surely is not just to eat this sweet and sour fish. Right. He had been so straightforward. She could no longer hide. Today, Min invited Tron for a reason. She truly needed his help. Tina Kwang saw this as an honor. Confidently assuring, I do not know what Miss Min Kei needs help with, but as long as it is within my ability, I will definitely help without hesitation. Min Kei got straight to the important issue. It is like this. I want to ask the Long 10 network to publish an article for me. I have prepared the draft. However, without reading her request, he skillfully declined. Miss Min, you are asking me to report. It surely is not a normal article. Right. A dangerous matter like this is not something I can do. Therefore, someone powerful is not as scary as someone who knows where their strength lies. She sweetly interrupted him. Atron. Helping me is equivalent to helping the Lam Hazi group. It is just a simple article. I think this will strengthen our friendship. It seems all men fall for it. Tina Kwang is dazed and ready to close the deal. What I am really concerned about is the friendship between me and Miss Min Kei here. He was overly excited because Min Kei was the one expressing her feelings. Atron. Of course. I really hope our friendship can develop further. The beauty has asked so much of you. You have to be soft-hearted and comply. All right. Let us see what Miss Min Kei wants me to write about. The content that caught Tin Kwang's eye was more shocking than the Big Ben explosion. 2 companies specializing in Heinlein Tin Tunon were robbed simultaneously, suspected to be the work of a rival in the industry. Tin Kwang fell into deep thought. If I truly acted foolishly and opposed the T family just for a woman, then I have really been living too long. He turned to show his sincerity while also concealing a strong refusal. Miss Min, it is not that I do not want to help you, but if this news is published, it won't be good for our Lungi 10 at all. Whatever tricks Min Kei has, she always pulls them at the last minute. But Atron, do not you really want to enhance our friendship? The feelings are there, but you are still hesitant. He coughed lightly to refuse. Miss Min, it is not that I do not want to help, but this matter is really beyond my capabilities. Suddenly, a strange sound came from outside, interrupting their conversation. When a familiar figure appeared, surprise mixed with immense joy overtook Min Kei's emotions. Why are you here? In response to that question, Ving Tran casually replied, as if it were natural. I should come when it is time. Meeting the savior seems to have eased Min Kei somewhat, so I will leave it to you here. Observing the situation since the moment he entered the room, Tina Kwang was still wide-eyed in surprise. This is my business card. Vung Tran from the Si Dung International. Here to discuss matters regarding Heinlein Tin Tun. He examined the card in his hand. Unable to hide his curiosity, thoughts raced through his mind. The senior vice president of Si Dung International. Why is he stepping in to help Heinlein Tin Tun? Could it be that he and Trachong Min Kei have a personal relationship? Before he could arrive at the correct answer, the Vung Tran dropped a bombshell as casually as if discussing dinner plans. Does Atron have any interest in Si Dung acquiring the Long 10 website? The shocking news knocked Tevin Kwang back, making him spring up to question in return. Are you serious or joking? Who has time for games? There is still a lot to do at home. Of course. I would not joke while sitting in this position. After the dizziness, he struggled to endure his old age. I do not want to take risks. If I really try, attacking Long Tan would be no different from being destroyed. The other party did not cooperate, so Ving Tran had to play his trump card. If General Tran does not post this news, then tomorrow the Si Dung contract to acquire Long 10 will be on his desk. As a finance chief, you just need to wave your hand to take control of the situation. As far as I know, General Tran is just a co-founder of Long 10, holding 30% of the shares. If Si Dung buys out all shares from the other shareholders, it will naturally become the largest shareholder, with the power to determine Long Tan's fate. Tina Kwang was completely stunned, speechless, blown away by this information. How do you know all this? Vung Tran paid no attention to the other's astonishment and kept his eyes glued to the phone, the screen displaying the name of the key player in today's negotiations. To prove his earlier arguments, He decisively handed the phone to him. General Tron. Look, the Inquanthai is calling. You can ask her directly. The Thea on the other end got straight to the point. Is this General Tron? Our Vijung general from Sidung is discussing the acquisition of Long Tan with you. Right. Her words ignited an intense heat in Ten Kwang's heart. I did not expect it to really be you. He felt a bead of sweat drip down from the implication of her threatening narrative. General Tron. Vivung General's intention is also my intention. I hope you can assist a bit. The sudden phone call sparked an impulsive judgment in his mind. Could it be that he is the freeloader that the Engi Quan Thi supports? The ingredients that Tan and Kwang had just cooked had no idea. Just watching the time and nervously tapping to remind him, it is currently 7:40. You should immediately notify the company to post this news. How about it? He struggled to wriggle in the quagmire with no way out. Vikrozen General. Miss Mine. What you two are doing is really pushing it. Ving Tran did not hesitate to cut him off. The acquisition will be prepared quickly. We originally wanted to give you face. But it seems I have done something unnecessary. Realizing he had fallen into a disadvantageous position, he could not help but panic. What do you want to do? He did not respond. Just quickly connected the call with H&M. As soon as the other end picked up, he decisively gave the order. Take over the Tianlong website now and post the news. The post deadline is 24 hours. You are an indispensable assistant. He immediately accepted the order. Okay. I am about to become your personal henchman. At the same time, the tense atmosphere in the living room of the Tichu family was eased by Nan Non's concerned question. Brother, what is wrong? Thea Nian stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, calming her voice. It is, do not worry. She seemed to have an inkling about the trouble her brother was facing. Was it because of the nonsense regarding Hein Lin Tine? He turned to her with a look of disdain and softly replied. She expressed her understanding and empathy towards him. I know it is not you who did it. His heartfelt words piqued Thea Nian's curiosity. Can you tell me why you feel that way? You are Hein Lin Tine's biggest rival. After all these years. How could no not know that letting an opponent get hold of something this significant is not your style? After lurking for 10 years without taking action. This is the real you. He not only agreed but also underestimated the one behind the scenes. Such a clumsy move could not possibly be your tactic. Suddenly, a strange suspicion arose in her mind. Could it be that Hein Lin Tone is putting on a show? With this perspective, Thea Nian provided a sharp argument to clarify the issue. If it were indeed Hein Lin himself doing it, things would be much simpler. But Trondring Mun K would not do that. No known has to be in on this famous scheme, which leads to such clever and reasonable speculations. Is there some other secret force behind this? Trying to push the two family into the spotlight, making us and Hein Lin turn against each other first. Although he appeared calm, his words were laced with intense killing intent. If I find out, I won't let it go easily. With 3 worries piling up, her heart felt even heavier. All the arrows are pointing towards our two family. This person can sit back and enjoy the benefits. Should we explain a bit to Trajong Min K? The righteous do not fear standing tall. He remains steadfast in his own way. If you did not do it, there is no need to explain anything to anyone else. No known was still cleaning up the mess, as many questions remained unanswered. If we keep going like this, are not we just walking into his trap? Isn't this exactly what he wants? Unlike her, Thea Nian still had faith in both the family and herself. Trying to harm the two family won't be that easy for them. Oh right. Vung Tran has returned from 9A. If you are free, you could invite him for a meal. There is a certain joy in the name Krat being mentioned. She was no exception. But the joy faded when thinking about the long-standing rivalry between the two sides. Her smile vanished. Grandpa won't be happy. As if seeing through her heart, he sighed quietly and added a reassuring line. As long as it is something you want to do, I do not think Grandpa will stop you. As for Hein Lin Tine, I will handle it well. You do not need to worry. Though she felt joy inside, No Known maintained an unusual calm on the outside. All right. When I have time, I will invite Vigong Tran for a meal, and then let him know this has nothing to do with our T2 family. Although he advised her otherwise, he could not help but think poorly of his opponent, fearing that Wang Zhang would not listen to her explanation, regardless of whether the Ta family was behind this. In the end, Wang Zhang would still lift the knife first. After careful consideration, Dimonian decided to strike first. Wang Zhang was not dead. He had returned alive. Meanwhile, at the Narrowland restaurant, Wang Zhang was unaware that he was being plotted against and continued his phone conversation leisurely. Okay. I will treat you to dinner another time. Who could refuse a sweet deal? H.O.Ham scheduled a date. Tomorrow I am free. We should at least drink some 10-year aged liquor. I have been banned from drinking by your sister-in-law for a long time. V. Yifeng refused with a very convincing reason. But I have a dinner date with a beautiful girl tomorrow. He then decisively hung up. In the room filled with high-end psys and professional programmers, after being left hanging on the other end, he could not help but feel down. This kid really does not let anyone rest easy. His subordinate rushed in to report. Cutting through his gloom, Boss, do you need to continue the hack? If I press enter one more time, I can take control of the entire Long Ton website. Receiving news of progress. He immediately issued orders to take full control, setting a 48-hour timer. Before returning to the Narian restaurant, witnessing the recent call, Temun Kwang could not contain his shock. You want to take over the Long Ten website? Is President Wang joking with me? My company has hired the world's top technical talent to protect the website. You can't just break in. Knowing the other party would not believe him, Wang Zhang quickly informed him. Atron, if I am not mistaken, your phone will ring in 5 minutes. Indeed, just as he predicted, the device in his pocket vibrated incessantly. When he picked up, the caller had displayed none other than Tudo Thuao, who had just been mentioned. On the other end, they hurriedly reported dire news. Atron, the system has been breached by hackers. We can't proceed with the updates. His face turned pale as he sought alternatives. Can't the backup team resolve it? The other party immediately reported. The backup is locked down. All our technical team's computers have been infected with a virus, and we are currently trying to recover. This was like a ticking time bomb, making Ten Kwang unable to avoid questioning with concern. What do you want? Wang Zhang gave the other party a malicious look. I have already given Mir Tron a chance. Now, the article being prepared for publication would contain much harsher language, and the title would definitely stand out on the Long Ten On homepage in the largest, most eye-catching font. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately pulled Mein Kai Wei as the waiter approached the door. He saw them leaving and promptly conveyed that the gentleman would cover the bill in the nature office. The person sitting across from the computer appeared to be deep in thought. It turns out the screen is displaying a flurry of text that troubles him. Lang Tan. Today's news. 2 companies specializing in fantasy spirit liquid have both encountered robbery, suspected to be a covert scheme by a rival competitor. The opponent's moves were too clever, making Thean Nian sigh, and he could not help but commend the rival. His strikes were indeed quick and deadly. No Known gently approached with curiosity. Brother, can't you guys resolve this peacefully? Why must you fight each other secretly? Speaking of Bachangai at Kwang, she did not hold back on her praises, reminiscing about when Vong Tran first arrived in the capital. Candid, refreshing, upright, and even a bit cheeky. She could not help but say he was one of the few men who left a good impression on her. Watching her brother drown in love with his rival, Thean Nian could not help but feel a mix of helplessness and teasing. If Vong Tran heard his sister praising him like this, I wonder how much he would indulge in self-admiration. Known. Upon hearing this, not only did not stop but continued to beam as she assessed. Yep. He is very charming. At the villa on Mount Thean Bine, the trio of Vong Tran and En Hong clinked their glasses. She expressed her thoughts like a brilliant leader celebrating, after this power struggle, to rejoice in defeating the Da family. To welcome him back, overwhelmed with joy, he made a few remarks to Thean Nian. Secretly acquiring Lang Tan was unexpected. Just after being appointed chairman, Lang Tan was bought by our international rival. Unlike them, Thin Phi was concerned about something else. I heard you were surrounded by police at the train station. How did you escape? He did not hesitate to share his rather absurd strategy to defeat the rival. With so many people around, I fired a shot into the sky, which caused chaos, and then took the opportunity to run. This clever move earned him a pat on the back from Thethi. Truly brilliant. Let us put aside the Da family's matters for now. Did anything interesting happen on your recent trip to Ninha? Vong Tran shrugged off Nung Gok's hand, answering candidly without hesitation. Interesting things. Did you meet any beautiful girls? Since you have been so honest, why should she hesitate to pry further? What happened between you and Tong Tu Da? It is surprising how every move you make is known to the other party. He sighed. Are you spying on me? How could anything escape the keen eyes of the Thi? Look at you. You two disappeared for so long. Can you blame people for thinking you were together? Faced with this teasing remark, he did not know how to respond. Are you implying that all missing women are related to me? With her straightforward nature, she replied honestly with her thoughts. Who knows? Your lecherous brother may have something he is too embarrassed to do. Unexpectedly, she was left speechless. Since Vong Tran has a thickness about him thicker than wall plaster, he agreed with that opinion. That makes sense. Right. Let us put the topic of beautiful women aside for now. She raised her glass, suggesting they drink more before heading home. The joy of the night made them intoxicated by the strong liquor until the early morning. When the white clouds drifted across the deep blue sky, the three were still lost in their dreams. Sprawled on the floor, you were the first to be awakened by the dazzling sunlight. After noticing the injured arm resting on Then Phai's chest, you could not help but be astonished. What is going on? Ving Tran decided to sneak away, opening the door and sighing in relief. Luckily, they have not woken up yet. Little did he know that the victim in this situation had lowered his guard. Thinking of it as just a first-time encounter, in the hallway of the Capital Medical University, Ving Tran sat on a bench waiting for someone. Upon noticing a familiar figure, Now Known could not help but tease. You are right on time. He would not easily miss the chance to flirt, so he let out some sweet words. How could I be late for a date with a beautiful girl like you? It seemed he did not bring any cheeky comments. She got straight to the point. Show me around. They walked side by side up the stairs when, for some reason, she suddenly slipped and let out a startled scream. Ving Trongtran quickly wrapped his arm around her slender waist, not forgetting to comment, "Your waist is so slim," after being saved by the hero. Non's heart raced. But she did not forget to ask about something she had always wondered. In reality, he was not as lecherous as he seemed. It was all just an act. Why put on such a theatrical mask? The character he created himself. How could he admit to being like that? Soon, Ving Tran skillfully redirected the conversation. Non. Why did you call me here? Instead of answering his doubts, she offered sincere advice from the bottom of her heart. Ving Tran has some burdens. If he could let them go or reconcile with them, would not that be better? He scratched his head, pretending to be confused. He was not that perceptive. And Non did not believe him, and decided to get to the bottom of it. V Trong Tran. You clearly know what I am talking about. Finally, she could not hold back the hot tears that welled up in her eyes. Even at this moment, he did not stop joking. Miss, what you said could easily be misunderstood. Anyone who did not know would think you were angrily confessing your feelings after a failed attempt. But V Trong Tran sighed in exasperation at her strong determination. I will definitely convince you to forget all your grudges. Suddenly, the unexpected arrival of the group Lo Sivan interrupted this heartfelt moment. Non. Did he bully you? The person being referred to did not respond, but turned to whisper to soothe her. This is Ving Yul Sivan, our class president. He speaks very frankly. Do not take it to heart. He readily agreed, waving it off. Just a bunch of kids. He would not take them seriously. The guy did not understand what was going on and was acting ridiculously. Say that again and see if I do not give you a beating. Non tried to ease the tension. Dong Luk, there is really nothing going on. My friend and I still have things to discuss. Dong Lo felt that her attitude was really fake. To Nuwon, Luck Van is just helping you vent. Do not be unreasonable. Suddenly, he slapped her, surprising everyone. Dong Lo held her red cheek, her voice trembling and incoherent. Luck Van. Last night, we did not expect him to shout angrily. That unreasonable woman. Get away from me. She was both embarrassed and humiliated, quickly turning to run away in tears. Vong Tran took the opportunity to promote his services. If she wanted revenge, remember to find me. At this point, Nuan had completely lost her good impression of Luck Van, and did not want to see his face anymore. Dong Luck, you can go too. This has nothing to do with you. However, Luck Van still raised his chain. How is this not related to me? Nuan, your business is also my business. Then he turned to Vong Tran. Who are you? Why are you bullying Nuan? He shrugged, indicating it had nothing to do with him. I am not bullying Nuan. Clearly she is the one bullying me. Yet, Luck Van arrogantly grabbed his collar, trying to play the hero. Today, I must help Nuan vent her anger. Vong Tran remained calm. Go ahead and try. Luck Van kneeled him in the stomach. Are you telling me how to do things? But Vong Tran's hand stopped the attack. The young man argued logically while squeezing Luck Van's knee, making him cry out in pain to let go. He smirked with disdain, raising an eyebrow. All right then. This is what you asked for. Vong Tran forcefully threw Luck Van's large body away. The lackey stood there dumbfounded as he fell. Vong Tran warned. Who dares to help? I will take them down too, if you do not believe me. Just try. At the University of Medicine, Nuan and Vong Tran were eating together. She revealed the identity of the arrogant guy they just met. The one you hit earlier is Dong Luck Van. His father is Dong Then Bang, a famous real estate tycoon in Namjiang province. And she reminded Vong Tran, if he wants to develop in Jiangnan province, this person might help him. But his reputation is not very good. He chewed his food while listening closely. Tell me more. Nuan explained further about the information she heard. That Dong Then Bang's real estate company, Hang Thin, had acquired all the prime land in Namjiang province, deliberately driving up housing prices. He recalled Luck Van's arrogant demeanor and concluded, raising a son like that, Dong Then Bang can be a good person. She agreed with this view, but still felt that he had some redeeming qualities. That is true. But he treated his wife very well. A few years ago, his wife passed away, and Dong Then Bang has remained single ever since. However, Vong Tran had witnessed the depths of human nature. He had no good feelings for either of them. Who knows? Maybe he does not lack women. Trying to topple Hang Thin real estate is quite a challenge. If others heard what Vivring Tran said, they might think he is a delusional madman. But Non believes wholeheartedly that only he can achieve this goal. Just then, Dihonglo suddenly stepped in front of the two, reminding them of what Vuzun Tran had said earlier. He said they could come to him. So what is his plan? You asked her. Donglvaven has a super rich dad. You know that, right? Dean Glove quickly replied, I do. Then Ving Tran smiled wickedly. as if he had sprouted wings, horns, and a tail like a demon, tempting words. Wanting to take revenge on him, why not become his stepmother? Your suggestion left Dinglaw frozen, while Non could not help but chuckle. Meanwhile, at the tea family, Vighong Hech was reporting Non's activities to Thin Nian, the young master. The lady is having lunch with Vung Tran at the medical university cafeteria. Thian understood his sister's character well. Once Non was determined about something, she had to see it through. Ving Hech probed for their next move. Young master, what should we do now? If this continues, the lady will eventually get hurt. He thought they should consider this matter more carefully. I will discuss it with Dad and quickly send Non abroad to study. Then we can talk about other issues. What about T-Bine and Ving Hech honestly replied. Tiether is still at home practicing daily. The doctor said his recovery is even better than expected. Thian repeatedly instructed to monitor him closely, keeping an eye on him to prevent any rash actions. He seriously replied. Rest assured. Young master. Then he stood up, wanting to go outside to prepare a car for me, saying he had to go to the capital airport. In the hallway, Non asked Vang Tran. Aren't you really considering what I said? He calmly crossed his arms and replied. If I am not mistaken, your brother is probably preparing to send you abroad to study. His tone showed unwavering determination. Some issues could not be reconciled. Giving up halfway would be a disservice to oneself. Hearing this, despite feeling reluctant, Non had to accept it. I understand now. Knowing you has made me very happy. I just do not know if I will have the chance to see you again. Vig Tran smiled, opening his arms to comfort her feelings. Then let us hug for our friendship. The two embraced tightly. The atmosphere filled with reluctance to part. At Teen Hall, Min V was working in the office when V Trung Tran suddenly walked in and coldly asked. Mayor Tung, do you know who I am? His appearance startled the mayor. Li Jungling Tran quickly reached out to press the alarm button at the corner of the desk. However, Min V's action was blocked by Vung Tran. He pushed him down into the chair and delivered a piercing remark that hit Min V, where it hurt. I think you not only know me, but you know me very well. Ving Tran leaned down, meeting his gaze, wanting to clarify the situation. Tell me about the bomb in Nani. Will you? Min V's face was sweating, but he stubbornly pretended it had nothing to do with him. I do not know. I really do not know. His fake performance made the kid laugh. He raised the sharp needle with a scornful smirk. Clueless. Right. Without hesitation, he stabbed Kim into Min V's neck. The man looked terrified at the 3 needles gleaming coldly in the kid's hand. The Ving Tran issued another threat. This is poison I made myself. No one can cure it if you cooperate. Who knows? I might consider giving you the antidote. Knowing the needle was poisoned, his face turned pale as he quickly confessed everything. I will tell you everything. Faced with the choice between life and keeping secrets, Minvi did not dare to hide anything. Some time ago, someone approached me, asking me to deal with you, promising me a position if I succeeded. Vung Tran felt that this old man was foolishly naive, and you believed him. Minvi did not dare to argue, just bowed his head and stammered. He controlled me. I had no choice but to believe. If Vung Tran wanted to know more about the culprit, how did he contact you? Min V honestly shared everything he knew. He sent someone to pick me up, but I had to keep my eyes covered the whole way, so I had no idea where I was going. Moreover, he always wore a mask. Viving Tran was furious. He could not extract any valuable information from Min V's words. Grabbing his collar, you did not sell me out. Did you? Min V panicked, looking at the 3 sharp needles close to him, quickly pledging he would not dare to disclose anything. I would never say you came here. I really do not want to commit another crime. However, Ving Tran was not easily convinced. He decisively stabbed Min V in the neck a few more times. Sleep now. I really want to know who else that masked guy contacted. After finishing up here, Ving Tran stepped out of the office. Just as he closed the door, his keen instinct sensed something was about to attack him. He quickly backed away, narrowly avoiding a slash, while throwing the 3 needles back in retaliation. In front of him stood a figure with a dagger. He pulled it back, intrigued, then swung it fiercely at Vung Tran. The sharp blade grazed his leg, leaving a bloody mark. Yet, Vung Tran remained calm, even sneering in praise. You are pretty quick, the figure growled fiercely. Back in Ninage, I let you slip away. You are stronger than I thought, he asserted. You were the one who ambushed me on the road. The figure toyed with the dagger in his hand, responding mockingly. If I had shot straight at the driver's seat then, do you think you would have survived to return to the capital? Expecting Ving Tran to panic, he was surprised to find the kid unfazed, simply shaking his head with a scoff, then boldly asking back. Did you know there was a small drone hovering above my head at that time? The figure could not comprehend that. A drone. Viving Tran's clear explanation echoed. It is what provides coordinates for the sniper from afar. You won't survive either. He looked down on him dismissively. Does that mean I should thank you for not being dead? Suddenly, he revealed his true identity. Of course. Tu then vek Kim Yan in tight. You should properly thank me. It left then Vive in shock. How did you know? Ving Trong Tran took the chance while he was panicking and threw out a red bag. Then V stabbed the bag with his knife, causing the powder inside to explode everywhere, creating a thick smoke that obscured the view. He coughed continuously, in a smooth series of movements. He drew his gun and shot while mocking. I do not have a drone up here. I was just messing with you a bit. Then Via got shot in the shoulder. Everything happened too fast for him to react. Then Vidong Tran casually opened the window, not forgetting to turn back and say goodbye. I am heading out first. With that, he jumped out. Then Vi watched Ving Tran leave, just holding his shoulder and grinding his teeth in frustration. Damn it. On another side, heavy footsteps echoed. A group of people rushed into Min V's office. Tung Vin shouted. Hurry up. Min V has fainted. Get him help. He squinted angrily, daring to cause trouble at the Tung family's house. This was definitely not a simple matter, and he coldly ordered, within 24 hours. Investigate thoroughly for me. Ving Tran saw many police cars parked below the building. He silently complained in his heart. What a hassle this is. Suddenly, a red car approached him, and the window rolled down. Tadia sat inside and asked, Why is it you? Ving Tran quickly opened the door and got in, saying, Stay in the car. You explained to her. I caused a bit of trouble at her house. Only you can get me out of here. Surprisingly, Tadia calmly accepted this. Okay. I will take you out. The red car began to speed down the road. The car raced quickly along the street. Tadia's calm demeanor puzzled Vang Tran. Didn't she want to ask anything? It turned out she had anticipated the situation. You came to my house to ask my dad about the bomb, did not you? He had to admire this girl's intelligence. There really was nothing she could not figure out, and recounted the information that Mun V reported. Her father said someone could help him sit in that chair, and they just cooperated together. However, Tadia understood Mun V's true nature. She guessed that he might be manipulated. My dad is not the kind of person who would go to any lengths for profit. Could there be some mystery behind this? Ving Tran had similar doubts as well. I do not know exactly what the reason is. To protect your father, I used acupuncture to put him in a coma for the next few months. Hearing about mine vs. coma, TD anxiously grasped his hand. Will my father be in any danger? The soft hand of the girl made Ving Tran break out in a cold sweat. He quickly glanced away. It is just a dream. It won't have any side effects on the body. And do not forget to comfort her. I know it is wrong to do this to you, but I know my dad will be fine. At that moment, Tadian finally breathed a sigh of relief. I do not want to see your dad get deeply entangled in fame and power. If one day you aim your knife at the Tinkong family, I only hope you can spare him a way out. Her complete trust made Vung Tran voice what he had been wondering for a long time. I just want to ask you why you believed I would win from the very beginning. Seeing his hand firmly hold hers, Tdzan suddenly blushed. She looked at him and smiled gently. I trust my instincts. There are many times women's instincts can be quite terrifying. Vung Tran advised he doesn't to go home and check on the situation there. I am causing chaos at the Tung family like this. I think you should head back a bit earlier to see. However, she moved closer to him. I do not want to go home tonight. Tadia leaned against Vang Tran's chest. Her cheeks flushed with shyness as she spoke. This is the first time we have met since returning to the capital. I do not want to part from you so quickly. Night fell. The moon peeked out from behind the clouds. Finally, he agreed. All right. I will stay with you. On the dizzying streets. Then Via hugged his shoulders and ran off. I did not expect to return to the capital and end up in such a predicament. Suddenly, a group of people appeared and surrounded him. He calmly challenged them to open fire. They immediately began shooting. Then Vivekli cracked his whip to handle them all in one go. Thunvei jumped over the fence to dodge the bullets. When suddenly a black car stopped abruptly in front of him, Tiuhu rolled down the window and urged. The young master sent me to pick you up. Get in the car. The next morning, the golden sunlight cast shadows of all the high-rise buildings onto the street. Next to it was a red car quietly parked in the corner. Inside, Tadian was still asleep, holding Vining Tran. He smiled and gently patted her back. The sun is up. I have to go now. Tdzan still lingered on the feeling from last night. Her cheeks flushed, not wanting to part. Don't go. Vig Tran softly comforted her. There will be more opportunities to meet in the future. But I have to go meet someone now. Tda was understanding and did not want to waste his time. All right. It seems like this person is very important. In the southern outskirts, at the Wunhun residence, the afternoon sun shone through the windows. Ving Tran stood in front of the house and knocked on the door. Inside, a woman's curious voice immediately rang out. Who's it? State your identity. Viving Tran from Dung International. 980 heard the familiar voice and rushed out to open the door, welcoming him warmly. How did you find me here? Viving Tran put on a mysterious expression. I have my ways. Suddenly, a messy scene caught his eye. Seeing the scene, he guessed right away. What about you? Are you getting ready to leave? Nunhei did not hide her intentions, even clearly stating her hometown to Virong Tran. Yeah. I am packing to go back home. Baichao District, Northern Namjiang, has figured out where she is from. And your mind quickly jumped to an enticing invitation. I have always wanted to build a school in Northern Namjiang. Please help me with the planning. Once it is done, you will be the first teacher at the school. Teacher Nuna. Her eyes sparkled, as if she had struck gold. Really? I genuinely wish for that. Vong Tran suggested exchanging contact information for easier discussions later. Give me your phone number. We will talk about the school project slowly. After convincing Ninha, it was time to say goodbye. I won't disturb you anymore. Take your time packing. He went downstairs and called for a taxi. A driver. To Kudung International. Please hurry. Exah Hung was very confident in his driving skills. Okay. No problem. In terms of speed, I am only slightly worse than an airplane. After that, the taxi sped away, leaving a trail of mist behind. Vong Tran arrived at Shangguan Thatha's office, where she handed him a stack of files, urging him to check them. You are finally here. Take a look at this. Vong Tran flipped through the documents, which contained the latest financial report, showing a spike in Hoan Line sales. The revenue of the 3 diamond jewelry companies was Thong Line. Iga and To Hang together did not even make up a third of Huan Line. The Thi assessed the current situation, concluding that Huan Line had won this time. Trung Dun was secretly reorganizing, and her funds seemed to be facing a hard hit. She really wanted to crush them all. Suddenly, an idea popped into Vong Tran's head. I have a good plan. But she looked skeptical. What? It is another insidious and shameless method. Right. He took out his phone and called Vu Lang. As soon as he picked up, Vong Tran immediately asked, Theng Vu Lang, how many people do you have right now? The voice on the other end replied, over 900. Is there another mission? He smirked slyly and explained his plan to him. Okay. Take 50 elites and you must reach South Africa within 15 days. I want you to destroy a diamond mine. Vu Lang was cautious, repeatedly asking for clarification. Are we sure we can exit smoothly without needing to destroy? To what extent? Vong Tran replied in a serious tone, reminding them to do a clean job. Leave the exit to me. Your task is to blow up the entire diamond mine. It won't be able to recover next year. He also warned Vu Lang's team not to be complacent. Remember to prepare more weapons. The diamond mine is armed and waiting for a surprise attack. He took the order seriously. Okay, I got it. Thatha clearly heard the entire conversation between the two. She had a question. How did you know that a family has a specialized diamond mine in Nam Phi? Vong Tran honestly replied that this was unexpected for him. Someone told me. I never expected the T family to invest in a diamond mine in Nam Phi. The Theatre. Seeing someone about to face misfortune. He really is cunning. Sabotaging the T family's diamond mine. Even the 3 major brands can't hold up. The T family is filled with ghosts now. Vong Tran's face full of smugness pretends to be humble. Compared to her father, I am still very inexperienced. Mentioning her dad, he turned around and asked, by the way, does your father have any new orders lately? Thithi honestly recounted her father's recent condition with a very helpless expression. He just stays in the nursing room every day, comfortably to the point of being lazy, leaving me here to suffer. Suddenly, someone outside knocked on the door. Ventho led a man and a woman. Miss, these 2 are from the night watch. We are officers from the 11th precinct. We would like to invite Mar Vong Tran to come with us for an investigation. Ving Tran stood facing the 2, firmly refusing to go without clear documentation. Why should I go with you guys? Who do you think you are? At that moment, Vian coldly held up a piece of paper and stated, this is an internal arrest warrant. We suspect you are colluding with international reactionaries. Ving Tran found this excuse ridiculous. What kind of bullshit reason is this? The Night Watch spoke firmly, even issuing a threat. Don't think about resisting. We have the right to shoot you right here. Their arrogant attitude made Thithi unable to hold back any longer. She stepped in front of Vidong Tran. You are talking big. This is an international territory. You can't just take someone away as you please. Vian coldly retorted. Don't forget this country is Ho-H. But Thithi's tone was filled with determination. He is, if I do not agree, even if your superior comes here, you won't be able to take him from the Engquan's territory. The atmosphere between the 2 sides was tense. Suddenly, the Vung Tran asked for their identities. What are your aliases? Vian was puzzled by his question but still responded. MVN. He is the Night Watch. Can we go with you now? Finally, he agreed to their unreasonable request. Alright, I will go with you. This left Thithai extremely shocked. V Trong Tran. You can't go. Vig Tran winked reassuringly. Don't worry. Just wait for news from me. He even patted her head comfortingly. It is, just stay home, as you said. I am already yours. How could I just leave you? Although we usually argue. Now that Thith could not hide her worry. He has to come back. The Night Watch stood to the side, bored, watching this emotional farewell, and hurriedly urged, are you done? If you are done, just before leaving, the Ving Tran leans close to Thithai and whispers. Don't worry. I will definitely torment them until there is chaos. Just wait for the show. At the Hong Triu Hotel, in the capital, on the top floor. The Nian paces back and forth talking to Than Via. Looks like you have taken a hard hit this time. Does Vjong Tran even count as a worthy opponent? He admits this time he has failed at your hands. I was careless? The Nian even glances at Than Vi. His words revealing disdain for Vjong Tran. I want to get rid of him. So I need your help with a small matter. Than Vi, having fought with Vjong Tran before, is somewhat hesitant hearing this proposal. This is no small matter. It almost cost me my life. However, as a person with years of business experience, the Nian can guess Than Vi's thoughts. But I know you are very interested in him. He scoffs. You can only ask me to help you with this. Then Nihian starts to use emotional appeal to sway the other party. I believe that since then, we have been friends. Clearly, Than Vi's attitude has slightly shifted. Suddenly, his sister Than Lei and his two younger brothers Thin Hai and Thin K appear, and she hurriedly says, Thin Nian, I have something to discuss with you. Thin Nian felt confused as all three approached him. Did you all come here for something important? Than Lei held up a notice to question Thin Nian. Why had the year-end bonuses for everyone been cut by 80%? Thin Hai chimed in from the side. Why was the 2 million startup fund for all descendants under 30 in the family being cancelled? Clearly frustrated. It seemed the Teague family did not lack a bit of money. Thin Nian responded to their barrage of questions reasonably. The family's liquidity is tight, so we need to consolidate funds. I made it clear in the notice. This is only temporary. Thin Hai was extremely upset about the cut in spending money. Thin Nian, you have always been in charge of the family business. Why has it come to this? He calmly replied. I am responsible for all strategic decisions and bear all the consequences. I know that no matter how I explain, those who are lazy will never understand. I do not think I need to explain myself to everyone. Than Lei's tone was filled with reproach. Thin Nian, you need to take responsibility for your incompetence. And you even have the audacity to want to seize power. If you really can't handle it anymore, then step down. As someone who has run the company for many years, Thin Nian easily saw through their schemes. If your goal is to force me out of this position, then you are going to be disappointed. Thin Hai kept blaming him. Thin Nian, why has there been so much loss since you took over the company? You are incompetent yet still want to monopolize this position. Sooner or later, the Teju family will be doomed. Thin Nian could not stand the shamelessness of those who had been freeloading and still acted this way. He shouted, after all these years, have you achieved any profitable projects? And I, in just 1 year, turned 2 million into 50 million and declared, if anyone can do what I did, I will hand over my position to them. Thin Kai looked at him with disdain, showing no respect for his older brother. Even though the family's assets had grown wildly in the past, have not the last 3 months shown that we have been beaten down by others? Thin Nian felt helpless, and did not want to argue with blood relatives who lacked affection. I can't believe I am wasting time here arguing with you. Are you going to leave on your own, or should I throw you out? Make your choice. Than Lei, relying on being the older sister, spoke in a commanding tone. To Thin Nian, do you dare to speak to me like that? Who do you think you are? Who gave you the right? Suddenly, a flash of light surrounded her. The light then flew to Shenwu, who had been sitting aside and witnessing the entire argument. Than Lei trembled as she saw her long hair being lifted to her shoulders. She is furious, using the seniority of the leader to threaten. Just wait and see. I will tell Grandpa everything. Just wait. Watching the three of them storm off, Thin Nian could not help but grind his teeth and curse. A bunch of idiots. Thin Nian was quite pleased with the way Than Viava put his annoying sister in her place earlier. He made a teasing remark. I do not know anything about Thong Ho Teet Ninich. No wonder he is still single at this age. Than Vi, with a cold expression, stood up and replied, I am not lacking in women around me. Besides, I will help with your issue. At the headquarters of Si Dung International, the night watch was losing patience, continuously intimidating Vjong Tran. What now? Should I put it on for you, or will you do it yourself? The answer he received from Vjong Tran was a punch right in the face, followed by a powerful knee strike, and finally an elbow to the back. Everything happened so fast that the night watched could not react. Staring in shock at the young man in front of him, Vian pulled out her gun to warn him, but he quickly grabbed it, even covering the barrel with his palm. She stared wide-eyed as Vjong Tran disassembled the magazine right in front of her. How is that possible? In just a few seconds, he had taken apart the entire gun. This left the two of them in disbelief. How did you do that? Vjong Tran sneered disdainfully. What is wrong? Were you scared out of your wits? I was already giving you face by coming along. Yet you treat me like nothing. You can't blame me for this. But Vian still preferred to use strong measures. She gritted her teeth and took out her radio to report to her superiors. Vian requested backup, but he had no intention of blowing this up. He just hated the condescending attitude of the two. No need. I just do not want to be handcuffed by anyone. I am going with you. Vian led Vjong Tran downstairs, where many security personnel were already waiting. She pointed to a black car and said to him, Get in, even sitting in the car and about to head to the police station. Vig Tran still had a relaxed expression. I suggest you should send 2 people to carry that guy from upstairs down. Or it will embarrass the 11th Bureau. Vivian ordered her subordinates to bring the beaten night watch down. You guys carry him down. In the... Ving Tran kept observing Vian sitting beside him. After a while of watching, he clicked his tongue teasingly. Your body is really nice. Plus, giving advice to people. Girls should wear less tight clothing. Otherwise, after a while, not only will you feel chest pain, but you will also turn into a pumpkin. Vian could not maintain her calm when disturbed, coldly pulling out her gun and pressing it against Vung Tran's forehead as a warning. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will blow your head off. The 2 cars, one black and one white, sped through the gates of the 11th police station. After he stepped out of the car, the first words he uttered were, "Looks like this is your headquarters." Nothing special at all. His tone showed no sign of panic or worry. Vung Tran's nonchalant attitude during the ride left Vian a bit unable to see through this person. I am very curious to know what job you did before. You moved closer to her and started flirting. What is it? Are you interested in me? But Vian is a cold agent focused solely on her mission. She resolutely turned her back and ordered her subordinates to search him. Afi Han answered seriously. Viving Tran found the joke unamusing, losing interest and explaining why he agreed to go with them. If I wanted to run, no one could stop me. I just want to see who is behind this plot against me. But Vian responded with a disdainful look. Right. She did not want to waste time talking nonsense with Vung Tran any longer. After searching him, they took him to room 204. You acted as if you did not care about the situation and kept joking with her. Wait until I get out. I will definitely introduce you to a good connection. The camera showed Ving Tran being led away by 2 agents. Zaithingthian said to Thasi Lavin beside him. Cousin, are you feeling better now? Seeing him being captured, the anger in his heart finally eased. Zb Vivin, thanks to you, my anger has subsided. If it were possible, I would want him dead. Vibung Thin lit a sinister cigarette and replied. Of course. Even if you did not say it, I would do the same. In room 204. Ving Tran stood straight, his icy gaze issuing a warning. I advise you not to search, or you might end up being the target. Theothumtha ignored him and raised his voice to command. You search him. This is a special order from above. We can be careless. Suddenly a scream rang out, and a soldier beside him collapsed, clutching his leg and crying out in pain. Ying Heap suddenly fell, causing him to suspect the stranger in front of him. Did you do this? Vivung Tran smirked, his tone casual yet mocking. I did not even lay a finger on him. If you do not believe me, check the camera. Unhappy with that remark, Phythun drew his stun baton and charged. I do not care whether you attack or not. Mid-charge, he suddenly froze as if someone had pointed at him. Phythun collapsed, accidentally jabbing the baton into his comrade, causing that guy to jump around like a fish out of water. Vung Tran stared straight into the camera, his lips curling in disdain as he taunted. Your guys are too weak. No sooner had he finished speaking than he shot the camera with the gun in his hand. The gunfire blasted through the air, turning the cameras into heaps of scrap. As the surveillance screen went black, Deng Thivin angrily shouted into the phone for help. If he dares to resist, kill him on the spot. Dozens of soldiers rushed into the room at the command. Ving Tran calmly faced them. Go ahead and try. Elsewhere. HRM's face darkened after reading the contents of the paper. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted angrily. I have been in hiding for years. And you thought I was dead. With that, and Ham stormed out, prompting his subordinates to quickly follow. Prepare the car. I want to meet the minister. Sitting in the car, like Xiao, overwhelmed with worry, spoke up to Hanam. I am telling you, big bro, if we keep throwing in manpower like this, the minister might just kick us all out. He immediately countered with his own perspective. How can the minister kick us out if he continues to hide in his office reading newspapers? Dao Tangchen will be sitting on my head soon. The atmosphere in the car grew tense, prompting Hanam to change the subject to lighten the mood for his companion. Isai, how long has it been since you last saw your brother? Hearing the name of a familiar person, he instinctively responded. It has been 6 years. Suddenly recalling something, he glanced at Xiao with caution, his tone becoming less decisive. Wang Zhang probably does not know your background. Does he? Xiao nodded, his expression clearly showing agreement. That is right. He has never asked and does not care about this stuff. Hanam glanced at the person next to him, unable to resist mocking the slow way of speaking. The minister is your grandpa's old guard. If you speak up, there won't be any issues. However, Xiao's face showed a hint of displeasure, and his tone and manner became slightly annoyed, as if he could not accept that people would only know the grand hair Li Shu from the northwest, and not like Xiao. After driving for a while, Hanam glanced at the clock, his face tense. Wang Zhang, I hope nothing happens to you in these 2 hours. It has been a long time since we last met. Suddenly remembering something, Xiao turned to him and asked. Oh right. Big bro, If we keep this up, won't our relationship with Wang Zhang be exposed? To one side, Wang Zhang remained calm. Facing a few guards who looked dazed as if they did not know what they were doing, Wu Yan stood in the formation, pointing a gun at him and warning. Don't you think about resisting. With so many of us, even if you grow wings, you won't escape. Drop your weapon and surrender. Without warning, Wang Zhang let his gun drop. But there was no sign of someone being cornered. All right, I will surrender. But Wu Yan remained vigilant. Immediately ordering, kick the gun over here. Wang Zhang said nothing and kicked the gun toward the opposite side. With a strong kick, the gun shot forward like an arrow, hitting the soldier in front squarely in the face. He crushed the small glass tube in his hand, his voice dripping with disdain. I knew you could not bring yourself to kill me. A plume of purple smoke burst from the crack in the test tube, rushing toward the guards who were still in shock. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Zhang lunged forward in an instant. He quickly circled behind, neatly subduing Wu Yan. She was flustered but maintained a calm exterior. What do you want? He frowned, speaking in a low, hoarse voice filled with implication. It is simple. Take me to meet Dao Tangqin. This is a personal feud of mine. In the tense situation, Wu Yan had no choice but to grit her teeth and agree. I will take you. His gaze swept through the encirclement, and he heavily uttered a thank you. As they approached the elevator, Viving Tran gently offered some advice. I did not expect your subordinates to be so loyal to you. But take my advice. Leave here a bit early. In Zio Vapru Thiven's office, the Sealing burst in, panicked and shouting, ZB Thiven. They are already at the door. What should we do? You need to think of something fast. He calmly walked to the door, even reassuring him. Cousin, you know what to do. Right. Stepping outside, Vihung then shouted right at Vang Tran. With you causing chaos here, do you think you can just walk out alive, holding a hostage? He was not only unafraid but replied nonchalantly. Do you have any evidence to arrest me? He answered calmly. Recently, the covert military academy has been very active in Ho-H. All evidence points to you having contact with their people. You need to take responsibility for this. Hearing this, he laughed at the shameless attitude. Arresting people without cause is a regular practice for your Sector 11. But do you know how it feels to cuff a special forces soldier from Ho-H? The Ung then rebutted. A soldier almost lost his title. And yet a bunch of treasonous dogs call themselves special forces without shame. Vigdring Tran frowned and aimed his gun at him threateningly. No divine intervention will save you today. Ahang Thiven cautiously drew his own gun and continued to mock. You are just a deserter. What right do you have to act tough with me? I should be the one afraid of you. Just as he finished speaking, a figure in orange crashed through the window. Latiu demonstrated professionalism, flipping through the air. And as soon as he landed, he aimed his gun at Vivthian's head. As Latiu restrained him, he cheerfully turned to Vang Tran and said, Hey Tran, you really should not do this. Killing people is so fun. And you did not even bring your little brother along. Seeing the timely rescue, he exclaimed in joy. Little Lo, what are you doing here? Instead of answering directly, he turned to Vizung then and taunted him. I gotta say, Chief Deserter, you are feeling pretty powerful these days. You even dare to arrest my big brother. He was already in a tight spot yet still tried to act tough. Did you forget where you are with so many guns pointed at you? Do you really think you can walk away? Before either of them could respond, a voice rang out with footsteps. Sector 11 is really something. Achiam confidently strode into the room, followed by a fully armed squad. Seeing him, Azing Thiven nervously exclaimed. Chen Hom, this is not your command center. What is the meaning of bringing soldiers into my office? Who gave you this right? He responded with a serious face, calmly disputing. What do you mean by that? You have already arrested my brother, and you are asking me what I mean. After that, Aham turned to Latiu, reminding him. Little Lo, lower your gun. Receiving the order, he pouted in frustration and stopped. Aham turned to Vising Thin and continued. Why can I command my teammates for a special operation? How could you not know? He looked at Anam with half worry and half suspicion. He calmly announced that he would temporarily take over as deputy minister. The minister and deputy minister had taken extended leave for health reasons. So during this time, he would have full responsibility for the Ministry of National Security. Duong Thian, hearing this, irritably said, You think you can still sit in this position? As he linked up with the deserters to storm into Station 11, as soon as the words left his mouth, Vong Tran flew in without hesitation, kicking him in the stomach before he could react. Duong Thian took the hit and slammed hard against the wall. You calmly grabbed the weapon. Then Vong Tran aimed straight at him as a threat. But then you smiled happily, tossing the gun aside and expressing your gratitude. Hey brother. Sorry for the trouble. Hanem also smiled, punched you playfully. Then hinted. I thought you would never want to see me again in this lifetime. Vong Tran, caught off guard, cried out. Ouch, suddenly remembering Duong Thien. You pointed at him and asked, what should we do with that guy? Duong Thien, clutching his stomach in pain, stood up and started questioning, why do not you just finish me off? If you do not do it today, sooner or later I will come back for revenge. Vong Tran looked straight into the enemy's eyes and replied firmly. Just because he was not finished today does not mean it won't happen later. Knowing he was in trouble, he quickly pressed the activation button on the remote. Everything that just happened was recorded and sent to the Central Disciplinary Committee member. Hanam witnessed the wickedness and criticized Duong Thien. He really is insidious. Lai Tiu swaggered over from nowhere, carelessly reminding him. Don't forget that Ho Huan Nam from the Central Disciplinary Committee was once a commander under my grandfather. For the committee member to punish someone, they must get Ho Huan Nam's approval. His arrogant words made Duong Thien curious. So you are confidently declaring that you are the son of Lai Deep Bun from the northwest. Lai Tiu. Lai Thien Thu is my older brother, which shocked Vong Tran. Your kid has hidden it too well. Lai Tiu Loi Shuklang was trembling, hiding under the table. Brother Tran, how should we deal with this old man? Your hand gripped his collar. Teeth gritted as you spoke. You abused your power to frame and harm me. Old man, your scheme is impressive. Shuklang struggled and questioned. Do you have any evidence? Vong Tran coldly tossed him aside, contemptuously spitting out his final words. No rush. Just wait. It won't be long. After saying that, Vong Tran turned to Hanam. It has been a while since we met. I will treat you guys to drinks. Lai Tiu's eyes sparkled like car headlights. That is great. Do I get my share? Hanam pinched his ear and teased him. You tell me. Vong Tran enthusiastically patted his shoulder. Where do you want to eat today? Just call me and I will treat you. Before everyone left, Lai Tiu quickly pointed at Duong Thien and Shuk Liang. So what about these two? Do we need to deal with them? You casually dropped those words. But it made the other two anxious for a long time. Let them go for now. After that, Ving Tran's group decided to head to a nearby local eatery. Everyone raised their glasses to toast. Tonight, we drink until we drop. Ashinam held up his beer and asked Virong Tran. Was that thing at the Tung family you're doing? He kept munching on a chicken leg, expertly pretending to be clueless. What Tung family? What are you talking about? His eyes sparkled with interest as he looked at you, as if discovering a completely new person. You are still pretending with me. The weak act was so poorly done that Vong Tran felt sad pretending. I have never been involved in stuff like this. But that day when Tu then Via showed up, I did fight with him. He is a real threat. Hearing that, he sighed deeply in frustration. His target is you. Right. Lo Tu clapped to grab their attention and spoke loudly. If I run into Tu then Vi again, I will definitely have to deal with him. Seeing him so fired up, Tatinon reminded him. You would better be careful. If anything goes wrong, how am I supposed to explain that to Mar? Just then, Vong Tran's phone buzzed from his pocket, lighting up with the name of an old acquaintance. Liu Hyan. Her sweet yet sharp voice rang out. I have a performance tonight. Are you free to come? He chuckled softly and replied. I can't tonight. I have something else to do. Her great disappointment quickly spilled out of the phone speaker. Really? You can come. I saved some tickets for you. Not tonight. So I guess I will have to wait for next time. Ving Tran skillfully replied to avoid upsetting her further. While I do have something to do, it is not as important as your performance. After hearing that, Liu Hyman's tone immediately brightened. You are so annoying. That is good. I will be backstage at the performance at Capital Normal University waiting for you. Sensing her mood lift, he could not help but smile in satisfaction and replied, okay, see you then. Two pairs of sparkling eyes were fixed on him as if he were the prime-time TV star. Vung Tran helplessly said, Why are you two looking at me like that? Loti will laugh mischievously and teased. Are you flirting with sis-in-law? When will you let us meet her? Ain Ham quickly joined in to pressure him. You would better introduce us to your sister-in-law. Is it Trong Men K? The Inkwan Thay? Or Thai? Viving Tran spread his arms to block the two nosy storms, unable to withstand the prolonged teasing any longer. And Ham snapped, Who's it? Already. He picked up his beer, calmly dropping a bomb on his brothers. Li Yu Haoan is the leading lady in the advertisement for Si Dung. Loto Yu, stepping on someone's tail, jumped up with bright eyes filled with surprise. Oh my, it is my goddess. You know, Anne Tran. You have to take me with you. The Vung Tran patted him on the shoulder like a seasoned elder, smiling as he shared his joy. After eating, I will take you to the concert. As everyone arrived at the backstage of the Pedagogical University, a staff member blocked their way. This is the concert backstage. Unauthorized people are not allowed in. Lo Tiu angrily stepped forward and shouted. What do you mean unauthorized people? Say that again. Fan Veit looked down on them, firmly refusing to let them in. What do these annoying peasants think they are? This is not a place for you. Lo Tiu could not take it anymore and rolled up his sleeves, ready to throw down. Today, I am going to teach you a lesson you want to forget. Ving Tran saw the tension rising and stepped in, gently saying, "We are friends of Liu Hein. Here to see her perform." He clearly did not believe this, his disdain evident. "What? You are Liu Haiyan's friends. I am her boyfriend, Lalo Tiu." Frustrated. Told him. Forget explaining to him. Just beat him up already. Abraham noticed he looked like a kid and patted him on the shoulder. "Let Ving Tran handle it. Do not start trouble." Just then, Liu Hoan suddenly rushed out from the room, grabbing Ving Tran's hand, leaving the staff member stunned. "You are here. Are they all your friends?" He introduced each person with a wave. "This is Etri Nam and Lao Tu Tai. They are all my good buddies. Lotiu Tiu has admired you for a long time. Do not forget to sign for him later." She friendly offered, "Hello. I am Liu Huan." He immediately took her hand, both excited and shy to meet his idol. "Hello. Hello. I am Lo Hevuyu. I fell for you the first time I saw you on Tevam." Aham unceremoniously kicked him hard in the butt. "Calm down." Lo Tiu got the message and stepped back behind him. "Big bro." Then, Liu Hoan eagerly handed the ticket to Ving Tran. "This is a front row ticket. Remember to cheer for me later." He quickly took it and waved excitedly. "Don't you worry. Goat. After the show, we will go for late night snacks." Liu Hoan held the microphone and began to sing. She was on stage performing in front of hundreds of thousands of audiences below, including Vivi Tran, who was watching intently. Suddenly, Lo Tiu poked him on the arm jokingly. "You have added another one to your harem." He felt annoyed and snapped, "Get lost." After the show ended, Thin K unexpectedly spoke up backstage. "Liu Haiyan. Tonight I have a friend visiting from Namjiang. How about I introduce you to?" She immediately declined. "Sorry. I have plans with someone else tonight." He stubbornly held on to Liu Haiyan's arm. "You have to go with me today." Hung K, understanding her discomfort, advised. "Thin K. Do not trouble her anymore." He furrowed his brows and questioned, "Who did she call to bring him here for me?" Just then, Vong Tran walked over and raised his hand to respond. "No need to call. I arranged for Liu Hoyan." Thin K acted smug. "I do not care who you are. Liu Hoyan has to stay with me tonight. If you want to play with me till the end, go ahead and try." He clenched his fist and repeated the challenge. "Fine then." Even Tathian Hai did not dare to talk to me like that. "Aren't you just a cousin of Tathian Hai? What are you so proud of?" He pointed to himself. Then Nguyen Hong confirmed. "Since I was a kid, if I liked something, no one could take it from me." Vong Tran smiled disdainfully. "Then why do not you try to take Tathian Hai's place? Or do not you want to?" Thien Kai was so provoked he could hardly respond. "Do you think I could find someone to cripple you?" He did not show any fear and even challenged him. "Go ahead and do it if you are capable." Suddenly, he glanced at Hong Kai. Suspecting something, he approached him and extended his hand in greeting. "I did not expect to run into you in the capital. How is your wound healed yet?" He ignored him, quickly turning away with a grunt, leaving Vong Tran confused. After walking a bit, Thien Kai turned back and threatened him. "Liu Hoyan, if you dare to disrespect me today, just wait and see. As long as you are in the entertainment industry, I will make your life miserable." He angrily threw a nearby chair at him. Thien Kai fell face down, letting out a grunt. Vong Tran brushed his hands mockingly, calling the move chair smash. In a restaurant filled with diners, a man held a bottle of wine, mumbling to the woman beside him. "Get out of the way. I already said I do not need your help." Vu Ho stumbled over to Liu Huan's seat and smashed the wine bottle, startling her into a scream. Vong Tran immediately stood up and punched the guy in the face. The guy staggered to maintain his balance and shouted, "Who dares to hit me?" Vu Ho stepped up to her and accused, "You hit him, did not you?" Just as he finished speaking, he reached out to touch Liu Huan, but she quickly closed her eyes and pushed his hand away to avoid him. He was just waiting for this, pointing at her and shouting, "Come see." A pretty girl hitting someone. Cam Much also joined in, yelling to attract attention. Is not that the famous star Li Hoyan? Why is she hitting someone? The crowd, drawn by the noise, became curious. Someone nearby suddenly spoke up. "It is really Liu Hoyan." Another person chimed in. "A little fame and he is already bullying others." Sure enough, no one in the entertainment industry is good. Vu Ho aggressively grabbed Liu Huan's hand. "Bullying her? If you do not compensate me for my losses today, you want to get away." Vong Tran could not just stand by and grab the guy's wrist to warn him. "If you do not let go, your wrist will be shattered." Then he turned to the crowd and said, "And you all, disperse. Watching the drama and getting hurt for no reason is not worth it." Once no one was around, he began to interrogate. "Tell me, who sent you here?" Vu Ho still talked big and slandered. "She hit me first. Nobody sent me here." Hearing that response, Vong Tran kicked him hard. "You can't just let this go easily," he ordered. "Hanam, I am leaving it to you." Hanam immediately agreed. "Don't worry. It will be quick. Lai Tiu just stepped outside to check the situation and ran back to report. These guys were hiding in the car, spying on us. Vong Tran sternly commanded. Tiu Li, take them for interrogation, and let me know if you find anything. Liu Huan fearfully asked, who is behind this trying to harm me? He glanced at her and reassured. You are famous now. Of course. Some people will be jealous of you. Is late. Let me take you back to the hotel. At the Hong Triu Hotel. The sun was setting outside. Liu Huan, wearing a pretty dress, gently said. Vong Tran, thank you for saving me so many times. Vong Tran, being modest as always, replied, it is nothing. She suddenly stood on her tiptoes, not letting him finish, and gave him a sweet kiss. He was so surprised he froze. Suddenly, his phone in his pocket buzzed with a notification. Vong Tran focused on his phone and said, looks like Hanam has found something. I will go check it out. Liu Huan said, you go ahead. Right. This is my first kiss. But do not worry. I won't hold you responsible. Once outside, he called to check on the interrogation situation. And the other person replied, not yet. But I have something else. Just now when I returned to the office, I saw Shang Quantha. She brought some people here to wait for you. He squinted and instructed, tell her to go home. Hanam is not joking. Should I tell her to come to the Hong Triu Hotel to find you? Lai Tiu chimed in, not realizing he was adding more trouble, squeezing in yet another person. Vong Tran's expression changed upon hearing him. Shut up. I am going home now. Tell her to wait for me a bit. At the Tian Bin Sun Villa. Dusk was settling in. When Thitha saw him, she quickly assessed. Looks like the people who captured you are in trouble. He casually replied. Those fools got a beating from me. Curious, she quickly asked. Do you know who is behind this trying to harm you? Vong Tran firmly answered. It is Tu Thuk Long. Hearing his name, she showed great indignation. That damn old man has not kicked the bucket yet. His gaze suddenly turned sharp, affirming, sooner or later, he will. Thin Phi, standing nearby, could not hold back a laugh, covering his mouth. Vong Tran then draped his arms around the two beauties and urged, you two should go to bed. Staying up too late won't be good for your skin. The grabbed Thin Phi's hand and said. His phone suddenly rang. It was Hanam calling. As soon as he answered, he heard his voice announce. I investigated. It is a Thing Kai. At the Tiangong International Club. 2 men and 2 women were sitting closely together. Suddenly, Thin Kai turned to say. Listen. Hung Kai. Now that we are in the capital, do not stress out. Relax it. Hung Kai felt uncomfortable and replied. I am not really used to this. Maybe I should go back to the hotel to rest first. He kept trying to entice. Hung Kai. Do not be shy. Acting like that will just make you miss out on the joy of life. Suddenly, the door opened. And as Vong Tran appeared, he immediately scolded them. You guys come to my territory to enjoy flowers and drink without telling me. At least I could have hosted you. Thin Kai was taken aback and stood up, questioning, why are you here? And how is this place your territory? He stepped inside and began to accuse. And Tian, you hired someone to throw dirty water on Liu Haivan. So of course, I have to come to collect the debt. He was curious about what he meant and frowned, asking, what do you want? Without saying a word, he reached down to grab the neck of the wine bottle. With no unnecessary movements, he lifted it forward and growled. What do you have to say? Immediately, Hung Kai stood in front of Thin Kai and quickly said, have some respect for me. Vong Tran angrily demanded. Get out of the way. Someone like Thin Kai is not worth it. Just a few minutes into the commotion, Fgu Min, the general manager of the club, came over with 2 bodyguards and shouted, what is going on here? Who is causing trouble? Then he bent down politely to introduce himself. Young Master Thin Kai. I'm Simun, the general manager of this club. We truly apologize for disturbing you. We were just waiting for the Thin Kai to point you out. You guys came at the right time. Quickly beat him up for me and throw Tung Si out. He moved closer, standing opposite Vong Tran, and said sternly, Sir, this is the Tiangong International Club. If you want to cause trouble, I am afraid you have come to the wrong place. He did not care and coldly spoke up. Oh really? Am I not allowed to work in my own territory? Simun angrily glared and gritted his teeth threateningly. Just try it. He suddenly held out his card. And when the man saw it, he was startled, beads of sweat forming on his face. Stammering, This is a platinum card. You are the chairman, Vong Tran firmly and coldly replied. I already said this is my territory. Do you have any objections now? Seeing Simun quietly bow his head and turn to leave, Thin Kai quickly reached out to call him back. Quick and dangerous. Vong Tran immediately smashed the wine bottle over Thin Kai's head, simultaneously elbowing him. With no unnecessary movements, Thin Kai was knocked down onto the sofa. He knew right from wrong, so once it was done, Thin Kai turned to Hung Kai and said, you go ahead. Out of respect for your dad and sister, I won't make it hard for you. He understood and quickly left. All right. Lo Hu rushed into the room and asked, "Can we start now?" Ving Tran pointed at the NK and ordered, "Strip him of all his clothes." Completely. The next day, in the Inquan Thatha's office, his phone suddenly rang. It was then Gai Long calling. He quickly answered, asking, "Did it go well?" The opponent's voice rang out excitedly. "We did it. The mission exceeded all expectations. I have blown up all the tunnels for the next 15 to 20 years. So do not even think about restoring them. Moreover, I have also blown up the Tuff family's processing factory." Hearing this, Yu felt a surge of joy and praised him. Well done. As soon as he hung up, Ving Tran shared this joy with the Thai. The T family's diamond mine in South Africa has been blown up, and she quickly started implementing her plan. Great. I will immediately send Hanlin Tintun to attack, taking advantage of this opportunity to take down all three of Tuku's brands. Leaning back in his chair, he sighed, thinking this would be an exciting show to watch. They lost their central natural gas and now the diamond market too. Let the T2 family collapse. At this moment, at Tiv Thing K's house, he was still lying on the bed in frustration. Damn it. I must take revenge on that bastard Viong Tran, and also that ungrateful Trajing Hung K. Sooner or later, I will regain my dignity. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Tithekovin Hyang calling. The NK picked up the phone. Puzzled. What is it? The Nian snapped back. Come to my office right now. If you are not here in half an hour, do not expect to get a single cent next year. He sat up frustrated and yelled, "Athenian, do not think you are so impressive. Let me tell you, I am not going to let you finish." And the other side hung up, after ending the call. The NK furiously slammed his fist down on the bed and screamed, "Athenian, you dare hang up on me?" Into Thivneven's office. The NK aggressively burst through the door, shouting, "Athenian, what do you want from me?" The Noon coldly tossed a newspaper in front of him and said, "You take a look." He opened it to find his own image linked to scandalous content about a rich young heir. The photo of a rich kid in the capital was suspected to have been hacked into. He immediately tore the newspaper apart and denied it. "I have never done anything like that. These photos are all Photoshop." His face was stern as he said, "I have had it examined, and there are no traces of Photoshop. Do you have anything else to say?" The NK, unable to control his anger, slammed both fists down on the table repeatedly, showing doubt. "Athenian, I did not do it. Are you holding a grudge against me? Deliberately editing the photos to frame me?" Seeing his dissatisfied attitude, the Nian threw a glass of water in his face. "Athenian, you better calm down and think carefully. Have you offended anyone recently?" He then fell silent, raised his hand to his head in contemplation, and after a moment, as if recalling something, the NK asserted, "It must be Vung Tran. He must be trying to frame me." Hearing this, he is surprisingly frowning and asks, "V Trong Tran, why did you provoke this guy?" At the same time, in Liu Hoven's room, Ving Tran is casually tapping his fingers on the table. The sound from the door lock suddenly rings out. Dinian opens the door, sees him inside, and asks, "Bro, why are you just sitting there without saying anything?" When she gets closer, he finally manages to speak. "You are the queen of the drama series." Lodi Noon quickly responds, "I am Lady Nin. Who are you? Why are you here?" Ving Tran happily introduced, "I am Ving Tran, a friend of Liu Haiyan." He was very curious and boldly asked, "She is a big star worth nearly 100 million. Why is she in a house like this?" Dainin was friendly and did not hesitate to explain. "This house is the first one in the capital that I loved enough to invest in. So I do not want to sell it. I rent a place for students nearby, and I come back to check on it sometimes." He was considerate enough to stand up and excuse himself. "Well, you go do your thing. Liu Hoen is not here, so I will head back." She quickly grabbed his arm and winked. Since he was already here, why not stay and wait a little longer? Vung Tran was surprised by her action and quickly responded, "To have a big star like Lai Dainin here, I must be really lucky." He straightforwardly pulled her hand away and refused. "But I am not interested in you. Let us not waste each other's time." At the villa, a man kept kicking then K.'s back while cursing. "You bastard. How could I have such a useless son like you? You have embarrassed the whole T family." He was T Thivin K's father. Takinam. He knelt down, trembling as he justified, "I really do not know what happened. When I woke up, I was already in my own bed. It must have been that Vazung Tran who plotted against me, knocked me out and took pictures." He immediately gave him a slap and criticized, "At this point, you are still trying to blame others." The NK was wronged, so Ganil asserted, "I told you it was not me." Vice Ho sternly advised, "Now that it has come to this, we should discuss how to resolve it first." The situation was tense when suddenly the phone in then K's pocket rang, leaving him unsure of what to do. As he was confused, the man spoke up, giving him permission. "Answer it." He quickly pulled out his phone to answer. The voice on the other end was panicked. "Not good. The diamond mine has exploded. All the tunnels have collapsed deep underground." The NK was so shocked that the phone fell from his hand, At the international exhibition, Miyu appeared looking very stylish and vibrant. Ving Tran lightly tapped her on the head, scolding. Why did not you call me before coming to the capital? She raised her hand to rub her head and explained. My dad came to the capital for a meeting. I followed to surprise you. He welcomed her happily. Then I must treat you really well. Let us go eat all over the capital. How about that? Miyu lowered her head, sounding dejected. I am only here for a day or two. I probably can't eat all over the capital. He was concerned and asked. It is rare for you to visit the capital. Why not stay a few more days before heading back? Mentioning this perked her up again. The day after tomorrow, I have to go to America to see Unifat. I have wanted to go for a long time. Ving Tran excitedly shared. I have been there before. It feels like paradise. Are you going to America alone? Her eyes suddenly widened, and she quickly responded, you know. You awkwardly raised your hand to scratch your head. Miyu immediately slapped your shoulder. Just kidding. I am going with another girl, so do not worry. She giggled and laid out a series of upcoming plans. I plan to travel and see the sights around the world first, then come back to work properly, and after that, get married and have kids. Just then, Ving Tran's phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled out his phone and saw an incoming call from H&M. He was sure something was up, so he quickly answered. A somewhat hurried voice came from the other end. Earlier, Lum Tai was determined to clarify the small bottle. We have got the results. You need to come here quickly. I will send a car to pick you up. Ving Tran glanced at Miyu, feeling a bit awkward to decline. But I have some personal matters to attend to today. Hyunam then threw in a surprise. That bottle is a biological weapon, a new type of biological warfare drug. Hearing this, Ving Tran quickly changed his mind. What? I will be right there. Miyu listened to the entire conversation but gently expressed her sympathy. If you have urgent business, just go ahead. He apologetically looked at her and offered to make it up. If I am free tomorrow, I will take you out for dinner. The two exchanged goodbyes, then went their separate ways. As soon as Miyu got into the driver's seat, Hung Kei seized the opportunity to scold Ving Tran. I told you. He won't care about you. Upon hearing this, she shot him an annoyed glance and firmly stated, Trong Hung Kei, I do not need you to worry about me. Realizing the other person was angry, he had to change the subject. Where do you want to go? She replied as she drove fast on the road. To the airport. I want to change my ticket. At the estate, the two of them from the Sasto family were having a serious political discussion. Faisa Ho sat in a chair and started the conversation with the question. Then Neen, what do you think about today's events? He felt both tense and self-reproachful. About the diamond mine. I never expected they would trace it back there. This is my fault. He lightly scolded his favorite grandchild. You can blame him. Nothing has ever happened in South Africa before. Today's events have really exceeded our expectations. Calmly inquire about future plans. What do you plan to do next? Then Noon was determined to turn the tables. Speaking in a firm tone, I am preparing to mobilize funds. As long as 3 major brands can hold on through this period, we still have a chance to turn things around. Faisa Ho was dissatisfied and retorted. Where will you get that much capital? Are you planning to put our family's foundation into that? But he insisted. Grandpa, do not worry. I won't touch our family's foundation. I will find a way to gather money. Plus we still have corresponding stock in the country. Enough to get us through this period. He set that aside and continued to question. There is still one more thing. Tell me the truth. I have sent people to kill Ving Tran several times. Ving even did not hide his intentions and bluntly admitted. 3 times. But all failed. You really can't hide anything from Grandpa. It is true that a snake has its nest. So Faisa Ho praises the cold-blooded nature of his grandson. You did very well. People like that need to be dealt with as soon as possible. With his approval. Then Nian felt relieved and cautiously asked for his opinion. So what about Ving Tran later? Faisa Ho interrupted and made the decision himself. I will negotiate this with your uncle. You do not need to get involved anymore. With the fastest speed to the National Security Laboratory, Ving Tran curiously observed the drug vial in his hand. Does it have any special power compared to previous biochemical weapons? Fathun explained thoroughly. This is a type of anesthetic mixed with various organisms. And it spreads very quickly. If this pathogen enters Hoei, then Hoei will turn into a dead land. Ham stood with his arms crossed, expressing concern about the potential danger. The results of this research project probably have not been reported back home yet. But we still do not know if the blown-up base on Tanaka Island had a backup for the pathogen. That is the key issue. This issue made Ving Tran fall into deep thought. He confirmed another bad piece of news. The foreigners have definitely learned that this pathogen was taken by us in Hoei. Hearing that, Ving Tran suggested, how about I take another trip to Tanaka Island? But he was stopped and explained. No need. When Lam Tai quite returns, we will contact the relevant departments. They have sent people to strictly monitor the surrounding seas. He immediately asked about the situation. Was there any result? Asianham honestly reported the discovery of 2 small submarines and 1 transport plane, all of which had been sunk into the sea. Ving Tran asked for his opinion. I feel this island does not need to be kept anymore. Can we destroy it? But he had other plans, so he refused. No need. Just leave it for now. Cutting off the source of life is enough. We will wait for them to abandon the island. Solving a tough issue made him feel much happier. That is not a bad idea, by the way. I will come to your house for dinner tonight. I have wanted to meet the legendary sister-in-law for a long time. After finishing the work, the two of them headed back to the apartment where H.I.N.M. lived. Arriving in front of the house, he inserted the key into the lock, creating a dull sound. As he pushed the door open, he was shocked to see the chaotic scene on the floor. He immediately ran into the room, calling out his wife's name loudly. Effie her Zuyu Thun. Effie her Zuyu Thun. But it was in vain as no one responded. Ving Tran patted his shoulder to calm him down. Stay calm. Sister-in-law is fine. The enemy killed 4 guards and then took her away. This shows she still has value to them. So do not worry. They will contact us. Even though he knew that, Abraham still felt devastated and said nothing. He looked up at the wedding photo of the two of them, and quickly gathered himself to find a solution. Ainem quickly contacted Lal Tu and Tiul, and immediately investigated all the entry and exit routes in the capital, including airports, railways, and highways. Sister-in-law. Something happened. We must find her, he quickly assured. Don't you worry. Big bro. I will definitely get it done. The worry for his loved ones ignited a flame of anger in Hanam. These bastards. Once I catch them, I will make sure they won't die peacefully. Old grudges piled on top of new ones. Wang Zhang vowed to end the lives of those pests. They should not even think about surviving. Back at the mansion, the 2 members of the Tachu family were discussing matters in a private room. Nature announced the current situation. The grandfather from the capital mentioned that all roads in and out of the capital were blocked, and vehicles were being checked. Fuck Ho was not surprised by this event. It was to be expected. Seeing his calm demeanor, he felt a bit suspicious. Grandpa, you really took action. But he shook his head and explained. It is just a little rumor I spread. This time we are borrowing someone to kill. 3 failed assassination attempts had made Thean Nian extremely curious. How will we kill them? Fuck Ho's face showed a ruthless expression. He would make sure Wang Zhang and his crew would all die in this country. In Hanam's office, Wang Zhang waited patiently for news, while he paced back and forth, showing immense worry. Just then, Lai Tu burst through the door and announced. Big bro, there is news. The surveillance camera at Chu River Airport detected that 2 days ago, his sister-in-law boarded a plane to this country. Hanam connected the recent events and frowned in suspicion. I have not been home for 3 days. And 2 days ago, Hong then appeared at the airport. All of this has been prearranged. Why are they targeting me? Wang Zhang speculated that they might be after the vial of biological weapon. Seems like the people from this country do not have any backup plans left. Doubts arose in his mind. Not many people knew about this. Could there be an insider? He proposed an action plan. Not ruling out this possibility, he told the people over there to be ready for backup. We will head to their country immediately. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted their conversation. Your brother has a package. Aishinham then spoke up. Come in. The subordinate handed him a sealed envelope and reported. Boss. Your name is written on this. I do not know why it was sent here. Afraid to miss any news. He quickly tore it open. This is a letter of demands accompanied by threats from the kidnappers. This letter ignited H-Fam's anger to its peak. These bastards will make you die in peace. Ving Tran calmly analyzed the situation. It seems the other side had been plotting for a long time. They kept emphasizing it was you, not him, showing that we are also within their scope. This situation made him hastily draw his gun and act immediately. I can't wait any longer. Get ready. We are departing right away. Over here. Thun Vi was skillfully twirling a dagger while conversing with the person beside him. To be honest, I do not agree with what your old man is doing. Using the resources of their country to eliminate his own people. In the end, it is hard to justify. Nature makes it seem unavoidable. But that is just how my old man is. He won't stop at anything to achieve his goals. He patted his counterpart on the shoulder and gently persuaded. Your wounds have healed completely. VU. Do not you want to seek revenge on that guy? This is the best opportunity right now. His words hit the nail on the head. So he firmly insisted that he would definitely take revenge. At the Huangtan International Airport, Hanam led 3 others to the check-in area to go to Japan. Suddenly, a young man approached them, silently handing him his phone, not giving this person a chance to escape. Vong Tran quickly threw him to the ground and shouted, Where are they? Lead us to them. The man panicked, insisting his innocence. I do not know. A woman gave this to me. You did not let up and continued to ask where that woman was. He honestly replied. She left. Hanam saw that no useful information could be obtained, so he stopped you. Do not attract any more attention. Laitiu also urged. We should hurry and get in the car. There might be someone nearby watching us. In the hotel room, Hong then lay still on the bed, guarded by 2 bodyguards. Hakan sat at the edge of the bed, waking her up. My name is Kawasaki Heiken. Your husband, Hanam, has already gone to Japan. I will make sure he goes there but does not come back. This blatant warning made her struggle to break free from her bindings. What do you want to do with him? You can tee. This attitude provoked the man's pride, causing him to slap Hong then hard across the face. An ungrateful woman. You would better start thinking about how to take good care of your child, and not let her be born prematurely. He laughed viciously, uttering malicious words. I really enjoy this look of despair. She was not scared and continued to curse at that pervert. Ken suddenly pulled out his phone to announce that she would soon hear his voice. Both Vong Tran and Hanam frowned, watching the phone in his hand. Suddenly, a male voice rang out. Hanam, have you brought what I need? He did not rush to answer but loudly retorted. Where's my wife? If anything happens to her, I will destroy this. Hong then quickly called out to stop him. Hanam, do not come here. Absolutely do not. Ada suddenly walked in from the door, looking at Hong then with a mocking attitude. Women from Hoha are quite something. He moved closer to touch her face, speaking with a suggestive tone. Women who fall into my hands never have a good ending. He shamelessly pulled her coat open, intending to make a move, but Ken was afraid of trouble and stopped him. Inamoto, do not act recklessly. Frustrated at not being able to carry out his plan, he sneered in disdain. Coward. Afraid of those punks from Hoha. He ignored the insults and maintained his cautious stance. They are not as simple as you think. I want a one-hit victory. Just as M appeared at the door, he asked, how do you plan to achieve that one-hit victory? The two had just been at odds, but now they greeted Master Muzuma in unison. Old Heen asked, Hey Ken, share your thoughts. Akin outlined the plan in his mind, aiming to exhaust their strength and energy over the next 2 days. We will strike when the enemy is completely worn out. This time, it is Hoha revealing the news. I am sure they will send someone too. Mua quickly voiced his opinion, continuing to express doubts. How are you planning to proceed? He replied clearly. I believe the first task is to safely retrieve the biological warfare agent. Whether we can kill Hanam or not does not really matter. This answer seemed to satisfy the old man. Very well. But you are still a bit too soft. Hakentran retorted. Master Matsushima, are you suggesting that Muff intends to eliminate the threat completely after obtaining the vial? Hoa won't dare to act. He did not rush to agree, only probing for opinions. Can I investigate the situation of those three from Hoha first? On the contrary, was not modest at all. The turtle hiding its head from the Iga clan should wait for my wild blade to take action against all of them. Over here at 8:0 am at the Hekon Hot Springs. The three were relaxing in the hot water. Lai Tiu playfully joked. The Japanese really know how to enjoy life, do not they? Look at these beautiful girls. T. Stask, Vung Tran seriously warned. Good. Do not get so distracted by the girls that you forget the main issue. He suddenly felt guilty and raised his hand, realizing that sister-in-law's affairs were the most important. The three had no idea that Y was silently watching them from behind. He stared for a while and then ominously smiled, calculating how to take their lives. At the same time, a sniper had locked a Nam in his sights. MC Long hid behind a bush by the wall, waiting for the right moment to strike. As the clock struck the golden hour, his index finger lightly pushed the trigger. This action caused the bullet to fire, creating a bright golden spark. But unexpectedly, the bullet veered off and shattered the nearby glass, startling those close by. Everyone nearby soaking in the water panicked and fled, though Fe Long was surprised. He had no doubts and thought to himself, missed. It must just be a coincidence. Thinking this, he decided to shift his target to Vong Tran. But before he could make any further move, Tae quite knocked him down from behind. He had not even had time to react before he was seized by the opponent, causing blood to spill from his mouth with just 2 moves, leaving him quite dissatisfied. Ving Tran made me be extra cautious. I thought you were really something. If I had known you were this weak, I would not have wasted my energy. Meanwhile, down below, Ye approached with his sword drawn, full of spirit. He unsheathed his sword and charged at Vong Tran, ready to show them what a wild blade really was. Little did he expect that the blood-dripping sword would be shattered by something that zipped past. He stared in shock at the remaining half of the sword in his hand. It turns out Vu Yen was hiding on the rooftop, taking shots at Ida. He sensed the danger, quickly dodged the bullets, and vanished in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Lai Tiu trembled in fear, yelling at his brother, asking why the person he sought was so reckless. Not understanding what was going on, he asked how it turned into playing with fire. Finding his voice, he let out a stream of frustration. Clearly, your subordinates could have dealt with the sniper sooner, but they let that bastard shoot at us. You tried to explain to ease the tension. I do not even know what Lam Te Quiet is thinking anymore. Hearing this, Lai Tiu cried even louder, sobbing and sniffling. And then there is Vu Yen, who insists on waiting until the Japanese come at us with knives before firing back. It is so frustrating. Once he calmed down, Vong Tran pointed to the hot spring nearby and spoke with a meaningful tone. With such beautiful scenery, would not it be a shame if it got destroyed? Just a moment ago, Lai Tiu was crying loudly, But now he perked up with a bold idea. We have worked hard to get here. We have to make a huge splash before we leave. Hanam quickly agreed, saying it was a great idea. 10 minutes later, the squad jumped into action, ordering a bunch of people to rush in and prepare for a big play. Vong Tran cheerfully waved his hands to urge the mission on. Around the hot spring, brown liquid flowed messily on the ground. Seeing everything was in order, he decisively waved his hand, signaling it was time to act. At the command, a bullet shot out like lightning through the air. It aimed straight at the gas pipe, creating a deafening noise. Flames erupted violently, destroying everything at the Red Dirt Resort. Meanwhile, Vong Tran's group had already retreated to a safe area. After enjoying the spectacular display, he turned around to remind everyone, there is something more important to do. Head back to where Muff and Heen are staying. La Than Thoi enjoyed a cup of hot tea and asked questions politely. Kawasaki-kun told Inamoto Ida to go disturb Anam. Is this your idea? He could not admit it directly, so he circled around, saying Inamoto was dedicated to the country. This is his idea. But the thick skin has sharp nails, the old man coldly reminded his subordinate. Kawasaki-kun, this matter relates to national interests. I hope you can think it through. Do not let personal grudges interfere with the country's major issues. After saying this, Muff stood up to give a warning before leaving. This is the final warning. Think carefully. The two Kens were intimidated and sat down, silently telling themselves they could not wait any longer. Over there, the phone in Hanam's hand suddenly vibrated, making him focus on the screen. As soon as he answered, a sharp male voice came through. The Chinese are quite the players, causing such a ruckus. He was no longer as worried as before and responded bluntly. Too flattering. When will we talk? Akin knew time was running out, so he coldly announced, 3:00 p.m. today at the Yokohama Mikura workshop. The phone call suddenly made the atmosphere in the car heavy, with unusual pressure. As the deadline approached, the car carrying the Vivazan Tran group slowly entered the Yokohama Mikiju workshop. Latiyu sat in the driver's seat. To Tensen confirming again, is it this workshop? Aishinham replied uncertainly. We should probably drive straight in. They parked the car and opened the doors to step out. Just as their feet touched the ground, a bullet shattered the car window, startling him. Knowing this was a powerful family of cornered hunters, he slammed his hand down in anger and cursed. Damn. What a setup. From above, Haken and a group of armed men stood in formation, loudly asserting their dominance. There is an old saying in Hoech. When friends come from afar, you must welcome them joyfully. Are you gentlemen satisfied with this welcoming ceremony? Ham ignored the meaningless words and bluntly got to the point. Where's my wife? He pointed behind them and said, over there. Do not worry. She is fine. The three turned back and were shocked to see her being lifted dozens of meters high by a tow truck. The situation was extremely dangerous. Even a strong woman like Echi Thungthun could not help but feel afraid. Her gaze blurred as if she was desperately pleading for help, despite being panicked. And Tam shouted to reassure her. Efi Zuyu Thun. I am here to save you. It is. Trust me. She forced a calming smile and nodded in response. Mem. Then he turned to negotiate with the kidnappers. Let my wife down. I will give you the sample. But Haikin would not agree and began haggling. I need to see the vial first. Ayenham took out the evidence and said firmly, the sample is here. Let my wife down first. Unexpectedly, the guy wanted more. I have to check the goods. I can't be sure if the vial you brought contains what I need. Wait until I finish checking before I can let your wife go. He knew very well what Haikin was up to, so he firmly refused. I do not agree. At this moment, the guy pretended to be more negotiable and suggested, it looks like we can't reach an agreement. How about both sides make a concession? A moment later, this cunning fox revealed his sinister intentions by pointing at Vedong Tran. I can return your wife to you first. But during my inspection, I need him as a hostage. Once I finish checking the goods, you can safely leave here. Seeing that he was becoming increasingly unreasonable, Echinam immediately refused. No way. Hearing this, Hakin showed a helpless expression. Then there is nothing more to say. In a desperate situation, he patted his companion's shoulder to reassure him. They can't do anything to me. Just stay calm. Iamam hesitated, intending to cast a spell, but Ving Tran decisively interrupted. Stop being so nervous like a woman. You guys go back to your country first. Wait for me to come back and we will have a big feast. The guy gradually lost patience and asked, how? Have you finished discussing? Ving Tran calmly made his request. I agree. Let Eftring then go. The teacher has taken the bait. Hakin loudly ordered his men to release the woman from Ho Aish. The helicopter carrying Hefshinbuth then gradually descended, while two armed bodyguards approached to lead him away. Viving Tran did not resist and followed, despite them pointing guns at him. At that moment, in another villa, the warm sunlight revealed the calm atmosphere of everyday life. Lithi sat inside, nibbling on a bag of chips while frowning in thought. After finishing his shower, Thun Phi noticed and asked, what are you thinking about? She expressed her worries, thinking only of Vidong Tran, who had not been heard from in a long time. She had no idea where he had gone. Thun Phi sat down and comforted her. asking if anyone tracking him had any news. She shook her head and scolded. Those useless guys are good for nothing. Back at the workshop, Haken politely informed Vug Tran to wait here for a moment. It would not be long. Without waiting for him to respond, he turned and left. Vivdring Tran smiled as he watched the back of this cunning man, sure that the show was about to begin. In the blink of an eye, he dashed behind the two bodyguards and struck their pressure points before they could react. Ving Tran threw their bodies aside and quickly tossed a few grenades ahead. The impact caused an explosion that obliterated several henchmen. The remaining ones quickly formed a line, armed and ready to fight. But Vijong Tran was eager to take them all on. Let us charge. A figure suddenly leaped out from behind the fence, wielding a sword. Surprisingly, one of the bodyguards recognized this person. Why are you back, Mitsui Junich? He did not rush to answer, responding in a somewhat eerie tone. What? Aren't you happy to see me? The tense standoff made him smile, anticipating the entertainment. It seemed they were having internal conflicts. Meanwhile, at the workshop entrance, Minio arrived in a specialized vehicle. He excitedly greeted, old friend, long time no see. Moments later, the thick steel door of the workshop exploded outward. Lo Yu suddenly appeared, charging into the enemy's lair. He stepped on the gas, making the vehicle fly like a warhorse. It sped smoothly into the newly opened pathway, while a voice from the turtle-like vehicle commanded, shoot the tires. But Mineko had the tough task covered. He held the cannon and grinned. Go meet the king of hell. Haken, having acquired the biological weapon, chuckled, planning to make a getaway. Great. The goods are in hand, and let them fight among themselves. The secretary behind hesitated to speak, but that would go against your orders. Master Mishima, losing patience with this advice, he interrupted. Matsushima will understand us. We will take the back door to headquarters. Outside, Vung Tran stood amidst the wreckage, weighing in at about 75 kilograms. But he was still relaxed. Why are you here? Junichi lowered his sword and straightforwardly replied, coming to settle the score. Just as they took a break and chatted for a bit, a blade suddenly whizzed toward him. Viving Tran quickly jumped back, causing it to bury itself in the ground and send dust and stones flying everywhere. He had just escaped death by a hair's breadth but still looked up calmly, reproaching his opponent. What are you doing here? Dun Viax crashed through the window from the upper floor. His body not yet on the ground but his mouth was already paving the way to kill him. Upon landing, he stared intently at both of them and exclaimed in doubt. This person was the embodiment of a twisted love story, witnessed by a crowd of onlookers, leaving Ving Tran at a loss for words. Junichi would not back down, opening his mouth to claim his spot. Your opponent is me, just as you wished. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of henchmen rushed in to satisfy his thirst for bloodshed. Ving Tran knew how to read people's hearts. As soon as he sensed trouble, he pulled his allies and ran. The feud between you can be settled later, of course. They were just moving to another battlefield, not fleeing. He looked around at the encirclement and felt the urge to provoke them. Hey, how about we see who can kill more of those guys? What do you say? Then Vi was not afraid at all and immediately agreed. Quite pleased, Vig Tran was calculating how to unleash chaos. Unaware that he was already in the sights of someone else, a bullet coldly sliced across his face, leaving a sweet trail of blood on his left cheek. Vung Tran immediately heightened his alertness, pressing against the wall. And there was even a sniper. Dun Vu witnessed the entire process and could not help but poke fun at him. Just a second ago, he wanted to compete with me, and now he is hiding like a turtle. Seeing the situation was not too optimistic, Then Via spoke up, asking his enemy, what are you planning to do? Vig Tran smirked and replied ambiguously, you will see soon enough. He somehow produced a walkie-talkie to call for backup. Hey there. Beautiful. Help me out. When it is time to act, you have to act. VN's smooth voice flowed into their ears, pointing out a sniper at 10 of the clock. There is another 150 meters to the east from him. Hearing the opponent ramble, he lost patience and reminded them, my goodness. She raised her delicate hand towards them. Before she finished her sentence, she responded with a burst of gunfire. Her hand still gripped the smoking weapon. Vi Yun did not need to change her stance to deliver the finishing blow. That is done. Dun Via was stunned by the speed of her actions, losing his ability to speak. What? It is already done. Vi Drung Tran looked at her country bumpkin demeanor and felt even more like showing off. Why would not he? Not far away. Min Echo joined in the fun with a hot cannon shell. The explosion sent people flying into the air, then roasted them in the blazing fire. Hearing the sound of reinforcements, Viving Tran quickly made his escape. Just as he reached the middle of the road, a pitch-black car blocked his path. The person inside hurriedly ordered, get in the car. You glanced at Shen Wu, like a dog sticking close by, and your expression changed. Min Ho heard the door close behind him, quietly tightened his grip on the wheel, and confidently pressed the gas pedal, speeding away from the scene of the battle. After they had driven quite a distance, Ving Tran finally began to question him. Why are you here with us? Shen Wu did not answer but instead remarked cryptically, you guys are interesting. Leaving a woman behind like that, he raised his finger, pretending to be an expert on women, warning not to underestimate them. Meanwhile, Vivai hidden from their view, quietly huffed, proving she was indeed the unpredictable woman Viang Tran described. Shenwu rolled his eyes, remembering to ask after joining the enemy's ship. "Where are you guys headed?" He smirked and added, "Of course. We are going to see a show." He caressed the knife in his palm, then hesitated before speaking. "Once we finish up here, I will settle things with you later. If you take on a mission, you have to see it through." Viang Tran, frustrated, explained to this blockhead. "Thin sees you as a tool to use. Are you really okay with that? Or maybe if you defeat me, you will feel a sense of accomplishment." Yet he readily admitted that, right, it does feel like a sense of accomplishment. Hike's car quickly stopped in front of a tall building. The surroundings were unusually quiet. As he entered the room, he bowed his head and presented the spoils with both hands. "Masushima, sir, we have secured the biological weapon." Muff pulled the glass tube towards himself and issued a new command. "Very good. Kawasakun. And what about those Chinese guys? I want them to die here." He quickly updated the situation. "Sir, we do not even need to take action. They are already fighting amongst themselves." He did not like the locals, but he skillfully applied the proverb about the dead bird. "I never place my hopes on others." "Kawasaki-kun. This time you did not put in the effort. I am taking command of your actions." Toucans bowed low, panic-stricken, pleading. "Matsushima, sir, please give me another chance." Mu turned his back, tossing him a charitable remark. "Fine. This is your last chance." He left the office with a fierce determination, as if he had been injected with adrenaline. "Thank you, sir. At least I will have grown as a person." In a remote and secluded place, there stood a mansion nestled among the trees. A picture site yet suitable for sinister deeds. Ving Tran moved closer to Junie, using psychological manipulation to cut ties with them. Kan and his 500 brothers drew their swords and took formation, using their seniority to lecture him. "You traitor! How dare you come here? You guys won't be able to escape." He just lit the fire and fanned the flames, now shaking his head in sorrow. Truly, he was asking for trouble. Shenwu was taken aback by this shameless display. "Is this the great drama you were talking about?" Ving Tran stood there, looking refreshingly honest. Indeed, he could not help but offer a compliment. "You really have a good subordinate." Mineko suddenly appeared beside me with a knife. "And one day we will come to kill like this at the mansion. You rarely stay quiet like this." "For sure." Ithun Viev listened to the nonsensical conversation, looking confused. Why did V Tran lose patience and respond vaguely to get by? "You will know later. But I am not in the mood to explain now." He suddenly stood up straight and warned seriously. "Thin Nian is my friend. If you can't give me a reason that convinces me, then I will remain your opponent. You are not afraid of anyone. But some things need to be handled properly. Once we leave here, we can settle this, but the urgent task now is to flatten the Lop Nation, while everyone is busy with their verbal sparring." The two brothers Junichi have already charged at each other, showcasing a deadly sibling duel. The new weapons clashed a few times, but as soon as the opponent made a mistake, he seized the opportunity to chop off one of Kan's arms. Junichi looked at the scratch on his arm, coldly declaring the end of the battle. "You have lost." Sansu, who had appeared out of nowhere, quickly stepped in to criticize. "Mitsui Junichi, I can't deny that you are a genius, but what a shame," Minehiko whispered, assessing the final boss who had just entered the scene. "Without a gun, I can beat this old man." Ving Tran curiously added a new option. "So what if there was a gun?" He bowed his head, calculating for a moment, but did not dare to boast. "A 70% chance. You feel this match would not be in your favor, so you decide to go into battle yourself. Then I can only fight him." While Sansuk was swinging his sword, preparing to teach his unscrupulous nephew a lesson, Vung Tran interjected. "I am telling you." Old man Yam did not even greet an old friend, just rushed into hack and slash. He was interrupted by this annoying monitor lizard, causing him to suddenly stop. Sansuk knew this topic never brought good news, so he cut him off immediately. "Every time you come, Trong Tran, there is never any good news." You looked straight at the opponent, mocking them, as if he was really unsatisfied. Both sides were well aware of each other's strengths, so he deliberately spoke up to probe first. Trong Tran, what do you really want?" You twirled the gun in your hand and replied defiantly. "Nothing much. Just want to dismantle this place." Infuriated by this shamelessness, Sansuk coldly drew his sword, ready for blood. "Truly reckless. I am the Holy Blade madman. How could I let you be so presumptuous?" With the principle of hitting is winning, in Ving Tran's eyes, young and old were no different. "If you are not satisfied, then let us fight and see if this old skeleton of yours holds up." Junichi, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up to mediate. "That is enough." You looked deep into his eyes, studying for a while, then decided to show some respect. "Okay, Let us head back. After settling into the car and watching Minho carefully bandage himself, Junichi had to swallow his words 7 times before managing to say 2 words. Thank you. Vivong Tran was driving and took the opportunity to lean his head back and make a suggestion. I know you are feeling really uncomfortable having to do this in your own homeland. This time when leaving, you can choose to return to Ho-Chu or not. He confidently stated his choice. I am going back. This reaction was anticipated, so he easily made the promise. Alright. Then we will gather in Ho-Chu later. On the coal highway, the white vehicle sped ahead on its own path. Lo Tiwu was worried about someone stronger than him, while driving his bullet-riddled beloved car. I wonder how things are going on your side. Ham has eaten more salt than the enemy has eaten rice, so he knows the situation well. He will be fine, given Virung Tran's skills. Those weaklings are lucky just to escape without being tortured death by him, no matter what they are feeling. The car did not slow down as it took the curve, because the escape could not stop. But just as the car reached the intersection, an obstacle suddenly burst out from the side road. Lo Tiwu was shocked into silence by this sudden dangerous situation. But at that moment, a figure leapt out from the air. Tae quite used his strong speed to smash through the glass window, then instinctively brought his foot into contact with the truck driver's neck, having lost control. The truck veered slightly and brushed against Lo Tiwu's car. He seized the chance to hit the gas, successfully escaping from the swerving truck. After running for a while, he finally dared to comment, "We survived." Ham glanced back to observe the situation and softly sighed. We owe that person a favor again. On the picturesque beach, a group of people dressed in black suits suddenly appeared. The leader shouted orders to ruin the scenery. That car disappeared over there. You guys follow the beach and search. We must find them. Vig Tran was only wearing shorts, and when he saw the imminent danger, he boldly suggested, "We can't let them discover us." Vivai-1, in her 2-piece swimsuit, was at a loss, hesitating to say, "So you did not hear the whole sentence before you jumped on top of me? We have to avoid them. Let us coordinate a bit." Vian reluctantly put her arms around his neck. If her face were not so unusually flushed, her reprimands would be more convincing. After this, I will never go on a mission with you again. You lecher. Viving Tran replied ambiguously to brush it off. Okay. Do whatever you want. They acted as a lovey-dovey couple by the beach. This old trick surprisingly fooled the group of thugs passing by. The two stayed in position until the black-clad people moved in another direction. After the danger was averted, Vian could not help but ask directly, "So what do we do now? Are we just going to stay here and sunbathe?" He quickly proposed a new plan. "Let us rest and regain our strength. Otherwise, sooner or later, those weaklings will torture us to death." Vig Tran stood up first and urged, "They are still waiting for us." The struggling couple quickly arrived at the new building on the main street, camouflaged from head to toe, just like celebrities trying to dodge the paparazzi. Just a few steps in, a sudden event occurred. Cut Tai let out a slight grunt, startling both of them. Ving Tran was caught red-handed and immediately questioned, "Why are you here?" The lack of brainpower in the question made her laugh. Of course. She was here to fight. He reached behind him to prepare a weapon, but his mouth blurted out a shameless suggestion. "Can we not fight?" Not wanting to dawdle, T pointed her finger at the man looming behind him. "I can't decide. You need to ask him first." Xinghong brandished his cold weapon, threatening as soon as he showed his face. "You won't be leaving today." Ving Trong Tran felt they were about to go all out and quickly pushed Vi Yun away. "You go ahead. Their target is me." Yet she lacked the foresight, yelling out, "I can't let you die here." Losing patience, he pulled out a gun and aimed it straight at this dumb woman. "You foolish woman. This is an order." After Vi Yun successfully ran away, Vivring Tran turned back to continue the verbal sparring. "You think you can kill me? You have not even been born yet." Tung Tang did not want to waste time with meaningless words and immediately charged forward with his sword. "Prepare to die." He quickly threw his hat to the ground, and a thick cloud of purple smoke spread around. He thought there was some terrifying backup plan, so he slammed on the brakes. But to his disappointment, the Ving Tran chose the 36 strategy from Sun Tzu's Art of War. Just as Zhang Tong regained his senses, he had already vanished. Kai Ti witnessed this unfortunate miss and gently reassured, "I have set things up. He won't escape." Ving Tran teleported out to the main road, and before he could stabilize himself, he dashed to block a taxi that was passing by. He generously handed the driver a stack of yuan and coldly ordered him to head to the nearest dock. "Drive fast." With capital energy attached to the engine, the car rode and sped forward. But before long, it encountered Bainan, who suddenly appeared as an obstacle. The old man stood firmly in the middle of the road, causing the timid driver to swerve the steering wheel onto the sidewalk. The driver, escaping the scare, immediately shot a glare at the old man. "Are you tired of living?" Bainan said nothing and silently used his remaining intact arm to bang on the car roof to express his attitude. It was then that V Tran calmly opened the door and stepped out, immediately throwing insults. "What is this? You sent out a cripple." This mocking remark hit a nerve, causing the old man to snort in annoyance. He cracked his knuckles and continued to provoke him with a few more deadly taunts. The mocking words hit the sensitive spot of pride, making the old man grunt in annoyance. He clenched his fist and continued to provoke with a few more sharp remarks. This time, "Are not you afraid I will break your other arm?" At that point, you will really be unable to live normally. Bainan could not hold back anymore. He quickly gathered strength in his legs and leaped into the air. "Good. It is time to pay your dues." V Trong Tran, unfazed, threw a series of hidden weapons at his opponent. It was just enough for the old man to trip over after throwing those sharp toys. He did not forget to ask disdainfully, "Are you looking down on me?" Bainan had just landed, and without wasting time, he prepared for his next attack. This time, he directly kicked back, aiming a powerful strike at his target. You carefully observed the move and then charged at Daming Chain. "Trying to bully me?" Viving Tran did not hesitate to leap high, just as Bainan had not retracted his leg. You raised your shin to meet the kick, causing him to cry out in pain. The strong impact made them stagger back in opposite directions. Viving Tran knelt down, pretending to check on his opponent. "How's it going? Old man, you like the taste of a hit, do not you?" Bainan seemed to be in so much pain that he could only respond with a cold grunt in front of the old man's eyes. You calmly removed the metallic weight wrapped around your calf. It turned out this toy was just an appetizer. Viving Tran threw it away and seriously spoke. The battle was now officially beginning. You pushed down on your legs to launch yourself into the air once more. When you reached the right distance, you drove your knee into your opponent. Bainan unexpectedly lost his balance and yelled out. Not stopping there, Ving Tran took advantage of the moment, throwing a powerful punch right at his face. To extend this series of blows, you reached out with your other hand, grabbing the empty sleeve of his shirt, as Bainan bent down instinctively. You quickly lifted your knee, delivering a blow to his stomach. After a flurry of punches and kicks, the old man lay helplessly on the ground. V Trong Tran, feeling satisfied, asked, "How's that? Are you convinced now?" It was not until the curtain fell that Manhwa rushed over to check. "Looks like I arrived late and missed a great show." You pointed your gun at Bainan and calmly replied. You still got to see the climax of the story, but before you could act, a mysterious figure swept by, leaving behind a line. How could a master die in such a disgraceful way? A dangerous aura spread, causing Ving Tran to spin around in shock. In just a moment of distraction, Bainan's body was lying in a pool of blood. Minako shouted anxiously. Who was that? Ving Tran wanted to ask the same question but could not. After all, they were someone we should not mess with. On the side of Trang Vien, Faisa Ho was leisurely drinking tea when he suddenly dropped his cup in shock. It shattered into pieces as it hit the ground. Tea splashed everywhere. Vin Neen, sitting opposite, jumped up, worriedly asking, "Grandpa, are you okay?" He stared at his hands and mechanically said, "I have a bad feeling about this." 3 days later, Minho sat in the passenger seat, unable to hold back any longer, asking Ving Tran, "Are we just going to keep going like this?" His eyes never left the road. Zimnen remarked like a breeze brushing past. "What else should we do? Things have gotten this noisy. If we do not leave quickly, something bad is bound to happen." The phone suddenly buzzed incessantly. Ving Tran grabbed it and showed it to his friend to see who sent the message. Minho's eyes quickly scanned the message. His teasing tone hinted at laughter. He definitely wanted me to read it out loud. He suddenly talked in a ridiculous way, prompting his friend to urge him sharply. "Stop beating around the bush and get to the point." Minheko then channeled the girl from the message, faking a smooth voice that would make even Karok aunties envious. "I am at the airport now. I will be back in 3 days. Thanks a lot." Ving Tran hurriedly slammed on the brakes. All 4 wheels gripped the road, creating a harsh screech. Before Manhwa could gather himself, he was thrown forward. The phone in his hand flew away without a goodbye, his hand still trembling as he quickly picked it up and shoved it back to the grinning friend beside him. Trotang Min K had barely settled down when Min Hago switched to teasing Vinong Tran. "Captain, you really are lucky. I am still happily single here." His eyes glued to the screen, he mumbled a half-hearted response. "Do you need me to introduce you to a few people?" A casual comment was enough to send him spiraling into wild fantasies about beautiful girls. While the chatterbox kept rambling, Ving Tran struggled to send a cheesy message to Min K. He immediately returned home, not wanting to delay even a minute. After a moment, Min Ho suddenly remembered something important and asked the person with their face buried in the steering wheel, "Captain, will we be able to relax once we return home?" His voice slightly faltered from embarrassment, but he still replied properly, "Sure." Suddenly, Ving Tran's phone received a call from Tai Quite. Picking it up, he immediately recognized his distinctive hoarse voice. "I am on Yokohama Street." Ving Tran immediately reined in all previous feelings of ease and responded seriously, "We will head there right away." The atmosphere in the car shifted 180 degrees, causing Min Heiko to fall silent as he quickly steered away. The black car sped along the solitary road, carrying the worries of its occupants. Dust and smoke from the sluggish vehicle blew into Mu's face, who had been watching him from the roadside for who knows how long. The old man's face was wrinkled, silent yet filled with unspoken thoughts. Ving Tran's black car came to a slow stop at an abandoned lot beside Yokohama Street. Taekwut hurried over, managing to report just before Ving Tran slammed the car door shut, saying everything was prepared, and they could set off. Without hesitation, Ving Tran quickly led the way with a decisive attitude. Just as he lifted his foot to step out, a man's voice called from behind. I have not had the chance to show my hospitality, and everyone is leaving already. Move slowly, a gentle smile hiding the malice within. What a coincidence to meet. Why not reminisce about old times? As soon as he saw the old man, his heart ignited with rage, prompting him to say harsh words. I came here just to get revenge. Since you are here, let us stop wasting words and just get to it. Before losing all reason to the fiery anger, Ving Tran turned to instruct his companions before heading into battle. You two, stand still here. You twist on your heel to gain momentum and leap into the air, starting the duel. Ving Tran soars like he is in an action movie, raising his hand high to strike Mu's head down. His fighting instincts kick in, allowing him to bounce back as if he had never been weak. Mu's counterpunch was intercepted mid-swing by that large hand. Before he could retract it, Ving Tran twisted it back, causing his opponent to scream in pain. Ving Tran skillfully stepped back after the warning blow, not forgetting to taunt his older opponent. It turns out Matsushima's martial arts are pretty decent, but he is still far behind me. Struggling against the throbbing pain, he replied with a defiant attitude. You think I came here unprepared? This path has been surrounded by my men for a long time. That statement served as a signal to attack, unleashing a barrage of firepower on Ving Tran's team. The group scrambled into the armored vehicle to save themselves from the Grim Reaper's scythe. Min Ho, panting, climbed into the vehicle and immediately asked, Captain, why are not we driving away? You raised your hand to signal him to calm down, your tone casual as if nothing serious was happening. Just wait a moment. At the same time, he stood outside, monologuing, his voice clearly getting weaker. Let us see how long you can hold out. His body weakened by alcohol, he struggled to say his last words before collapsing to the cold ground, feeling an unusual warmth, his mouth slowly accusing. When did you poison me? Once the rain of bullets passed, Ving Tran stepped out of the vehicle and continued. The man lying face down on the road. When I poisoned you is irrelevant. What is important is that this poison was made by my own hands. You should feel honored. Unable to move, he could only respond weakly while his gaze remained fixed on Ving Tran's thick nose. I never expected you to hide such a vicious plan. Truly impressive. The pathetic state of the enemy brought Ving Tran immense joy, making him laugh out loud. Thank you for your kind words. Rest assured. Blood trickled from the corner of Mem's mouth, struggling to breathe as his lungs overworked. He uttered a few final words before passing away. In the end, I lost. Seeing the enemy has passed. You felt a weight lift off your shoulders and patted your teammates. You two go back home first. I still have some matters to attend to here. Worried, Min Ho quickly dismissed your suggestion. We have to leave together. If something happens, we can still back each other up. But Ving Tran calmly used another reason to urge him to leave. You need to go back to keep an eye on the forces in the country. The deadly blow struck his heart, leaving him uncertain of which direction to choose, and his words became hesitant. But with the captain staying here alone, seeing him still hesitating, you kicked Min Ho and angrily shooed him away. Back when I was risking my life in the east, west, south, and north, it was much more dangerous than this. Get back quickly. Time slipped away unnoticed, and no one realized Ving Tran had arrived at the beach for relaxation long ago. Finally free to be alone, Tifai Feng Nunthang approached, her mouth bursting with words that made one think she was a professional fire starter. Young man, I have finally found you. Your face looks confused as you stare at him while your mind is racing. Who is this old man? But Taifeng had no intention of saying anything more and lunged at you. Ving Tran, feeling relaxed, suddenly stepped back to defend himself, out of breath and questioning. Who are you? Who sent you here? He adjusted his displaced mask with his hand, his sharp, emotionless gaze sending chills down the spine of anyone listening. Just call me Siunen. You do not need to know anything else. You are already dead. Before the words could fade into the air, Taifeng decisively charged at you. Unable to stand still and take the blows during the second attack, Ving Tran switched to offense and threw a knife at him. See you Nung. Let us see who your master is. The Chinese dagger accidentally hit Taifeng's half-masked face, causing him to hesitate for a moment. The iron mask shattered, revealing Taifeng's stunningly beautiful face. Ving Tran gasped in shock at the image reflected in his eyes. He is the elder ZMZ. His slow voice and calm demeanor starkly contrasted with his earlier urgency in attacking. There has not been an elder ZMZ in this world for a long time. Only a dog remains. Seeing the horrific scars on Taifeng's face, you could not help but ask, what happened to you? Without bothering to argue, He impatiently launched another attack. You are talking too much. Ving Tran fought back desperately with one hand. The other hand held the knife, waiting for the right moment. You are still too inexperienced. Before you could turn around, Tai Fong took the chance to kick you hard in the hip. No mercy. Those kitten scratches you used can't even hurt me. You flew straight down onto the yellow sand, forcing Ving Tran to choke on a mouthful of sand just as you spat out the sand from your throat. Your pride made you shout. Fight back. The two men rolled into a fight under the bright sun, unaware that everything was in the sight of Ketty nearby. In who? There is a saying, while the clams fight, the fisherman benefits. She stood there, intently watching. Her mouth commented as if she were a customer who had booked a front row VIP seat. If that is the case, I might as well sit back and enjoy the benefits. After the 30th round, once proud Ving Tran was knocked into the soft sand gifted by the sea. Before you could get back up, you saw Tai Fong approaching again, bringing with him a mysterious power different from before. He looked at you from above. I will give you one last chance to save yourself. What do you want to say before you die? You won't last long if you do not know. You are using a skill anyone can learn. Go cried out in distress. Eric Lowe. Before coming to this country, I asked for your help, and now that I am about to die, I still have not seen you. The wailing cry startled a shadow that shot up. Eric Lowe jumped up and took the opportunity to throw a sarcastic comment. Who would have thought the infamous Tia Vogue Ju Vung Ving would end up like this? Ha! Ketty paused for a moment, then screamed like thunder. What? Tai Fong seized the opportunity while Ving Tran was careless and launched a surprise attack. A decent rescue. But unfortunately, it is too late. With lightning reflexes, he spun around, ready to retaliate. Did you really think I was just a stuffed animal? Are you addicted to punching now? Ving Tran took long steps back, quickly increasing the distance between them. But Tai Fong had anticipated this and dashed behind him. Fist raised. It is. The dire situation forced him to pull out the pistol hidden in his jacket pocket. You are underestimating me too much. I am the infamous Ti Vajing Feng Gong. Twite Tan's finger quickly pulled the trigger to save its master. To set him free, the Ving Tran aimed the gun at his own chest, shooting through flesh to injure his heart. The pain caused Tai Fong's body to surge with adrenaline, enhancing his strength as he plunged into the sea. Go die. His body fell straight into the water, completely out of control like a toy with no batteries. Ving Tran thrashed in the water, his mind a jumbled mess recalling the girls who had passed through his life. Wait for me to come back. Meanwhile, in the office of Seo Lam Hai, Min Kei stared blankly into the silence of the room. She sighed, softly murmuring vague worries. I told you I would return home. So why have not I heard anything? Min Kei felt increasingly stuck as her phone answered sullously right after the ring ended. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. In the villa where Thathi was staying, for some reason, she clumsily dropped a glass of water today, shards scattering across the floor, causing her to scream in panic. A heartbeat out of sync. She suddenly felt anxious without knowing why, feeling an ominous premonition. 2 months later, in a wooden house bathed in sunlight, even at night, Ving Tran limped as he practiced walking in the warm room. The closed door suddenly swung open unexpectedly. Catty, wearing a kimono, entered, her voice gentle like spring weather. Looking quite recovered, she gently offered medicine to his mouth, starting to coax him sweetly. This is the last bowl of medicine. The rest depends on your own vitality to recover. Ving Tran silently gazed at the girl who took such care of him, his heart swelling with indescribable feelings. After a moment of inner struggle, he finally expressed the long-suppressed question. Why did you save me? Catty looked into his beautiful eyes, her mouth uttering 2 words. To repay a debt. He heard that and thought it was just a joke. But he did not forget to inform her of something. If you do not want to say, then I won't press any further. I have been here too long. They will worry. I have to go. She did not respond, just gently supported his arm as if to say more. Feeling she had not convinced him enough, Catty used her beauty to charm him. Would you be willing to exchange for a different way of living? Just you and me. Ving Tran's heroism quickly wavered under the sweet fragrance emanating from the beautiful girl. I also want a simple life. Coming home from work every day to a warm meal and a good child waiting for me. But I can't have that. There is a bit of discomfort in my heart from that rejection. She used it as motivation to kiss you forcefully. So let us take this moment. The beauty has paved the way. How could you be foolish enough to refuse? The hand of the dark arts removed her clothing. The little wooden house suddenly shook violently, echoing the sounds of passion from the heated struggle inside. Easy now. Are not you still not fully recovered? You look down on me too much. In another place, in the northern outskirts of Baicha, Namjiang, Manhwa was focused on reading the design she just received in the break room. Her face gradually softened as she finished reading the content inside. Next time Ving Tran sees me, he will definitely thank me properly. On the luxurious yacht gliding through the vast ocean, Kaditi noticed Ving Tran standing lost in thought and approached to ask. Missing them, he continued to gaze into the distance, his tone slightly sad. Maybe so. Suddenly, Lai Wandop appeared from behind, interrupting the conversation. May I get acquainted with this lady? You were just distracted, but immediately stood in front of Ketty. Not possible. She smiled smugly and took the opportunity to clarify your relationship with me. The Ving Tran Long Tran only gave a vague answer. It is very dangerous to casually interact with strange men. This was not what she expected, so she proactively introduced herself. I am Kitty from America. And you? Luwand. Seem very pleased to achieve your goal. I am Li Wandop from Poland. Without hesitation, he placed a kiss on her hand. Nice to meet you. Suddenly, two unfamiliar men rushed out from nowhere, simultaneously firing at them. Viving Tran frowned, immediately recognizing the identity of the opponents. Surprised to see them here, Hendry charged in aggressively to attack, but he countered effortlessly, knocking the gun from his hand with a swift motion, then delivered a stunning kick directly aimed at his head. Watching him writhe on the ground, Ving Tran's eyes could not hide his disdain. How could a team like the Storm Squad fall so low as to resort to robbery? Zhou Sen hesitated to show his face only when his teammate was down. Who exactly are you? You do not care about that nonsense. You just want to clarify the current situation. You do not need to know. Just tell me why you touched him, or else no one will survive. Just then, Lai Wandop became clearly despondent, mumbling incomprehensible things. The heart of the sky. All for the heart of the sky. You heard it and became even more puzzled. The heart of the sky. Luan tried to reassure himself, clarifying his previous words. The heart of the sky is a diamond of mine. Ving Tran basically understood the situation, warning the two robbers. He is one of mine. This is a story about the diamond. Do not even dream about it. As we sail back to Hokusaya, I will spare you a way out. But Jia Sun was extremely scared, nervously voicing his concerns. The heart of this sky is a bank mission. You and I can't mess with the one who issued it. This piqued his interest, making him unavoidable curious. Who's it? He cautiously approached and whispered to him. Finally, Ving Tran realized who he really had to fight. Indeed, I am no match for him. Still, he did not hesitate to kick John Sen hard. But the thing he likes, I must take it. Then he boldly declared that if he wanted it, he should come find me himself. And if you want to live, you must follow my orders. He knew better and agreed to comply. All right, we will safely return the ship to Hokusaya. Hearing that, Ving Tran immediately chased them away to clear his view. Get lost. Luwand, having escaped death, joyfully rushed to hug and kiss him affectionately. A Tran, you truly are my savior. He awkwardly sought a way to step aside. Keep your distance. I am straight and like women. Then the two moved their conversation to the lounge in the cabin. The Vung Tran took the initiative to get to the point, asking, what is the heart of the sky? Luwand happily shared the details. The heart of the sky is a diamond unearthed 20 years ago. The rarest light blue diamond in the world. Worth an enormous amount. With the experience of a player, he understood some of it. Surely many people are eyeing such a valuable item. He sincerely shared the predicament he was in. For years, my family has been targeted over this diamond no less than 20 times. Saying that, he propped his left leg up and rummaged in his shoe. Unexpectedly, the sole of the shoe could be taken off separately. Inside was the sparkling diamond. Luan confidently presented his treasure. Here, take a look at the diamond. As soon as Ving Tran saw the precious gem, his eyes lit up like car headlights. Please do not waste such a heavenly gift. But Luwandop, smitten, turned to sincerely present it to Ketty. I present this gem to the beautiful lady. She did not refuse the fine gift and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Thank you. The yak was still swiftly gliding across the sea, heading straight for the destination. Aksaya. At this moment, Kite Tai stood on the deck, starting to feel emotional. What will happen when we meet again? Ving Tran also sent a heartfelt message. If you are an enemy, I hope we never meet again. With that, the two shared a tight hug, symbolizing all the emotions they had experienced. The sky was blue, the clouds white, and the sun golden, signaling a good day ahead. A moment later, at the construction site at the Zhang family's dock, Ving Tran felt a bit annoyed seeing Lai Wandop trailing behind him. Why is he following me here? He hurriedly explained his reason. Not only did he save me, but he is also the local. I came to invest. Of course I have to follow you to find clients. You start looking around, curious about the surroundings. Why did you bring me here? Vong Tran puts on a mysterious air, emphasizing each word. Of course, to survey the locals. Suddenly, someone panics and shouts. This is bad. Something big has happened. The workers are shouting something. Guys, the people from Hang Then are causing trouble again, time after time. They won't learn unless we teach them a lesson. You can't help but be curious about the reaction of that group. Let us go check it out. At this point, Liako steps forward, puffing on a cigarette. Tell your manager to come out, or I will wreck this place. Vong Tran sees it and feels annoyed. What is going on? Who does this guy think he is? Acting all high and mighty. Vuke nearby nervously explains that the Hang Thing group had their boss outbid them for this land. So they hired thugs to create chaos 3 days ago. That guy smoking declared that if our construction team did not leave in 3 days, they would use force to drive us out. He waited a long time without seeing anyone. So he started causing trouble. You want to drink the new wine but want to drink the penalty wine. Just as I said that, a figure stepped down from a luxury car. Alright. Lai-heo. Stop acting tough. Luck Van, relying on his power, boldly gives orders. Today, anyone who agrees to leave will get 200 yuan. The workers are not easily intimidated and rise up in fierce protest. You think we will just throw away our own rice bowl for only 200 yuan? Luck Van stands calmly, sneering, deliberately flaunting the money in his hand. Then how about 5,000 yuan? And you can also join Hang Thin to work for us. Lai-heo excitedly gives a thumbs up in approval. Still the young master Cao Min, immediately getting cursed out by the crowd. Cao Min, what a joke. He thinks he can act tough because he has someone backing him. If you have the guts, say that again. If you do not take me down today, then my name is not Lei. No one speaks up in response. Suddenly, a bag flies through the crowd and lands right on target, knocking Lai-heo over. Seeing their side getting bullied, Luck Van steps in to resolve it. Who started this? If you are brave, step out here. Vong Tran slowly weaves through the crowd, revealing himself. It has only been a short time since we last met, but young Master Dong looks much tougher, does not he? He immediately frowns. Bring it on. You confidently challenge him with a fierce attitude. Let us see how skilled you really are. Come out here now. Luck Van definitely won't let himself look bad. Decisively orders his followers. Go beat him up. They rush in one after another, wielding iron rods. But in an instant, Vong Tran slips past the crowd and directly confronts the leader. Luck Van, seeing him about to kick, you quickly grabbed his ankle, then slammed him down hard, a few cat-like moves, then yanked Le Vauvin's hair back, growling in a clear threat. Dong, last time I taught you how to be a person. Why are you still so stupid? Le Sivan forcefully broke free, angrily cursing. Screw you. Vig Tran snapped back warningly. You have some guts. Let us see if the troublemaker is really you or your dad. Hearing his dad mentioned, he immediately flinched. What does it have to do with you? Without needing to say much, you charged again and pushed his head down into the ground. Must be your dad's idea then. Go tell him that I will personally visit the headquarters tonight to check on him. He held his forehead in pain but still challenged defiantly. Don't get too cocky because sooner or later I will settle this debt. V Trong Tran, of course, was never afraid. Happily welcoming the enemy, ready for anything. Finally, Lo Ho had to come and help him leave, restoring the peaceful atmosphere for everyone. Their vehicle revved up, spewing smoke loudly before speeding off. The workers quickly came over to thank Vong Tran. Brother, you are really impressive. If they dare come back next time, we guarantee to beat him until he screams for his mom. You joyfully threw an arm around them, reminding everyone to stay alert. Don't worry. They won't dare come back. Everyone, hurry up and eat. We have got more work this afternoon. Everyone nodded in agreement, leaving while shouting together. All right. We chased those bastards away. Let us go eat. Luan watched this scene with great curiosity. Dude, it seems like the business order in Hoa Atri is not much better. You could only sigh in response. There is garbage everywhere. Where there is sunlight, there will be shadows. At this moment, Natabine hurriedly drove up, stepping out and anxiously apologizing. Vung, I am sorry. I did not know you were coming today, so I could not greet you properly. Viving Tran's attitude immediately changed, his tone commanding and displeased. No need for greetings. I just have one reminder for you. If any more issues arise with the Ideal City project, you can pack your things and leave. He bowed his head in fear, sweat pouring down continuously. I assure you this won't happen again. Please rest assured. You decided to temporarily overlook this matter, starting to arrange the next schedule, preparing a car for me. I want to go to Kim Long. On the other side, in a private dining room at Heng Thun Group, relatives were raising their glasses to toast the distinguished guests, claiming that the international giant was just an empty shell. In the territory of Namjang, they would not stand a chance against me. Suddenly, a loud kick broke the peaceful atmosphere of the room. Ving Tran boldly walked in, loudly greeting, "Hello." Aing Naya. Then Boong's face showed clear surprise. Bewildered, he asked, "Who are you?" You walked straight to an empty chair at the dining table without hesitation. Just a moment ago, he was discussing our group. Don't you welcome us? He quickly handled it and agreed. Of course. You are welcome. As Vidong Tran just sat down, all the big shots stood up and left simultaneously. We have things to take care of first. You are still casually starting the interrogation. Dong, you really do have quite the presence. He replied without a hint of fear. I am just stating the truth. Just then, the phone kept ringing incessantly. When he answered, his expression turned frantic. What? How could Lsa Ven have a moderate brain concussion? Okay. I understand. It seemed like he realized something. His tone suspiciously asking, "Are you the one who hit my son? Since you are here, I think we need to have a proper conversation." Ving Tran showed clear disdain. There was nothing worth discussing. This left the Nabang a bit bewildered. Then he stood up fiercely, grabbing the bottle of wine from the table and throwing it hard. Because I really hate talking to Luku Man. The speed of his strike was so fast that the man could only suffer a painful hit right in the face. Blood gushed out like a river, staining his hands red. "What do you want?" After his actions, Vung Tran calmly ordered, wanting to cooperate, offering the new land in Kim Lung to the sea for free. Thinthan Bang now seemed ready to explode, angrily slamming the table and cursing. "What kind of ridiculous cooperation is this? Don't even think about it. If you dare to rob, I will call the police immediately. You declare with your domineering CO identity that if he does not agree, you won't force it, but I also warn him, if I want you dead, do not expect to live." After that, you and the Tailai Wandop quickly turned and left. Thin Bing sat alone, starting to figure out how to resolve the situation. "Big bro, I need your help." It is 30 p.m. at Mine K's office. She stood dazed, looking out the window, her mind filled with thoughts. Finally, Hein Lin had gotten back on the right track. Just then, there was a knock at the door. She hesitated for a moment before responding loudly, "Come in." As the door opened, the handsome face of Vyazun Tran gradually appeared. Min K's cheeks flushed when she saw her beloved. "Finally, you are back." You quickly took her in your arms tightly. "You must have been so tired lately." "Right." She seemed to want to share her feelings, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Yep. I want to go home." The scene shifted to the dimly lit bedroom under the yellow light. Ving Tran gently carried his lover in a princess style. Min K shyly asked, "How long will you stay in the capital this time?" You gently replied, "Not leaving for now." Then set her down on the bed, sharing a kiss after so many days apart. The two became more entwined, causing Mun K to start feeling breathless. Ving Tran then relaxed, holding the beautiful woman full of longing. "You have had a tough time lately." Quickly, the next morning arrived. As the sunlight gradually crept into every corner, Ding Dan's imposing figure stepped onto the airport. He carefully looked at the wanted poster in his hand, preparing for a hunt. "I've got this money for sure." Meanwhile, at the luxurious villa, the Thi happily announces the news. "I think Anton Dai is coming back tomorrow." Thin feels a bit excited too. "It has been ages since I last saw that little brat. I miss." Suddenly, the Thi's expression turned sinister, her words full of implications. "Besides her, who else do you remember?" Thin Phi immediately flicks Fafai on the forehead. "What nonsense is this little brat talking about?" Fifi smiles teasingly. "Isn't it? You remember Peter from Vyong Tran, right?" Thin Phi slowly gets it and quickly pulls her sister back to stop her. "The Thai. Do not say that." The two keep playfully teasing each other, laughing softly. At that moment, a hand gently pushes the door open. As Vining Tran appears, the atmosphere in the room changes. Seeing the two girls wrestling, he becomes a bit flustered. "Is this your welcome ritual?" The Thai excitedly rushes to greet him. He is finally back. Thin Phi, standing behind, can only chuckle. "The Thai, why are you more anxious than me?" Just then, Viving Tran switches into flirt mode, quickly checking her out. "You are being a bit bold there." Hearing this, the Thai looks back and realizes one side of her dress has slipped down. Panicking, getting mad, she rushes over to hit him. "Why did not you contact us?" Suddenly, her expression changes, and she turns to cling to Thin Phi. Ving Tran is confused by this situation. What is going on? This is not how the script goes. You are supposed to rush in, bite him, and then cry. He wonders to himself, has his charm faded? The Thi hears all this and irritably turns to leave. That lecherous thick-skinned guy, how can he be so self-absorbed? The two sisters immediately head back to their room, with Fifi not forgetting to mock him. "That guy just left for so long and does not even care about us." Thin Phi reminds her. "Alright, is late. You should go to sleep." Fifi nod. "Yep. I know, I am really mad." Thin Phi opens the door to leave, reminding the lightly. "Okay. I won't mind you talking. Just do not lose your temper first." "Then I will go to bed now." She shyly responds quickly. "Okay." As soon as she steps into the room, the feels her heart racing like a group chat at 2:0 am. That lecher just saw everything. If I do not look back, 1T that be a huge loss. Her anxious footsteps go back and forth, but the clock ticks annoyingly slow. Not sure what time it is. Just know Vig Tran is standing outside her door, knocking. After waiting a long time with no response, he begins to feel his pride slipping away. His joyful mood suddenly gets doused with cold water, making Ving Tran sulk visibly. No way. Is it already this early and she is asleep? A final flicker of hope makes him daringly throw out a probing line to see if she is still awake. "You are going to find Thamfi to talk about idealistic life." "Ah." The pressed her ear to the door for who knows how long, thinking you had left. so she slightly opened the door to peek outside. As she sneaked out, she immediately grabbed some durian chips from Vgong Tran along with a greeting that could not be more flirtatious. Hello. Beautiful. Annoyed by the teasing, the Thai huffed and slammed the door shut in frustration. He quickly blocked the door and grinned, making small talk. What are you doing? Afraid I am going to eat you. His bulky frame pressed against her as he tried to slip into the room, making Thitha bite her lip to hold back a laugh. What are you doing? Out of nowhere, the strap of her nightgown snapped. Whether due to low-quality fabric or gravity's help, the dress fell at just the right moment, revealing her spring scene and making him want to chant to dispel impure thoughts. The dress slid down uncontrollably, hooking onto her leg in an instant. Just when her balance took a break, she let out a little yelp and toppled over like a banana coming off the stem. Vigtran did not think much, instinctively going into hero mode with open arms. Careful. Planning to be a hero, he accidentally touched a prized possession, turning him into a mere mortal speaking blasphemy. This feeling was simply exquisite. Thea had never met anyone so shameless. Her mind immediately froze, and her whole body flushed with embarrassment. Overwhelmed, she wrapped herself in a blanket like a giant caterpillar, flailing around. Get out now. Not understanding how he could be so clueless, she awkwardly sat down on the bed, acting like a character from a comedy film. Beautiful lady, do not be shy. Thinking he had smoothed things over with words, he did not realize he just fueled her anger, causing her once sweet voice to turn sharp and demanding, get out. Get out. Now. Ving Tran jumped up, looking for a quick escape. Okay. I am leaving right now. He swallowed his embarrassment and regret, quietly withdrawing from the chaotic scene he had caused, not knowing where to hide after his self-sabotage. Vigdrong Tran had to return to Thun Phi with a heavy heart. Are you asleep? Although she had no idea what happened, she still showed concern and called out, come in. Embarrassed by her current state, he spoke up first. How have you been lately? Thun Phi brushed her hair to one side to ease her mind, took a deep breath, and replied, summer in Lamhai is almost over, and the new designs are all set, so I am not too busy lately. Suddenly, a topic popped up in her mind, and she felt the need to update him urgently. Little DR is coming back tomorrow. Vung Tran excitedly switched to high gossip mode. And Tinny, that kid is coming back. I am so sleepy I could fall asleep right now. Thun and Phi quickly pulled herself out of the friend mode she had enjoyed for over 20 days visiting family. I need to go to sleep. I have to pick her up tomorrow. No more joking around. He chose to withdraw gracefully with a few self-indulgent remarks. Well, you sleep first. Do not forget about me. Okay. The next morning, Ving Trong Tran donned an apron and brought breakfast to her door to apologize. Beautiful lady, I made breakfast just for you. The door opened slowly like a turtle, waking the winter sleeping lion inside. She swung the door open, half scolding while pulling him inside the room. Damn it. Come here right now. The Vung Tran did not dare to move to keep the food from falling. My young lady, what do you want to do? Once inside the room, she prioritized placing breakfast on the table, using it to calm her earlier agitation. After finishing, Thitha blushed and got straight to the point. He has to take responsibility for her adorable appearance. He could not help but smile. How do you expect him to take responsibility? Unaware she was being teased, she crossed her arms and replied seriously, as if in a parent-teacher meeting. You worthless man. You have seen everything of mine, but won't do anything about it. He almost kissed her, leaving her stunned for 5 seconds. She was momentarily speechless before shouting to cover her embarrassment. This is my first kiss. You know. Bright sunlight streamed in from the large airport doors. The trio of Vikong Tran stood patiently waiting for someone in a hidden spot of the spacious airport. As soon as Tyne Di stepped outside with her suitcase, she quickly spotted them and shouted joyfully. The loud noise attracted the attention of the surrounding crowd, making Ving Tran shyly cover her face. She rushed over to the three, her mouth running non-stop. I missed you all so much. Did you miss me too? Thitha stood next to Lai and scolded her like a mother. You annoying girl. Do you even know what shame is? Can you at least look a little ladylike? While cuddling with her, Tin Di winked at him. Do you remember me? Ving Tran sighed and gave a casual reply. We all missed you a lot. She cheerfully raised her hand like a leader of an online sales group, enthusiastically inviting everyone to join in the fun. Let us go eat. I am so hungry my stomach is touching my back. Standing behind her, Thun Phi spoke softly with affection. Tud. What do you want to eat? Tin Di finally heard the sweet words and turned to her with a pout. Grilled donkey meat. Please. After hearing that, Ving Tran nodded eagerly, sealing the deal before anyone changed their mind at the last minute. Okay. Let us head there right away. An hour later, the group stood eagerly in a long line with others at the old man's grilled donkey meat shop. After a quiet wait, when it was finally their turn, Tin Dia shouted, making the people behind them laugh. Finally, it is our turn. Hurry up. Hurry up. I am buying it all. A black car suddenly swerved in front and stopped at the shop, kicking up a cloud of dust in the wind. Avang jumped out of the car, yelling stupidly as if he were cool. Wrap up all that grilled donkey meat for me. The shop staff maintained a calm expression as they politely replied, "Aye." But we just sold out of the last few portions of grilled donkey meat. After finishing his sentence, he gently handed the food bag to Vong Tran. Vong, unwilling to give up the delicious food, blocked his way, offering 400 yuan for 4 portions of grilled donkey meat. Suddenly faced with a giant fly, he switched to his usual playful mode to respond. Each portion is 10,000 yuan. And that is the lowest I will go. As soon as he stated the price, Vong started yelling as if he were being chased for debt. Are you looking for trouble? 10,000 yuan for one. Why did not you just go rob it? Not getting the answer he hoped for, Vong Tran lost interest and brushed past him, buying if he wanted. Without saying a word, Vong grabbed his shoulder and quickly devoured the food at lightning speed. Don't go. You won't let me be. As soon as Vong Tran saw Iga's sneaky hands, he grabbed him, thwarting his plan to eat for free. If he could not buy it, he would just take it. That is pretty brazen. With his thick skin exposed, Vong flew into a rage, swinging his fists as if to teach Vong Tran a lesson. Let go me. Tin Di quickly kicked hard into his golden triangle from behind. The 2 sacred eggs got smashed, causing Azung to scream in pain, almost chanting to get through his crisis. Azung collapsed on the ground, holding his jewels and screaming as if he were in labor. A Diva happily looked on at the suffering of the clueless worm. No matter what, we are martial artists. Dan Long sat in the car, waiting for his friend to return, then eagerly stepped outside. What is going on? He knelt down, looking at his friend curled up from shaking, clicking his tongue and asking, Vong, who beat you up like this? Immediately, he got the answer from Vidong Tran. I did. Dan Long frowned, looked at him, and began to question. Why did you hit him? Atindia's loud mouth would not shut up, spitting out a rap diss to vent his frustration. Your servant did not manage to buy grilled donkey meat. The moment we started talking, he wanted to throw a punch. The way he is now is just karma. If he dares to try again, I swear I will crush him. The straightforward words hit his ears like spicy chili water, making him open his mouth to lecture. Being violent like that is not good for a girl. You need to explain today's events to me. His half-hearted bravado did not intimidate anyone. Vig Tran calmly pointed at her, adding to the verbal battle. My friend has already explained. If you are still unsatisfied, then I can only play along with you to the end. Anger flared up for a moment, causing Dan Long to grit his teeth and threaten him with arrogant words. If you do not provide a reasonable explanation today, then I will say that he was silenced by Thun Fai, because he was too annoying. What will you do? The familiar voice made him turn in confusion and ask immediately. You are Thun Fai. From afar, a gray car sped down the street, as fast as a spotted leopard hunting its prey. With a prized possession in hand, Tin Di enjoyed it delightfully, feeling a wave of satisfaction. Being able to eat what she loved from her hometown. Awesome. Thun Fai watched her eat so happily. Long hesitated for a long time before deciding to speak his mind. Tud. Why did you agree to Lathan Long's invitation? He is not a good person at all. While enjoying her meal, thinking of that arrogant young master, Tendia leaned in close to her and teased. He is so handsome. Do not you have a crush on him? After hearing this, Thun Fai shook her head without needing to think. She just did not like him. Seeing her face droop, Tindi pulled out some food to share, hoping to lift her spirits. Don't be mad. Tonight, we will go all out and take him down. Who would have thought that Thun Fai would still be in such a mood he can't shake off? This is their territory. How can we fight against them? Ving Tran silently drove ahead, suddenly noticing something reflecting in the rearview mirror. Behind them, a striking jade green car was closely tailing them, exuding a scent of conspiracy. To keep the ladies in the car updated, he quickly reported the situation in an unclear manner. Beautiful ladies, it seems we have a little problem. I need to handle something for a bit, so stay in the car. Okay. Vig Tran turned into a nearby gas station, causing the owner of the car to hastily follow close behind, with secrets bubbling beneath the surface. He approached and knocked on the car window. Which side are you on, buddy? Can we have a little chat? The person inside did not bother to reply, just cracked the window slightly and rested the barrel of a gun on it, silently intimidating the opponent. Yet, Vig Tran was not afraid at all. He spoke warmly. Don't get worked up. It is not good to spill blood right on the street. I just want to know who sent you so I won't blow my cover. The assassin growled. Someone paid a hefty sum for your life. The arrogance of the faceless enemy made him laugh scornfully. Well, that is a big mistake. But before the person inside could make a move, he smashed the car window to see the face of the clown inside. The dark barrier suddenly vanished, revealing the foolish face of Ding Dan. Recognizing the familiar face, he cheerfully slid over as if he were shopping during a sale. Hey, kid. You are still alive. He hesitated to shout due to the mixed emotions swirling inside. Captain. In the midst of their awkward reunion, he still remembered to throw in a friendly question for his teammate. Who are you working with now? Why are you doing this killing job? Diheng Dan still trembled before that authority and summarized everything for him. I am with Tron Thiguan, the gangster. Ian Then Buying is his sworn brother. And he sent me this time. Thun Fai could not hear the conversation, so the worry was evident on his face. Surely nothing bad happened. Right. Why are you all hugging? Litha quickly comforted her, easing her anxious mind. Don't worry. Who is Vidong Tran? No one can hurt him. Feeling the strange gazes directed at him, Desing Dan awkwardly pointed and asked, Captain, there is you leaning against the car. His voice was calm and gentle like clouds. They are both your guests. Just taking them out for a bit of fun. Seeing his old boss now living happily with a girl, he nodded in approval. Captain, you are still as charming as ever. Let us meet up when you have time. I have been often in the capital lately. And I will take you to meet someone then. Ving Tran only caught the last bit of the long conversation. Who could it be that made Dying Dan smile mysteriously? His mischievous demeanor revealing a secret. Captain, let me tease the secret a bit. You will find out when the time comes. 7 p.m. at the International Celestial Club. Lo Tifeng is all smiles, eagerly welcoming an old best friend. Back then, you said you would return in glory. And now you have done it. Danlong did not act superior. Instead, he pointed to his watch as if to keep the peace. La Wo Tifeng, you have really become quite good too. Hearing that, Lo Feng could only awkwardly lower his head. The cost of a meal here might even be more expensive than my watch. Just as the conversation ended, Danlong suddenly noticed 2 familiar figures waiting in the room. He took the initiative to step forward and gently greeted the familiar faces from the past. The Thiem Nai. Hunixxiing. It has been so long. Seeing the beauty of her old classmate, Thiem Hai covered her mouth with her hand, trying to maintain her composure in front of the handsome guy. Danlong, it has been years. And you are much more handsome now. He accepted the compliment and replied with a suitably flattering remark. You are becoming more beautiful too. I bet you have many admirers now. Right. Seeing the conversation going well, she leaned in to respond. But her words concealed a hint of flirting with Danlong. There are many people who pursue me, but I do not like any of them. Before he could respond, he was interrupted by 2 friends who had just arrived with a lively greeting. Long time no see. Danlong nodded to greet acquaintances, exuding a pretentious air. Long time no see. Looking around and seeing enough people yet still quiet, Thiem quietly wondered. Everyone is here. Who else are we waiting for? He mentioned a name that left her stunned. Waiting for Thun Fai was like a catalyst. That name sparked strong curiosity in her. Thun Fai. I heard that after graduation, he joined the Lam Hai Corporation. I wonder how he is doing now. He Dung, sitting next to her, bluntly remarked that even if life is luxurious, it should not keep us waiting this long. Just as she finished speaking, Thun Fai and Vung Tran entered the room right on cue, as if this was a script they had prepared. Sorry. Danlong suppressed his anger and stood up to speak casually. Thun Fai, why did not your 2 friends come? She clearly saw his fake attitude but still replied politely. They went home, thinking his act was flawless. He calmly invited the 2 guests to take a seat at the dining table. Let us sit down first. Chia Sum friendly initiated a conversation to lighten the mood. Thun Fai, introduce your boyfriend a bit. You do not need to step in. Lower your ego and reach out to make friends. I am Ving Tran. Danlong noticed the polite demeanor of the person opposite him. He smiled and shook hands naturally. Mcia Cheese. I used to date them MS and Phi, but I am not his rival anymore. Unable to sit still amid the growing excitement, Vian then immediately jumped into the conversation. V Trong Tran. What do you do for a living? V Trong Tran, speaking faster than thinking, started to undermine himself. I am just a hired worker. I do not even have a home in the capital and still have to stay with others. As soon as he opened his mouth for nonsense, Thun Fai quickly kicked him under the table, causing him pain. Vian then heard this and clicked his tongue, then casually remarked, the capital is vast. Buying a house is not easy. Even after taking a painful hit to his foot, Vung Tran still would not stop rambling. His abilities are limited, and he is out of options, just waiting for the prey to fall into his trap. He babbled on with empty moralizing. This is not about ability. It is about awareness. If he can't even buy a house in the capital, how can Thun Fai be happy with him? Those biting words hit his ears like a toothpick shoved the wrong way, making him frown. Brother, whether I bring happiness to Thun Fai is none of your business. You would be better off spending some time learning to manage that mouth of yours. The sharp rebuttal made Vin then narcissistically revert to a lecture that would not stick. At this point, Ving Tran could not hold back anymore. Anger began to seep through that baby face of his. What is wrong? The tension was so thick that Chi Yisem choked up, hastily switching to his national Mexi mode to steer the topic away from the drama storm. Come on. It has been tough for us to reunite. A toast to celebrate after all these years apart. A toast. Cheers to our reunion after so many years. Youth has passed, but our friendship remains strong. Just like the waves. Nguyen Tim lifted his clay cup, excitedly shouting as he toasted. The cheerful atmosphere lasted about 2 seconds before Than Long's rude voice suppressed it. Wait a moment. He pointed at 2 differently colored glasses in front of the couple, his tone sharp and bland. We all have to drink wine. Why are you two having juice? She had not even gathered her thoughts when Vidong Tran quickly answered for her. My girlfriend is not feeling well today, so she can't drink. He would not let it go. He pressed further as if he was about to uncover a 10-year-old drama. What about you? Realizing this guy was truly an entity of the earth spirit, Ving Tran threw out a few half-hearted remarks just for formality. I do not drink. Thiem Hai was seeing a straight guy who did not touch a drop of alcohol for the first time. Covering her mouth and giggling. No way. You do not even drink wine. Are you even a man? He watched the comedic skit unfolding before him. Too lazy to even think. I do not know how to drink. La Wo Tifeng, who had been silent up to now, spoke out against Ving Tran's indifferent attitude. Look, brother. Your attitude is going to embarrass Thun Fai. Hearing that, he did not respond immediately but turned to hug her and asked, My love, do you feel embarrassed? Thun Fai's fair face turned a shade of pink from embarrassment with solid evidence. Ving Tran calmly rebutted, Do you see, my girlfriend said no. So why should I care? Dan Long stood frozen at some point, inwardly cursing like he was live streaming a rude insult. That lowly woman. Today I am definitely going to ruin her. Vian then listened for a while and quickly blurted out a conclusion no one needed. After all, he was just a man living off women. Vig Tran glared with intensity, trying to suppress a heart that wanted to unleash Godzilla in the street. Yeah. He thought he would found a weak one who liked to show off. He let out a loud huff and shot a sarcastic remark right at her face. Look at your situation. Are not you just a toad trying to eat a swan? In the next life. Vian then will never expect that because of his brainless words. He would get hit on the head by Thun Fai with a glass bottle for a reality check. My boyfriend is none of your business to judge. He is clutching his head and barking loudly. He is playing the victim role so well it is almost believable. Thun Fai, do not be clueless. I have to beat her up. Hunextra Vix. Ving Tran lunges forward to choke that loudmouth. Then come on. Let us see how capable you really are. Just as the tension was rising, someone suddenly kicked the door open without any manners. Aho Thin storms in with the whole security team like they are in a movie, shouting to catch the troublemaker as if filming a crime drama. You are the one bold enough to cause a fight here. Are not you? Are you tired of living? Grab him and take him away from me. Di Drung Dan, seeing the chaos outside, rushes in to save his boss. Stop right there. Who gave you the guts to touch him? Afraid of the chaos? He pulls out a gold-plated business card to slap it on the manager's face, saying, Open your eyes and see properly. He is not someone you can mess with. Before he could even read the card, his mouth was already sneering at the innocent. It is like he is auditioning for a play. The words International Celestial Society hit Heiho Thin like a verdict already passed. Seeing his boss suddenly freeze, the underling curiously glances over and gasps. Chairman Wang. He quickly kneels down, tears falling under the stunned gaze of the witnesses in the room. I am a fool who could not see the mountain. Please forgive me. Chairman Wang. I promise to never offend again. Wang Tran looks at the pathetic figure. Long Chanda Trapping does not want to pay attention but coldly replies, Fine. But you have to break a finger as a lesson you won't forget. His lazy gaze sweeps over the crazy bunch at the table, casually delivering his final warning. As for you guys, I will visit each of your houses. Thunderfy worries that things will get messy and pulls his hand, urging him to leave. Before they escape the chaotic room, Ho Thin uses all his strength to bend his finger in exchange for a favor they discussed. The car speeds away like it is being chased by a ghost. He sits quietly, letting her lean on him, feeling a mess inside but still blurting out, Why did you come here? Surprised by the sudden call while driving, Dezing Dan quickly responds, Boss, I was worried someone would cause trouble for you, so I followed. Seizing the moment of reunion, he let down his usual defenses to speak words he had hidden for a long time. Recently, I feel that what I have encountered has something to do with the Tiu family, old grudges and new ones. It is only a matter of time before I settle the score. Just hearing that term he had been blocked from using for ages ignited his anger like someone set fire to a chicken coop. The damned Tiu family. We have not avenged last year's grudge. Now that old bastard dares to come knocking. It is infuriating. Even though his anger was boiling, Viving Tran still forced himself to stay calm. He could not let reason be overwhelmed by temporary emotions. They are all the same. Sooner or later I will wipe them all out. Ding Dan did not want to miss the opportunity. He quickly suggested to join before being forgotten. Captain, if you need me, just call. I am always ready. Because of the strict rules, you ignore his longing gaze and urge. Drive faster. Take her home first. I have things to do. Ding Dan's dark mind immediately conjured up some inappropriate ideas, speaking in a tone that sounded like he was teasing Then. Captain, what is the rush? No need to raise your voice. Ving Tran's single comment left him speechless in admiration of your unique charm. Of course, he is meeting other beautiful girls. The two continued chatting in the car to dispel the boredom of the long, empty road. The next afternoon, while Liu Hyven was eating, there was a sudden knock at the door. Who's it? A deep voice rang out, full of mystery. Do you girls want to buy some milk? Dee Nian replied quickly while chewing, but her answer was quickly drowned out by her own voice just seconds later. Wait a minute, that voice. Carrying 2 bags in her hands, Viving Tran stood outside the door, looking just like a devoted server waiting for customers. Beautiful girls. Hurry and open the door for me. Upon recognizing the voice, Liu Han eagerly opened the door. Finally, he's back. He still smiled back, but inside he was a mess of confusion. Something happened in the capital, which delayed him a bit. Dee Nian also slowly stepped out right after. It has been a long time since we last met. Ving Tran's voice suddenly dropped as if his soul was floating away. It really has been a long time. Liu Haoen cheerfully introduced her friend without realizing how captivating their spring beauty was. This is why the Queen of Drama is so popular in our Huaxia. Did you two know each other before? She said something, but when she did not get a response, she looked up at him. V Trong Tran, she exclaimed, pointing at him, who was wide-eyed from the irresistible charm of the 2 girls. Why is your nose bleeding? Just sensing the unusual vibe from the special guest, the 2 girls exchanged glances, freezing like malfunctioning machines. They realized they were just in revealing pajamas. Both rushed into their room, leaving behind sounds of a scream, as if forgetting about the poor guy who was bleeding from the scene outside. The 2 doors opposite each other slammed shut simultaneously. Cutting off the awkwardness in the living room, Ving Tran dropped onto the sofa, letting out a long breath to regain his composure. Looking at the delicious spread, he could not help but take a bite, the rich home-cooked flavor making him pause for a moment after swallowing the bite. The distinctive aftertaste ignited Vidrong Tran's emotions. This cooking skill is top-notch. Deneen stood with her arms crossed, watching the guest eat directly, voicing her dissatisfaction. My dad is the head chef at the Sheraton Hotel. Like father, like son. Liu Hoan rushed out of the room and chimed in, praising her. That is right. That is right. Dian cooks really well. Whoever gets to be with her is truly lucky. As his love settled beside him, he gently placed a hand on her shoulder, his warm voice filled with care. Liu Hoan, I saw your huge poster on the subway. You are really becoming more popular every day. How have you been lately? It has been a while since I heard a caring word from you. I am excited to update you on everything. Fortunately, Dianine introduced me to a few directors, so I have achieved what I have now. Tomorrow, I have to meet with the director. V Trong Tran, hearing that familiar name, asked for confirmation. Wu Long, let me go with you. He glanced at the person in front of him and humbly spoke up. And also, thank you. Dianine, who was comfortably leaning back in her chair, spoke in a tone that contrasted sharply with her actual behavior. I have always considered Liu Hoan my little sister, so why thank me? This has nothing to do with you. V Trong Tran, not to be outdone, changed his expression and jokingly replied, I do not mind being involved with you. His words, filled with implications, made her choke slightly, her cheeks visibly reddening. He chuckled to himself but decided to change the subject out of pity. Do you have any plans coming up? Liu Hoan, who had been sidelined, seized the opportunity to chime in. Dianine had turned down a great opportunity, and her curiosity quickly surfaced, making him blurt out. It has been a while. The sun has not shone this bright since it broke the Piao standard, streaming down onto the buildings like it is live streaming a fire. Seeing him start to stand, Liu Huan quickly spoke up. It has been so long since you visited. Why not stay here tonight? Her clearly sad tone was obvious enough for even Vidong Tran, the dense one, to notice. Under Dianine's astonished gaze, she continued to humbly ask him to stay, not wanting to keep his girlfriend waiting. Vidong Tran immediately showed a pleading expression and suggested, I will sleep in your room then. Liu Hoan hurriedly ran over to Dianine to hide her embarrassment. What are you thinking? I am going to sleep with Dianine. Despite feeling a bit shy, he boldly expressed his audacious idea upon seeing her reaction. Really, actually, Dianine's bed is quite spacious. The 3 of us could fit together comfortably. Hearing such a tactless remark, she was taken aback. Liu Dianian dragged him straight into the room as if escaping a live TV interview. There was no way to stay alone in the vast living room. He stood frozen, listening to Liu Huan's voice echoing outside, unsure of how to react. V Trong Tran, we are going to sleep now. We need to get up at 6 a.m. tomorrow to meet the director. Just when he thought he was about to reach the peak of glory, he stumbled and fell straight to the bottom. Sighing internally, wondering how reality could be so different from his thoughts, Tai Yulong relaxed against the armrest, casually enjoying tea and the view before getting to work, along with Ving Tran. Liu Hoan approached from a distance and greeted him warmly. Hello, director. His observant gaze swept over her from head to toe. Are you her boyfriend? Faced with the unexpected interest from someone influential, she smiled and replied cheerfully. You are mistaken. He is just a good friend of mine. Tai Yulong removed his sunglasses, his voice a mix of 3 parts respect and 7 parts curiosity as he looked at him. This good friend of hers is no simple person. To prove his words, he stepped forward and shook hands with Vong Tran, Reintroducing himself a bit, "My name is Hao Tiu Long. Although I do not understand." Yu cautiously responded, fearing it might affect your girlfriend's career. Vong Tran quickly wrapped up the greeting as soon as their hands parted, leaving the two with unspoken, complex thoughts. He raised his hand cautiously, inviting Yu to sit down. Before the two could say anything, Tiu Long quickly threw out a proposal from nowhere. "If you agree, you could be the male lead in my film." As expected, Vong Tran blurted out a firm refusal. "I have no experience acting. I am afraid I can't handle it." It was clear he was a true player. He skipped the usual haggling and handed over his business card as swiftly as a master's move. "All right then. I won't make it hard for you. But if you change your mind, you can always call me." Reluctantly taking the business card, Vong Tran pretended to look it over before politely responding, "Sure." After the strangely brief conversation, Tiu Long clapped, announcing a sudden decision in his heart. "My film will start shooting in half a month. Lu Hoan is the female lead." She joyfully hugged the handsome star next to her. "Vong Tran, this is great." As everyone was about to leave, he sighed and said his last words to you with regret. "I hope we have the chance to meet again." Seeing that serious face make such a statement, Vong Tran struggled to hold back a laugh as he wrapped up that meeting. Of course. Once the two had walked far away, Lu Huan gently sighed to you. Being able to act in his film is truly a stroke of luck. It is a pity he does not want to be a movie star. Vong Tran remained steadfast in his earlier decision, responding firmly, "This is not what I want." Quickly recalling memories of being with you, she blurted out a protest. Did not everyone's dreams involve fame and wealth? So what exactly does he want? Caught off guard by the question, Vong Tran hesitated and then seriously expressed his thoughts. "Well, I want a sixth sense as sharp as yours." Suddenly sensing something, he turned to look. You already took off, leaving Liu Huan stunned like she met a runaway. Meanwhile, in another place, Jiang Trung was busy sharing his concerns with Tiu Long, unaware of the danger sneaking up from behind. "Hey Long, why did you invite Vong Tran to play the male lead?" Before he could finish his sentence, Lemin zoomed in, making him jump and yell at the dazed face across from him. "Be careful." To shield Tiu Long, Jiang Trung was cut on the arm by the sharp blade, involuntarily exclaiming. The swift attack left him flustered, only able to ask his friend, "Are you okay?" Realizing he was not the target, Jiang Cheng struggled to shake off Xiao Long, who was hesitating. "Run fast." I panicked and could not think. Just knowing to run following that person's growl. A plan 1 was that Li Mun was too weak, so in plan 2, Baksh Tung had to step in front of Xiao Long to shield him. "Wanna run?" It was not that easy. In a moment of life and death, Xiao Long barely managed to turn and face the assassin Li Min, his eyes wide open like a startled deer seeing the butcher's knife before the cold steel of the Thanjine. He could only fearfully hold his head, accepting the fate that awaited him. Just as Tu Shen was about to knock on the door, Wang Zhang swiftly kicked. He tossed his hair dramatically like a hero saving a damsel in distress. Thankfully, I arrived just in time. Baksh Tung appeared behind Xiao Long. "This year, the knife in my hand is ready to take down the opponent. Let me see how you save him." Wang Zhang spun around like a ballet dancer, launching a hidden weapon at him. Baksh Tung was immediately hit, blood spraying out like a high-pressure hose. Then, the unconscious man fell on the spot, and he calmly questioned the person in front of him. "Do you know who attacked him?" Xiao Long, regaining his senses, quickly replied, "I can guess who it is." Wang Zhang glanced at him, asking for his intention to counterattack. "There is no need to say it. You won't let this go easily." "Of course." You helped Jiang Trung sit up, and before leaving, you kindly reminded him, "I believe you can handle this. But if it gets too complicated, talk to Liu Haivan. She has my number." Xiao Long did not forget to express his gratitude as he left. Thanks. A moment later, at the Tianbing Mountain Villa, the morning scene was incredibly peaceful, and Tinundi stepped out looking half asleep. "You are back. Come home with me." Before Vigeland Tran could feel touched, he sternly questioned like a household check. "A comrade Hun Titha, tell me honestly, did you really fake a decree from Hun old man this time?" She quickly defended herself. "No way. How could that be? This time, Grandpa really did call me for dinner." He coldly refused, even turning down to Da's warm embrace. "Forget it. Just tell Grandpa Hun I am sorry." Suddenly, Vung Tran's eyes lit up like car headlights. It turned out his attention had landed on her chest. Tendia blushed, crossed her arms to shield her dangerous zone, and snapped. "Have you seen enough?" Not only did Vig Tran dodge her charm, but he also successfully knocked her out. He gently helped her onto the bed. "I won't go to the Hun family. I can only knock you out first. When you wake up, do not blame me." He then carefully covered T. Deli with a blanket and silently left. At that moment, she suddenly opened her eyes. It turned out it was all just a play. And Tina D lay on the bed, feeling pleased that she had tricked him. He was too easy to fool. In another scene, Vung Tran was speeding down the road as soon as he arrived at the office. He greeted, "Hello, beautiful boss. What are you busy with?" Thitha looked up and handed him a stack of documents. "You arrived just in time. Come check this out." Ving Tran focused on reading the report and then exclaimed in surprise. All three major shareholders sold 10 out of 100 shares of Kuku Tichai Dung. She had to admit, it was true. Kufi Chixi Dung not only had your family as shareholder, but also had some nominal shares from the Thi Nu Quan family. Ving Tran did not understand. Thousands of questions filled his mind. Why did they want to sell shares of Kufi Tichi Dung? What did your dad say? The Thi calmly answered each question. He let me handle it myself. No need to report these small matters to him. However, there were a few things that made her unhappy. But others in the family were not so easily willing to give up. They just wished the group would collapse soon. He reached out to ruffle her hair. Showing understanding. Let us go ask who these people are selling their shares to. Isn't he that good enough? She quickly replied. They basically did not care. Especially Thang Quan Tondalong. This was not too difficult for Ving Tran. He grabbed her hand and pulled her away. It was actually very simple. Just go with him. A while later, right at the Yi Quan Tonlong's villa, he pressed his ear against the door to eavesdrop, not forgetting to tease. This villa really has great soundproofing. Thitha stood outside, very curious. Wondering what was going on, she decided to move closer to eavesdrop. Suddenly, a series of ambiguous sounds made her blush. Vivung Tran winked and teased her. If you are that embarrassed, I will take you to see a good play. Then he pulled out a lockpick and started to unlock the front door. Before long, the door swung open, and he walked in like he owned the place, interrupting Tonlong's romantic scene. Sorry to intrude. Tonlong wished he could kill the intruder, but he had to comfort the beautiful woman into the room, and then turned to yell out his frustrations. Do you have no manners? You just barged in without knocking. Thitha casually sat on the sofa, ordering like a wealthy person, to retrieve the shares he had sold. How much did you sell for? I will give you double, he asked back, clearly finding it absurd. The boss already told you guys, but I do not agree. Do you think I would agree with you? She anxiously asked. Second brother. Who did you sell the shares to? Tonlong leisurely lit a cigarette and then mentioned the name. Ob Financial Group, the largest financial group in Australia. The Thi instinctively called out Viaga's name. But before she could finish, he held her hand reassuringly and acted cool. Leave it to me. Thitha nodded in agreement. Ving Tran stood up abruptly and approached him, pulling out a mysterious vial from his pocket, then forced Tenlong to drink it, without waiting for a reaction. He threatened, contacting On Financial Group, saying, if you want to buy the shares, I will come back tomorrow. If you still do not do what I say, you can only wait to die. Then he grabbed Thitha's hand and left. Let us leave Tim Malungus' anger behind. What did you make me drink? The two of them drove home. In the Vig Tran could not help but ask, do you know much about On Financial Group? She rested her chin on her hand, contemplating for a moment. It is clear that this financial group has harmed many promising companies, and the fact that they are targeting cancer is definitely not good news. After hearing this, he made an assessment, realizing that it is not something to be taken lightly. As for cancer shares, I will help you deal with it. The Thi joyfully kissed him. Wang Zhang. Thank you. It is true that a master is not as good as seizing the opportunity. Wang Zhang put on a mischievous face, saying, if you have not had enough kisses yet, I will come to your room tonight, and we can continue. How about that? The Thi was so annoyed that she wanted to call the police to lock this guy up, but she only scolded him lightly. You pervert. All you think about are dirty things. Wang Zhang, fearing she might get upset, quickly defended himself. I was just joking. How about I take you to the bar for some fun? She shyly huffed to brush it off. Before long, they arrived at their destination. In front of the Tianya bar, the sign had been turned off for some time, but he did not care. As they entered, they spotted Tenda. Wang Zhang reached out and grabbed her shoulder. She reflexively turned her head and spoke. Who disturbs my peace? But as soon as she recognized a familiar face, her attitude did a complete 180. Wang Zhang laughed and asked, why are you drinking alone? Tunda looked confused. Aren't you guys here to watch the boxing match? Wang Zhang was puzzled upon hearing this. Boxing match? What are you talking about? She looked straight at him, then replied decisively. The Black Empire. The Thai, who was fiddling with her phone, suddenly had a call come in. As she answered, a voice came through. Can you come back to the villa for a bit? Thitha nodded in agreement. All right. I will be right back. She then stood up to say goodbye. I have some things to deal with, so I will head back first. He politely replied. Be careful on your way back then. Tinda took the chance to tease her a bit. Don't you want to leave? Go ahead and handle your business. I will borrow Wang Zhang for a bit. Do not be so stingy. The Thi shyly turned away without saying a word. Just by looking at the other's demeanor, she could guess what was going on. Did you two just go on a date? Wang Zhang wrapped his arm around her waist and said, According to your words. This means we are on a date now. She immediately pushed him away. Her words slick. Wang Zhang chuckled in response. As long as someone likes it. That is enough. It was just the right time to watch the match. She stood up and invited him to come along. The boxing match is about to start. Let us hurry. At this moment, the two fighters were already in the ring, surrounded by many spectators. They quickly squeezed in to grab a pretty good seat. A man across the way noticed Tinda. Surprised that the little princess of the Han family was here too. It looks like there would be some fun to watch. That man was Qianhai. He took a quick glance at the person next to him, saying, I am actually more interested in the man beside her. He then called the waiter over and instructed him. Get everything ready. I want to make sure they have an unforgettable memory. The match began with the sound of the gong, and Qin Lun focused intently on his opponent. Tin Di pointed in a direction and urged him on, taking advantage of the match just starting. Let us quickly place a bet to earn some pocket money. Vung Tran looked puzzled. How so? Ying Tin had dazzled her, directly asking her opponent for tricks. I know you are the expert. Which of the two on the ring is stronger? Please help me do a quick analysis. Viving Tran crossed his arms and casually said, what if one of them is deliberately throwing the match? How can you predict correctly? Tin Di hurriedly retorted. They won't throw the match because here, the loser has to lose their life. You were surprised to hear that. Since when did the Black Fist of Hoei have to distinguish between life and death like this? Meanwhile, the referee's whistle sounded, signaling the end of the match. The referee raised Qin Lun's hand high, announcing the winner. Vijong Tran looked at the opponent in the stands. Puzzled, wondering what his background was, Tin Di immediately provided every detail. It is said this person was once an elite soldier in the reconnaissance battalion of the capital military district, but later was kicked out for making a mistake, and now is a member of Ten Long Lan. You turn to question her immediately. A member of Ten Long Lan is here to fight in the Black Fist. You did not bring me here just to watch. Right. She did not hide it anymore and directly asked. Do not you want to fight them at least once? Ving Tran was truly at a loss with her. This provocation tactic would not work on him. I will use my own way to take what I want. She brushed his hand off, showing her disappointment. Suddenly, the waiter whispered to Qin Lun. Then he pointed towards the audience seats. You go up there. Tin Di immediately turned to him, worried, and spoke up. Look, you are being challenged now. Even if you do not want to fight, you have to. Viving Tran was not one to back down. He raised his hand to call a nearby waiter. I want to place a bet. Then confidently placed his credit card on the tray. 200,000 betting on myself. The audience below immediately became restless. If you can't do it, do not embarrass me. I have bet my entire fortune. That tall, skinny guy. Make him fight for me. Ving Tran looked up at the nearby scoreboard. The odds were 1-3. Leaning towards Qin Lun, you thought to yourself with delight. This time it is really going to be fun. As soon as you stepped onto the ring, you inquired first, hearing that he was from Tan Long Lan. You did not expect him to come here to fight in the Black Fist. Qin Lun could not help but wonder. Who are you? This is national security. How do you know? Then Ving Tran rushed up to gain the upper hand. It seemed they were not going to share everything with him. Later, I might kindly tell you who I am. You threw a punch forward. Fortunately, he managed to block it in time. Seeing this, you could not help but praise him. His defensive reaction speed is not bad. Unfortunately, then he followed up with a critical blow. Qin Lun got hit and immediately coughed up blood. I win this round. He was knocked away, looking utterly pathetic. Not stopping there, Ving Tran suddenly grabbed his opponent's shoulder and kneed him straight in the gut. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Qin Lun clutched his stomach in pain, stammering his surrender. Stop. Stop. I give up. But Ving Tran was determined to press on. Ving Tran grabbed his pants. Still not done. Then threw Qin Lun into the air, thinking it was too early for surrender. He took a leap and threw his opponent in one direction with all his might. While he was suspended in mid-air, Ving Tran jumped up and delivered a final, decisive punch to end the match. After a series of rapid moves, he happily waved at Bai Bun, saying, Bro, do not forget to send me the money I bet. Once Ving Tran was done, he glanced down at the audience. Someone who caught his eye said worriedly, Bro, he is targeting you. So you better watch out. Then he turned and ran away, immediately asking, Vivin Nahai, did you set this up? Vivin I denied it fervently. Vung Tran grabbed his opponent's shirt, angrily shouting, Don't play dumb with me. If you are gonna curse the whole family. Your T family is truly a lingering ghost. Vivin Nahai, terrified, shouted, You let me, or I will make you pay. Vivun Tran tightened his grip on his shirt, threatening him, then forcefully threw Than Hai onto the fighting floor. Ving Trong Tran looked at his opponent's miserable state, grinning. This was the price to pay. He smashed his face into the ground, his expression filled with pain. He pointed at Qin Lun and said, Don't look at me like that. This has nothing to do with me. You brought someone like him from the special forces here. Did not your family know anything? The more he spoke, the more pleased he became. Thin Nun knew very well my skills. But why did not he stop me, and instead watched his younger brother take a beating? Suddenly, a voice interrupted from somewhere. Fantastic. Really fantastic. Then Niven clapped and praised as he walked. Not expecting Ving Tran's ability to stir up trouble to be so impressive, he instinctively turned towards him. I have not come looking for you yet. And here you are at my door. Ving Tran continued speaking to Thin Nhe. I am not lying to you. Your brother knows exactly what we have been talking about. Thin Nien stepped forward, showering him with compliments. Saying his martial arts skills were not any less than his own. Ving Tran feigned politeness, saying it was too much praise. Seeing that the situation was not in his favor, he tried to negotiate. Is there really no way for us to reconcile? He sneered. Reconcile? You arranged for Tu the Vi to assassinate me. Your grandfather almost got me and my brothers killed in that mess. And Long Lung, how do you expect me to reconcile? Naturally. Vung Tran would never agree. Even if it cost him his life, if I reconcile with you. What makes me different from those Hun family dogs? I won't stop until I die with the Tu family. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly lunged forward and grabbed his opponent by the neck. The bodyguards behind immediately drew their guns. Warning. Let the young master go. Or I will blow your head off. Ving Tran showed no fear. Instead, he threatened them back. You can try to see if you blow my head off first, or if your master's neck will break first. Thin Nien, fearful, softly sought to negotiate. Do we really have to do this? He looked straight into his opponent's eyes and calmly explained. Thin Nien, since the moment you commanded Tu Than Vi to assassinate me, we completely lost the chance for reconciliation. In the end, he decided to spare him. Be careful. I won't let you live comfortably. Nature painfully clutched his neck. He could not wait for him to finish speaking. Vung Tran had already turned to leave, hoping to meet again. Then he grabbed Tun Di's hand and went home. And once he had regained his composure, he said to his younger brother, Come back with me. Thivin Nahai, unwilling and angry, let out a huff, standing from afar with a sigh of frustration. If people's hearts were no longer united, the team would be doomed. A while later, in the lobby, the two of them sat waiting for someone. As Tin Feng arrived, he respectfully spoke. V Trong Tran. Sorry to keep you waiting. This card has 30 million as the reward you won. The initial code was 123456. And now you can check it. Vung Tran reached out to take the card. No need. I trust you guys. Turning 2 million into 30 million is quite a benefit. He hesitated to call out the other person's name. V Trong Tran. You are not being polite. Just tell your boss to come see me. I want to ask why he did not show up to intervene. Tun Feng gently intervened. He did not want to complicate things. Our boss is not here. And neither you nor Mer. Tooth and Neven are injured. Is there really a need for intervention? Vivrung Tran was busy on the phone when at that moment, Chiu Nam slowly stepped up to confront him. Young Master Ving. Are not you making it difficult for me? He put away his phone and directed his attention to him. His tone slightly mocking. Master Sace. You really are quite good at hiding. Chiu Nam is no easy opponent either. He shot back at the person opposite him. What is wrong? Surprised. I just wanted to find a place to watch the fighting. But you forced me to reveal myself. Vung Tran stood up, reminding him with a few words. Since we have met, let us host the guests. After a while, they were at the bar on the second floor. Chiu Nam happily had the beauty Tu Quine pour him a drink when suddenly someone loudly interrupted the romantic atmosphere. Where's Tu Quine? Where have you hidden her? Get her out here now. She quickly stepped outside to check the situation and saw the noisy commotion below in the lobby. If I do not get her to pour drinks for me, I will call a few hundred people to smash this place to bits. A waiter hurriedly stepped up to explain. Sir, Tu Quine really is not here today. She took a leave of absence. What you are doing will affect the other customers. He did not hold back, directly attacking the other person. Get lost. Who do you think you are? You think you can talk to me? Tun Feng immediately responded by punching him in the face. Miraculously, the guy doubled over in pain, clutching his stomach. But his face was fine. Then he quickly retaliated with a similar move. Both of them rushed into a fierce fight, determined to go all out against each other. Tu Quian saw the situation was tense and wanted to handle it herself. I will go down to deal with this. Chiu Nam was enjoying himself when the guitar string snapped. So he grabbed the beautiful woman's hand. Dante go. Do not let anyone think they can target my people. This situation was definitely not as simple as it appeared. V Trong Tran, who had been observing all along, could see the other guy's intentions. The opponent was very skilled, deliberately luring him out without any scruples. He nodded in agreement. Yeah. Both stepped out onto the balcony to assess the situation. You raised your voice to confer with the person next to you. Think about what to do before the police arrive. Chiu Nam feigned confusion. Officer Vong Tran clearly knew his stuff. Carefully explaining to make the other person understand, the police and reporters will block all exits. conducting a thorough investigation of the bar. The dark arena affair will be exposed. Brother Chiu Nam here is playing with fire. After hearing this, he had no choice but to rely on the person in front of him, considering it a favor owed to him. Help me. Once given full authority, Vong Tran calmly pulled out a handgun and fired a few shots into the ceiling. The bullets instantly shattered the lights inside the bar. One here. Another there. The patrons hurriedly fled. Someone shot. Run. Run. Find somewhere to hide. Do not block my way. After the exit was cleared, Chu Nam grabbed the beautiful girl's hand and ran, not forgetting to turn back to thank Vong Tran. Thank you. Moments later, the police arrived, surrounding the entire bar, but it was too late. Vong Tran had already escaped in a vehicle. He sped down the boulevard. Tinda sat in the car, feeling regretful. After today, there would be no more dark arena fights. There would be nowhere to watch fights anymore. On the other hand, had already seen the positive side of the situation. But if this time So Chiu Nam could turn things around, it would make people view him differently. She suddenly changed the topic of conversation. By the way, are you really participating in that special forces competition? Give me a straight answer. I can answer that easily. Vong Tran was still hesitant for personal reasons. Let me think about it. I really do not want to lead the Tanlong team this time. She looked at him with wide eyes, speaking in a cute tone. But I want to see you wear the uniform again. Vong Tran smiled gently in response, saying she would get to see it. After returning to the Taibing villa, the mood had shifted to afternoon. Vong Tran's phone suddenly rang. Displaying the caller it as Shangguan Tenlang, he quickly answered, saying, "What is it?" The other side opened with an immediate end. "I admit defeat and shame. I surrender. I will tell you whatever you want to know," Vong Tran happily informed Thai. "Your brother has surrendered, and she achieved her goal and ordered a retreat. Then let us go gather the nets." The next morning, at Shangguan Tenlang's house, the sky outside was clear and calm, but the people inside were in deep distress. Tenlang lay curled up on the sofa. Vong Tran walked in leisurely, saying, "I want to buy back shares. Just contact me, and I will give you the antidote." Tenlang must be the most miserable in this place. His face was visibly haggard as he responded, "Half an hour ago, I told my assistant to contact them." He grew increasingly desperate. But before he could finish, the other end hung up. Ving Tran looked at the person with disdain. "You are really useless." Then he handed the phone to Tuzan Long, wanting to call and get to the bottom of it. "Give me a way to contact him." He answered the phone while providing additional information. "In Zik, the chief representative of the incorporation. He is staying at the Tianjin Hotel, achieving his goal." So he immediately turned on his heel and walked away, casually as if nothing happened. "Well, let us go and leave Tun Long behind," shouting until he is hoarse. "You still have not given me the antidote." Ving Tran turned his head, each word like a dagger to Tien Long's heart. "If I am not mistaken, you still have 15 hours of uninterrupted movement left. I believe you can make it. Being reborn would even be better," he screamed in agony. And those two are calmly discussing. Surely they must be losing to the French colonizers with every nationality. Right. Seeing his desperate state, is it not very satisfying? Very satisfying. Vung Tran took advantage of the second chance, and no one dared to speak on Sunday. He put on a triumphant face, asking the beautiful girl if she wanted to kiss him. That blushed deeply and quickly refused. Do not dream about it. In another scene, at the hotel's drying area, Inzoku leisurely sipped wine while admiring the landscape in front of him, finally conquered by us. Just as he was enjoying it, the string broke. Where did VV Tran come from? What is going on? Are you quite pleased with yourself? He turned around in shock, asking for the identity of the other person. Who are you? Even if you pay him. Vimvrung Tran would not be foolish enough to reveal himself right away. Who I am does not matter. What matters is that a beauty wants to meet you. As soon as she finished speaking, the Thai entered the room. Time to get out of my way, Inzik. Upon seeing someone familiar, unleashed a barrage of questions. Mr. Ng Quan Thai. I did not expect the manager of International Sea, Dung, to be interested in barging into others' private spaces. Aren't you afraid I will take you to court? The Thu was fearless, challenging him without hesitation. Complaints are useless. Inzik. We should have met earlier, should not we? Ignoring everything, the smug Vivling Tran leisurely poured a cup of coffee and took a sip, not forgetting to compliment the host. Great coffee. Did not expect you to have good taste. I am over 70 years old, and I have never met anyone as presumptuous as this one. He raised his voice in retort. I did not invite you to sit, nor did I tell you to drink my coffee. The Thu pulled a chair, demanding to resolve the matter clearly. Donnie get so worked up. Let us sit down and calmly discuss the shares. Inzoki immediately pushed all responsibility on headquarters, considering himself useless. Mr. Neng Quan. I reported the acquisition of 10% of International Sea Dung to headquarters. They take this matter very seriously. Currently, this matter is beyond my control. Vivrung Tran enjoyed his coffee before getting to the main point. I do not care how you plan to handle it. Right now. We intend to buy back at the original price. I am just asking if you agree or not. He waved his hand, shaking his head repeatedly. I can make that decision. You stand up abruptly, clearly wanting to make a scene. So we do not need to continue this conversation, and Zoke instinctively steps back, asking curiously, what do you want to do? Viving Tran approaches, determined to press his opponent until their last breath. I am not doing anything. But your own financial group suddenly played dirty, and that makes me very unhappy. From now on, we can only be enemies. Without giving him a chance to react, you throw the coffee cup from earlier right in Enzok's face. It is just a little warning. Ving Tran makes a serious face, emphasizing each word. Remember this lesson well. After handling everything, he returns to his apartment. The Ving Tran casually sits playing with his phone in the living room, the screen displaying a chat with Minke. A handsome guy invited me to dinner tonight. Do you want to come along? He quickly types a few messages in response. A moment later, the message is sent. Waiting. Now I will come find you. Just after typing, Ving Tran hurriedly says goodbye to Thi. A beautiful woman is waiting for me. I will go ahead. Call me if anything comes up. She angrily slams the report, saying she is not jealous is a lie. Isn't the person in front of you a beautiful woman? Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Lam High Group, Minke anxiously checks her watch, wondering why they have not arrived yet. Just as she mentions him, he appears. Did you miss me? She stands up, her face clearly showing joy. As they enter to talk, Viving Tran flops onto the sofa as soon as he steps inside. Your place is quite luxurious. Minke shyly approaches, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Trong Tran. What do you think our relationship is right now? He does not respond immediately, just lets out a sigh, then reaches out to wrap his arm around her waist, placing her on his lap. Ving Tran looks at Minke gently and says the most sincere words. You are very important to me. She is charmed by his sweet words and feels sympathy for him. I know you have a lot to do, and I can keep you tied down. But Minke leans into his embrace, shyly expressing her affection. But my heart is already yours. What should I do? Then they share a passionate kiss, hotter than free fire. Minke seizes the opportunity to give him the green light. Her bed can finally be put to use. Trong Tran. What is this? When it comes to this, nobody can think faster than him. He lifts her up, slowly heading toward the bedroom, preparing to cook rice, when a knock at the door interrupts, making him feel like he is the most unfortunate person. He laments. What bad timing. Who does not have any sense? Minke blushes and playfully hits him. You should get some sleep here. Wait for me to have dinner with you tonight. The next morning, golden sunlight shines through the Lam High Group building. Ving Tran wakes up and looks around for Minke. Where did you go? He notices a piece of paper in front of him and approaches to take a look. The note on the table clearly states the time and place. The thing is that the girl promised. Last night she saw he was tired, so she did not wake him up. Today I have something to do, so I am leaving first. Talking to you is really fun. Looking forward to the next meeting. Trauma mai. Vong Tran scratched his head and chuckled, feeling a bit regretful that he had fallen asleep and missed the chance to have dinner with the beauty. Just a little sad and then forget it. You pull out your phone and call Duong Dan. The other end picked up immediately. Brother Tran. Why did you call me so early? You opened your mouth asking me to investigate a bit about On Corporation. Duong Dan, holding a beauty, could not help but yell out. Vong Tran noticed the hesitant tone and questioned him. What is wrong? Did you hear something? He stood up abruptly, pressing for answers. He had heard about it before while still in the line. How does Tran have a connection with this corporation? He did not feel comfortable answering. Just wanted to get this task done. It is quite complicated. First, you help me investigate which people the incorporation has recently cooperated with. Then he hung up. No thanks at all. Vong Tran stood in contemplation about the earlier advice. It is best not to get involved with the incorporation. Suddenly, Tinda burst in, screaming loudly, looking very anxious. Finally found him. Come with me quickly. She grabbed his hand and dragged him away, leaving him bewildered like a deer in headlights. Not understanding what was happening. Miss, why are you in such a hurry? Tinda yelled while running. It is too late. We have to go to Fucha right now. I will explain on the way. After a while, they reached Fucha. The weather there was very nice. After hearing the explanation, Vong Tran could not hide his curiosity and pressed for more details. So my dad wants us to go there to visit a relative. Tinda confirmed that his understanding was not wrong. He held his head, looking frustrated. I have been tricked by the Hen family again. She quickly explained her actions. It is not like that. You know them too. Vong Tran set aside his sadness for a moment, wanting to know exactly who he was about to meet. Tinda pointed at an old-style mansion and slowly said, You understand. Upon hearing this, Truongjia turned on his heel and headed home to sleep. Tinda quickly grabbed his hand, pleading, Since we are here, let us go inside and take a look. In the end, he had to agree. The two walked up to the mansion. She knocked on the door. Is anyone home? Someone inside immediately came to open the door. Truong Hai peeked out and recognized a familiar face. Little Da. She politely asked, "Is my cousin home?" He did not want to be rude and quickly invited them in. They went outside. "You two can wait in the room." Hearing the wait, Vong Tran felt unhappy. His face felt like he just lost a bag of rice. Tin Da, being perceptive, politely declined, saying they would be a bit late. The two left. She trailed behind, using this kitten voice to tease her opponent. "Right now. Let us go play at Chiwu's mansion. It has been a long time since I have been here." The Ving Tran finally relaxed his facial muscles a bit, putting his arm around Bic Tunda. "What do you want to play? I want to join you for a real game." Suddenly, she made a mischievous face, signaling that something fun was coming next at Chu's mansion. "There is something I have been thinking about for a long time," he wondered, and could not help but exclaim. A moment later, the scene shifted to a clear beach. Vivtring Tran stared at the bikini-clad beauties in front of him, drooling, his eyes turning into hearts. This was truly a man's dream world. Tin Di quickly pulled the pervert away to another spot. "All right, stop looking at the pretty girls. Let us go jet skiing." They raced across the golden sand, when suddenly someone from afar was quietly observing. Annie made a disgusted face. Those two bitches actually dared to come here. Seeing the other person unhappy, Buffine hugged and comforted her. "Don't worry. Big brother has prepared for this." She abruptly changed her attitude, using a tone like Tuongo Kiyu to demand. "Big brother, you can't let them leave alive and go back to the general's mansion." Buffine eagerly agreed to her request. "Of course. I will make them die at Chao's mansion." A while later, the two of them sped off on the boat across the sea. The Ving Tran turned his head back, teasing. This little girl really plays whatever excites her. Tin Di tightly wrapped her arms around his waist, excitedly replying, "Is that not allowed?" He nodded in agreement, looking to entertain. "Sure. You can do anything. How about we play something more thrilling?" Then she suddenly accelerated, intending to race along the coastline, joyfully shouting, "Let us do it!" Just as they were having fun, suddenly a boat appeared behind them, chasing after them. Ving Tran glanced back, showing caution. "Hold on tight. Someone wants to make trouble for us." The two sides kept going. "I run. You change." Seeing the situation looked unfavorable, he immediately turned around and pushed Tin Diri to the front. "You drive." She was startled and replied flustered, "But I do not know how." The Ving Tran sat behind, reassuring her, "It is just like riding a motorcycle. You can do it." He stood up to observe the chasing boat, continuously giving orders. "Just drive straight to the river." Tun Dida, scared, stepped on the gas, her heart racing with fear. But before she could finish her words, Ving Tran jumped straight into the water, not forgetting to say a few words. "Don't worry. You will be fine." The water immediately splashed everywhere. Min Kazai stood on the yacht, continuously firing down into the water, bullets raining down in countless numbers. Fortunately, thanks to the protagonist's aura, not a single bullet hit him. Tendi ran away, but her heart was filled with worry. Silently praying, he must be careful, taking advantage of the guy's moment of negligence. Ving Tran stealthily climbed onto the yacht and challenged his opponent. "Bro, do not chase after the girls. Let us settle this one-on-one." Min Kai quickly reacted, aiming his gun at him. Fortunately, it was not a ghost that was lingering. "Go die." Just as he finished speaking, you kicked the gun out of the guy's hand, and the gun fell to the floor without mercy. Disarmed, Min Kai had no choice but to fight barehanded, but unlucky for him, the main character is Vidung Tran. You kicked straight into the opponent's stomach, and did not forget to throw a few words. "A weak chicken like you should just give up." Then you delivered a devastating blow. Min Kai, in pain, held his chin and said, "Don't underestimate others. No one suffers as much as this guy." He was already getting hit, and then took a shot right to the groin. Min Kai fell to the ground, clutching his Peter in pain, mumbling and groaning. V Trong Tran casually picked up the gun and threatened the other guy to spill everything. "Tell me, who sent you here?" Min Kai, known for his toughness, was denying everything with no one around. Vidung Tran remained calm and revealed the identity of the person in front of him. "If I am not mistaken, you used to be a mercenary and also a master who practiced Tai Chi. I just need to listen a little to find out who you are. So do you intend to tell the truth or not?" The guy, in pain and confused, was continuously asked whether to speak the truth or not made no difference. You pretended to be kind and explained thoroughly. "Of course, if you answer, I will hand you over to the local police. Whether you can escape or not is up to you. If you do not talk, I will break your arms and legs and then throw you in the sea." Fortunately, Min Kai knew to turn back before it was too late and quickly confessed everything. "Fanhai Unain from the Black Hand Group sent me here. I do not know anything else." Viving Tran pressed for more details. "Tell me more about the Black Hand Group." He knelt down and answered casually, saying he had already explained everything in detail. "But you did not think so, slowly moving closer. Then grabbed Min Kai's hand and continued the interrogation. Did you add a little more pressure? The guy immediately screamed in pain. Min Kai endured all kinds of hardships. Feeling wronged and confronting the person in front of him, I told you. You broke your promise. Vejong Tran would not easily let go of this valuable information and was determined to get it. This is a small warning. If you still do not tell the truth, I will throw you to the bottom of the lake as fish bait. Answer me. Who does Fen Hai Yu 9 usually have close relations with? Min Kai Fai finally obediently revealed the name of Trakang Biafi Ven from the general's office. Upon hearing that familiar name, you were surprised. Not expecting that scoundrel to be the mastermind behind it all, Vejong Tran achieved his goal and pointed the gun at the opponent. A little promise broken was not a big deal. Thanks for being honest. Just then, a cold bang echoed, and Min Kai reunited with his ancestors. A moment later, at a cafe on the street, Vung Tran arrived to see Tun Dai eagerly welcoming him. You looked at the other person with a serious expression. Good. There is something I think I should tell you. You are really like a fruit tree brother. Before you could speak, she guessed it was something related to the assassin. Come in and let us talk. Tindi they sat down at the table and got straight to the point. Who is the mastermind behind this? Based on the information I got from Min Kai, you answered straightforwardly. Truzung Bubla. And moreover, your cousin is also involved. She bowed her head, trying to suppress her emotions, not expecting her family to treat her this way. Indeed. Vung Tran urged her. Good. If you are upset, you can cry. Tin Diev suddenly grabbed his shirt and then broke down sobbing into his arms. Trong Tran. Why do they want to push me to my death? He gently comforted the beautiful girl. Don't worry. I won't let them have their way. It is only fair. They are family. So Tun Di hesitated a bit. But Vejong Tran did not let that bond hold him back. He explained clearly to her, you see them as family. Yet they want to kill you worse than beasts. I will relay this to your father. Meanwhile, someone with binoculars quietly observed the situation at sea. Anai anxiously asked if he saw anything. Even though he did not see anything, his confidence was overflowing. But perhaps the person is dead. After all, those sent out this time were from the underworld. Sighing in relief. Finally, this couple is dead. We can go home now. BF Vin quickly grabbed the other person's shoulder, wearing a twisted expression. Little sister, have you forgotten something? Anai understood immediately, hugging him tightly and whispering in his ear. Big bro. Just like that, one guy carrying one girl slowly approached the bed. Little sis, I can hardly hold back anymore. Bifi Ven laid her on the bed, and she continued to tease. Big bro is really hungry. Digong Dan watched the scene on a screen and could not help but sigh. Ross, there is a great show to watch now. He pulled out his phone to record each scene, determined not to let him miss this drama. Then, he kindly sent the video to V Tran via message. At the same time, while he was walking with Tin D, his phone suddenly notified him. Vung Tran hurriedly took his phone out of his pocket. Be careful watching the video. This time it is serious. This guy really has some disgusting tastes. Tin D saw him focused on his phone and was very curious. What is wrong? Vung Tran chuckled to distract her. Nothing. Where are you planning to go now? She lowered her face, pretending to be pitiful. I want to visit Grandpa. But I guess I can't get into the house now. He pretended to think of ways to please Tin D. But all he could remember was that there might only be a few guards at the general's mansion. We can still get in. Hearing this, her eyes suddenly brightened. Really? Vejong Tran pretended to be cool and questioned the person in front of him. Have I ever lied to you? Moments later, they arrived at the general's mansion. Tin D held Tragan Nan's hand, quietly calling out. Grandpa, She said this while crying. Grandpa, I have been in Nenhei for half a year, getting sunburned and losing weight. Your little granddaughter is really impressive now. The more she spoke, the more enthusiastic she became, not knowing if she was intentionally or unintentionally taking a jab at him. Grandpa, I brought my boyfriend home. He is quite handsome but a bit of a playboy and a bit of a jerk. Please open your eyes and teach him a lesson. Tindi buried her head by his bed, crying like a child. Ving Tran softly comforted. Kiddo, we should leave now. The guards will wake up soon. And after dealing with those two beasts, you will still have a chance to be with Grandpa. She wiped her tears and reluctantly agreed. Okay. They both walked home. With Tindi crying so much that she could barely walk, he asked with concern. Do you still have the strength to climb out? How could a little thing like this trouble her? Tindi confidently pointed at herself. Don't underestimate me. This body of mine is strong. Before she could finish her sentence, she stumbled and fell forward. Luckily, Viving Tran caught her just in time. No wonder Tindi was overly anxious. She was already on the verge of fainting from crying. He then carried her like a princess. And the scene suddenly turned romantic. He gently urged her not to move, or else if she fell and got hurt, it would not be his fault. She pretended to be annoyed, but then gave him a kiss on the cheek, treating it as a little secret between them. After a while, They returned to the hotel room. Ving Tran silently observed her sleeping peacefully. Feeling a bit of pity, he casually checked his phone and then began the next task. The screen was displaying a video transfer. Ving Tran smiled triumphantly. This time it was serious business. And he was ready to handle this couple first. Meanwhile, at the general's house, a black car stopped in front of the gate. They were still blissfully unaware of the storm approaching, laughing and joking. Suddenly, Ving Tran's silhouette appeared outside, scaring Guy nearly out of her wits. Her mouth agape as she screamed. She quickly rolled down the front window to confront him. Why are you here? He smiled innocently and replied lightly. I waited all day with Hun Tin Di for you too. But you never showed up. You both are quite leisurely. Uncle Van suddenly felt a chill down his spine and stammered a response. We had some matters to deal with today and just got back. Ving Tran gestured an ox sign and suggested meeting another time. In that case, let me visit another day. The couple immediately stepped on the gas and sped away. He watched them, already plotting in his mind. It seems like this was indeed their doing. He then opened his phone to call Dong Dan. As soon as the call connected, Ving Tran teased him. The stuff has arrived. You really have a disgusting hobby. D. Drung Dan, wrongfully accused more than V. Gang, hurried to explain. Boss, I am helping you out. And you say I have a disgusting hobby. Not wanting to waste any more precious time, he immediately ordered the next step in the plan. All right. Just invite me to dinner. Send me the address. And I will be there in 20 minutes. If I am late, just wait for the beating. He stammered. I want to hurry. Hey, boss, I am not letting you finish. Ving Tran interjected threateningly. You have 19 minutes left. He then coldly hung up. Suddenly, his phone displayed the next location information. It was Thin Loon Amusement Park. Proving its reputation for efficiency, no one could match its quickness. Time flies like a dog running in the field. It has already been 20 minutes. You have been waiting here since this afternoon. And Dedring Dan just ran up, panting. You are slow. Vigtring Tran placed a hand on his shoulder to remind him. How can your stamina be so poor? We still have to get moving later. Has he been too engrossed in movies? Suddenly, his eyes lit up, showing great excitement. What kind of activity are you talking about? Vingdrung Tran could not help but give Di Ung Dan a playful kick in the rear to urge him on. All right, let us get to work. As they stepped inside, Keat Bong and a group of beautiful hostesses from Thin Loon came out to greet them. Welcome. May we offer you any service? Dun Dan took his work seriously, ignoring the beautiful ladies and getting straight to the point. I want to see your boss. She skillfully declined. Our boss is not easy to meet. If you want to meet him, you will have to spend a little more. Hearing this, he casually grabbed a nearby bottle of wine. Spend. Then I will take this bottle. Kit Bung smiled, praising him. You are so generous. Di Hung Dan then threw the wine bottle powerfully forward. A moment later, the bottle smashed against the wall and shattered. The crowd around cheered excitedly. He turned back to ask his senior, his face full of anticipation. How should I get moving? Ving Tran crossed his arms, slightly impressed, while reminding him. Just enough. Do not wreck everything. Upon hearing this, Dizing Dan felt empowered, rushing forward and diving straight into the bar, causing a ruckus inside. This might be the craziest playground in the city. Ding Dan reached for 2 bottles of foreign wine, determined to stir things up. Make way. Make way. It is my turn to shine. With that, he threw 2 bottles of wine hard forward. Glass shards and red wine flew everywhere. The more Denging Dan threw, the more fervently he went at it, bottles soaring like stray bullets. They crashed against the walls, shattering everywhere. People ducked and ran. The situation in the bar was extremely chaotic. He punched the air, looking utterly delighted. What a blast. Just as he was having fun, the authorities came to crack down on the chaos. Ding Dan exploded in anger, unleashing a flurry of attacks towards them. If your boss does not come out right now, I will destroy this whole place. I can take you all on by myself. In an instant, he was on a roll. Ivrung Tran stood in the middle of the battlefield, bluntly criticizing. You guys in the mafia are really overdoing it. Just then, 9 arrived, and upon meeting the opponent, he asked in a mocking tone, are you the one who responded in such a bossy manner? One moment you send someone to assassinate me, and the next you act like you do not know me. How 9 feigned ignorance. What are you talking about? Who exactly are you? He did not show any signs of being flustered, slowly introducing himself. I am Ving Tran, the one you sent Effer Min Kai to assassinate. He only admitted to knowing the subordinate, who Min Kai is my subordinate. But I did not know he was doing these things. Vong Tran insisted on pushing forward, but I found myself believing his words even more. Hearing this, Heen Min had to relent and offered money. What do you want? Can I give you 200,000? The kid could not believe his ears, retorting, 20,000. Are you trying to chase me away like a beggar? He did not blame the kid for being brash in front of someone younger. Instead, He taught him a lesson. You have to understand. This is a mafia meeting. The biggest gang in the region. Killing you is as easy as stepping on an ant. With that, Vong Tran did not hold back anymore and kicked straight into the opponent's stomach. Hu Nun rolled on the ground, and Vong Tran stayed silent. Using force instead of words, he grabbed the guy's leg and dragged him like a mop, completely ruining his image as a boss. I just need an explanation, he demanded. Hu Nun, furious, spat at his opponent. This is just a game. I spit on it. Vong Tran, angry, grabbed his head to show him what it meant to have someone come save him. If he does not come in an hour, I will torture you for an hour. If he does not show up all day, you will be tortured all day. Hu Nun was defiant. He saw that this stubborn kid needed a proper lesson. So he took matters into his own hands. And I not worthy. If that is the case, then I will change my mind. Then he slapped him hard while teaching him a lesson. Now, do you know who is in charge? You go call your dad. Tell him to come find me at the general's residence in the Flower Lane. If he does not come, your life will be in danger. After that, Vong Tran turned and walked away, leaving Hu Nun behind to stew in his anger. He could only wait for him to cause trouble all night. Dong Dan cheerfully asked, Captain, where are we going next? You basically have no tasks left, but keep trying to protect your brother in front of you. I am heading back first. Tomorrow I will go with Hentain Dai to the general's residence. You go do something else. He looked puzzled. The next morning, at the office of Truong Nan, the father of the Truong brothers, he was busy taking notes. Suddenly, Dong Dan broke in through the window, startling him, and he shouted loudly, Who's it? He could not introduce himself, only presented a camera in front of him. Whom? It does not matter. I am here to show you this. He reached out to take it. Puzzled. What is this? Dong Dan mischievously teased it as a documentary of real events. Although he did not understand what the hell was going on. Nan Han also turned on the device to take a look. Oh my. What is Tron that he gets graded? He only knows how to make mom and dad proud while messing around with his little sister. Nun Hun was shocked to the core, instinctively clutching his heart to avoid fainting, stuttering a question. Is this Dong Dan? If you do not believe it, you can go home and ask. You might see the real person acting. Then he kindly handed the other party a bottle of heart-supporting medicine. That is some credibility right there. Hey, do not get angry. Ding Dan comforted him, hoping he could get through this shocking moment. My mission is over. Wishing you good health. Finally, he rushed out the window, running away without his shoes. Nun Ton Hen, in despair, held his head, thinking it was truly a disaster. At that moment, Viving Tran had just returned home. Tun Dida, after resting well, had recovered, and he was finally back. You could not wait to tease me a bit. Miss me. Without waiting for her answer, Vivring Tran jumped on the bed, planning to pounce on the girl. We still have a little time. Let us connect emotionally. Ten D panicked and kicked Peter, hitting him. Ving Tran was crying silently. That kick almost took me out. In the general's bedroom, Uncle Ven's smile gradually twisted with his inner thoughts. Don't think about that couple anymore. Let us move on. But life is not a dream. He could not predict that today uninvited guests would show up. While they were busy working out, Nunnan ambushed them unexpectedly. His face was more twisted than a monkey's from disbelief. You two really have no shame. And Uncle Von were both stunned and stammering, unsure of what to say in defense. Dad, you have lived through dozens of sticky rice pots, and still can't he handle this situation? How did we raise such a vile creature like you? He could not contain his anger and slammed the door shut. As Nun Hun left, she began to plead. What are we going to do now? Dad wanted to kick us out. Right. Thankfully, he was there to reassure. There is a way. Do not worry. Thus, Uncle Vin chose to contact another hopeful star. The other side accepted, and he greeted them. Hello. Hi you 9. But the other party was very blunt. If you are asking for help, I can assist you right now. I can barely manage myself. He immediately changed the subject upon hearing the news. What is going on? He did not beat around the bush and went straight for the debt. Thanks to you, Ving Tran came to my club looking for trouble. I got beaten up, and you owe me compensation. Both sides shared a common enemy, so Uncle Ven took the opportunity to spill. My father found out about me and I nigh. This must be related to Vong Tran. We can ignore it. They both reached a consensus. This grudge be avenged personally by my dad. That Vinung Tran is as good as dead. Uncle Van could only rely on the other party. If your dad is willing to lend a hand this time, it will definitely turn out well. Hugh 9. Just tell me what you need me to do. He was incredibly confident. Just wait and see. Thanks to that assurance, he felt at ease to hang up. Next, he did not forget to comfort his beloved. It is, with Dad Ho Nen stepping in. We can do this. The sunlight of the next day shone directly into the skyscraper. Tin Di was awakened by the light, rubbing her eyes awake in a daze. She had just sat up when she noticed a figure. V Trong Tran. Are you ready? Hurry up and pack. I will wait for you in the lobby to take you to a fun place. The other person had not even fully woken up yet. Fighting. You really have to deal with this childish mindset. What is going on in your head, kid? With all this fighting, hurry up and pack soon. The two of them were settled in the car, speeding down the main road. Batindi yawned but could not hide her curiosity. Stop being so mysterious. Just tell me what is going on. Ving Tran kindly hinted. Do you remember Fenhaiyu 9? Her expression immediately became more serious. Of course. He found him. He wants to take you to meet him. You confirmed that nonchalantly. Aha. Right at that moment, something caught her attention. The fire over there is where you have the answer in hand. That is right. Burning Fenhaiyu 9's property. It does not take much thought to guess the owner. What did he do? Ving Tran openly admitted it. Of course. This was just the second warning. Tindi De could not help but look forward to similar bombshell moments. So what happens next? You just have to keep waiting for the other side's drama. The day of victory is still far away. Let us take our time. Right now. Let us head to the general's mansion first. Meanwhile, Hao Nine was recuperating when the assistant suddenly burst in. Young master, it is not good. He was extremely annoyed when his meal was interrupted. Just say it. Do not panic like that. The other person hesitated for a while before speaking. The Tianlong Klopshan Loan is on fire. He rushed in, forgetting the grapes he intended to eat. What? A few minutes later, the car arrived at the general's mansion. Vung Tran saw Bhavasan stepping out and immediately kicked in. Is not young Master Trong active today? He casually skipped the small talk and got to the main topic. After causing so much trouble, are you satisfied now? You can back off. The act of playing dumb was done very systematically by you. Back off. I do not understand anything. But the other side had already lost all patience. Stop pretending. This entire county has been disturbed to the point that even the roosters and dogs can rest. Can we consider this a truce and forget the old grudges? No matter how soft you talk, you want to sway him. No way. Bai Fivan was extremely upset and set conditions. Well, how much do you want? I will give it to you. Ving Trongtran could not stand his thick-skinned attitude. Turzung Buvla. You sent someone to kill us and failed. Then begged me to back off. Do you think you can take everything for yourself? Contrary to that calm demeanor, Tindi did not bother arguing and took action instead. Turzung Buvla. Let me tell you. The debt you owe us can only be repaid with your life. The moon rose high, shining brightly in the starry night sky. Even though it was late, Tindi obediently sat by Trong'un's bedside. The wrinkled hand she held suddenly stirred, and her face lit up with hope. Grandpa, you are awake. His eyes were still closed, but he had not forgotten his small wish to eat wontons. Tindi quickly left without needing to be urged. Grandpa, I will go buy some for you. Wait for me. The assistant could only shout out a warning. Miss, what are you doing? The person did not hear and just rushed past, making an announcement. I am going to buy wontons. Grandpa wants to eat. She soon ran out to the main road. At this hour, there were no cars around. As she was running towards a turn, she suddenly encountered a strange man. Girl, wait a moment. I want to ask for directions. Tindi approached innocently, without any guard up. Sir, are you lost? Hika put in a lot of effort to lead the prey into the trap. Yep. Can you help me figure out how to get to this address? She took it honestly and read the information carefully, but strangely, the words seemed to have a hypnotic effect. Her eyes gradually lost control and closed. Before she fainted, she could only unconsciously think of the person she trusted the most. V. Trong Tran. Save me. The old man successfully caught Tindi in his arms and gave the order. Take her away. The gang members hiding nearby quickly rushed out, fierce and intimidating. Meanwhile, the person she called for help was at Trong Nen Nun Hun's office, his face showing no sign of happiness. What are you doing here? Vung Tran asked as if he were just dropping by, wanting to discuss a project with him. Without thinking, he bluntly refused, showing no interest. Vung Tran did not push but instead resorted to blatant threats. I do not want these videos to circulate online, but your son has provoked me. I am not afraid to escalate this. Nun Hun angrily pouted at being cornered by the younger man. He really had no shame, but those words were merely a scratch for him, and he was indeed far inferior to the man's son. The other party remained resolute. Don't think you can use this to threaten me. Just then, a knocking sound suddenly echoed from outside, along with an urgent voice. This is bad. He quickly allowed the person in. What is going on? Come in and tell me. The subordinate immediately reported quickly. The daughter of the Hun family has gone missing. Nun Hun remained calm, signaling, you go outside. They won't dare to disobey. Yep. At this moment, the person whose face changed dramatically was Vining Tran. If anything happens to her, contrary to his thoughts, he was not one to play games without needing you to speak. I will investigate thoroughly. At this point, you can only punch the wall of the family. You better not play tricks. If I find out you are the one behind this, I won't let you off the hook. The position of the fist has turned into a crumbling wall, in a simple wooden house deep in the quiet night forest. Tindi coughs heavily in front of the men surrounding the bed. Atam is the most impulsive among them, so he reached out first. You are awake. She showed no mercy in insulting her opponent. Get your dirty hand off me. And he immediately changed his previously soft and flirtatious attitude. You call me dirty? How clean are you? She did not care and just wondered one thing. Why did you guys kidnap me? He did not answer directly but just skillfully flirted. Do I still need to explain? This little face is really sharp, big bro. I can't hold back anymore. I alongside at his subordinate's nature. Just hold on. Wait for news from the boss. Atam is still focused on immediate benefits. Can I touch a bit then? Huh. He could not stand it and kicked as a warning. Something goes wrong. I will ask you about it. He immediately behaved like a meek dove, not daring to make any moves. Got it. Such a waste of heaven's gifts. The gray car sped down the road. Ving Tran was having a quiet moment when he received an anonymous call. Hello. The voice on the other end said a condition. In 15 minutes. Go to the exit of the subway line 2. Look for the man in the straw hat. And buy him a black bag with colorful letters. Remember, you can only come alone, or the girl's life will be in danger. You did not comply but were curious about their identity. Who are you? But the other party quickly hung up. This was anticipated. So Ving Tran reacted very quickly. Have you tracked the signal location? Vian immediately reported. The call time was too short, and they could not trace it yet. D. Drung Dan, who overheard the situation, asked. An Tran. Where do we go next? You give the orders. You go back first. Coordinate with Kuchen to continue searching for clues. I will go find Tu Du alone. He stopped by the road to let him out. Once the car sped away, Vung Tran began to roll up his pants and remove his gear. 15 minutes is enough. Tithar's leg dropped to the ground with a heavy thud. As soon as the weight was lifted, he ran at full speed towards the target location. Soon he reached the area as instructed, and he quickly spotted the item he needed to buy. How much for this bag? Xing Ven began to make things difficult. I am not selling that bag. I am keeping it for myself. Viving Tran stuck to his principles. Someone sent me here to buy it. He thought he had baited enough, and then quoted an outrageous price of 10,000. He immediately let the other party feel the taste of Chinese yuan hitting their face. Take the money. Give me the bag. Just as the item was in his hands, his phone received another notification. The other side continues to throw challenges. Take the subway to exit number 2 on Hefo Street. Hand the bag to a mango seller wearing a white t-shirt with headphones and dark sunglasses. Don't think about doing anything else. We are watching you closely. Ving Tran is starting to lose patience with this roundabout way. Are they ever going to stop? The sun is rising higher, and the temperature is increasing. You have to run and sweat to get to the location as fast as possible. The other party has been waiting there for a long time. Thank you. The next directive is sent to the phone. A new message appears. Today's mission is complete. Head back. You decide to call the number that just sent you a message, but you get a bitter surprise. Sorry. The number you just called is currently unavailable. Finally, Viving Tran realizes he has been played. Are you kidding me? Suddenly, someone nearby speaks up, and this little incident has got him all riled up. Seems like the little girl from the Hun family is not just an ordinary one for him. He turns around and is taken aback. Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to keep watching? Vian casually walks over with a nonchalant expression, saying she came to check on him because she was worried. He goes into a playful mode. Her sweet little mouth makes her feel a bit shy and change the subject. What is it? Do you have a lead? Mentioning this, Viving Tran loses his mood. Let us talk about it later. In the end, they head back to the high-end apartment. Vian can't hold back her curiosity anymore. Can we talk about it now? He does not beat around the bush anymore. I have placed a tiny tracking device in the bag. If there are any new developments. She continues to probe deeper. What is the new discovery? But Diening Dan is just busy flattering. Truly a clever guy. He does not respond and just pulls out a needle. She is taken aback when she sees it. Here it is. Before the opponent finishes speaking, Vig Tran reveals it instead of bingo. If he guesses correctly, this is definitely related to the gang of dark forces. He then focuses on the location map on his phone. The situation has just been updated, so he quickly gives orders. Vivai 1. You go back and tell H-Fam to investigate this clearly. D. Drung Dan. You come with me. She feels a bit upset. You called me here from thousands of miles away, and now you casually send me off. This is not over. Vung Tran hugs the angry beauty and makes a promise. Wait until this is over. I will treat you really well, no matter how angry Vian is. She has to give in to him. Before leaving, he does not forget to blow her a kiss, saving her from the more important situation. They head to a separate building in the outskirts, where the mastermind behind everything finally appears. Fen Haiwu father, Fen Lin Mun, also shows up. Miss Hun, my subordinates are still being polite to you. Right. Tindiar is very disgusted with this hypocritical act. I spit on this place of yours where a lecherous man groped me. He also cooperated very well with the opponent. She is not hesitant to name him directly. Atam immediately denies it as if he were very honest. Shit. When did I ever touch her? But that reaction did not really faze her. It is fine if you do not admit it. He tried to act intimidating. Anyone who has business here is bound to meet the Black Hand. Don't think that in front of the boss. I won't dare to do anything to you. The League has to deal with this little girl, a Tam. Do not be rude to Miss Han. Tindy does not care about showing respect, and you stop pretending to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. Still, he seems very calm. If Miss Han feels I have bad intentions, then I can't ignore her anymore. Where is everyone? Put our custom-made device on Miss Han. At this point, she felt a bad omen. What does he want to do? Just as he was about to act, the intercom suddenly buzzed. Boss. Someone is coming. Looks like it is Tran. Although they were discovered by the opponent, the League remained calm, not expecting her little lover could find this place. No wonder he is the one burning down my fun club. This is interesting. Tindy immediately reacted with a spit of disdain. What does he think he is? Yet that fake smile did not waver. Don't he rush. Her little lover will die here soon. He did not say more but ordered the other end to open the door for him. Tran rushed straight into the territory along with Beach Bao Tai. You did not forget to praise Dung Dan's professionalism. This was done well. I will take care of the next part. The other man perked up. Don't he worry, Captain. I will make sure to complete the mission. The motorcycle sped toward the building. As soon as it stopped in front of the yard, he boldly announced his presence, telling everyone upstairs to come down for him. Then carelessly threw the tightly wrapped bundle to the ground. Lian Min leisurely stepped out to the balcony and replied. Tran. Your woman is in my hands and you are still this rude. Yet your spirit has not faltered. What do you think you are? The leader of the Black Hand. He coughed a few times to cover his embarrassment and introduced himself. I am Lin Mun. Upon hearing the opponent's name, his expression turned unusually smug. You are Fan Haiyu Min's father. Just in time. I have a big gift for you. Tran quickly tore open the bundle, revealing Fan Haiyu 9 inside. Now that he held the advantage, why do not we exchange hostages? The opponent still tried to act tough. Do you think you have the right to negotiate with me? If your father does not listen, you can beat the hell out of IDA's son, then casually toss him aside like a used toy. If you do not agree, I will have to keep beating your son. Finally, he caught Livin Mun's attention. Good. Very good. Do you think you can come here and still live to leave? At that moment, his subordinates began to reveal themselves, guns in hand. All of them aimed their weapons at Tran. Not only do you not show fear, but you also say something that confuses your opponent. Duong Dan. That was way too slow. Just as he finished speaking, a loud noise erupted from what he did. Was not I just in time? On top of that, this appearance came with shocking information. Oh my. The brakes failed. All the minions of the Alliance got run over like bowling pins. Just one car shattered his formation. Duong Dan even got out of the car with a bright smile. Boss. This was unexpected. Tran praised his decisive action. Not bad. Well done. The Alliance could not remain calm any longer. Why do you have to confront those Black Hand groups so fiercely? Tran calmly retorted. You sent people to kill me. I am just returning the favor. He seemed confused by what was just said. What do you mean by that? Since this has come to light, Hunan could not hide it anymore. It is because I told Ho Min Kai to kill you first. It is all on me. The other party felt utterly embarrassed that the first target was his own useless son. You had to interrupt this heartfelt conversation. Boss Fan. Do you still need this useless son? Or should I take him back and help you teach him a lesson? The Alliance remained calm during negotiations. Let Hunan go upstairs first. Clearly, Tran was not easy to deal with. Do you think I am an idiot? Bring Han Tinda down here first. We will exchange hostages. But he still was not swayed. Do you think you have the right to negotiate conditions with me? You do not mind exposing the current situation to the other side. I am daring enough to kill your son. But are you brave enough to kill Han Tinda? Can you withstand the Han family's revenge? Yet the Alliance still insisted on arguing their case. If you corner me, there is nothing I would not do. Duong Dan quickly chimed in with a jab at the opponent. I spit on that. If you really had that capability, why did not you notice that I was jamming your phone signals? Only then did he realize and check again. Indeed, the signal bar on the phone displayed no service. Nevertheless, the Alliance still put their hope elsewhere, crossing their fingers. What about you guys? Do you have a signal? The subordinates checked and all shook their heads, like a slap in the face for him. Tran did not want to prolong the conversation anymore, and went straight to the point. This is just a small warning. Do not challenge my final limit. After a standoff, you can't avoid having to yield. Hostage exchange is agreed upon. The main door of the building began to stir. Tende was escorted by two subordinates to the spot, maintaining a calm and vigilant attitude. Let Han Tinda come over here. I will release him over there. The Alliance encouraged Long to follow his words, and she happily rushed toward her savior. Wang Zhang did not hold back, kicking Xiao Ning away, while Zhang Rong opened his arms, ready to catch the girl. But life is not a dream, and their touching reunion was interrupted. The kidnapper successfully landed with Tinda, separating the two of them quite a distance away. Apaisaros revealed his cunning fox face. I really did not expect that the two of us would encounter the infamous Dark King of the East here. The Alliance was stunned upon hearing his identity for the first time. Dark King of the East. You are the Dark King of the East. Without the other party introducing himself, Wang Zhang had already recognized that identity. You must be Apaisaros, the king of stealth assassinations from the Night Kingdom. What wind has blown you to Huaxia? He even pretended to be modest, not wanting to accept praise. The Dark King has a keen eye. But when it comes to stealth assassinations, my brother and I are far inferior. You do not want to waste time mingling with people like us. Why did you come to Huaxia and take my people? I wish to make an exchange with you. Dark King, if you hand over the heart of the sky, I will immediately release this little girl. Wang Zhang honestly revealed the information he knew. I want to give it to you too. But the diamond is not with me. The heart of the sky is in Luan's hands. Epicus pondered for a moment without expression, realizing how it was, in the end. He decided to continue the entanglement with Wang Zhang. Then I can only invite the Dark King to help me find the heart of the sky. And we will return the little girl to you. How about that? Wang Zhang maintained a very friendly attitude for negotiations. No need for such trouble. I have a very simple way. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately jumped into the air and rushed toward his opponent without warning. In just a few seconds, the distance between them had closed, forcing the old man to startle and instinctively back away. As a result, Wang Zhang did not achieve what he wanted because Apaisaros' twin brother, Epicus, suddenly charged in. Despite the unexpected situation, he reacted quickly, turning around and executing something. A gray solution like liquid cement suddenly moved. He took the opportunity to swipe straight ahead as the opponent approached. Epicus fell for Wang Zhang's smokescreen technique. Before he could react, he turned around and received another blow. You little brother, eat this punch from me. The angle he aimed at precisely targeted the opponent's pelvis. Just one punch sent him flying far, nearly hitting the wall of the building. This technique has a damage of 8, so I must also suffer 3 parts. Your buttocks are pretty tough already. Epicus immediately took on a frog stance in mid-air, saying, that is enough. Wang Zhang is also heartwarming to his enemies. It seems you really want to settle this with me, so I will accompany you to the end. He boldly faced off without flinching. As he arrived, the sound of a crowing that had just echoed moments ago had to give way to his divine kick, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones like chewing chicken cartilage. Epic soared straight back to his previous position. The old man's face visibly paled as he protected his aging waist. You calmly pulled out the gun you had ready at your side, aiming it directly at your opponent while declaring a cool motto. For those who want my life, I won't let them survive. Apaisaros sensed the tension and quickly devised a way out. My lord, do not forget, this girl is still in my hands. If you kill my brother, I can't guarantee the safety of this little friend. Vivrong Tran not only did not hesitate but counter-threatened. If she loses even a hair, do you think you will still live to see tomorrow? Thanks to a few minutes of distraction, Epic has managed to join his brother. The Dark Lord's show of power still scares me a bit. Your attitude proves who is really in control here. Don't think that just because you have Hun Tin Dive as a hostage, I can't do anything to you. Epicos, who has not endured Vung Tran's wrath yet, still spoke boldly. I really want to see the Dark Lord's tricks. Dinong Dan had managed to doze off while waiting, but you suddenly changed the subject. That is an abandoned chemical plant not long ago, with a reserve of ammonia gas inside. He had not even caught on to his opponent's intentions. What do you mean? You casually made a little suggestion. There is a large ammonia gas tank over there, filled with ammonia gas. If it explodes, what do you think will happen? Still, Apaisaros was unsure where Vikong Tran got his confidence, but right now, he was also restricted in this place. How could he make it explode? At that moment, he kicked the only person casually nodding here. Do not sleep anymore. It is your turn to take the field. Ding Dan pretended to be grateful for a while. Finally, you remembered me. Is it that easy for me? You had to set aside your opponent's fake act. All right, no more wasting words. He also stopped joking around and seriously introduced how it worked. I have installed a pressure change device on the gas tank, which can be activated via phone signal. As soon as I press down on the phone, it will explode. How about that? Impressive? Right. Ding Dan said a whole lot. But Vidling Tran only paid attention to the reaction of the person opposite him, Apaisaros. I will say it one last time. Either let her go, or do not expect anyone to escape. The sun began to shine on both massive gas containers. The old man understood he had only one choice. The Dark Lord is indeed a cruel person. Neither of us wants to die yet. We will meet again. As soon as he finished speaking, the twins disappeared without a trace. You quickly approached to support Tundi and comforted her. I promise this kind of thing won't happen again. The League, acting as the audience, witnessed everything and was belatedly outraged. You crazy person. You really are insane. The grimacing expression of the old man only made you more delighted. Is Fen Lin Men finally feeling scared? Don't rush. I will come to collect your life another day. Finally, When the two settled in the car, Tin Dia raised the question in her heart. Does the gas tank really contain enough ammonia to cause an explosion? D. Drung Dan, feeling intrigued, casually replied, the ammonia concentration inside is not even 1 part in 100. She immediately showered him with compliments. Wang Zhang, you really are something. He responded to her affection with very suggestive gestures. Just a bit of clever trickery. The only single dog in the car voiced his grievances. You two stop flirting already. It was not until night fell that they returned to the general's residence. As the three stepped out of the car, someone came out personally to welcome them. Politely inquiring, little Dia has returned. Tin Dia replied very politely. Yep. Thank you for your concern, second young master. We plan to leave tomorrow. It is quite moving how many events occurred during this visit to Feifei Chu. As his second young master, I feel really remiss. How about this? I will see you off tomorrow. Wang Zhang did not refuse but confirmed. Yep. Indeed. Quite a lot happened. Uncle Van clearly showed his displeasure, so she wisely chose not to linger. No need. We are returning just to inform everyone. Tonight we will just take a stroll. We won't disturb you anymore. Standing next to her, did not hesitate to add fuel to the fire. So clueless. Just get lost. Nun Hun immediately threatened with that arrogant attitude. What nonsense are you talking? Not only are you not holding back your emotions, but you are also being overly dramatic. Did I say something wrong? She is not even from the Trajing family. Should not she just leave? How could Wang Zhang let the other party's tongue run wild? Secretary Traning, you should manage your good daughter well. If you can't manage her, then let me take care of it for you. Outside, Nun Hun was angry but still very protective of N. Even if my daughter is unruly, she does not need outsiders to meddle. He said no more and waved for Dang Dan. He approached leisurely amidst her hesitation. What do you want to do? Shortly after, she received a free lesson in life that left her stunned and quickly reacted with intense hostility. Who do you think you are? He shamelessly made a very vague excuse, claiming it was an accident. Nun Ton Hen, furious, pointed and stuttered, unable to articulate. Wang Zhang has never feared anyone, young or old. If I tell you to fight and you refuse, come find me to settle it. If I hear anyone insult Hun Ten Dev again, I will absolutely not let the Trantrong family off. He left a clear declaration and took her hand to walk away with him. At this moment, the night sky was a deep black, not a single star or moon in sight. Even though it was dark, the beach was still bustling, no less lively than in the morning. Ding Dan wandered alone, searching for crabs and shells on the sand. Lamenting, why did you two lovebirds call me here? Tin Da has a good reason for him. Don't you want to stay and protect your own territory? Zhang Tran also came to lighten the mood and comfort the other party. The beach at night is filled with beautiful girls in bikinis. I called you here to give you a chance, but you just want to be a third wheel. Just changing your perspective would lift Ding Dan's spirits. Thank you, Tran. I will leave right away and won't disturb your private world anymore. After the bright little one left, Tin Di finally had space to talk with him. The time before the Chu mansion is too short. After we return to the capital, I will return you to Thun Phi and Thu. Ving Tran showed no hesitation as he put on the real playboy. You are the common boyfriend of both of them. Even she is at a loss with this shamelessness. Truly, you have no shame. Do you want both? He flashed a perfect smile and argued back. Of course not. I am very pure. Tin Diev had no choice but to change the subject to ignore his silly expression. Are you going to go with me tomorrow? The Vung Tran arranged a brief schedule. He would take her to the capital, and then return to deal with those who tried to assassinate her. But she suddenly grabbed his wrist and advised him. Just forget it. Anyway, they did not succeed. Still, you won't go against your principles. This is non-negotiable. Tin Diev had to give up, releasing all the pressure and throwing herself into his arms. I know I can't persuade you. You must take care of your safety. Vung Tran's confidence has never wavered, just like his love for his sisters. Don't worry. Who could hurt me? The bright sunlight was shining down on the airport. Ding Dan walked beside him, teasing him continuously. Hey, Tran. As soon as Hun Tun Diva left, he immediately rushed to finish his tasks and return, really in a hurry. Before he could say another word, Meng received a kick from V Tran as a lesson. This little brat is getting more and more cheeky. Just a few days without a beating, and he thinks he can step over me. He could only scratch his head and smile awkwardly. Wrong. Wrong. I just did not expect the power of the Fan and Troning families in the Chu mansion to be wiped out like this. Tran, you are really impressive. Hearing this, he immediately became smug. With their little power, they are not even worth my time. Wasting 2 precious days of mine. Deng Dan smiled slyly, pretending to know everything. I think it is time to hang out with the sisters-in-law. Right. However, just a cold glare from the person beside him made him startle. A wise man knows how to adapt. Like Trang Toon Ki, Deng Dan hurriedly backed off. If you need anything, call me. I will be there right away. Suddenly, A supercar stopped beside Vong Tran. Min K, sitting in the driver's seat, called out to Vong Tran. Seeing a familiar face, he bent down to ask, "What are you doing here?" She leaned straight in and explained the coincidence. "I just saw Thun Phi and the Eng Quan Thai Thai off. I did not expect to run into you here. Get in the car. I will see you off." Ving Tran did not hesitate to open the door and sit down. Thinking there was nowhere special to go other than to his house to rest, Min K's mind immediately raced, his face gradually turning red. No wonder Thai Thai always called him a flirt. She was not wrong at all. He was too lazy to argue, leaning back in the chair to relax. The car sped down the road, and they quickly arrived at Min K's home. She brought a glass of water, asking with concern, "Look at his tired face. Has not he been resting well lately?" Ivrong Tran probably did not want to make her worry. Smiling playfully, the attention from a beautiful girl could ease his fatigue. Min K was too embarrassed to face her and wanted to run away. Trong Tran, with his strong arm, accurately caught him just as he was about to escape. He tiredly leaned against her slender shoulder. Surprising her, he did not bother to open his eyes. Whispering softly, "Let me rest for a bit." The next morning, a gentle sunlight called Min K to wake up. As she sat up, she saw a letter on the table. It turned out to be a message left for Min K by the person in her heart. "There is something I need to take care of first. I will come find you later, and I will borrow your sports car for now." At that moment, Ving Tran was in the suburbs, not hiding his frustration about my urgent matter that made him give up the chance to be alone with the beautiful girl. Min Heko suddenly jumped out from the bushes nearby like a ninja. "Boss, you are standing there with your arms crossed, looking like you are about to lose patience. If there is something to say, hurry up, do not dawdle." Min Heko got straight to the point. "Boss, do you remember before when I said I wanted to take you to meet someone?" Vivrung Tran paused for a few seconds and quickly thought of it. "Yeah. But then you never made a move. What is it? Finally going to tell me?" He awkwardly scratched his head, announcing the situation. "Boss, we did not arrange well for that person before. It was not convenient to bother you. But now we are going to meet them." Their car sped down the road again. Moments later, they arrived at 175 Thayan Hefa Street. Vung Tran stood in front of the door, observing his surroundings. The letters on the sign looked somewhat familiar. Trun Kang, who used to be Vivung Tran's subordinate, was pushed out in a wheelchair by his wife to greet the guests. The emotional reunion felt like a long drama. The two hugged each other, and Trun Kang, An Tran, and Min Heko temporarily interrupted them, pointing at the house and inviting, "Let us go inside and talk." Vung Tran happily slung his arm around his subordinate. "All right. Keeping it a secret like this. Only now do you tell me." Min Ho, always diligent, was sure to worry about everything. "Boss, I was just afraid of bothering you." "Okay." The loud banging suddenly caught Vogue Tran's attention. "Bro, are you renovating this place?" Trun Kang was also puzzled by this situation. Hearing that, he quickly grabbed the door handle. "Then let us go see what they are breaking." The scene of a group of people smashing things around appeared. "What is Ro doing?" Tun Feng saw someone coming and stopped to warn. "We are dismantling the violating architecture. So if you know what is good for you, get lost." Tran Kang, pushed by his wife, angrily retorts, "We have followed the procedures for this building. Why is it considered a violation? You say to tear it down. But is there a method? Why are you ignoring him and not bothering to argue? What kind of method do you have to talk about with me?" Seeing the situation getting out of hand, Vong Tran quietly coughed as a signal. Miniko immediately took off. He accurately seized his opponent and threatened, "Who sent you here?" Vong Tran, from behind, spoke in a low tone, "Speak up now and you will be freed. Otherwise, my brothers might slowly torture you." Tin Feng squinted and hesitated to reveal, "It is from Thuk Long." Seeing this, Minako pressed for more information, asking where he currently was. He wisely confessed everything. Bithiat Hon Ho V Hazan Thun. Still, to be cautious, Minho did not loosen his grip. Looking at him as if he did not seem like a liar, Tun Feng hurriedly waved his hands. "Afraid of sweating. Everything I said is the truth, considering this guy is useless. You should just get rid of him." "What a useless fool." Tin Feng lost his balance and fell to the ground, shocking the others. They were all scared stiff, begging for mercy. "We just follow orders. Please spare us." Vong Tran did not make it hard for them and just let them go. "Get lost. I do not want to see you here again." Those guys ignored the boss lying on the ground and hurriedly fled. He turned to the side and ordered, "Limano, clean up the scene." Vong Tran also thoughtfully arranged the situation afterward. "Right now, you and Ho Hong are also being targeted. I will arrange for Duong Dan to quickly take both of you away from here." Despite that, Tran Kang was still worried for his friend's safety. "What about you?" He stood with his hand on his chin, thinking carefully. "I will deal with the troublesome Dao Duong Thian and Thuk Luong first." Minato was cleaning up the mess and chimed in. Got it. I will finish up and then help you. 20 minutes after the incident, Tran Kang reflected on the events, unable to help but sigh. Thinking this place would be our safe haven, suddenly, Home Track burst into the room with a knife. Your safe haven is becoming my plaything, and your wife, on the contrary, has some charm. The situation happened so suddenly that Tran Kang had no time to react. The guy restrained Ho Hong and threatened her with a knife. Don't act recklessly. Come with me quietly, or I can't guarantee your wife's safety. Meanwhile, in the Ho Vin Tenathan villa, Thuk Luong sat in a dark room, looking anxious. What is going on? Duong Thien furrowed his brows, feeling just as anxious waiting for news. The phone suddenly rang, breaking the silence. He hurriedly took it out and stared at the notification on the screen. It turned out to be a message from Hong Trach. The bait was set, just waiting to catch the big fish. After reading, Duong Thien carefully pressed delete. Thuk Long, observing from below, guessed something was up. He looked like he had news. Duong Thien's expression clearly showed more vigor. Big bro. I guarantee nothing will go wrong this time. Having caught Tran Kang's wife, Vong Tran was coming alone. Thuk Long flashed a deadly glint. He seemed determined to make them pay. Vong Tran's car crashed straight into the gate like in the Independence Day of 1975. He angrily stepped out and shouted, "Get out here." Duong Thien, with his followers, moved closer. I thought it was someone else. It is Vong Tran. Vong Tran smirked, having anticipated this. What is wrong? Not welcoming me. He seemed very pleased, clapping along. Of course, I am welcomed. Soon, you will be able to die alongside your brothers. At this point, Vong Tran could no longer keep his composure. You bastard. You still have tricks up your sleeve. Where did you take Tran Kang and his wife? Duong Thien, oblivious, maintained his mocking attitude. Military secrets cannot be divulged. I can't tell you where they are just yet. You are really about to lose your patience with this guy. Your aura flaring. Such lowly tactics could only come from you. If you dare to harm them, I will kill you. He naively thought he was in control. The hostage is in my hands, not yours. How about we place a bet? Vong Tran loved this game the most, smiling with interest. Bet on what? Unexpectedly, Duong Thien casually said something foolish. Let us see if you kill me first, or if my bullet gets you first. He was very excited, signaling his agreement. All right then. He confidently raised his hand to give orders. Vong Tran closed his eyes tightly, trying to calm himself. Your team leader's brothers are all in your hands. Duong Thien wore a victorious smile. It seemed everything was falling into place. Flashing back 5 minutes. The bright sun shone down on the nearby skyscraper. Minho suddenly appeared behind the sniper, easily eliminating the opponent with one strike. After the job was done, Minho disdainfully wiped his hands, admiring the result. Thankfully, he arrived in time. Back to Duong Thien. The signal had passed. Yet everything remained calm. Vong Tran knew his teammate had succeeded, so he mocked. Chief Dao, has your sniper fallen asleep? Where are the bullets? Duong Thien also sensed the situation, angrily pointing out that he did not expect you would find someone to help. From the earpiece, he received the announcement that the hostages had been rescued. With his arrogance, still thinks everything is under control, even without a sniper. As long as I have the witness, the initiative is still mine. At that moment, Vig Tran regained his composure, fists clenched and ready. Yeah. Gang then waved his hand, ordering his subordinates on both sides to kill him. The sound of gunfire echoed through the room. Contrary to his plan, 2 subordinates lay motionless beside him, hit by bullets. Ving Thivin looked at Tran Kang, who had just appeared, incredulously. Why are you here? Where are my men and my uncle? Ding Dan described the earlier scene without hesitation. Your trash was taken care of by me, and that idiot was knocked out by me. V Trong Tran, looking down from above, glanced at the defeated man. Unexpectedly, Gang Thivin had to pay back the debt he owed today. Saying that, he turned to assess the situation. D Drung Dan, take those 2 out of here first. I will handle this. Dezing Dan smiled and accepted the order right away. All right. Vung Tran slammed the baton in his hand, creating a terrifying scene. This time, you really seem to want to collect both principal and interest. You are quite bold. Ving Tran threw a punch straight at his opponent's face. Dung Thivin was knocked down, spitting blood. At this moment, he noticed that his relative was already unconscious. Wake up. Second uncle. Wake up. The Ving Tran smirked as he approached, not expecting him to take a hit so well. So he still had some strength left. ZB Thivin, lying on the ground, felt like a fish on a cutting board. I want to kill you. I want to kill you. Thuisel Nying struggled to wake up after a series of painful blows. What is the situation now? Who would have thought you had already determined this situation? Old man, look at yourself. The scene around was so tragic that even outsiders were terrified. He kept backing away, pleading. We can discuss this slowly. Do not kill me. Ving Tran still wanted to use them to extract more information. Zhe Dengdep is an old man with merit, and now he is begging me like this. Tell me who the mastermind behind this is, and I will think it over. At this moment, they were all shifting blame onto each other, saying it was all his fault. Nothing to do with me. Second uncle. Ving Tran smiled mockingly at the scene. Not bad. Not bad. I like this script. Suddenly, the air was filled with a sense of danger, and his pupils dilated, signaling a warning. This is not good. V Trong Tran, like a ninja, immediately dashed outside. Just as he stepped outside, a loud explosion echoed from behind, and powerful gunfire shook the sky. Dong Dan's group in the car was jolted by the sound, and the vehicle immediately stopped by the roadside. He slammed his hands on the steering wheel, anxious about the situation over there. Damn. It is a bomb. Trun Kang in the passenger seat was not doing any better. Cold sweat dripped down. The captain suddenly received a notification sound, and Dong Dan immediately picked up his phone to check. It turns out that Vong Tran reported safety to them. Just go back first. The bright sunlight shone down on the nearby forest. Vong Tran was lucky to escape, but his body was severely injured. Why are there white phosphorus bombs? Could it be? You lay by the river gasping for breath, your mind processing the information in shock. Could it be that from the very beginning, the person behind this was prepared to sacrifice both Thuc Long and Dao Duong Thian? At the same time at the Su family, Nature rushed in to deliver the news. Grandpa, the elder has died. Fuck Ho stopped his actions, furrowing his brow, asking who was responsible. He shook his head, his expression serious, still unsure if the man was experienced. Quickly making a judgment about this situation, which was good for us. Is Vong Tran dead or not? Nature regained its composure. Thinking carefully, he might not be dead, as they could not find his body at the explosion site. No matter what, the person behind the scenes has given us a grand gift, wanting us to fight to the death with Vong Tran in the dark. Fuck Ho clasped his hands behind him, his attitude suddenly becoming grim. Even knowing this is a trap, we still have to take the bait. Can you hold back? He inherited decisiveness, acting with great maturity. Listen to your grandpa. He placed all his trust in this grandchild, waved his hand, and walked away. You decide this matter. I want to interfere. At this moment, Nature's phone suddenly rang, the screen displaying the caller's name as Tun Non Non. He slowly answered. Half suspicious. Non Non. Why are you calling at this hour? It must be nearly midnight over there for you. Right. A hurried voice came from the other end. Brother. About this Vong Tran incident. I hope you want to take action. Hearing this, Nature could not help but frown in caution. How do you know about this from over there? Non Non spoke mysteriously without explaining why. A stranger told me. I know everything about the situation, brother. Please do not take action against Vong Tran. Okay. Another day has passed, and the gentle sunlight enveloped the city. Min Echo looked at the person below struggling to do push-ups. Confused. Wasn't it just drinking some dirty water from the pit? Does it need to be such a commotion? Captain, what do you plan to do about this? Vong Tran stood up abruptly, venting his frustration. Clearly, someone has thrown dirt on me, so I will just turn the tables and throw it back at someone else. He knew he had hit the nail on the head, so he added, Captain, have you found a suitable small white cloth to throw? Anam came in from outside, mocking. Look at his chest. It is like a bamboo shoot now. Don't you understand? Vong Tran realized the other's thoughts and sarcastically said, Come on. Did you come here because you have something difficult to handle? As expected, Hanam quickly handed over the documents he had. Recently, Jiang Nan has had some small movements. They are engaging in illegal activities. And he received the items but kept mumbling. Then can to your people go. Why come to me for such small matters? You really know how to sweet talk. And you do not forget to weigh the pros and cons. If I had someone like you on my team, I would not even need you to step out anymore. Haven't you always wanted to take down Tran and Thatch, the economic king of Jiangnan? This is a perfect opportunity. Little did I know that Wang Zhang would not even consider that guy as a threat. He is just a low-class gangster. Hanam is still trying to convince this person to accept his mission. Kwokan will fully cooperate with you. If you need it, I can even lend you a special operations team. If you find it hard to change this person's mind, you might as well be frustrated. Fine. Even if I do not say it, you will think of another plan. Help me book a flight ticket. This time, I really do not want to drive. Suddenly, the sound of a car comes from outside. Wang Zhang looked down in surprise and exclaimed. A car just sped in from the gate. It turns out the surprise Hanam prepared was driver Maya Maya. He smiled and patted his shoulder, signaling, What flight ticket? Look how considerate I am. Finding a gorgeous woman for you. Wang Zhang, losing his cool, grabbed his collar and shouted. Don't think I am an idiot. You know I went to Jiangnan because of this girl. What exactly has she done for you? Hanam closed his eyes, his expression full of guilt. Nothing at all. You are petty. So you have taken this to heart. Sooner or later, I will settle the score with you. Little did I expect you would not ease the tension, but instead added fuel to the fire. A beauty's favor is the hardest to repay. Just think about how many favors you owe to women. Enjoy it while you can. The car came to a precise stop at the door. Miao Mio stepped out in a very comfortable outfit. Beaming, Manhwa, who had been watching the show, covered his mouth and teased. Captain. Looks like you have been wrapped around your sister's finger. Wang Zhang, who had been holding back, kicked his subordinate to vent his frustration. Get lost. Miao Mio stood there watching the approaching man, her voice curious. What is it? Aren't you here to welcome me? You could only scratch your head and laugh awkwardly. Trying to brush it off. How could that be? Is this trip to Jiangnan for you to be the driver? Before I could finish, she interrupted, acclaiming it, of course. Meanwhile, at the Jiangnan dock, the agent with a whip was controlling everything here. Hurry up and get everything for me. Don T. Doddle. The middle-aged man collapsed under the unexpected pressure, unbeknownst to him. The other guy yelled at him to get back up. Ninha rushed over to help him up. Are you alright? Can you get back up? That is why she took the hit from the agent, quickly helping him stand. Moreover, he was paying attention to the woman he wanted to claim, the girl who had grown up to be quite beautiful. Without waiting for an answer, the agent picked up the beauty and said, You might as well come with me. Suddenly, a stone flew in from nowhere, hitting the guy squarely on the head, causing injury. The agent, blood streaming down his face, angrily turned and said, Who dares to hit me? From a distance, Vung Tran boldly approached like a hero rescuing a damsel, seizing the girl in broad daylight, his head as hard as iron. He did not bother with words and signaled to his subordinates behind him, realizing the situation. Tenench reminded Mayu beside him to be careful, as things might get bloody soon and not to let it sting their eyes. Ving Tran transformed into a superhero, charging straight through each thug. The agent looked in astonishment as his subordinates fell to the ground without being able to do anything. Nothing had ever been able to stop him before. I am giving you a choice. Either crawl out, or stay here and watch how I will deal with you. Unexpectedly, the angry Then used the beauty in his hands as a threat. If you dare to act recklessly, I want to hold back with her. Without wasting any more words, Vung Tran took a leap, his long legs delivering a precise kick to the opponent's knee, following up with a flurry of punches to the agent's face. Despite his attempts to block, the force was overwhelming, causing blood to pour from his nose. Vung Tran's heroic rescue of the beauty was a complete success. Bystanders cheered enthusiastically, applauding the impressive display. With a condescending look from above, he sneered. You messed with someone I care about. If I ruin half your life, you would not hold a grudge, would you? 9H, blending in with the crowd, felt her face flush. The agent finally felt fear, trembling and begging, Sir, spare my life. Vung Tran ignored his pleas, delivering a swift kick to the poor bird that had not even sung yet. His punishment was indeed ruthless. Unfortunately, from now on, you can only seek peace and calm. He casually turned to the remaining thugs, warning them, You all heard that, right? If you dare to oppress the common people again, this will be your fate. The thugs learned their lesson from the agent and did not dare to sneak away. Remember this well. Remember well. Ving Tran pointed at the pile of trash at his feet, ordering them to take this guy away. You guys can scram now. They had been waiting for this moment, hastily dragging their comrade away. Okay. We will leave right away. The villagers who had been exploited for so long finally saw hope and hugged each other, bursting into tears. Finally, they were gone. 9H could not help but rush into her beloved's arms. Why did you come here? Vigtrant gently embraced her soft body, soothing her. Isn't it because I sensed you were in danger? I came to be the hero and save the beauty. She could not help but smile brightly at his sweet words. He was still as humorous as ever. Mayu waited for their romantic exchange to end before getting to the point. Hello. Beautiful. I am Miyu. We did not come here to talk about family matters. Is it convenient to talk at your home? But Acha noticed someone else and quickly adjusted her demeanor. The gentle sun enveloped the classic apartment. At 9H's home, Vung Tran was puzzled as he received a glass of water. 9H. Why are you doing such hard work at the port? What were those people doing? 9H did not hide anything and spoke honestly about the situation. A week, they came here offering high salaries to lure everyone into signing contracts for shipping goods. I also came to investigate the situation. You already know about the aftermath. You are even more curious now. Asking eagerly. For the shipment. Did you find out what they were transporting? Who is behind these people? She had invested a lot of effort into this, but the results were not promising. Most of those goods are kitchenware. I have not been able to investigate anything else yet. Mai analyzed the information she had. Feeling exasperated, those old foxes had some tricks up their sleeves. After contemplating, Wang Zhang instructed. Ningha, Miao Miao and I will stay in Jiangnan to investigate thoroughly and ensure your safety. You should not get involved anymore. I will arrange for someone to take care of you. But I understood that they only wanted what was best for her. So she happily agreed. Indeed. I can help with anything. So you two must be very careful. He was pleased with this response, gently ruffling Gang Cao's hair. Don't worry. You need to take care of yourself too, she smiled. Obedient like a little kitten. Okay, I got. Wang Zhang made the most of the resources available, stating that he needed her help with one more thing. Shortly after, at the shopping center, Wang Zhang seemed very pleased with the new look of his companion. Just a little change and your aura has shifted. You look much fresher. Although Miao Miao followed the suggestion, she was not very willing, thinking this outfit did not flatter her figure at all. At this moment, his sweet talk came into play, saying they should leave modestly. Ninghe lent you her clothes. Do not hold a grudge anymore. Besides, her figure does not need clothes to enhance it. She really knew how to hit the nail on the head. Yu teased playfully. How do you know it is unnecessary? Have you studied my figure in detail? Unexpectedly, Wang Zhang showed no interest, quickly stepping aside. Stop messing around. The flickering lights enveloped the luxurious nightclub. Maima wore a stunning red dress, not following the lead of Dreamer, which he had investigated. Why are we running to this rich kid's gathering? Wang Zhang was also dressed sharply in a suit. The two of them put on masks and entered together. There is a saying, to catch a thief, catch the king first. I have my own arrangements here. The staff followed the procedure when they saw guests. Hello. Please present your invitation. Wang Zhang had prepared in advance, pulling out an eye-catching gold invitation. We are looking for a bit of excitement. The staff member had to marvel at their level of spending. You really know how to have fun with your money. They quickly entered through the main gate. The guard respectfully opened the door for the guests. Inside the private room, a group of young men and women gathered together. As soon as Wang Zhang stepped in, he noticed the host, Tranmax Dong. He did not expect to have finding so quickly. Feeling a rush of joy inside, found it. Seeing the guests arrive, Dong stood up to greet them. The newcomers are still wearing masks, afraid of losing face. Wang Zhang had already thought of a justification. Not convenient to reveal his identity. Otherwise, it would be hard to roll with it later. He could not help but place his hands on Miao Miao's slim waist. Beautiful girl. Whatever you want. Dreamer. I will give it to you. As long as you spend the night with me. Those words made his mind race. Dreamer. Could this be what Hanam asked me to investigate? Machdong saw the beautiful girl in his arms looking anxious and teased her. Beautiful girl. Can't you decide this for yourself? Do you really need your friend's approval? The girl sitting in the back chair chimed in. Exactly. Exactly. Vong Tran did not want to disrupt the moment, happily waving his hands. If young Master Tran has spoken, then as an older brother, I should not say too much. Little sister, why not keep young Master Tran company tonight? Inside, Miao Miao was stunned by how quickly they turned the tables. Vong Tran, are you really pushing me into a fire pit? They quickly made their way to the private room. She did not care that the person opposite had changed into sleepwear, still waving her hand, saying he could not see her appearance yet. He had to make her satisfied first. Machdong did not push back and happily complied. All right. Tell me. What do you want? Miao Miao got straight to the point. What I want is of course Dreamer to be opened. He slowly reached into his pocket to find a toy, pulling out a bottle of light yellow liquid, a sinister smile creeping on his face. Take it. I guarantee it will make you feel like a king. She took the item, wide-eyed, inspecting it. Is this all there is? He stood with his arms crossed, a mocking tone in his voice. Isn't this enough? This is for you. But you might not survive to take it outside. Miao Miao felt as if she had been slapped across the face. Cold sweat dripping down. What do you mean? He was too lazy to continue the act, clapping his hands to signal the curtain down. The hidden henchman suddenly appeared. She knew she had been exposed but still pretended to be innocent. Young Master Tran. What are you trying to do? Machdong panicked and yanked the mask off. You and Vong Tran think I am too naive, trying to deal with me with this trick. He kindly revealed the trap he had set beforehand. The small bottle in her hand was just an ordinary spice. The real Dreamer has long been hidden by me. You girls want to find it. Before long, I will be the biggest drug lord in Hohat. Just saying that made Machdong excitedly laugh out loud. Ha! But surprises always come last. A voice ominously interrupted. What are you so happy about? Vong Tran stood at the door with a big bag of items. You are quite skilled to have turned your concoctions into spices to sell. From the fabric bag, the light yellow bottles of drugs slowly rolled out. Machdong thought she was clever, refusing to accept reality. How could that be? I clearly hid them very well. And I even sent someone to follow you too. Yet you found them in just half a day. Vong Tran was annoyed by the noise affecting his hearing. Disdainful and sarcastic. I am not afraid of you being stupid. I am just afraid you are too confident. He was on the verge of death yet still stubbornly refused to give in, wanting to struggle one last time. Come on. You all are here because I spent a lot of money to invite you. Why are you just standing there? The muscular henchman fell to the ground before they could even make a move. Mechung looked at the last trump card, fear dissipating, and frowned. Who exactly are you? Viving Tran held a vial, feeling it out. I heard the properties of this thing are unstable. If you do not know how to use it, it will just become useless. Mechtung saw his precious creation threatened and immediately knelt down, bowing his head. Big bro, I beg you to raise your noble hand. You can do whatever you want to me. But can you not touch my treasure? You can solve the problem. But do not forget to bring the beauty along with you. Miyu stood behind me. Viving Tran clenched it in his hand, his voice firm as if he had some plans. Don't worry. I will make good use of your treasures. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw the vial with force. The contents clinked together, creating a crisp sound. Immediately, a hazy purple smoke enveloped the room, and Mech Wing's screams grew quieter. Where did they go? Where did they go? Viu Tran led his team to escape, leaving behind the words, "We will meet again." They quickly returned to the secret room. He looked at the layout and could not help but sigh. Vion has a good aesthetic. This office arrangement really suits my taste. Miyu was full of questions and finally found the opportunity to ask. Why did not you use Dreamer to threaten Tron Meshtung? Why not expose the large force behind us? You destroyed all the items, making them wary. How are we supposed to investigate? You waved your hand, revealing the real reason hidden behind. There were other forces around, and if we confront them, it will be tough to retreat safely. She did not pay attention to the minor details and was caught off guard. What? Then do you know who they are? The Ving Tran leisurely climbed onto the table and slowly stated his guess. Sister, I am not a god and can see everything, but I can be sure of one thing. Those people are looking for Tron Mech Tagoing. Miyu wisely did not ask further, wanting to know about the future plans. So what is your plan next? You decided to relax after the stressful days. Vian has arranged a cleansing party for us at Kim Longding's shop. Let us go there tonight at the same time. Somewhere else. The sky was clear. The sound of a teacup shattering echoed in the room. Mech Gong, furious, smashed things around. They are all useless. Not even able to find one person. You are just eating up resources. Suddenly, a loud knock on the door interrupted. He frowned, furious, and gave an order. Get in here. Two bodyguards swaggered in. Mech Die saw this person was not to be trifled with and changed his attitude. Why are you here? You did not even notify me. I could have sent someone to pick you up. Lo came in with the demeanor of a leader, going straight to the point. When he came to find you, he just happened to run into the scene of someone trying to break in. Did not he wait for you to finish your business before coming to find you? Metrogung maintained a respectful posture with hands clasped nervously, clearly having encountered some unpleasant matters that made La laugh at him. I wonder what brings you here this time. He pointed to the two suitcases carried by the bodyguard. Puzzled. Is this the new lamer? Lodi waved for the person behind to come forward. That is right. The boss told me to deliver this new batch to you. The light blue glass tubes appeared at his words. Atron. This batch is far more valuable than the previous one. It needs to be stored in a box with a stable temperature to maintain its properties. Lai gently closed the suitcase, carefully revealing the next plan. Starting now, regarding the dreamer, I will help you eliminate all obstacles. Mechi Wong lost his composure upon hearing this, angrily slamming the table. Fine. If we can eliminate everything, with your help, I am truly confident 100 times more. He quickly regained his initial demeanor, smiling as he offered. Let me arrange accommodations for you in Namjiang. I will definitely treat you well. Lai had already planned ahead and signaled a refusal. No need. We have already booked a room at Kim Long Restaurant. I will report this to the boss so that headquarters can send some strong experts to assist. Their agreement swiftly reached the final step. Mech Doing politely shook hands with the other party. All right. Let us hope we have a pleasant collaboration. The bustling evening at Kim Lung Restaurant drew Gong Tran's attention to Lodi's presence. Under the boss's orders. I understand now. His instincts warned him that the person who just passed by was no ordinary individual. This person is not simple. Could he be related to Dream? Ving Trong Tran did not want to alert his teammates just yet, so he looked for a way to separate. I need to step out for a moment. You go into the private room and wait for me. I will be back soon. He transformed into Spider-Man, leaping through the window, his agile body landing silently on the air conditioning unit. Lai inside the room was in deep distress, her mind racing with countless questions. Why is the Eastern Demon King targeting Tron Mech Ding? This is a bit tricky to deal with. The bodyguard behind quickly noticed the difficult situation at hand. Isn't T Master Thinafsel always looking for the Demon King? Perhaps we should report this information up the chain. If we can find the Demon King, you could definitely be promoted to a senior officer of the country. Worrying too much will only lead to frustration. Relying solely on us won't be enough to catch the Demon King. Elder Rocky and Elder Pep set off early and are on their way to Ho H. The bodyguard became even more excited upon hearing this. If the two elders join forces, then capturing the Eastern Demon King should definitely not be an issue. The plan seems perfect, but for some reason, He still felt tense inside, hoping it would work out. Vong Tran outside the window caught all of that conversation, smirking in his mind. If they have sent experts over, then they might as well stay in Ho H. He quickly leaped through the escape window. Meanwhile, in the restaurant's private room, Miyu was trying to find a topic to talk about with her new friend. When did you get to know Vong Tran? Vian leaned back in her chair, preparing to recount the whole story. Actually, it has not been long. Vong Tran just opened the door and stepped in now. You can see the dissatisfaction on the dining table. You two really are not being polite, leaving me nothing while you take care of things at the door. Vian greatly appreciates the careful attitude of the other person. His vigilance is still as strong as ever. Don't worry. He is one of us. Very safe. Miyu covered her mouth, smiling brightly, her voice teasing. He said he would be back in a moment, but he has been gone for an entire hour. By the time he returns, the food will be cold. Vian wisely turned to signal the waiter. Go order 2 more dishes. The waiter respectfully bowed to receive the order. Yep. Miyu waited until he was full before asking, what did you find out earlier? Vong Tran recalled the earlier conversation, his demeanor suddenly turning serious. There would be a fierce battle ahead. Viayun seemed to sense the gravity as well. So what do we need to do? At that moment, their food was served. You should see the plate. It looks so tempting. Go ahead and eat. Vong Tran munched on the freshly served chicken, ignoring his teammate handling the work beside him. Miyu slowly answered the incoming call. What is wrong? A hurried voice came from the other end. Come home quickly. Something's happened. Without waiting for her to ask, they rushed to hang up. Vong Tran sensed the change and questioned. What happened? Miyu closed her eyes and sighed, unsure of what she was about to face. My brother called me home, saying something happened at home. After finishing his meal, he stood up and instructed. Then you should go home first. I will handle the rest. Vivayun, please take her home. Vivayun said nothing and simply followed the instruction. Okay. Understood. The next morning at the airport, the chef and his teammates landed safely. Rocky, do you know? The place I dislike the most is Ho H. The last time I was here was 10 years ago, at the command of Master Thien Phi to kill someone. I ended up stuck in traffic on the overpass for 6 hours. The mission failed. Rocky laughed at the story told by a fan. The national chef he likes most can't hide his perverted expression when he thinks of somewhere in Iceland. I fondly remember the passionate and fiery girls there. It truly is a paradise for men. Holding back a smile with a hint of sarcasm. I really do not know how someone as lecherous as him became a grand elder. The chef did not back down, countering with another remark that left the other party speechless. So you dressed up as a girl over 20 to hide the fact that you are actually 41. Right. After saying that, he made a face of admiration towards Rocky. But to be fair, that 41-year-old body of yours is truly hard to resist. Rocky, annoyed by the joke, snap back. Stop talking nonsense. Focus up. He quickly composed himself. No more joke. Let us head back to the hotel and continue. At this moment, a staff member approached them and greeted. Hello you two. Let us head back to the hotel quickly. But in a hidden corner, a car had appeared, stalking them. The person in the car was none other than Vong Tran. He spoke in a low voice, finally waiting for the two of them. Both quickly returned to the Kim Long restaurant. Rocky was leisurely soaking in the bathtub. Suddenly, the doorknob turned slightly, catching the attention of the person inside. She was very alert, immediately noticing the door swing open to Rocky's surprise. Rocky flung the bathroom door open and shouted, "Who's it? Get out of here." Taking the opportunity, Vong Tran suddenly swung his fist inside. But she not only dodged quickly like a cat pouncing on its prey, but also successfully countered with a kick right to his chest as he exchanged martial arts moves with her. He smirked. It is hard to believe that the great elder Rocky still remembers me. Just after a few exchanges, her towel decided to betray her. It slipped a bit, making her gasp in shock. Vong Tran could not let that opportunity slip by. He immediately slapped her chest as if testing whether it was real or fake. She let out a sharp breath, her body igniting with a burning fury, recalling their past. I will kill you. No man has ever touched my body. Vong Tran remained unfazed, his tone casual as if he had not done anything wrong. Rocky. Great elder. Have I angered you? The other side was not about to back down. She shot back immediately. I did not expect the Dark King of the East to come knocking personally. Ignoring her teasing remarks, he quickly changed the subject. Why do you always send people to kill me? He replied nonchalantly. He was just joking, but in reality, he already knew about this twist. He shook his head in disbelief. That thing is not with me. So do not waste your time. Rocky thought those words were just fabrications. Beng warned in a stern voice. Great Lord of the Dark. Do not say I did not warn you. When necessary, the Heavenly Father will take action himself. Vong Tran kept shifting the conversation as if playing with his prey. I am waiting here. I just want to ask. Can an old lady like you stop pretending to be a young girl? I heard that practicing this dark art requires a virgin. So why not tease about women's age instead? Sure enough. Rocky was so furious that blood rushed to her head, not hesitating to charge at the enemy. Spotting nonsense like that, they continued to dance around the house. Unaware that someone was secretly watching from afar, Tung lowered his binoculars, grinning as if he had just gained an extra holiday, then turned to check on his subordinates. It seemed that the information provided by Tron Mechling was accurate. Are you ready yet? If you are not done now, you might as well eat dirt. Of course. With the boys fighting, the fisherman reaps the benefits. He believed that this time he would be the victor, even if it meant death. Good things should not fall into the hands of the ideal state. Nor should the Dark King of the East survive to shoot back. A gang member quickly pulled out a small caliber gun and fired a shot straight into that room. Surprised. Old man, a bullet came flying from nowhere, sending his subordinate back to play with the ancestors, causing the shot to go downward. Still, it blew up the building across like fireworks on New Year's Eve. Sensing something was off, Lung Tingting hurriedly took cover behind the wall to avoid being attacked. Cursing inwardly, he thought, could it be Kukan inside Rocky's room? It should be called a battlefield now. As the aftermath of the explosion had caused a wall to collapse, she was pinned down, her mouth choked with dust. Ving Tran fortunately escaped, stumbling over to the side. Then without a word, he reached his hand under the wall. She suspected the opponent wanted to take the chance to ambush her, so she shouted, "That hurts." "What are you trying to do?" Ving Tran coldly commanded. "If you do not want to die, shut your mouth. Next, use all your strength to lift that wall up," urging her hastily. "Pull your leg out quickly. I can't hold it anymore." Rocky struggled to pull out, the pain radiating through her body, her beautiful face contorted in agony. Once the job was done, his strength was at its limit. He quickly let go of the wall. She looked at the boy panting like a puppy, lying flat on the floor to rest. Suddenly curious. "Thank you. But why did you save me?" After pausing for a moment to catch his breath, the Ving Tran calmly replied, "Because we currently share the same enemy, and killing you holds no meaning for me." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly unbuttoned a few of his shirt buttons, making her think she had hit the jackpot with a young pilot. "What are you doing?" It turns out seeing her body, wrapped only in a towel, nearly blinded him, so he needed to grab a robe. "Don't worry. I am not interested in you." He then tore another piece of fabric from his pant leg, carefully bandaging Rocky's ankle wound, not forgetting to wipe her mind. This is the humanitarianism of a great power. Stopping the bleeding first, or the wound would get infected. After getting outside and ensuring the area was sanitized, he got to the main point, asking her who she thought was behind the explosion. She was still shyly looking at Ving Tran's six-pack abs, so she was a bit startled by the question. Either it was the Underground Army, or the Atlantic Alliance. Only these two major forces could be so audacious to disrespect the law in Hoaxia. After thinking a bit, he immediately ruled one out. It would not be the Atlantic Alliance. Just then, the phone in his hand suddenly rang. He quickly answered and commanded like a true CEO, "Send someone here to rescue me. Hurry. There is someone here losing a lot of blood." Rocky irritably opened her eyes, the harsh sunlight preventing her from sleeping in. Looking around, she saw it was not her familiar room, weakly asking Vidling Tran, "Are you sitting by the bed to keep an eye on me?" Knowing she was a bit worried, he smiled to reassure her. "This place is very safe. You can recover here and then leave. My people won't harm you, so do not worry." Saying that, he stood up, ready to leave. She quickly sat up, asking like a lost chick, "Where are you going?" The other party had no intention of hiding. Smiling back, handling the Underground Army commander. After chatting with the handsome guy for so long, she just remembered her unfortunate teammate. Vong Tran tried to stay a bit longer to help Rocky with his questions. "Having escaped the danger and being treated at our place, you suddenly got curious. That sharp mouth of yours is no different from hers. What do you mean by that, old man? You are not even close yet acting like that." The veins are popping on his forehead. "That old man want to die. Blowing up would be better, yet you let him live on. Really unlucky. Understanding the other's personality is just being loud. You covered your mouth to keep from laughing. I did not expect the resentment between the two to be so deep." Just then, a phone rang, and Vong Tran quickly took it out to check. It was an urgent message from Vu Yen. "There is a car waiting for you at the hospital entrance. Hurry up." Rocky had also calmed down from his earlier rush, now wearing a gentle smile urging him on. Judging by his expression, "Is someone beautiful looking for you? You should go quickly. Do not keep them waiting." He quickly returned the farewell. "Yeah. If there is a chance, we will meet again." At the parking lot outside the hospital, as soon as Vong Tran got in the car, he anxiously questioned, "Why the rush to find me?" Vu Yen quickly replied, "We need to head back. It is very important." Seeing her tense face, he dropped his playful demeanor and guessed quickly. Something happened with Anam, receiving an immediate nod. "Yep. Time flies just like when the shop sees Long Dathang, and then looks back at the end of month account. in the blink of an eye. It is late at night. The two of them had just entered Hanaam's office when they were skillfully sent out by Helen. Vien, you go outside first. She seriously raised her hand in compliance. Understood, Vong Tran. Lacking patience. Urgently demanded. Hurry up and call me here. If there is something, just say it. I do not want to beat around the bush. Men should be straightforward and concise with each other. This is good news for you. I am giving you a chance to go back to the West. What do you think? Hearing this reason was irritating. Thought it was something urgent. So what about the West? If I want to go back, I will go back. What do I need you for? Looking at you so arrogant as if you do not know the ground. I could not help but jab. Don't think I do not know why you came back from the West. The opponent's rude words successfully made Vong Tran look down. Uncomfortable retorting. What do you mean by coming back? I got seriously injured on a mission and returned. If it were not for an old lady treating me, you would not even be able to meet me right now. As someone who has been through a lot, Hanaam would not easily back down. With your strength, you are still not enough to handle those people. But right now Kwokeng can help you. I have prepared everything for you. Are not you moved in the workplace? The boss is like a parent. So you do not argue anymore and change the subject when to set off. The other party quickly instructed. In 3 days. Come here tomorrow afternoon. And I will tell you the specific arrangements and personnel assignments. Ving Tran snapped his fingers and grinned. Setting conditions. Then tomorrow afternoon. Vien will pick me up. Oh, come on. That is easy. Aishanam agreed immediately. No problem. After finishing the discussion, he casually stepped out of the headquarters. But inside, he was tangled up in thoughts. The victorious day was brightening, but he was about to go into battle. Suddenly, a car pulled up slowly and stopped right next to him. Thitha rolled down the window and signaled to Vidong Tran. Get in the car. The unexpected appearance made him curious. How did you know I was here? You teased mysteriously. Of course. Someone told me. At 1 a.m. in the Tianping Mountain Villa, he was sound asleep on a cozy bed. 2 beautiful girls were enjoying their own space. One was savoring the feel of smoke swirling around her figure, while the other was deep in thought, lost in her own world. Just being overthinking was not enough. Thon Fai was also playing the role of a famous detective lurking outside the room of a fresh young man, not even knowing if he had come back yet. Startled by the sudden opening of the door, Viving Tran burst in, causing her to stumble forward. He skillfully caught her while covering her mouth to avoid waking the other wives. Listening in on me. What do you want? Before Thun Thai could respond, he playfully smacked her on the butt, making her face flush like a tomato. Frowning and questioning. What are you doing? And the culprit still dares to argue. Do not act innocent anymore. That smack was a punishment for her. As soon as he finished speaking, he lifted her up, surprising her when the opportunity presents itself. You have to take it. Vung Tran certainly did not disappoint the guys. He placed Thenfai on his bed and leaned in closer. If you want to eavesdrop, you have to pay the price. Nithe asked back. What price? The little white rabbit did not realize she had fallen into the trap of the gray wolf, and was calmly letting it devour her. A week later in South America, in a cozy lodging house with sunlight beating down like in Hanoi at noon, Ving Tran was scrolling through his phone. Oh no. He was video calling her with Nam. He tricked me into coming here to check for leads. But there is nothing here. He heard the other party's grumpy voice, and did not even bother to rush. Why hurry? Wasn't it to talk to you? Hearing that, he urged, hurry up and speak. Receiving a reply that was as short as possible. The Toru is a mess. Just hearing that, Vung Tran hung up, leaving Nam on the other end furious. This brat. I had not finished speaking yet. At Torumuport, the waves crashed softly and the warm sunlight spread over the scenery. Everyone was busy. But Vijong Tran was not here to see the sea or admire people. He hid in the shadows of a shipping container, holding a pistol. Quietly observing, Kongdong Tung spoke up in the crowd. Be careful when receiving the goods later. There must be no mistakes. The group immediately echoed in agreement. Yep. After giving the instructions, he turned and walked away. Seeing an opportunity, Vong Tran quickly drew his gun and fired a shot. It was unclear what peculiar interest he had, but the bullet hit the butt of a thug carrying a box inside. The group started to scatter in a panic, yelling as they ran. He shot faster and faster, targeting each person's butt and legs as they ran too slowly. At that moment, Kong Dong Tung was at the table discussing work. When he glanced outside and saw the group running frantically, as if they were escaping a flood, he was extremely annoyed and shouted angrily. What happened? Next to him was a senior instructor of the Dark Army named Palm. The instructor yelled, daring to barge in here looking for enemies. I will have to chop him up. After having had enough shooting, Vong Tran slipped away to hide in a room full of items. Hearing those loud words, he provocatively thought, let us see if you will still be alive to find me. He skillfully took a knife and cut the pipe, which immediately sprayed out a brown liquid. Not stopping there, he also kicked over a fuel barrel, creating a bizarre mixed liquid flowing everywhere, but noticed something unusual and pointed, asking, "What is that liquid?" Dong Tung was startled, realizing his life was in danger. It was gasoline he needed to get out of there fast. Vong Tran was already perched on the roof of a car not far from the warehouse, holding a submachine gun, happily mumbling, "Hope you enjoy my gift, and do not forget to say goodbye." Then he decisively pulled the trigger. The bullet flew towards the liquid and ignited. Everything instantly exploded like fireworks on New Year's Eve. Looking at the masterpiece worthy of being recorded in history, he felt satisfied. "Kong Dong Tung, you won't be so lucky this time, but life is not a dream." From inside the warehouse, amidst the flames and smoke, two figures rushed out of the fire. A thug supporting Dong Tung, who was bleeding profusely. Once safely on the ground, he immediately surveyed the situation. A familiar figure caught his eye. He cursed under his breath, "It is you again." Time flew by like a dog running in the fields. And in the blink of an eye, it was evening. Arriving back at the inn, as soon as he opened the door to his room, Vong Tran felt something strange. To prevent danger, he quietly drew a gun, then stood by the door, cautiously threatening, "Come out yourself, and I won't make it hard for you." A mocking tone from behind the door replied, "I actually hope you do make it hard for me." Losing patience, he kicked the door open and quickly aimed his gun at the opponent. "Who are you?" Really? Inside the room was a beautiful girl taking a shower. Seeing the other party not responding, Vong Tran continued to warn, "If you keep pretending, I will shoot." At that moment, she slowly turned her head. "Long time no see. Do you really want to shoot me?" Sensing an opportunity, he quickly changed his tone, cheerfully asking, "What are you doing here?" "Kitty is only wearing a pink lingerie," said as she walks over to him. "After making such a scene this morning, many people are now staring at him. If I can come to your room to soak in the tub, others can come to take your life too. Be careful." But Vong Tran is not in the mood to worry about those things. His eyes are glued to Kitty more than to any sticker. Casually replying, he says he knows. It is time to get down to business. And Kitty puts her hands on her hips. Curious. "So why are you really here?" Vong Tran holds up a picture. "The person in this picture. She needs to help me find him." Suddenly, she steps closer, wrapping her arms around his neck and trying to seduce him. "I will help you find him tomorrow. But tonight I need to receive some payment first." The next day, the harsh sunlight beats down on the villa like it is mid-June in Hanoi. Inside, a wary voice tinged with worry asks, "Tu Bayan, what is going on? Why do we have to leave this place?" Haban is hurriedly packing, responding, "We need to go back to Hoich first. I will explain later. I have finished tidying up by the entrance." Abina's face relaxes. He gently places a hand on his wife's shoulder. "Good. I will load the things into the car first." As he carries the suitcase out the gate, Abane spots a figure crossing their arms and posing toward him. He cautiously snapped, "Who are you?" "Of course. That poser is none other than Vong Tran." At this moment, Abine completely relaxes and cheerfully calls out, "Captain." Saying that, he looks back at his family, instructing, "Everyone, get in the car first. I will talk to my old friend for a bit." The Vong Tran also tactfully reassures them, "Don't worry. We will finish our conversation quickly." Mei Mei nods gently. Of course. He did not come looking for Heiban just to reminisce. He gets straight to the point. "You probably know why I came to find you." He nods slightly in response. "Captain, ask whatever you want." Vong Tran's sharp gaze interrogates his former teammate. What has he really been hiding all these years? Abin lowers his head, his voice heavy as he answers. "Before the Mevan Viite mission, my family was threatened. They told me to withdraw from Longlan." Noticing something odd, he asks, "You did not agree?" At this point, Deban slowly explains, "That is right. I did not agree. But my hesitation led to me almost messing up during the Mian mission." Based on what he knows about the brutality of the enemy, Viving Tran speculates on the situation. If he did not act according to their orders, perhaps they would not spare him. He certainly knows this. Perhaps thinking I have become useless, they released my family to avoid those people. Our family moved elsewhere, finally finding some peace in the dark military school context. But right now, it seems I have been exposed. Viving Tran disagrees with the plan. "I had someone investigate your whereabouts, if it was possible to investigate. It seems your situation is not safe right now." Hubin suddenly remembered something about the person in front of him. "Captain, you caused the explosion, did not you?" But Vong Tran remained calm as if it had nothing to do with him. "That is right. I gave them a little pre-meeting gift. The real fun is still to come." At this moment, his expression showed a hint of hesitation. But he steeled himself to say, "Captain, there is one more thing." "What are you wondering about?" His expression turned serious as he slowly presented the information about Longlan. But contrary to Abin's expectations, Viving Tran simply replied, "Yeah. I know. I will definitely bring him out. Wait until you are done arranging things for your family. And then we can meet in Dong Tung's office." This guy was tapping the table furiously, suddenly standing up and shouting, "It has been 2 days. And I still have not found Vong Tran. Looks like I have to take matters into my own hands." After shouting for a while, he gave orders. Moza, Henry, Johnson, Vansfield, "You four, come with me." Saying that, the group stepped out towards. By nightfall, at their secret base in Bolivia, Ving Tran was ambushed at an ideal sniping location. Next to him was a Barrett M8201. This must be the secret workshop Kitty mentioned. The beautiful figure of Kitty appeared in his thoughts. All the documents he wanted were in here. "If you need anything, just contact me anytime." Ving Tran decided to take action. He grabbed a gas canister and headed into the storage room. He doused the flammable goods with gasoline. Once done, he quickly returned to his ambush spot. Taking aim, Ving Tran calculated. "Sebring Ting. Today I must make you suffer." A gunshot tore through the night. The gasoline fire, he said, immediately erupted, engulfing the warehouse. Panic ensued. Who the hell cut the fire safety locks? Wake up and call someone to put out the fire. Vung Tran looked at the results of his work and smiled proudly. The next day, still in Li Tung's office, curses were being shouted repeatedly. "Damn it. Damn it. Damn it." Ying Tung was slapping and yelling at his subordinates. "Yesterday, I went out for a bit, and you guys let someone burn down my warehouse, you useless bunch." Suddenly, a hoarse voice appeared at the door, acknowledging his own mistakes while only blaming his subordinates. "This kind of leadership is not what I want to see. Simply put, I have not heard the report from Higu II." Atung Tung and Hachi Thurn bowed their heads in greeting. The instructor puffed on his cigar and continued to question. "Don't you have an explanation for this?" Saying that, he stroked his beard and ordered, "The one who got slapped. Come here." The subordinate who got slapped hurriedly bowed and stepped forward. "Instructor." The guy was puffing out cigar smoke coldly and made a request. "Whatever he did to you before, do exactly the same back to him. If you do not dare, I will kill you right now." Making the subordinate tremble like a leaf. "Instructor, I can't do it." This answer successfully awakened the bloodthirsty beast within him, so he pulled out a sharp knife. "Truly, there is no cure for this." Saying that, he decisively made a cut across the opponent's neck, blood gushing out like a broken water pipe. After that, he wiped the blood off the knife with one hand while coldly ordering Gung Tung to kneel down. He did not forget to warn the rebellious one that if he could not stay still for 24 hours, he would know the consequences. What else could he do? Just endure it. "I understand. It seems everyone enjoys sneaking glances at each other." This miserable scene happened to catch the eye of someone else. It turned out that the nosy one was Vidong Tran. With the drama over, he lowered his binoculars and smiled meaningfully. "Speaking of which, it has been a long time since he had a drink. Why not go there to celebrate a bit?" At a shop called the White Snow World, he opened the car door, stepped out, his expression a bit nostalgic like a student returning to visit his school. It really has been a long time since he came here. Roy saw a customer at the counter and asked, "What can I get for you?" Vung Tran habitually ordered a special drink, Blue Mountain Coffee. Upon hearing that name, he smiled politely and said, We have stopped serving Blue Mountain for a long time." He was a bit surprised. "Bella is not working anymore." "Where is she?" Knowing he was a regular customer, the tone of the barista was more open. "Blue Mountain Coffee was only made by Bella. She has not worked here for 2 years. Bella has been coming to work very rarely lately. I am not sure where she is." Suddenly, the table next to him buzzed with chatter, stirring up his gossiping nature. "The upcoming survival match. Who do you think will win?" "Of course, the number one beast. This guy has won over 20 matches in a row. He really is impressive. He lives up to his name. Sounds interesting too." Vivlung Tran was determined that if he was going to eavesdrop, he would do it to the end. Who knew there would be such a master? He had to check it out. A little later, he followed the stairs down to the underground arena. It was packed with people, the cheers echoing everywhere like little sparks, trying to defend their idol, the number one beast. "Hurry up and take him down." In the arena, 2 muscular men were the center of the crowd, frowning as they tried to gauge each other. Suddenly, that spotlight shifted to a beautiful woman as all eyes and shameless shouts from the men turned toward her. "Oh my, Belle actually came. She is my goddess. Is she here to watch the number one beast too?" Ignoring the ordinary crowd who only knew how to scream like monkeys in a zoo at the sight of a banana, something caught her captivating eyes. Who else would plant potatoes in this land? If it is not Viding Tran, who could it be? But this encounter did not seem very welcome, as he quickly covered his face upon seeing her. Being too handsome was also a hassle. Seeing this, Belle boldly stepped forward to question him. "You stop right there. If you do not owe me any responsibility, then just leave. You still want to run when you see me." As soon as she finished speaking, she wrapped her arm around his. Then, under the fierce gaze of the lustful crowd around them, she deliberately acted intimate. But each word was sharp as a knife. "Where do you think you are going? Don't force me to say something even more dangerous." Vu Tran knew that this time it would be hard to escape the clutches of this spider monster. So he cleared his throat to buy some time. How about we watch the match first? Just then, the beast took the initiative to attack with a direct strike, but the opponent nimbly dodged to the side, casually taunting back that it was still unknown who would die first. His patience was quite low, as just one sentence had him boiling with rage. You have successfully pissed me off, and I guarantee you will die a miserable death. It is true that a frog dies from its own mouth. Clearly, it was the mouth that caused it. Yet now he had to bear the brunt of those rapid kicks. Before the ribs could even raise a white flag to surrender, they were shattered into many pieces. The match ended, and Ving Tran hurriedly pulled Bella away. The outcome was clear, but the matter was not over. The beast suddenly pointed at the two of them and arrogantly provoked. Do you dare accept my challenge? Do you dare come up here? The crowd had long been itching to see you, joining in with cheers and shouts. Accept it. Accept it. You were helpless in this awkward situation and turned to blame the beauty beside you. Bella, this is all your fault. She shot back bluntly. So do you want to go up? Ving Tran quickly seized the opportunity from Biola. Then you have to give me a reason to go up there. She mysteriously leaned in and whispered something in his ear. And after hearing it, he nodded slightly. Okay. I hope you do not break your promise. After that, he confidently stepped down from the stands amidst the crowd's cheers. Charge forward. Charge forward. The beast in the arena seemed to have a grudge in its heart, and was bursting with fighting spirit. Come here. Come here. He smirked, taunting Ving Tran. Now that you are in the ring, do not expect to leave alive. Feeling that the opponent had not seen the grave yet, you felt a bit contemptuous. Such bravado. After confirming both were ready, the host waved to signal and loudly shouted, the competition begins. Just as he finished, the beast lunged forward, throwing a punch. Go die. You did not bother dodging and decided to face it head-on. Just like the girls would charge straight at the red for guys, and it seemed to have an effect as the guy had to quickly step back to maintain distance. The spectators outside were utterly shocked at this scene. Oh my. He was able to catch a punch from the #1 beast. But wait. The match is not over yet. The guy leaped up and loudly called out his move, without fearing the opponent could dodge in time. Take this kick from me. Ving Tran took it head-on. He quickly jumped up, then used his long legs to kick hard at the opponent's weak spot. The guy was not prepared, and was sent crashing into the barrier behind, gaining the upper hand. He slowly approached to humiliate his opponent. You are quite good. But too bad you ran into me. Looking down at him from above, the beast was clearly unwilling. So he pulled out a hidden folding knife from his shoe, and took the opportunity to stab at the opponent while he was off guard. But unfortunately, this sneaky tactic failed right from the start. Ving Tran took advantage of his long legs to stomp the guy's arm against the pole, causing the victim to scream in agony. The sound of cracking bones echoed so loudly that even from outer space, the pain shot straight to his brain. However, that was not enough to satisfy his anger, if he was in such a hurry to die. Then I will send him off to the afterlife. True to his word, Vivlung Tran immediately kicked the beast right in the neck. And just like that, one ticket to hell was given out for free. The spectacular match ended, and he leisurely stepped out of the ring. But there was not a single cheer. The crowd was still in a state of utter shock. He walked straight up to Biolai and flashed a smug smile. It is time to fulfill that promise I made to you earlier. Right, this place is not suitable for discussion. She took Ving Tran's arm and urged him to move. I will take you. The two of them confidently walked away amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd in a high row of seats in the stands. Two people closely observed everything below. The mysterious blonde man ordered his subordinate to inform the higher-ups that the beast was dead at the hands of an Eastern man. Back to that couple in the midst of chaos. They had now returned to B's room. As the door opened, a messy sight greeted them, with piles of clothes scattered everywhere. Looking like a rat's nest, Vivlung Tran helplessly turned to the girl beside him, trying to offer a glimmer of hope. You live here. Yet her answer completely extinguished that small wish. After all, she was still a girl, even if she was a bit messy. As a gentleman, could not help but feel the need to assist. He tried to suggest that the environment was a bit lacking, and that maybe she should consider moving. She smiled and shrugged, teasingly saying, Aren't you waiting to support me? Then she changed the subject. Let us not talk about this anymore. Let us get to the main task first. As soon as he heard that, his eyes lit up like a dog that just spotted a bone. All right. I thought something exciting was going to happen afterward. However, she turned her back to grab a package, while questioning the other person before he died. Your brother asked me to take care of you. Why did you suddenly disappear? Vivlung Tran hesitated. You have a guild to protect you. Do you really need me to take care of you? She sincerely expressed her feelings. I know you are not interested in me, but I only see you as a brother. Seeing his gaze glued to the bag in her hand, she laughed at his childishness. Don't rush. It will be done soon. 15 minutes later, a steaming cup of coffee was ready, Belle poured a cup and handed it to Vuong Tran to taste, to see if the flavor had changed. The warm liquid flowed down his throat, awakening the distinctive aroma that made his eyes light up with joy.
Yep.
This is the flavor. While waiting for him to finish drinking, she brought up the serious matter. You once said that if he died, he would transfer all his quest points to you. Vuong Tran set the cup down on the table, shaking his head. Those points are useless to me. What do I need them for? But she discovered a secret. In the Mission Guild, the higher the score, the more amazing the rewards. Hearing about free stuff. You are excited but still have to act uninterested. If you want to leave, go ahead. I am fine with it. After striking a deal, Bella quickly booted up her computer and started entering data. Finally, she clicked the confirm button when the notification popped up to transfer to Dongfeng to Vong. Immediately, those in the mission hall of the White Snow Bar noticed. Look over there. The scoreboard is changing. Sure enough, Dongfeng to Vong's score kept rising, eventually stopping at 31,000. This shocking number stunned everyone. Oh my. What just happened? Is Dongfeng to Vong back? So he is not dead. Meanwhile, Bella Lai is enjoying the sight of someone else in trouble. Your score just skyrocketed in an instant. The whole bar must be going crazy and targeting you now. Vuong Tran did not believe her, simply fulfilling his brother's wish. And pressed. Bella, tell me the truth. What do you want to exchange your points for? She explained with an obvious air. Because 300,000 points is a threshold, a huge reward threshold. With points, you can exchange for massive rewards from the headquarters. Aren't you interested? You seemed excited to join this lame joke. All right, when the time comes, you can go to the headquarters and see what the huge reward is. Speaking of this, is there a high difficulty mission in the guild? Belle nodded in affirmation. Of course there is. Do you want to try the super high difficulty platinum mission? Of course. Saying that, she started typing away on the computer searching for information, then turned the screen towards him for a clearer view. Check this out. Vuong Tran looked, his eyes nearly lagging, exclaiming, oh my. Who set up such a twisted mission? A few lines of announcements appeared on the screen. The platinum mission to eliminate special forces in the international competition. Each regular soldier worth $100,000. And each Wahua soldier worth $300,000. This requirement made him frown like a monkey eating chili. These beasts, seeing him so angry, Bill asked about the next steps. What are you planning to do? Join in or just watch? He immediately laid out a plan. Of course. Disrupt the situation. I need you to help me investigate the location of the International Special Forces competition. She quickly searched and pointed to a spot on the map. Here. The Wilson Peninsula rainforest is about 2,000 kilometers away from here. Time is quite tight. Vuong Tran did not want to waste too much time on travel. Is there a shortcut? Once again, playing the role of a spy, she was searching while suggesting practical options. From a branch of the Amazon River heading north, turning to the sea. From the sea to the shore. It might save half the time. He decisively settled on this solution. There is no time to waste. He is leaving now. As soon as he finished speaking, before he could take another step, he saw Bila hurriedly packing her things. Vuong Tran looked at the ready leopard for any adventure, and had a bad feeling. You are planning to go alone. You know I won't let you leave me behind. Miu tugged at his arm, pleading. What is there to cry about? He could only helplessly sigh. You really are not afraid of dying. Are you? She teased playfully, sticking out her tongue. I believe you won't let me die. A few days later, on a ship at sea, Belle in her special forces outfit turned to her companion and asked, when will your backup arrive? Vig Trang Trang clearly did not want to reveal it, saying they would come when needed. Suddenly, she thought, oh no. If we just barge in like this, will they see us as intruders? He scratched his head and laughed awkwardly to hide his embarrassment. For sure, he usually ends up causing trouble. Hearing that, she smiled gently, her words tinged with a bit of helplessness. I really do not understand you. Bella suddenly glanced at her watch, sparking Ving Tran's curiosity. What is wrong? She suddenly made a cryptic statement. Someone put out a $100 million platinum mission, and you could easily complete. He asked back immediately. What mission? The answer was shocking. Eliminate Yigfiaziu. This immediately changed his attitude. Deep in thought. It seems our next path won't be easy. The sudden bounty raised suspicions for Belle. Could it be that we have been located? He did not pay much attention to that, because there was something more concerning. It is likely that a large group of assassins will arrive on Weezon Island in the coming days. She anxiously grabbed his arm and suggested that they should leave. There is still time to sort everything out. Vuong Tran had a bolder, grander thought. You can catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. Right, if we do not go, those special forces from Ho Hu will only have one path to death. I can't let them die unjustly. The weather today is perfect for outdoor activities with a nice breeze to cool off the harsh sun. But in the minefield, outdoor activities here are quite intense as sudden explosions give some people a taste of flying in their last moments. The and mine, on the side, exploded in anger. Damn it. This area is laid out strangely. Everyone needs to be on high alert. Hung K, also injured and furious at this extreme absurdity, said it was supposed to be a mine-clearing competition. Just small practice mines. But in reality, they were pushed into a real minefield. He thought for a long time before reaching a conclusion. Damn it. This definitely feels like someone is setting us up. He felt confused, wondering how the other teams were doing, if they faced the same situation as them, still in the competition. He quickly regained his composure and commanded his subordinates. Everyone stay alert. Pay attention to your feet and above your heads. A scout went ahead to probe the path, but his foot suddenly stepped on a mine. As soon as it exploded, someone reacted quickly and shouted to everyone to get down. After the explosion, they quickly stood up, dusting themselves off. Hung K took the initiative to give his teammates a blood transfusion to boost morale. Everyone here is special forces who have gone through rigorous selection. If we can to make it here, we are not worthy to represent Huaxa, let alone carry the title Longland. Chai Ming, on the side, is deeply missing Wang Zhang. If he were here, what would he do? Not far from there. Two individuals are hiding to scout the situation. From now on, anyone who comes here has bad intentions. Through the binoculars, a crowded boat can be seen approaching. Bella, pat him on the back and tease him. There is a group coming over. Looks like he is quite popular. Wang Zhang is not one to miss out on humor either. Isn't he just joking around? The charm does not fade. Observing once more, he has to admit that there are indeed quite a few people coming. He then coldly orders to fire. In the blink of an eye, the group was caught off guard before they knew what happened. Daniel, representing the people on land, declared that if they have come this far, moving forward could earn them a handsome reward, but retreating would cost them their lives. The choice is theirs. After about 10 minutes with no one leaving, he raised his hand high and established a slogan for his newly formed group. If you have chosen to stay, let us do our best to find Dong Fang to Wang and kill him for the bounty. Daring to demand a fight and kill in front of Wang Zhang, as the one about to be harmed, he had to deal with the troublemaker first. It seems you all have chosen the path to death. A shot was fired, and fresh blood stained the clothing of an unfortunate youth. But with his sharp eyes, Daniel quickly spotted the bullet's origin from the 13th direction. Those who follow me, whoever takes him down first will receive $100,000. While tracking, he suddenly discovered something. It turned out to be a deep footprint on the ground along with broken twigs from stepping on them. He pointed in that direction and reported, "Boss, there are footprints ahead, likely left by him in a hurry." Daniel smirked with satisfaction and ordered to follow. Elsewhere, Wang Zhang was holding Bila's hand, asking with concern, "What is wrong? Are you scared?" She shook her head, hesitating slightly to express, "It is not fear. It is just that you are too violent." He chuckled teasingly. "This is violence. Seems like you still need more training." From a nearby bush, a gun barrel suddenly appeared, aimed directly at the two. Just as the bullet was fired, Wang Zhang quickly reacted, pulling Biolay aside carefully. Then Incan instructed her, "You hide well here. They are targeting me." Saying that, he confidently stepped out to provoke the sneaky group to reveal themselves. What is so fun about playing cat and mouse? If you are good, come out here. With a shred of pride left in their hearts, the two who had just failed the assassination attempt also peeked out. This face seemed too familiar to him, so he sneered and insulted them. "Isn't he this Episrus and Epicus? Are you two in a hurry to be reincarnated?" The old man paid no attention to those ridiculous words and turned to Hun Haiyan for a few words. "Sir, in Ha, we say, with money, you can catch a ghost drunk. We want to try our luck too. Who knows? We might not only find a heart from the heavens, but also receive a big reward." Hearing this, Ving Tran's face darkened, grinding his teeth in threat. "Let us. But I am afraid you guys only have the ability to take the money." As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped high, planning to deliver a lethal blow to his opponent. But unfortunately, the enemy dodged swiftly. Once he had the initiative, he could not let others know his next move. Therefore, it was not until a few seconds later that they realized he was no longer in front of them. Being cautious of what was behind, seizing the moment while they were still reacting, Viving Tran fired his gun. Epic was instantly dealt a fatal blow to the chest, dying before he could even gasp. Vidrung Tran looked at his achievement with satisfaction, his judgmental mouth not sparing the deceased. Reacting quickly, but still not faster than my bullet, witnessing his twin brother fall right before him. Episirus screamed, "I will kill you," but only received a cold huff from his opponent. Suddenly, something flew toward the tree trunk and bounced back. In the blink of an eye, the old man was shot right in the chest. He fell to the ground in pain, blood spewing from his mouth. Vidrung Tran approached him, looking down arrogantly and coldly mocking. "I do not understand where you got the confidence to think you could kill me." Epico struggled to say his last words. "The Dark King surely lives up to his name. It is us who lack the ability compared to you. And we are done for." wanting to sell out with my brother. He shook his head, lamenting the foolish people who would not take the path to paradise, learning from his previous experience. He carefully erased his footprints and led Bila away. It was not until 2 hours later that someone discovered the bodies of the two. What is going on here? He boldly flipped Epicerus over to check. Elbaz immediately fell into a mix of despair and fear. How could the brother zombies have been killed? Who has such great abilities? The long, tiring day had finally come to an end. In this gloomy forest, explosions erupted every few minutes. Tran hid on a high cliff to observe everything, commenting softly that it seemed the others had also started fighting. Suddenly, a stray bullet was fired from somewhere. But his reflexes were quick, pulling Biola aside just in time. Then carefully instructed her. You wait here. I will go ahead to check the situation. With that, he dashed off as if chased by a dog. Ving Tran tried to change his angle to assess the distant battlefield. A sniper was hiding behind a tree, continuously firing ahead. Just a second later, the population in hell increased by one more. Bell hid behind the bushes, taking on the task of warning Vendro Tran of danger through the walkie-talkie. Someone was coming toward him, moving very quickly, and it seemed they had decent skills, just being a useful person for society. Suddenly, Dragon appeared out of nowhere, gripping her throat tightly while coldly threatening. Don't make a scene, or you will lose that little life of yours. He took the walkie-talkie and made a demand of him. Eastern Prince, if you want to see this beauty again, come back in 2 minutes. As soon as he heard it, he guessed she was in danger. So he hurriedly dropped everything and ran back, not forgetting to find a way to negotiate. Just wait. I won't let you down. Exactly 2 minutes later, he saw him standing there and could not help but praise him. You are punctual. Do you know who I am? Even his dad. Trong Tran would not bother to look at him. Why should I care? Do I need to know who you are? Don't waste time. Just get to the point. Trying to save a bit of his dignity, he arrogantly revealed his identity. Second in the Mission Guild rankings. What do you think? Scared yet? Although the hostage was still in his hands, he could not stop his sharp tongue. So the second-rate loser is you. One hand aimed a gun at Bella's temple, while the other maintained a smug smile as he proposed to his opponent. How about we play a game of life for a life? Vidrong Tran did not have time for pleasantries and asked briefly how the exchange would work. Dragon not only refused to explain, but also pushed her forward as a shield. He then used her as a target to charge in for an attack. Just as Bella was about to fall into his arms, he quickly grabbed one side of her backpack and decisively threw her aside amid his opponent's mocking laughter. You should not treat a beauty like that. Even though he was being pressed against the tree by him, he did not care and immediately retorted. What does it have to do with you? Ving Tran skillfully changed his attack to a knee strike, but Dragon mirrored the same move to counterattack. As soon as there was a little distance, they drew their guns and shot in an instant. After fighting for a while, he had to admit, he had some skill. Pretty good. But he perceived those words as an insult, triggering his rage as he charged at him. Don't underestimate me. Dragon shifted to a philosophical approach, throwing a powerful punch while rambling. Underestimating your enemy will cost you your life. Just as they were about to engage in martial arts, a figure suddenly appeared. It was unclear if the person knew martial arts, but they recklessly crashed into the solo match, delivering a painful blow to the enemy's shoulder, making him scream in agony. Not stopping there, Min Echo continued with a fatal kick to Dragon's stomach. Go sell salt. Ving Drung Tran waited until he had taken him down before calling out to Min Ho. He smiled, turned around, and greeted. Captain, the Night Wolf reports to you. Surprised and curious, he approached Han and asked, why are you here? He did not answer the question but pointed at the one lying on the ground and suggested, Captain, you guys go ahead. Leave this one to me. Vig Tran did not engage in small talk, nodding in agreement. Okay. Be careful on your own. Minako suddenly threw him something. Captain, here's this for you. A moment later, Ving Tran cautiously helped Bella find a suitable place to recover. Not far ahead, there was a hot spring. Let us go there and rest for a while. The scene around the two of them was filled with bubbles of happiness, as the young man and woman shyly avoided looking into each other's eyes. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the hot spring. Seeing the beautiful girl wrapped in a towel soaking in the water made him nosebleed, like those perverted guys. Without hesitation, Ving Tran said, can you help me with a massage? To his surprise, she nodded in agreement, giving him the green light. That was all he needed. And he quickly stripped off his clothes in 1 second and jumped into the hot spring, gently holding Bee's injured arm and comforting her. Just bear with it a little bit. It will feel better soon. After massaging for a while, he asked, how does it feel? This seems to be working. She smiled in response. It is much better. But I still feel a bit sad. I am sorry for dragging you into this. It truly was a mess. But she had a bit of charm, so he could not bring himself to scold her too much. Isn't that right? Now you still need to take care of me. Veitrong Tran sensed movement in the distance and immediately stood up to warn her. Someone's coming. Get dressed. Sure enough, a few seconds later, a group led by Thin Mind rushed to the hot spring. This dragon and lion team cannot be destroyed in my hands. Meanwhile, the two of them had already hidden behind some bushes along the road. Bella, seeing the group running away like they were chased by a dog, could not help but wonder what is going on. Suddenly, a man dressed as a native swung down from above to ambush them. He attacked relentlessly, not giving Thin Mind a moment to breathe. Fortunately, he was still able to use his knife to defend himself while urging his nearby teammates. Hung K. Move quickly, but before he could do anything, another teammate fell, shot through the chest. He glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw the guy busy tending to the injured, so he could not act. His hand gripping the weapon was trembling violently. Thin Mind closed his eyes, feeling sorrow for his own youthful life still so vibrant. Am I gonna die here? Just then, someone decided to take action. Vung Tran leaped and kicked Sakai Lai in the stomach, leaving him stunned. He saw the person he had been longing for days, speechless and unable to believe his eyes. V Trong Tran. But he did not have time to chat, because he was busy taking down the enemy with his deadly strikes. Then he followed up with a knife thrust deep into the shoulder. Having subdued the opponent, he turned to Thin Mind, saying, "You guys keep an eye on him. Do not let him take his own life. I am going to deal with the other one." Suddenly, a black gun barrel appeared out of nowhere, firing straight at Vikrang Tran. But to him, this was just a mosquito. He easily dodged it. However, this allowed him to locate the sniper's hiding spot. Found you. But Paw had already swung away on the rope and disappeared. But how can you escape, kid? He quickly jumped in front of him and blocked his path, asking, "You and that guy earlier are comrades, right?" He answered while throwing the gun towards the Vikrang Tran. "You are absolutely right." He skillfully caught it while sneering, "What an idiot, who throws a weapon to an opponent." Then he immediately used it to fire. "If you want to run, do not mess up." He did not see this coming and got hit right in the chest. Pain shot through his entire body. The crowd below watched his series of smooth moves in awe. What is stopping him from being Fletch? His mouth was grinning from ear to ear, yet he still tried to act humble. Just a small thing. Just a small thing. Rappelling down to the ground, Thin Mind quickly ran to meet him. Suddenly, Truong Kai behind pointed a gun at Vong Tran. Thin Mind hurriedly stopped him. "Truong Kai, have you lost your mind? What are you doing?" He did not even listen to these words. Still arrogantly threatening, "Captain, this is an order from the old master. You must raise your gun to your own head and declare, Vong Tran is our savior. If you want to kill him, then you will have to kill me too." The subordinates exchanged glances, communicating through their eyes. And finally, Kin Dun was the one who fired, acting all righteous. "Sorry, Captain." As if he had foreseen this, Vong Tran immediately pulled Thin Mind aside, narrowly escaping death. "Who can bear this betrayal?" So he angrily aimed at him. "You are good, but your attitude is still very calm." He even pointed out the shady spots of those people. To Thin Mind, "Can't you see it? These people already wanted to kill us both from the start. Can't you believe it?" What? At this point, he decided to pull back and calmly gave the order. "Truong Kai, stop acting." The one who seemed to be the mastermind behind the betrayal now obediently followed Vong Tran's orders. "Yep, Captain." After a wave of his hand, the three real traitors were shot through the chest in just a second. It turns out Bellala was not just sitting idly. She was hiding in a good spot and supported him when needed. After switching to 5G mode, Thin Mind caught up with the developments here. Who gave the order for these people to disregard their lives, to kill Vong Tran? Could it be? He boldly guessed it was to Thin Nin. Vong Tran did not have a fierce expression like him, but casually offered candy. "How can you think about eating in this situation?" Thin Mind brainstormed, asking for his advice. "Come on, Vong Tran, tell me what to do. I won't let you down." A very reasonable plan was proposed. "Disappear for a while, as if you died in the Wyson Peninsula forest. There is currently no better plan than this." He smiled and accepted. This idea worked. "Thank you." 3 days later, Vong Tran sat discussing with Manhwa in his room. He took to Thin Mind outside. He shook his head and sighed. "Not yet. There is still a way to go. I let him walk alone, and he looked so lost, like a different person. This is understandable since he nearly got killed by his brother. How could he not be lost?" He also expressed his disappointment. "To be honest, I am quite shocked by this. I really did not expect Thin Nin to be like this. Vong Tran has seen through the mastermind's plan. This guy plans to hit 2 targets with 1 arrow. Too bad he still miscalculated." This made Manhwa curious. What did he miscalculate? But before he could respond, Bellala burst through the door and jumped right into his lap. Of course, he did not expect Vong Tran to have so many capable assistants. Hearing that familiar voice, Vong Tran did not need to look to know who it was. "She is here." At the same time, on a large branch not far from his place, Elbis was using binoculars to observe the situation. Sounding quite smug, the Dark Prince Oh Dark, I have finally found you, suddenly sensing danger. He exclaimed. Not good. And immediately jumped down to dodge the attack. He then opened a parachute. Elbus was proud of his top-notch products, thankful for his high-tech gear. But as he watched a series of bombs explode below, his smile gradually faded. Although he landed safely, he was still wondering who was trying to ambush him. While he was still dazed, a shoe took the opportunity to stomp on his face, squashing it flat, making him yelp in pain. Elbus quickly threw a large amount of golden powder at Vong Tran. He knew this trick all too well, so he covered his nose and warned his subordinates. The poisonous golden fog, this is a tactic he often uses. He took advantage of the fog still lingering to hide behind a large tree. Muttering, damn it, he recognized the one hiding there as an old acquaintance and smirked to insult him. Ellis, we have not seen each other in years. And you are still such a coward. Hiding behind a tree like a little chicken. Is that fun? But unfortunately for him, he maintained a calm demeanor in the chaos and pulled out a pill. The baiting tactic 1T work on me. If you are not convinced, keep playing with me. He popped it into his mouth and swallowed. Outside, Vong Tran suddenly felt like playing with some fireworks, pulling the pin on a grenade while still challenging. I do not believe you can stay hidden. With that, he threw it straight at the spot where Elbus was hiding. Though he got hit by some of the blast and singed his clothes, he still tried to act tough. You think this can force me out? You are overestimating me. Hearing this, Vong Tran eagerly threw another grenade. Then try this one. Upon seeing what was thrown, he turned pale with fear. You are not done yet. Both he and Manhwa ignored the opponent's life and death, continuously throwing grenades. After 10 minutes of small-scale fireworks, he leisurely walked up to the one lying unconscious on the ground. Elbus, how was this feast? Did it suit your taste? However, there was no response because he had already passed out. Seeing him touching his body made him raise an eyebrow in suspicion. Captain, what are you doing? And the answer he received was quite on point. I feel like this bulletproof vest of his is nice. I want to take it off and wear it. But a good vest is good. Just does not protect against shock. Minako suddenly changed his attitude, grinning slyly as he suggested. Captain, how about I handle this person? Moments later, Elbus was hanging upside down from a branch, looking just like a jackfruit dangling from a tree. Viving Tran laughed so hard he almost spat out his food. He really knew how to play. Through the handheld monitor, he discovered something. Captain, there is a group moving quickly towards us. He was just waiting for that, and immediately got to work on the plan. Let us get ready. We will trap them. The weather today is perfect for setting a hunting trap. The group led by Bei finally arrived. He pointed and commanded his subordinates. You go ahead to investigate while the others stay put and wait for orders. He quickly complied. 5 minutes later, he hurriedly asked them how things were looking ahead. But no one responded, causing Bei to feel a rising suspicion. Could something have happened? Just then, a strange voice on the other end pulled him out of his thoughts. The weaklings of the Dark Army. You have been waiting here for a long time. How many of you came today? I will handle that many. Daehring Dan hid in the high branches for a better strike. This gathering is just to help our captain quickly deal with these people. V no Henyung. Hiding nearby. Teased. It has been a while. D Drung Dan. You are still so chatty but then you got serious. Someone is coming. Do we need to kill them? To respond to the earlier sarcasm, he shot back immediately. Why ask so much? Just deal with it and that is it. As soon as the words left his mouth, he hung the person he had on the tree, swiftly cutting a line across the opponent's neck. In the blink of an eye, he saw his teammate finish off one guy, and he could not help but break into a cold sweat. This kid's show-off skills have really leveled up. V Nechen quickly regained his composure, carefully aiming at the enemy. He could not fall behind, and another unfortunate one had to go down. After receiving the threat, immediately ordered his trusted man, Kreis, take 10 people to deal with the ambushers behind. He confidently patted his chest and assured, got it. I will make sure they are all wiped out. Minhano stood high, observing, and saw the outsiders below, mumbling to himself, they are here. Vung Tran was ready with a sniper rifle in hand, prepared to strike in all directions, not forgetting to kindly welcome those uninvited guests. The little brats of the Dark Army welcome to hell. In that instant, the bullet sliced through the air, hitting the target perfectly, making everyone jump. Bei casually held a cigarette and casually remarked, they have arrived. The group of henchmen following him immediately became alert, and looked around. Minako witnessed all of this and laughed proudly. I told you. Our helpers have arrived. But Vihung Tran remained focused on the target. Forget about that. Do you want to go hand to hand or use the tank this time? Who knew he would just throw everything on you? With him here. Do you even need me? I can just watch. You did not hesitate for a second to lift your gun and pull the trigger, quickly taking down one guy. However, that meant exposing your position. And the cigar broke in half. Amidst the heavy gunfire, he charged fearlessly towards the enemy. Unfortunately, Wang Zheng was ready to intercept, coming in strong. Suddenly, his elbow brushed across your face as his foot struck out simultaneously. In reality, they were nothing to you. Luckily, I dodged quickly, drawing from his rich experience. Bai swung his fist while sighing. The Dark King is indeed strong, but Wang Zhang is not someone to underestimate. So he took advantage of the safe distance to respond. It is true that I am quite formidable. M has said the same. But he is not easy to deal with either. He quickly jumped to avoid the powerful kick, warning in a low voice. If you meet the principal, he will kill you on the spot. And you still boldly brag about your achievements. 3 years ago, that damn old man from your military school. Was not he injured and bedridden for 3 months? That was my doing. No matter how careful you are, there will always be moments of hesitation. I suddenly froze. What? This golden opportunity was seized by Wang Zhang, a palm strike aimed straight at the opponent's neck. Can't you believe it? It hit hard, forcing him to step back to maintain his balance. Little did you know, the problem was not over yet. The other end suddenly echoed. The enemy's attack was too strong. We could not withstand it anymore. Bei decisively removed the headset, reluctantly admitting that the Dark King, your assistant, is quite good. Who knew you would shrug it off? Do I even have an assistant? I did not know about that. Probably someone else saw you guys and did not like it, so they helped, or you could just surrender. As soon as Wang Zhang finished speaking, he shot forward like a rocket with fierce determination. Our military personnel do not have this option to surrender. Naturally, he continued to strike your sturdy knee, spitting blood everywhere, but he was not one to just take the hit and not retaliate. Unfortunately, Wang Zhang understood the outcome of the game. Do you really not want to live? Use all your strength in these 2 directions and see how you handle my next attack. Bei gritted his teeth to resist, so you do not need to worry. However, he truly found himself helpless against the follow-up strike. You took the chance to advise him to stop struggling. He was definitely going to die. Seeing the opponent trying to get up, Wang Zhang teased him, still wanting to come here. You are making a big mistake. He seriously raised his gun, aiming straight at his temple. From the first day I stepped onto this path, I knew I would have to face this day. Please allow me to keep the remaining dignity of myself. The release came unexpectedly fast. Ultimately, the legendary blood-soaked life of the priest ends here. In that moment, Wang Zhang felt a bit sentimental. After all, he was still a man. Manhwa then landed and asked Han if they needed to handle his body. He immediately pointed at him and replied, "Yeah, bury him carefully." After resolving the urgent issue, he continued, "Captain, is someone helping us deal with those from the Dark Military Academy? Do you think it could be them?" Wang Zhang pondered. It was likely only they could eliminate the Dark Military Academy's people in such a short time, but guessing was a bit pointless. So Manhwa suggested, "Why do not we go take a look? Who knows? There might be a miracle." He rolled his eyes and sighed, as if there are that many miracles. Suddenly, the sky above them burst into brilliant fireworks. Both were stunned for a few seconds by the sudden event. Immediately after, he was moved to tears and shouted, "Captain, the gathering signal is the Long Lin Army's unique signal." The good news flooded in, making him happy, and he bumped his leg against the opponent. "So what are you still doing standing there? Hurry up and come with me." Of course. Manghwa's heart was blooming with joy. Yep. Wang Zhang skillfully weaved through the thick bushes, and upon seeing him, everyone immediately stood at attention. The Long Lin Army captain has assembled, unexpectedly. Before he could exchange greetings, someone interrupted him. "Am I barging in at the wrong time while you guys are reuniting? But that is fine. It saves me the trouble of searching for each of you." Wang Zhang quickly turned toward the source of the voice. "Tandata Feng, I did not expect you to come too," he straightforwardly answered. "Of course. I am here to report an enemy's move." In this dangerous situation, Wang Zhang urgently requested. "He was targeting me. You all should get as far away as you can." However, Ngaimbo insisted on staying put. "Captain, we want to leave." The brothers were united, cutting off all escape routes. Hearing this, he helplessly shook his head. "You guys have picked up my stubbornness a bit, have not you?" He felt happy because of that camaraderie. "Tandata Feng, we are all here. Are you satisfied? But I am quite curious. Since you are a master, why are you serving someone else and still able to give it your all?" Tu Feng irritably cut in. "My matters are none of your business. All of you will die here." Seeing his aggressive attitude, Wang Zhang quickly warned his teammates, "Be careful of that old monster." Before he could finish his sentence, the opponent suddenly moved with lightning speed. The abrupt change startled V Nung, who shouted. Meanwhile, Bibin charged forward recklessly. But Tu Feng was not scared at all and casually remarked, "You were the first." Clearly, he had used extreme speed. Yet the old man easily blocked him while delivering a devastating kick. He felt extremely confused. How could this be? Yinbin slammed into the tree like a human bullet. The impact forced him to cough up blood in pain. After taking care of one, Tu Feng immediately moved on to the next. "Now it is your turn." V Yang could not react in time. As he delivered a kick straight to the waist, the force sent him flying far away. He lay flat on the ground, getting angrier the more he thought about it. Damn it. He could not use his strength. However, the opponent did not stop, casually gliding to where old Kim stood and said, the third person. If you want him to firmly suppress you, then you have to leave him something. Suddenly, Tuifeng lifted his knee to strike the opponent's stomach. Dihong Dan seized the opportunity while he was distracted, launching into a chopping stance. I do not care how formidable you are on your own. We are a team. Do not you understand? In the end, he was still too strong, treating them like stuffed toys. Even if you have 100 people, you are no match for me. To make sure everyone understands. With a flick, old Kim was sent flying by Tuifeng. Yeah. However, the Long Lun army knows no fear. Trong then immediately took the chance to charge forward, and so did I. Clearly, we had combined our efforts. But he still managed to dodge. And another one was looking to die. At the same time, he tightened his fist and slammed it hard into his chest. The force of the attack sent him flying several meters away. Trong then coughed up blood. Trembling. Struggling to get up while mumbling. How could this be happening? Just a light touch on my shoulder, and I am this badly injured. This guy is terrifying. Noticing him regaining his composure, Dizing Dan urgently shouted. Old Kim. Of course. Understood the opponent's intentions and immediately gained momentum. As soon as he grabbed Tuifeng's arm, he squinted, gripping tightly, saying he would not let go even if it meant death, showing no sign of hesitation. Did these two think this was a family game? You want to control me? Hunugum Blow would quickly join in, gripping his leg. What if I joined in too? Following that, all three shouted loudly in unison. Captain Vitrung Tran quickly seized the opportunity they created to leap forward. You definitely kick back. This time finally turning Tuifeng into a helpless role. While observing, Vitrung Tran, I taunted leisurely. How's that? This feeling is not pleasant. Is it? Even ants can kill an elephant. Suddenly he shook his head and sighed. You guys are very strong. The rare chance to talk allowed you to voice the long-standing question. What the hell happened? But he only added to what he was going to say. The stronger you are, the more obstructed you become. You tried to convince him again. We really should not become enemies. And indeed, he did not care about that hierarchy, feeling a bit sentimental due to his age. But today, there must be a conclusion between us. If you like, let the court decide. But who wins and who loses is still uncertain. Tuifeng, wearing a cloak, was determined to fight to the death. He had better be prepared for death. Suddenly, Minifo from afar sharply fired shots. And wherever he jumped, I followed closely. Before the rain of fire, he took it off and exclaimed. Underestimating the opponent is asking for death. It turned out it was as effective as a bulletproof vest. Witnessing the surreal scene, he felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Utterly confused. What is going on? This person is too confusing. Immediately, Minako anxiously warned. Captain. Be careful. Luckily, Ving Tran has enough experience to brace himself for the terrible punch from Tuifeng. Not only that, he took the opportunity to throw his spear, ensuring it would not do anything to the opponent. He even drew a line, forcing it to change direction and embed itself in Min Heo's leg. Seeing his weapon being used against him, he gritted his teeth in fury, cursing how helpless he was lying on the ground, facing Tuifeng's relentless assault. Vitrung Tran briefly thought he really might die here. He then broke into a gentle smile. City girls, do not forget about me. Jin Haku shouted in a panic as he fell like a dying man. Captain. Move aside. Just then, at the critical moment, the beautiful woman suddenly stepped in. You left too soon. Nan. You are not dead yet. In the presence of that ethereal figure, Vig Tran was momentarily stunned. She was Kitty, who had just taken a hit for him, and cheerfully replied, long time no see. He quickly stood up, thrilled and exclaiming, I never expected the one to save me would be you. She sighed in response. Isn't that obvious? Just as she finished speaking, Tuifeng began to move. A bullet whizzed through the air, heading straight for his heart. Caught off guard by Acha, he could not react. Ving Tran cautiously looked around and called out loudly to investigate. Who's it? And CMT immediately raised his gun, pretending to be heartbroken. Looks like you all have forgotten about me for a long time. This support and reunion is too sudden, and too wonderful for you. CD Puvy T. I really did not expect it was you. Then he excitedly tilted his head and asked, did you find him? Katai then mentioned something more important. This story is long. We can talk about it another time. Right now the priority is what to do with the guy lying on the ground. Indeed, the opponent was getting up like a bull. Ving Tran softened his tone. Zim Zia. Do you have any issues or someone you need to protect due to his severe injuries? Tuifeng struggled to speak. Protect Feng. Fengtran Hung Min, if you want revenge. The name you thought was a blind satit suddenly confused you. Fengtran Hung Min. Is he really that important to me? Why do I have to protect him? Senior. The moment Wang Zhang rushed to call out to the senior, he could no longer hold on. You firmly salute the troops with Tu Feng for the last time. Senior damn day. No matter what happened before, I still have to thank you in the end. A tough move quickly gave way to the night. At the lively bar, the exquisite glasses clinked together with resounding cheers. Come on. Drink, Wang Zhang quickly asked Guangzi. How do you know Ketty? Guangzi replied after gulping down some drink. I met her on the way here looking for you guys. We bumped into each other. And then realized we had the same target of coming to find you. The answer pushed you closer to another confusion. Does everyone know I am here? Duong Dan immediately smugly interjected. Captain, do not underestimate me. You keenly noticed. Is Ketty someone you are looking for too? Mentioning that, he quickly waved his hand. Then it is not. Perhaps she also received the news. So she is worried about the captain. Or next time you meet, you can ask her directly. Wang Zhang took another sip and sighed. Ket Tai, I owe you another favor. Ming Hao sitting next to him suddenly reminded. Captain, I heard the youngest daughter of the Su family is studying abroad here. Are not you going to visit? Indeed. Fime is a gossip. Everyone is interested. You quickly cleared your throat to show seriousness. Everyone take a break for the next few days. I still have personal matters to handle. 2 days swiftly passed. Thien Min stood on the podium cautiously asking. Nuan Nuan. Would you like to have dinner with me tonight? Before that handsome figure, she politely declined. Sorry. I am busy tonight. He quickly changed his mind. Nuan Nuan. Let us take a vacation together to Hong Kong. But unexpectedly Nuan Nuan continued to reject him. I am not familiar with vacations either. The whole series of shaking heads immediately provoked his limits of tolerance. The atmosphere around Thien Min became quite gloomy. Pretending to be noble with me. However, he always tried to maintain an elegant facade. Nuan Nuan. How about giving me a chance? Also a chance for yourself. Just at that moment, a cold voice suddenly interrupted. They already clearly rejected you. And you still want to be thick-skinned. It turned out the newcomer was none other than Wang Zhangqian. The prey he was about to catch slipped away, making Thien Min irritated and grumpy. Who are you? Before you could speak, Nuan Wan had already shouted. Wang Zhang. You are here. You quickly became the bodyguard protecting her, especially coming to visit her, only to encounter that impolite pursuer of hers. Nuan Nuan. This is Nuan Nuan hurriedly clarified. He is just my classmate. Seeing things getting tricky, he immediately got annoyed and turned to leave. Just wait and see. Waiting for the other party to disappear, Wang Zhang leaned in and discreetly presented a cute sweet box. You must know he won T give up on you. So no wonder she directly brought it up. It is your birthday. Are not you going to let me protect you? At that gentle invitation, you burst into laughter. Of course. Today is fine. But later she decisively brushes off the risk, eagerly holding on to Vang Tran's arm. She says, let us talk about that later. Today, be my boyfriend for a day. Thanks to Rum. Non quickly pulls him in, causing him to stutter in confusion. With the blue sky, white clouds, and golden sun, love gently hovers by my school amid a sea of envious gazes. Non leisurely walks alongside him. You did not come to see me just for my birthday. Did you? Vung Tran sweats nervously, affirming he purposely came to celebrate her birthday. Little did he know their thoughts were in sync. Nen and Non. V Trong Tran. I am sorry to. After a forced laugh, she suggests, let us go on a date. Time flies. And before they know it, dusk is upon them. As a day full of surprises slowly comes to an end, Non suddenly leans against him. Wary. When will you come to visit me again? The other person slowly reassures her. Maybe it will be very soon. Then, Viving Tran gently caresses her hair, reminding her to take care of herself. After saying goodbye, she anxiously watches his back. V Trong Tran. Will we meet again? Meanwhile, at a place unknown to them, Thien Min is seething with anger as he kicks an innocent ball. The butler cautiously asks, is there something bothering you? Young master. And Ving Tran hears the entire response. Does that guy who came looking for Ta Nao know how formidable the Qiu family is? How dare he provoke me? A Qiu Thien Min. Make sure you take care of him for me. The butler immediately bows in compliance, assuring, young master, you can rest easy. I will make sure he is in a good mood. All right. I will wait for your good news. Indeed, he is very sincere. However, he had been lurking for a while, decisively striking a blow to his opponent's head. He even pinned the man's leg down to guard against Chirax. After finishing everything, Vivung Tran silently thought, don't he blame me for being heavy-handed? It is the only way he can continue his wicked ways. The quiet night hung with the moon, and from somewhere came the sound of embarrassment. The bear seen behind the window sparked an idea in him. Thinking about how to play with him, exactly 15 magical minutes later, the short-term couple unexpectedly faces a terrifying ghost. Vivin Min, who is usually so cool, is now scared out of his wits. The ghost Tiniva. Come see. Tiniva looks around in confusion, then asks in disbelief. Did you just see an illusion? He can believe it. Trembling under the blanket while pleading, I must not be mistaken. Come quickly to the window. What he sees is the back of her. Unintentionally, I am heading home early today. Are all of you men from Hoech so cowardly? How disappointing. As soon as the front door closed, Vigtran quickly showed himself. Young Master Kyu. You let the beauty run away in anger. The voice was too familiar. Thean Min was stunned. Is that you? How are you here? He smugly replied. I actually came to check on you, but did not expect to catch you in the act. So I could not help myself. The answer was so informative that he lost his temper and pointed right away. Just now, I was pretending to be a ghost. What do you really want? He casually addressed the issue directly. I am just a freeloader being supported by Nan Nan. I just want to remind you to stay away from her. Every word, though ghostly, carried immense confidence. If anything happens to my mom, I will make sure you won't even know how you died.